The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 2280 to Chapter 2447. Mu Yan, died? 2. The Scarlet Flame Gold and the Mysterious Ghost would also seem to be summoned, and they suddenly fly in the direction of the Tian Mo Qin. Seeing that the two treasures have finally fused into the Tian Mo Qin, Qi Huang's deathly pale face finally reveals a disdainful smile. You're just a vessel that carries me. You're still far from being able to fight me. After saying that, his body shook, and a thick black aura emanated from his body. But a fierce and ruthless look flashed through Qi Huang's eyes, and the black energy was firmly suppressed by him. Unable to support himself any longer, he fell heavily onto the lawn. 7 Brilliance. The pale and disheveled youth raised his head, revealing a pair of phoenix eyes that were as red as glass pearls. His hoarse voice sounded like he was complaining about being wronged, but it also sounded like an oath of eternal life. Jun Mayan, you said that you would always be my master and protect me. You stupid woman, don't go back on your words. If I don't allow you to die, then, you can never die. Mu Yan looks at his bloodless cheeks and knows that he must have paid a great price to save her. His heart was filled with indescribable gratitude, pain, and anger. She was still too weak. Because he was too weak, he couldn't protect everyone. Clang! The earth-shattering sound of the zither resounded through the clouds. The Tian Mo Qin emits a radiance as bright as the sun, enveloping Mayan's entire body. A bright silver moon, along with 9 shining stars, slowly appeared behind her. Xianxia watches as the rotten dragon swallows Mayan's body with her own eyes. He had thought that the rotten dragon would soon spit out a dried corpse for him, along with Jun Mayan's storage ring or Shen musician inheritance. However, after waiting for a long time, the rotten dragon did not respond at all. No matter how Xianxia cursed, there was only confusion in her green eyes. Xianxia used her divine sense to explore inside the rotten dragon's body, but found nothing. She couldn't help but punch the wall in annoyance. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him to meet the successor of the Shen musicians and have the opportunity to obtain the inheritance that made the 3 realms tremble with fear. Who would have thought that he would miss the opportunity just like that, but soon, he calmed down. It's a pity that the Shen musicians are gone, but this wasn't his purpose this time. His aim was, Xianxia's gaze turned and landed on the egg in the glass cover. His eyes burned with greed and desire. His mind unconsciously recalled the fragmented words recorded in the ancient books, and all the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. It doesn't matter if the Shen musician inheritance is gone. However, he had to obtain this treasure. Fortunately, the rotten dragon had just swallowed Mayan's body and spiritual power, so its strength has greatly increased. As for the colored glass world, under the constant corrosion of the northern nether black fiend formation, it was getting weaker and weaker. Go! Xianxia ordered the rotten dragon. Take out the egg for me. The rotten dragon obeyed the order and immediately moved slowly toward the glass cover. The colored glass world was one of the strongest defensive barriers in the world. No matter what kind of attack landed on it, it would not cause any reaction, nor could it cause any damage. The sticky, mud-like liquid on the rotten dragon's body slowly adhered to the glass wall, bit by bit, getting tighter and tighter. Then, something shocking happened. A small drop of black liquid dripped down from the glass cover. It was the mud on the body of the rotten dragon. After 1 drop, there were 2 drops, 3 drops, 1 lump, 2 lumps. End of this chapter. Rebirth. Asking for tickets, the rotten dragon still couldn't destroy the lapis lazuli realm, but it forcibly squeezed its body into the lapis lazuli realm. Xianxia was overjoyed to see this success. I finally succeeded. Just the power of Mayan's body alone is actually so strong. Ha 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 ha, it's mine. Finally mine. The process of infiltration was extremely slow. After more than 2 hours, the rotten dragon finally entered the lapis lazuli realm. Its body was much larger than an ordinary human's. After entering the lapis lazuli realm, it almost filled a third of the lapis lazuli realm. The speed of its movement naturally slowed down. Xianxia shouted anxiously, "Hurry up, you idiot! Give me the thing!" The sound of the zither rang out at this time. At first, it was only faint, distant like the wind on the horizon. But gradually, it grew louder, lingering in every corner of the underground palace, even the whole woodfern realm. It cleansed the body, shook the soul, and made it impossible to ignore. Xianxia's anxious, joyful, and expectant expression froze on his face. Then, it turned into disbelief and horror. Inside the lapis lazuli realm, the rotten dragon's body seemed to be stiff and motionless. Xianxia shouted, "Give me the thing! Quickly!" As soon as the voice left his mouth, he realized that it was sharp and carried a trace of uncontrollable panic. However, the rotten dragon remained motionless inside the lapis lazuli realm. Just as Xianxia could no longer hold back, a ray of light suddenly shone from the rotten dragon's body. The rotten dragon began to tremble violently, its mung-bean eyes rolling back. Sizzling, a burning sound came from the rotten dragon's body. As the light grew brighter and brighter, Xianxia could only watch helplessly as the rotten dragon's body evaporated bit by bit. A small matter. In the end, the connection between them was completely severed. And this time, without the northern nether black fiend formation, the rotten dragon could no longer be reborn. Xianxia couldn't stop trembling in anger. Just a little bit more, and he could have obtained the treasure he yearned for even in his dreams. Why was it so close, yet worlds apart? Why did it fail at the last step? The sound of the zither grew louder and louder, sounding melodious and pleasing to the ears. In Xianxia's ears, it made him so irritated that he wanted to go crazy. He had already guessed who had killed his rotten dragon, and who had caused all his efforts to go down the drain. Jun Mayan. This woman was covered in cuts and bruises, exhausted of her spiritual energy, and swallowed by the dragon of rotten rot. Yet she was still alive and could be reborn? Is this the successor of the Shin musicians? Is this the Shin musician that made the three realms go crazy with fear? Why? Why do you have to ruin my plans again and again? Why? As if in response to his roar, the dazzling light within the glass cover dissipated. A beautiful girl in a snow-white dress slowly appeared in front of Xianxia. Behind her was a bright moon that was as bright as silver. The melodious sound of the zither reverberated in every corner of the underground palace. Specks of light fell from the sky and sprinkled on every corpse that died with their eyes wide open, on the blue stone floor that was stained by blood and horned dragon membrane, and on the mottled stone pillars. Gradually, the gloomy, resentful, and deathly stillness of the entire underground palace began to dissipate, replaced by hope and warmth, as well as respect and desire for life. If you're happy watching it today, it's worth it even if you're tired to the point of exploding. Please vote for me as an encouragement, thank you, ha ha ha, all the power in my body has been used up, and I urgently need to rest. Later on, Azzy will also continue to work hard. Thank you for your support, thank you. End of this chapter. All the baleful energy hovering in the underground palace, as well as the wronged ghosts, under the soothing sound of the zither, slowly fuse into the starlight, disappearing without a trace. Throughout the underground palace, there seems to be a distant sound echoing over and over again. No waves and no waves, the vast golden spear dies, the fate of heaven, the knot of fate, our mission, is finally completed, we can finally be free. I only hope that the soul of Wushang stays in the world forever, never dispersing and never extinguishing. Shoshan continent. The blue sky is boundless and the sun is shining brightly. However, there is a bright moon silently climbing up the sky. In the distant mountains, there seems to be a heavy bell ringing. On a certain mountain, many people are hurrying over, gathering together, gazing into the distance. Ghost bell, it's really a ghost bell. Why would the ghost bell of the Shin musician's tomb ring again? If the first time was an accident, what about the second time? Could it be that the Shin musicians really have a successor? Could it be that those demons are coming back? Polar domain. Elder Chang, where's Jun Shang? I want to see Jun Shang. Elder Chang says calmly, I'm sorry, Jun Shang is out. Out at this time? Jun Shang, doesn't Jun Shang know that the ghost bell of the Shin musician's tomb is ringing again? Elder Chang says in all seriousness, I don't know. But in his heart he chuckles, our Jun Shang knew about this, so he hurriedly went to find a wife. Looking at the anxious people in front of him, like ants on a hot pan, their faces full of panic and unease. Elder Chang can't help but shake his head, Wait until you know that the successor of the Shin musicians you are most afraid of is the future mistress of the polar domain. TSK. This scene is very exciting. Linglong Island, dang, dang, dang. The ancient and deep sound resounds through the sky, like hitting people's souls again and again. Deputy Island Master Huang, this is the second time the ghost bell has rung. Don't tell me the remnants of the Shin musicians haven't been eliminated? Huang Shouchuan frowns, looking at the sky, his eyes flickering with a cold and unfathomable light. This matter, shouldn't we inform the island master? No. Huang Shouchuan shook his head without hesitation. This is an important time for Yanran to cultivate, we must not disturb her. After a pause, he said, the fluctuation of the heavenly demon's power should come from the lower realm. Go and get the Mirror of Illusions. I'll go to the Cultivation continent to take a look. This? The subordinate beside him revealed a troubled expression. What happened? It was a long while before that person said cautiously, several months ago, Elder Qin took away the Mirror of Illusions, and he hasn't returned it? What? Huang Shouchuan frowned. Qin Peng went to the Cultivation continent? What is he doing in the lower realm? The subordinate shook his head in confusion and fear. Huang Shouchuan's expression turned extremely ugly. Without a magic treasure like the Mirror of Illusions that could break through the barriers of space, those who were above the mid-stage golden immortal realm would have to pay a heavy price to descend to the lower realms. Huang Shouchuan thought for a while, then said with a sullen face, go get Qin Peng's life lantern. And he was silent for a while, then said coldly, bring the 2 stray dogs that previously sought refuge in our Linglong Island, Ling Yuexia and Ling Qingwan. Yes, Deputy Island Master. Broken Soul Forest Palace. Xianxia was a little stunned for a moment. The young girl in the glass cover is too beautiful. Her whole body seems to be lingering with a sense of holiness that can't be profaned, can't be tarnished, and can only kneel down and worship. The silver moon behind the girl slowly rises, illuminating the dark and bloody underground palace like a holy land. However, when the silver moon rises to the top of the underground palace suddenly, the entire underground palace shakes. Imperceptibly, there seems to be some kind of force colliding with the silver moon, pushing it back. The silver moon suddenly sinks back into Muyan's body. Muyan's complexion suddenly pales, and she almost spits out a mouthful of blood. Her advancement is actually interrupted. What the hell, just now, the Tian Mo Qin has fused with the scarlet flame gold and mysterious ghost wood, and finally completed its second advancement. She has been stuck at the Shin musician level for a long time, and has finally broken through to the 7th level. The Tian Mo Qin's advancement erupts with an unimaginably powerful energy. It feeds back to its master. Her body, which was originally riddled with holes and on the verge of death, is restored little by little. It even cleanses her flesh and bones at the same time. The spiritual power, as vigorous as the sea, flows into her 8 extraordinary meridians, scouring her body over and over, and attacking the bottleneck that she's stuck at. The golden core in her dantian begins to slowly melt, gradually transforming into the shape of a spiritual infant. Her moon spirit root also gradually grows a 4th attribute. However, at this time the silver moon that she released to absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth to assist her advancement is suddenly knocked back. The advancement of her cultivation is abruptly halted. She still stays at the peak of Jindan, although there's only a fine line separating her from the nascent soul stage. Mu Yan feels the energy in her dantian that's like a golden core and a nascent soul. She angrily knocks the ground. Is it easy for her perfect nascent soul to encounter an opportunity? With great difficulty, she almost succeeded, but it's all for naught. Damn it, if she knows who caused her to fail in her advancement, she'll definitely tear them apart. However, Mu Yan's hand has just slammed down. There's a pop sound in her ears. Immediately after, there's a wet and sticky feeling in her palm. Mu Yan's body freezes. Outside the glass cover, Xianxia is even more frozen. Mu Yan slowly lifts her hand. The two people's gazes simultaneously turn to the egg beside Mu Yan. A large part of the eggshell has been crushed, and there's still a lot of egg white flowing out, an egg. Almost at the same time the egg cracked, the glass cover shook and slowly disappeared. Xianxia's pupils suddenly constricted, and she rushed over recklessly. He muttered like a madman, mine. Mine. It's mine, of course. Mu Yan has no interest in snatching a broken egg from him. When Xianxia threw herself at him, he even stepped aside out of kindness. Xianxia grabbed the broken eggshell in her hand. He carefully held it up as if it was a treasure. Come out quickly!" Xianxia shouted excitedly. Then, without hesitation, she cut open her wrist with a knife and dripped her blood on the cracked eggshell. "Quick, sign a contract with me. You belong to me, and only me, right? For you, I specially crossed the time and space barrier from the Xianxia continent. For you, I spent more than a month killing everyone in the Qin clan, possessing this body, and fusing perfectly with it. Quickly drink my blood and become my, Qin Peng's, spiritual pet. At that time I will be the master of the world, an invincible existence, ha 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 ha." Mu Yan looks at Xianxia like she's looking at an idiot. Can you imagine a person treating a broken egg like a treasure, shouting affectionately, cutting his wrists and dripping blood, crying and laughing? This guy is actually not an immortal from the Xianxia continent, but an idiot, right? Just as she's thinking this, suddenly GG. A clear and melodious chicken crows. Mayan and Xianxia's expressions stiffen. Xianxia stiffly turns his head to look, and sees that Mayan's white dress has suddenly bulged out. Following that, a ball of bright yellow furry hair arched arches out of that dress. Her round eyes darted around curiously. Finally, it falls on Mayan. GG. GGG. As it cries, it intimately rubs against her, burrowing into her bosom. GGGG. Mayan's whole body suddenly trembles. Damn, did she see a ghost? Why is there a clear and tender childish voice in her mind, just like a child's? Mama. Mama. What does mama mean? Wait a minute, she really wants to hear Bai Xia mention it. In his hometown, mama means mother, so, this little chick is calling her mama. Goddamn mama. Goddamn mama. Why is a chicken calling her mama? Mayan is still in a state of shock. She swings her hand and throws the little chick away. Just right in front of Xianxia. The little chick is thrown upside down, its two eyes are full of dizziness, and it can't get up for a long time. Xianxia also comes back to his senses. He crushes the eggshell in his hand. There's nothing inside. It was obvious that the little yellow chick had hatched from an egg. Xianxia doesn't even think about it, he pounces over and grabs the little chick with both hands. His bleeding wrist is constantly stuffed into the little chick's pointed mouth, his scarlet eyes crazily looking at it. Drink my blood, make a contract with me, quickly. Make a contract with me, do you hear me? GG. GAGA. GG. The little chick struggles desperately, spitting out the blood it was fed from time to time. A pair of round, watery eyes look at Mayan from time to time. Almost at the same time, a clear and tender voice rang out in Mu Yan's mind. Only this time, her voice was filled with a sobbing tone. Woo-woo, mommy, save me. Mommy, save me. Mu Yan's mind is in turmoil from being called out. She wanted to walk away out of sight and out of mind. But mommy, mommy kept ringing in her ears. It was like an ear-piercing demonic sound. No, this was a demonic sound that went straight into her brain. Finally, Mu Yan couldn't stand it anymore. With a flash of the seven absolute sword in her hand, she soared into the air and slashed at Xianxia. Xianxia was caught off guard and was forced to take a few steps back. The little chick in her hand was also wrapped up by Mu Yan's clothes and pulled back. Chirp chirp chirp. The little chick returned to her arms and looked at her with a pair of round sparkling eyes. It was full of attachment and worship. Mommy is the best. Mayan raises her hand, wanting to put it into the space. Really, out of sight, out of mind. However, when she tried to retract it, she realized that she could not retract it. Because the space of the Tian Mochin is still advancing. The living creatures inside could not come out. Naturally, the living creatures outside couldn't go in either. Mu Yan could only put the little chick into her lapel. Jun Mayan, give me back my baby. Just then, Xianxia's cold and gloomy voice rang out. Mu Yan turned to look. She sees that the man's eyes are red, just like a madman. Jun Mayan, did you steal my treasure? Did you sign a contract with my treasure? Looking at him like this, Mayan is simply speechless. Xianxia, is there something wrong with your brain? Isn't this just an ordinary chicken? And treasure? And a contract? Why would I sign a contract with a little chick? Chirp as if it heard its mother's call, the furry yellow head pokes out, looks at Mayan askew, and calls out. The voice in Mayan's mind is soft and tender, Mama is calling me? Mayan suddenly feels a headache. She pushes little Huang's head back and looks at Xianxia again. Xianxia has regained his composure by now. He sneers with a gloomy face, you're just a mortal, how could you know the value of my treasure? You're not qualified to know what it is. Jun Mayan, give it back to me now, and I can guarantee that I'll spare your dog life. As he speaks, little Huang has restlessly climbed out of Mayan's lapel. Along her clothes, it climbs up to her shoulder and rubs its soft fur against her, calling out Mama. At the same time, he opened his big, black eyes and looked around. It really looks like a little creature that has just come to the world, full of curiosity about everything. Mayan retracts her gaze and says indifferently, no. Xianxia's gloomy face turns as black as ink in an instant. His eyes are filled with intense resentment and jealousy as he watches little Huang intimately rub against Mayan's body. Jun Mayan, do you know what you're saying? Do you know what my cultivation is? In my eyes, the Xiozhen continent's crossing tribulation cultivators are like ants that can be casually trampled to death. If it wasn't to attract the attention of the higher-ups, it would be as easy as turning over my hand if I wanted to kill you. Or do you really think that you're qualified to compete with me after defeating the rotten dragon? Mayan slightly lowers her eyes and doesn't speak. The ceiling of the underground palace breaks, and a faint light shines down from above, shining on her body. Under the light, her snow-white skin is like the most beautiful and exquisite white porcelain. Her slender figure and beautiful face seemed so fragile. Xianxia thinks that she's afraid, so she snorts coldly, Jun Mayan, you should be content. I know that you're a remnant of the Shin musicians, but I'm willing to let you go. Think about it carefully. Is it really worth it to go against an immortal like me for a little yellow chick? As he spoke, he slowly walked forward, extended his hand, and said in a low voice, come, quickly return my treasure to me. GG. The little chick was so scared that it hid behind Muyan. Mommy, the bad guy is grabbing me. As he spoke, he spat at Xianxia. Xianxia's face darkened. She finally lost all her patience and reached out to grab the little chick. However, just as his hand was about to touch the little chick, a voice suddenly rang out. Something suddenly fell from the sky. The wind was howling, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. Even with Xianxia's composure, she couldn't help but change her expression. He turned around and wanted to retreat, but he felt as if his body was bound by some kind of power, and he couldn't circulate the celestial force in his body for a while. During this moment of delay, the thing above had already fallen straight down. Ah! Xianxia screamed, blood splattering everywhere. The clothes on his body were torn to pieces, and his skin was covered with bloody wounds that were so deep that his bones could be seen. If it weren't for the fact that all of Xianxia's bones had been tempered, ordinary attacks wouldn't have been able to hurt him at all. His entire body had long since been chopped into countless pieces of meat and bones. That was because what had just fallen from the sky was none other than a net. Mu Yan slowly descended from the sky, coldly looking at Xianxia who was covered in cuts and bruises. That move just now was called inescapable net. This is a newly derived skill after the Shin musicians advanced to the 7th rank. For a Shin musician, every 3 levels is a large threshold. This time, from the 6th level to the 7th level, the Shin musician has added a lot of new skills. The entire skill system of the Shin musicians has undergone earth-shaking changes. But now that she's in danger, Mu Yan doesn't have time to study it carefully. He could only make a last-minute effort and try to deal with Xianxia with a new move. Unexpectedly, the effect was unexpectedly good. After the second advancement, the Tian Mo Qin is also clearly much stronger than before. It was just a pity that Xianxia was not directly chopped into pieces by that attack. Xianxia's body kept trembling. The flesh on his face fell piece by piece. Not long after, all that was left was a skeleton that glowed with gold. If an ordinary person saw a skeleton like this, they would definitely think that it was a dead person. However, Mayan's expression becomes more and more dignified. The 7 absolute sword in her hand turns into the Tian Mo Qin, and she stares straight ahead. The next moment, her pupils suddenly shrank. This was because flesh and blood had begun to grow on the bones. More and more flesh and blood appeared, gradually covering the bones of the evidence. After the flesh and blood came skin and hair. In the end, it gradually took on the appearance of a middle-aged man. This man looked completely different from Xianxia. Furthermore, the aura that she gave off was much stronger than the original Xianxia. Mu Yan can even feel that he's 10 times, 100 times more powerful than the Tianyi men couple that wanted to kill her and Xiaobao at that time. Xianxia slowly opened her eyes. A pair of cold eyes look over. Jun Mayan, you forced me to reveal my true strength and reveal my whereabouts. You deserve to die. Mu Yan slightly narrows her eyes. You're not Xianxia. Heh, Xianxia? The man sneered. That's just a body I temporarily occupied. My name is Qin Peng and my cultivation has already reached the Xian immortal stage. That's an existence you mortals can't even touch. Mu Yan, so, outside the secret territory, those blood-handed jackals said that the Qin family's decline was all because of you? So what if I am? They can only blame themselves for realizing that I'm not the real Xianxia and even want me to hand over their precious son. Qin Peng revealed an indifferent expression. He's just a mortal. It's his honor to have his body occupied by me. That group of trash actually shouted at me to kill me. What a joke, it's just an ant trying to shake a tree, an egg hitting a rock. To me, crushing them is no different than crushing a group of ants. The expression in Mayan's eyes suddenly turns cold and serene. She did not consider herself a kind Virgin Mary. He wasn't interested in fighting for a stranger. However, she really wanted to kill this scum in front of her who did not treat other people's lives as his own. She wanted Qin Peng to have a taste of what it's like to be stepped on like an ant. Chirp, chirp. Little Linghua pokes his head out, tilting it to look at Mayan. Its big round eyes are full of doubt and childish admiration. Mayan picks it up with one hand, leaps lightly and lands on the beam of the palace. She puts the little chick on the beam and sticks a piece of talisman given by little martial uncle. The talisman burns and quickly forms a light shield, caging the little chick inside. Mayan says, stay here and don't move. GGG. Mama, mama. Don't leave mama, Mayan warns, if you dare to be disobedient, I'll stew you into chicken soup. G? The little chick tilts its head. What is chicken soup? Is it good? Qin Peng watches her movements with cold eyes. There is no anger, urgency, and panic from before. The way he looks at Mayan is like he's looking at a prey that's easily within reach. As if he doesn't believe that Mayan and the little chick can escape from his palm. Seeing Mayan jump down from midair and stand in front of him, he sneers, I admit that the Shin musicians are very strong. If you are given time to grow, perhaps there will be another demon that will make the 3 realms tremble with fear. But no matter how strong you are, that is a matter of the future. Unfortunately, from the moment you insisted on opposing me, there was already no future. As soon as his voice falls, a bone-chilling energy emanates from Qin Peng. It's a 4th-level domain. Mayan feels as if all the blood in her body has been frozen. What was even more frightening was that every inch of her skin that was exposed to the outside world felt a burning pain. And this pain is getting worse as time goes by. This is a domain with a corrosive attribute. Mayan's reaction is also very fast. With a flick of her fingers, the divine hands weave the heavens, shrouds her whole body to resist the erosion of the corrosive domain. At the same time, the stellar domain is also released. When Mayan and the rotten dragon were fighting just now, Qin Peng was surprised by the power and uniqueness of Mayan's domain. Now that he is personally fighting, he can feel the uniqueness and strangeness of Mayan's domain. During the battle between the two, he felt as if his own domain was bitten by the other party. The power of the domain weakened a lot. On the contrary, Mayan's domain has a faint corrosive attribute after taking a bite. The more Qin Peng fights, the more frightened he becomes. He finally knows why the Shoshan continent in those days united all the sects and forces to kill the Shin musicians. How could a little girl at the Hollow Immortal stage possess such strength, given time, if she is allowed to truly grow up and master all the skills of a Shin musician? What, What kind of terrifying existence was that? Thinking of this, Qin Peng's eyes emitted a strong killing intent. He no longer held back, and a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With the Ice Soul Sword, I can no longer hide my whereabouts from the upper realm. From now on, I will no longer be able to establish myself on Linglong Island. Qin Peng's eyes carry strong resentment and killing intent. Jun Mayan, are you ready? I'll make you pay 1,000 times the price for the damage you've caused me. As soon as his voice fell, the Ice Soul Sword slashed towards Mu Yan. Compared to the previous attack, this one could be said to be understated. However, Mu Yan's expression changed drastically. Lotus Blossoming Steps was activated crazily, and she quickly pounced to the side. However, a bone-chilling pain comes from her back, causing Mayan's footsteps and even the circulation of the spiritual power within her body to suddenly freeze. She had no time to react at all. The second strike, the third strike, rumble. Rumble. The entire underground palace shakes violently, and countless rubble tumbles down. The ground sinks a little, and the dense fog of the soul-breaking forest drifts in through the cracks. Mu Yan hides behind a pillar in a sorry state. But she's a step too late. Her chest hurts, and blood spurts out of her mouth. Jijijijiji. Up above, the little chick is anxiously circling around, shouting incessantly. But Mu Yan's ears are buzzing, and her vision is blurred. She can hardly hear or see anything. She tries her best to open her eyes wide, watching Qin Peng walking towards her step by step with the Ice Soul Sword in his hand. At this moment, she really felt helpless and hopeless. If Qin Peng didn't have the Ice Soul Sword, she could still barely resist. She could also rely on the skills of the Shin musician to launch a surprise counterattack. But now, with Qin Peng's Ice Soul Sword in his hand, she has no chance of winning. With every swing of the sword, she feels a powerful pressure that can topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Her domain, spiritual power, and even divine sense are all temporarily suppressed. Sword after sword, she is like a small boat in a stormy sea. She can only drift with the current, and she can be overturned at any time. Qin Peng slowly walks towards Mu Yan, and the Ice Soul Sword in his hand mercilessly slashes out again. Mu Yan quickly raises the 7 Absolute Sword to block. But this time, all the spiritual power in her body, as well as the strength of her body, is completely exhausted. She can no longer hold the 7 Absolute Sword. Under the impact of the Ice Soul Sword, it flies out and falls on a falling rock. Mu Yan quickly wants to wave her hand to retrieve the 7 Absolute Sword. But Qin Peng's next sword stops her. The sword energy directly slashes at her legs. In a split second, blood flows, and Mu Yan can no longer stand, falling to her knees on the ground. Qin Peng condescendingly looks at Mu Yan, who is already an arrow at the end of its flight. His mouth hooks up into a cruel smile, the descendant of the Shin musician who could move unhindered in the 3 realms. Now you're like a stray dog, dying in my hands, ha 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 ha. The continuous laughter reverberated in the palace that was on the verge of collapse. Perhaps it's because the laughter is too loud. A rock on the roof that was already on the verge of collapse finally couldn't bear it anymore. It swayed lightly and fell down. Coincidentally, the direction in which the stone fell was right above Qin Peng's head. Naturally, Qin Peng would not put such a stone in his eyes. He casually swung the Ice Soul Sword in his hand. The stone immediately shattered into countless small pieces, scattering in all directions. A few pieces shot towards Mu Yan, and a few fell to the ground. From the start of the battle, in order to resist the corrosion of Qin Peng's domain, Mu Yan did not deactivate Divine Hands Weaving Heaven. Therefore, when the stone was shot towards Mu Yan, it immediately bounced back towards Qin Peng. If it was a whole boulder, Qin Peng would have swung his sword to block it. However, how could Qin Peng care about such a small stone? He didn't even try to hide, and just casually walked towards Mu Yan. Using sword chi to pierce through Mayan's heart and take her life, no, not enough. How could such an easy kill from a long distance diminish the hatred in his heart? He wanted to grab that woman's throat with his own hands and make her die in his hands, bit by bit, in pain and despair. The more Qin Peng thought about it, the more excited he became. He simply didn't notice that a few small stones had fallen on his Ice Soul Sword. The Ice Soul Sword's coldness instantly plated the small stones with a layer of indestructible frost. It then bounced towards Qin Peng's feet. All of Qin Peng's attention was focused on Mu Yan, and he didn't notice that there were a few slippery stones wrapped in frost under his feet. He only felt a sudden bone-chilling coldness under his feet, and at the same time, he slipped. He couldn't hold it in and fell forward. Qin Peng wanted to use his immortal qi immediately, but the coldness under his feet froze his immortal qi in an instant. This moment was really very short, not even a breath's time. However, Qin Peng's body had truly lost its balance. Once people lost their balance and control of themselves, they would subconsciously panic. Qin Peng was like this. He instinctively raised the Ice Soul Sword, wanting to support his body. However, as soon as the Ice Soul Sword touched the ground, it suddenly slipped, causing his whole body to fall even faster. Puff, puff. Mu Yan looked at the scene in front of her, completely dumbfounded. What the hell happened just now? She thought she was going to die. However, Qin Peng suddenly fell down inexplicably. He wanted to use the Ice Soul Sword to support himself, but because of the Ice Soul Sword's cold attribute, a layer of frost formed on the bluestone ground. As a result, the Ice Soul Sword slipped, and Qin Peng fell directly on it. Unfortunately, the Ice Soul Sword's blade was facing upwards, and a large part of Qin Peng's chest was cut in. You think it's over? No, no, no. No, Qin Peng was an immortal after all. This injury was not light, but he didn't die. And he struggled to get up. However, sometimes people were so unlucky. When he got up, his feet stepped on the small stones behind him, and he fell forward again. This time, he didn't hit the Ice Soul Sword again, but hit the Qijue sword that Mu Yan had just sent flying. The Qijue sword, which could cut iron like mud and split mountains and stones, accurately pierced his throat without a trace of deviation. Qin Peng's whole body was made of golden bones, invulnerable to swords and spears, but it was really, really easy to die. The laryngeal bone was the only weakness of his whole body. This was a real sword to cut the throat, a sword to take away his life. But damn it, it didn't seem to have anything to do with her. Mu Yan staggered up from the ground and walked to Qin Peng, who died with his eyes wide open. She was still stunned. He died just like that, a Xian immortal from the Xiaoxian continent, a Xian immortal whom he couldn't possibly defeat, a Xian immortal who made him feel despair, died just like that. Just how unlucky was Qin Peng? Bang, a yellow plush ball suddenly fell from above. Shaking its chubby little body, it jolts its buttocks as it runs towards Mu Yan. G. Mummy. Mummy, Mayan looked at Qin Peng, then looked at the little chick, and asked suspiciously, it can't be related to you, right? Goo? The little chick tilted its head and spread its wings. Goo goo gg. He excitedly pounces towards Mayan. However, it was unknown whether it was because his body was too fat or his legs were too short. Thud, he fell to the ground. GG. His big, round eyes were filled with tears. He looked at Mu Yan with grievance and cried, Mommy, it hurts. Mu Yan puts her hand to her forehead. Forget it, she must be thinking too much. This was a little yellow chick, a dumb chick that only knew how to act cute. Mayan bears with the pain in her body and pinches the little chick that's making her head hurt from the noise. Suddenly, he felt an energy fluctuation in his body. Her face immediately shows a pleasant surprise. The Tian Mo Qin's upgrade is complete. Almost at the same time, the entire underground palace shook violently. All the pillars around her began to collapse one by one. Mayan had a feeling that this underground palace was not destroyed by her and Qin Peng. Rather, it wanted to collapse and be annihilated. It was as if it had completed its mission and there was no need for it to exist anymore. Mayan dodged the falling stones while stuffing elixirs into her mouth, trying to recover her injuries and spiritual power as soon as possible. But this time, she was seriously injured, and she couldn't even fly on her sword for a while. She was almost hit by a falling stone. Little Linghua puffed up its cheeks and kept chirping in her mind, Mommy, you can do it. Mommy is the best. Mommy, fly. Mayan, she directly threw a certain chicken into the space. Damn it, it's so noisy, might as well stew it into soup, or... Bai Xia said that there was a delicacy in his hometown called braised chicken, might as well make it into braised chicken. Little sister. Sixth sister, it's great that you're alright. When Mayan couldn't hold on any longer, two familiar voices came, making her feel relieved. Soon, her tired body was held by Luo Yu and Ling Yuma. Sixth sister, how did you get hurt so badly? Little junior sister, who hurt you? I'm going to kill him. Mayan waved her hand, I've already killed him, let's leave this place first. The two looked at Qin Peng who was lying on the ground and nodded. However, before leaving, Luo Yu suddenly thought of something. He immediately turned back and stripped Qin Peng of all his belongings. Even the Ice Soul sword in his hand was confiscated. Almost at the same time when the three of them flew out of the underground palace. With a deafening boom that shook the heavens and the earth, the entire underground palace completely collapsed, or rather, completely disappeared. Even the fog that permeated the Soulbreak Forest seemed to have been taken away, slowly dissipating. Everything in the Soulbreak Forest was no longer concealed, and was displayed in front of the Heavenjian sect and the Shui family. Mayan had been fighting with the Rotten Dragon and Qin Peng ever since she entered the underground palace. She even had a narrow escape from death in the middle. It could be said that whether it was her spiritual power, physical strength, or mental state, they had already reached their limits. Therefore, after seeing Ling Yuma and Luo Yu, her body relaxed and she fell into a deep sleep. She didn't even know about Luo Yu stripping Qin Peng, the collapse of the underground palace, and the disappearance of the thick fog in the soul-severing forest. But while her body has sunk into a deep sleep, Mayan's consciousness is still awake. She was currently studying the strange screen that appeared in her mind. Mayan has never seen this light screen before. It's very obvious that the Tian Mo Qin has advanced to the 3rd stage, and the Shin musician skills have been upgraded to the 7th level. The light screen shows all the Shin musician skills that she has mastered so far. Using his divine sense to lightly touch each skill, an explanation of the skill would appear. Mayan takes a closer look and discovers that in addition to the original skills, the advancement this time brought her 5 new skills. The first was the inescapable net that she had used in her battle with Qin Peng. This was also a derivative skill of musical blade. The second was the medical skill that Qi Huang had mentioned before, rebirth, that could improve the physique of the Nether Flame Army. The third one was the support fire control skill, Prairie Fire. The fourth one was the doppelganger skill, Heavy Phantom. And the fifth one was the one that Mayan had been looking forward to, the skill that truly belonged to a doctor, Art's Essence of Yellow. After crossing the 3rd checkpoint, the speed of the Shin musician inheritance's skills is getting slower and slower. This time, 4 new skills and 1 derivative skill were unlocked for her at once. This makes Mu Yan overjoyed. In order to let the Shin musician level jump from the 6th rank to the 7th rank, it can be said that Mu Yan has racked her brains and crossed countless difficulties and dangers. Now it seems that it was all worth it. She calms her mind, looks at the screen, and sorts out all the Shin musician skills she has mastered so far. Medicine, frowny face cloud dispersing fog, disintegrate the heart's demon, break the illusion. Benevolence of the saint, excessively transfer the heaven and earth's vitality to the dying person. Derivative skill, holy sound rotation, can use the power of 10,000 plants singing to cast a long-distance victory. Echo recovery, restore internal force or spiritual power in the body for a short period of time. Calm soul, can condense the soul during cultivation and battle, repair the defects of the primordial spirit. Rebirth, Shin musician level 7 skill, improves the human physique from the foundation, can be said to have the ability to change fate. But it consumes a lot, so it needs to be used carefully. Essence of medicine, Shin musician level 7 skill, benevolent doctor, a professional must, please explore the specific functions yourself. Mu Yan's mouth twitches, martial, frowny face zither sound blade, area of effect skill, turns notes into blades. Shin musician level 7 derivative skill, inescapable net, can weave zither sounds into a giant net of blades, leaving the enemy nowhere to escape. Qijue sword spirit, close attack skill, the Tian Mo Qin transforms into a 7-colored magic sword, 7 swords unite to become the invincible, Qijue sword. Prison of the earth, single target control skill, the enemy cannot move within a small range. Derivative skill, dark night cage, can shield the enemy's 5 senses for a short period of time. Divine hand weaving the sky, defensive skill, weaves a protective cover with notes, and reflects some damage. Graceful feather, auxiliary skill, suitable for the army, greatly improves one's own fighting power, reduces the enemy's fighting power. Lotus Steps, movement skill, uses the zither sound to drive the body rhythm, stimulates the potential of the practitioner's speed. Big Dipper, support skill, suitable for small groups. With 7 stars as the base, you can use musical notes to create a formation that connects all of your companions on the battlefield, doubling their strength. Heavenly Cloud Net, AoE crowd control skill. The sound of the zither will transform into hundreds of strands of heavenly cloud silk, binding the enemy. Pill, Frowny Face Spring Snow, assists in refining drafts. Xianxia, assists in refining elixirs. Identical Contract, assists in drawing talismans. Prairie Fire Spark, new level 7 skill, supports fire control. Music, Frowny Face Flourishing Prosperity, gives life to inanimate objects and can help all plants grow. The derivative skill, Myriad Plants Resonance, could resonate with the surrounding plants, sense their emotions, and collect information. Summer Bug's Language of Ice, controls insects for one's own use. Floating Like a Dream, weaving dreams with music. If there were sweet dreams, there would naturally be nightmares. Realm of Stars, the initial effect is similar to floating like a dream, causing one to be immersed in a dream. It can be used to cure or injure people. Using it as a foundation to stimulate the incomparably powerful star field. Heavy Phantom, new level 7 skill, a Shin musician's exclusive doppelganger skill. It can realize the true meaning of fighting and assisting at the same time. Mu Yan reins back her thoughts and refocuses her attention on the light screen. This time, the Shin musician level has jumped from the 6th to the 7th. The biggest change isn't the 5 new skills. Rather, after the 7th level, the entire Shin musician promotion system has changed. In fact, Chi Huang told her as early as when she first entered the Woodfern secret territory. After the Tian Mo Qin completes the 3rd advancement, the Shin musician skills will develop in the direction of specialization. Now, Mu Yan has mastered a lot of Shin musician skills, very comprehensive. But because there are too many, it's like biting off more than one can chew. However, after reaching level 7, everything changed. On the screen, behind every skill, there was a faintly discernible star mark. This is the initial level of all skills, 1 star. Information about the advancement of these skills also appears in Mu Yan's mind. From the 7th level onwards, all the Shin musician skills can be advanced independently. The method of advancement is to combine the mysterious energy, spiritual energy, and immortal energy in the body, transforming them into divine energy and pouring it into the Tian Mo Qin. After the divine energy in the Tian Mo Qin accumulates to a certain extent, it will return to the body. At that time, she can choose one of the skills to upgrade. But the problem is, there is no problem with mysterious energy and spiritual energy, but immortal energy, she doesn't have immortal energy at all. How can she convert it? Xiaobao has already formed an immortal body and can operate immortal energy. Does she want Xiaobao to help, but will it work? Moreover, the mysterious energy and spiritual energy in her body are now completely independent of each other. Even if there is more immortal energy, can it be fused with each other? Mu Yan has a bit of a headache, but in the end, she can only helplessly put it down. She is extremely sleepy at this time. Not only her body, but even her divine sense and soul seem to be exhausted to the limit. So, after confirming the situation of the Shin musician skills upgrade, she falls asleep. Mu Yan doesn't know that while she is asleep the situation outside is tense and on the verge of breaking out. The people of Heavenjian sect and the Shui family surround Ling Yuma and Luo Yu. Seeing them, both Elder Yu and Shui Zhong are a little afraid. But when they find that the most troublesome Jun Mu Yan is still unconscious, they are greatly relieved. Hand over Jun Mu Yan, and I can spare your dog lives. Shui Zhong gnashed his teeth and said, "This bitch dared to kill the successor of my Shui family. I'll tear her into pieces." Elder Yu also harshly said, "My heavenly Jian sect has no enmity with you in the past. If it wasn't for that demoness Jun Mayan stealing my heavenly Jian sect's most valuable treasure, the scarlet flame gold, we wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Although you have also killed members of the heavenly Jian school, you are only accomplices, not the main culprit. Hurry up and hand over the demoness. As an elder of the Tianjian sect, I promise you that you will be able to leave safely." Everyone was waiting for Ling Yuma and Luo Yu to obediently hand over Mayan. Because it was very obvious that these two little fellows at the first level of the nascent soul realm had absolutely no chance of winning against their group. As long as they hand over Mayan, they can live. Faced with such a situation, anyone would know what to choose. However, when Ling Yumo heard this, she laughed out loud. "You said that I am only an accomplice, not the main culprit?" She narrowed her eyes and a blood-red long saber suddenly appeared in her hand. "Xiaoqi, protect Junior's sister." As soon as her voice fell, she didn't say a word and soared into the sky. She ruthlessly chopped down. Boom! Flames rained down from the sky. In a split second, the surrounding temperature rose sharply. The demonic plants and beasts in the soul-breaking forest all fled in fear. The scene was like the flames of hell descending from the sky. The people of Heavenjian sect and the Shui family were also frightened and fled in all directions. But there were still a few who did not run fast enough and had no time to dodge. They were directly engulfed by the flames. No! Help, help! Ah! Shrill screams echoed in the soul-breaking forest, causing Elder Yu and Shui Zhong's faces to turn ugly. Ling Yuma slowly descended from the sky and looked at the crowd disdainfully. She sneered, "Now, am I qualified to be the leader of evil? If it's not enough." She held the red lotus soul-stirring blade in front of her and pointed at the crowd not far away. "If it's not enough, then I don't mind killing a little more." Everyone retreated in fear and looked at her as if they were looking at a devil. Elder Yu gritted his teeth. "The three of us will hold Ling Yuma back. You guys go and deal with Lan Luoyu." Absolutely, absolutely must snatch Jun Mayan and all the things on her. The three people that Elder Yu mentioned were him, Elder Ping, and Shui Zhong, the three leaving body stage cultivators. Before this, in his eyes, there was only Jun Mayan that he needed to be truly afraid of. Although Ling Yuma and Lan Luoyu were talented, their cultivation was too low. If it wasn't for their strange movements, they would only need a few more nascent soul cultivators to surround and kill them. Unexpectedly, Ling Yuma only entered the soul-breaking forest for a few hours. After she came out, her strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Those 8th and 9th level nascent soul disciples, who could have fought her to a draw in a head-on confrontation, did not even have the slightest power to resist, and were burned to ashes by her flames. Elder Yu was shocked and resentful. He made a prompt decision to not let these two people go. The three of them were leaving body stage cultivators. How could they not deal with a first-level nascent soul woman? As for Lan Luoyu, his strength was the weakest among the 7 unfettered disciples. Previously, he had relied on a large number of puppets and divine strider talismans to barely survive the pursuit. Now, all the nascent soul cultivators of the Heavenjian sect and the Shui family were surrounding him. There was no way he could survive. The only thing they have to do is to kill both of them before Mayan wakes up. After thinking about it for a while, he felt that there were no loopholes in his plan. Only then did Elder Yu feel at ease to attack Ling Yuma. Once the 4 servants exchanged blows, Elder Yu felt more at ease. Although Ling Yuma's cultivation had increased, she was still at the first stage of the nascent soul realm. The reason why she had become so powerful was because of the red saber that was injured. However, it was clear that Ling Yuma had just obtained this long blade and was unable to control it well. Dealing with nascent soul cultivators might be a piece of cake, but dealing with them was just a fool's dream. They did not even need to use all their strength to kill Ling Yuma. As long as they could stall for time and wait for Lan Luoyu to be eliminated. At that time, no matter how strong, blazing manic saber was, he would be alone and at a dead end. Elder Yu and Shui Zhong exchanged glances and saw the smugness in each other's eyes. However, very soon, they could not smile anymore. A terrified scream suddenly came from the side. What is this? Heavens, quick, run. Ah! Elder Yu and the other two hurriedly turned their heads over, and their eyes widened in disbelief. A handsome young man was floating in the air, looking down expressionlessly. Behind him, a red bead slowly appeared and flew into the air. Gradually, the shape of a large bird appeared. It was a strange bird with a blue body, red spots, and a white beak. It was shrouded in flames. The bird had only one leg and was about the size of an adult. But when her wings, dotted with bright red, spread out, it was as if they could blot out the sky. Whoosh, with one flap of its wings, more than a dozen people were thrown hundreds of meters away. Whoosh, another flap of its wings, and the red flames rained down like a meteor shower. Wherever the flames went, not even a blade of grass would grow, and the land would be scorched. The Heavenjian sect and the Shui family were terrified. Especially when they saw that some of their companions couldn't dodge in time and were caught in the flames. They didn't even have time to scream before they were vaporized. They were scared out of their wits, too scary. Too scary. Woo. Why are all the people of the Xiaoyao school so cruel? He used to think that there was only one Junmayan who was a god of death, a devil, but now, in just a few hours, even Ling Yuma and Lan Luoyu had become so powerful. The Heavenjian sect and the Shui family were scared out of their wits. They screamed and ran, unable to muster up the courage to fight back. How could Elder Yu and the others have predicted that the battle would turn out like this? An indescribable sense of fear rose in their hearts. To face the Xiaoyao 7 head-on, had he done something wrong? Was the battle really going to continue? But there were only 3 of the Xiaoyao 7 here. What if there were 4 more? Moreover, Mayan was the most terrifying. She wasn't dead, just unconscious. If this god of death also woke up, Elder Yu's body shuddered. But he quickly gritted his teeth and tossed the thought of retreating to the back of his mind. The Heavenjian sect had suffered great losses in the Woodfern secret realm. If they couldn't bring the scarlet flame gold back, how would they explain it to the ancestor? At the thought of this, Elder Yu immediately shouted, Heavenjian sect disciples, who dares to retreat? When we get back, we'll deal with them according to the sect rules. Not to mention Shui Zhong. The successor of the Shui family, Shui Huai, had died in the Woodfern secret realm. If Shui Zhong couldn't bring Mayan back with him, he would definitely suffer a fate worse than Shui Huai. Therefore, when he saw the Shui family members fleeing, he didn't hesitate to kill the Shui family's servant who was running at the front. If anyone dares to run away, don't blame this old man's sword for not showing mercy. With that, he even left Ling Yuma behind. His entire body soared into the air. The sword in his hand was covered in frost as he slashed towards Luoyu with lightning speed. Ling Yuma's expression changed and she wanted to stop him. However, Elder Yu and Elder Lu had been waiting for this moment. Immediately, a meteor hammer smashed into her stomach, causing her to fall from the sky and spit out a mouthful of blood. Shui Zhong's sword fell, but it didn't hit Luoyu. This was because the giant green bird had quickly retreated and stood in front of its master. Luoyu wasn't injured in the slightest. However, the giant green bird's figure had clearly dimmed. In midair, Luoyu's face pales and she spits out a mouthful of blood. Her whole body falls from midair. The giant blue bird makes an unwilling wail and returns to Luoyu's body. The thunderous attack of the 3 leaving body stage cultivators instantly reverses the situation of the battlefield. The people of Heavenjian sect and the Shui family are overjoyed and flatter loudly. The elder is mighty. How could these small fries have the qualifications to jump around under the elder's hand? We really lost our heads. Even if they are powerful, they are just 2 nascent soul stage cultivators. Why should we be afraid of them? Elder Yu and the other 2 raise their chins and slowly descend. Their eyes reveal a bit of pride. They look down at the heavily injured Luoyu and Ling Yuma and sneer, I gave you a chance just now, but unfortunately, you are stubborn. Since you want to court death so much, then follow Jun Mayan and die together. With that said, the 3 have already landed on the ground. Their figures flash and appear in front of them. But at this time, Mayan, who is unconscious on the ground not far away, emits a faint light. Wherever the light shrouds, the wounds on her body begin to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her originally dried-up spiritual power is also filling up little by little. There seems to be a faint sound of a zither reverberating in the sky. Not good. Shui Zhong yells, this female devil is going to wake up. Just waking up is one thing, but looking at her, she is clearly going to recover her strength. The people of Heavenjian sect and the Shui family are scared out of their wits. If they were asked who they were most afraid of, who was it? It was definitely the deadly god of death, Jun Mayan. Before this woman entered the forest of broken souls, she was already able to turn them upside down. Moreover, there are too many strange and unpredictable methods that are impossible to guard against. Now that they are out of the forest of broken souls, Ling Yuma and Lan Luoyu's strength have increased. What about Jun Mayan? If Jun Mayan also becomes stronger, everyone's eyes reveal despair and fear. Kill her. Someone roars, we must kill her before the female devil wakes up. Hearing this, Elder Yu and the other two immediately recovered from their shock. The three look at each other and no longer care about Luo Yu and Ling Yuma, they quickly rush towards Mayan. Dang! Dang! Clang! However, the powerful attack was blocked in midair. Blood flowed from the corner of Ling Yuma's mouth. Her body was on the verge of collapse, but the red lotus saber, in her hand, firmly blocked the attacks of the three people. Puff! The clash of spiritual energy from the three leading Aperture Realm cultivators caused her blood to spurt violently. He could almost hear the sound of his bones and internal organs shattering inch by inch. But her eyes were still as bright as ever, and her back was still as straight as ever. With a trembling and hoarse voice, every word he spat out was as clear as gold and jade. He vowed to die without regret. You want to hurt my little junior sister? Then you'll have to do it over my dead body. Luo Yu's face was pale. She gritted her teeth and summoned the Baifeng once again. Yes, in Wushang Palace in the Dead Soul Forest, he had an additional soul pearl of the ancient divine beast, Baifeng. The Baifeng was also a divine beast like Bai Zhe, although it was not as powerful as Bai Zhe. However, it wasn't something that Luo Yu could summon as she wished. Summoning the Baifeng once would consume all of his spiritual power. Summoning it a second time would require him to overdraft his life and soul. However, there was no hesitation on his face. Genius? 1 second, remember, the Baifeng bird that is summoned this time is even bigger and more solid than the first time. The Baifeng bird sweeps its huge wings and burns the disciples of Heavenjian sect and the Shui family who want to kill Mayan. But with every attack, Luo Yu's skin oozes out fine beads of blood. Every inch of his meridian seems to be breaking and shattering. But there's not even a trace of pain on his face. There's only a determination to die 9 times without regrets. Every time, it's the 6th sister who protects him. This time, it's finally his turn to protect the 6th sister. He said that he wants to become stronger. He said that he doesn't want to be a burden to his brothers and sisters anymore. Even if he dies, he absolutely doesn't want to see his loved ones get hurt. Crazy woman! Crazy woman! Shuizhong roars, clutching his burned shoulder. His whole face scrunches up from the pain. There's fear in his eyes, but even more so, anger. You forced me to do this, slut, go die. Swish. The sword slashes out, and Ling Yuma holds the red lotus saber with one hand to support herself. There's no place to dodge. The sword mercilessly slashes towards her. Ling Yuma only feels pain in her arm, and the hand holding the red lotus saber is chopped down. She no longer has the strength to support herself, and falls down. 4th sister. Luo Yu lets out a heart-wrenching roar, and her whole body pounces over. Tears flow down uncontrollably. And Shuizhong's second sword also arrives. Luo Yu closes her eyes in despair, and firmly protects Ling Yuma's blood-stained body. At this time, the melodious sound of the zither, which was originally floating in the sky, suddenly falls to the ground. The beautiful girl lying on the ground suddenly opens her eyes and sits up. For a moment, the entire Broken Souls forest is so deathly silent that it makes people's hair stand on end. Everyone from the Heavenjian sect and the Shui family stared at the young girl's beautiful face in horror. They wanted to run away as fast as they could. 6th sister. Tears fall down from Luo Yu's eyes. 6th sister, 4th sister, 4th sister's hand. He saw the unconscious Ling Yuma and her empty right hand, as well as Luo Yu, who was covered in blood and had no spiritual power left. Mu Yan's heart throbbed with pain. She resisted the urge to cry and hugged Ling Yuma. She said hoarsely, Xiaoqi, go and pick up 4th senior sister's hand. Luo Yu nodded with tears in her eyes and obediently picked up the red lotus saber that 4th sister was still holding. Mayan closes her eyes, and the Tian Mo Qin appears in her hand. His fingers danced on the strings like a phantom. Art Essence Yellow, this was the first medical skill in the truest sense. Shin musicians, Tian Mo Qin, you mustn't let me down. As the sound of the zither gets faster and faster, the Tian Mo Qin begins to emit chaotic rays of light. Sometimes it was silvery white, sometimes it was rainbow-colored, and sometimes it was blood red. The sound of the zither was also bouncing around incessantly. Sometimes it was noise, sometimes it was the sound of armored horses, sometimes it was the sound of flowing water. Finally, Mu Yan fiercely opens her eyes, and they emit a bright light. She knew how to use Art Essence Ji Huang. This is not a skill that should be used on patients. Rather, it should be used on her own body. Xiaoqi, hold fourth senior sister's hand and aim it at the wound. There must not be even the slightest deviation. Luo Yu stares blankly. He doesn't understand what sixth sister wants to do. It's impossible to recover a broken limb. This is the consensus of all the doctors in the Shozhen continent. 10-10033/ It wasn't that no one could reattach the severed limbs, but even if they did, they would only be able to move like a mortal, and they wouldn't be able to circulate spiritual power. Once a cultivator reattached a severed limb, the spiritual power in the severed limb would not be able to communicate with the Dantian. Instead, it would cause the cultivator to be unable to use their supernatural powers, and their cultivation would no longer be able to advance. Therefore, on the cultivation continent, once you become a cripple, you can only be a cripple for life. Otherwise, he would fall from a high and mighty Xianxia to a mortal. This kind of severed limb could only be regrown after forging the immortal body and becoming a profound immortal who could reconstruct his bones and flesh. Sixth senior sister asked him to mend fourth senior sister's severed hand. Could it be that she wanted to reattach fourth senior sister's arm? But if that happened, fourth senior sister would never be able to cultivate and fight again. This thought only flashed through Luo Yu's mind for a moment before he threw it to the back of his mind. He has unconditional trust in Mayan. Other doctors can't reattach a severed limb, that was for other doctors. Who said that his sixth senior sister couldn't do it? Ever since she met sixth senior sister, she had done many things that others could never do. Luo Yu carefully cleaned Ling Yuma's wound with the medicine that Mu Yan gave her. She aligned the severed arm with the wound and looked at Mu Yan. Mayan closes her eyes again. When she opens them, her fingers are gently playing on the Tian Mo Qin for a while. After a while, a halo of light flies out from the Tian Mo Qin and falls on Mayan's body. Mu Yan quickly arrived in front of Ling Yuma. She placed her 10 fingers on each other and slowly pulled them apart. The next moment, something miraculous happened. Dumbfounded, Luo Yu watched as a transparent needle appeared between Mu Yan's right index finger and thumb. The needle was threaded with the same transparent thread. The other end of the thread went straight into the space between the index finger and thumb of his left hand. As he pulled, the thread seemed to stretch endlessly, becoming longer and longer. Luo Yu was stunned. Even the people from the Heavenjian sect and the Shui family forgot to attack and stared blankly at this scene. After conjuring the needle and thread, Mu Yan did not stop for a moment and began to stitch up Ling Yuma's severed limbs. The transparent needle and the transparent thread began to crazily intertwine in the air before everyone's eyes. It was like the shadow of a butterfly flying through flowers, and also like the clear and crystalline waves. His slender and fair fingers were clearly moving unhurriedly and carefully, but every time he threaded the needle, it was so fast that the naked eye couldn't even see it clearly. When the last needle falls, beads of sweat slide down Mayan's forehead, but she suddenly breathes a sigh of relief. With a pull of his hand, the needle and thread instantly disappeared into thin air. Mu Yan took out a pill for Ling Yuma to consume, and she quickly opened her eyes. Fourth senior sister, how are you? Luo Yu rushed over to check her hand excitedly. She asked cautiously, Fourth senior sister, are you in pain? Ling Yuma moved her hand and was at a loss. I remember that my hand seems to be. Mayan composed herself and suppressed the nervousness in her heart. Fourth sister, try and see if you can move your spiritual power to your right hand. This was the first time she had used technique Essentiello. He didn't know if there would be any side effects. If fourth sister were to suffer irreversible harm because of her, Mayan would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Ling Yuma obeyed and circulated the spiritual energy in her body. Swish, the red lotus blade in her hand suddenly burst into flames. Success! Luo Yu excitedly jumped 3 feet high. Fourth sister can circulate spiritual power, that's great. That's great. After shouting, his body swayed, and he could no longer support himself. He softly fell down. Xiaoqi! Ling Yuma was startled, and quickly reached out to catch him. Mayan checked his pulse, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's just that his spiritual power and divine sense have been overconsumed. He'll be fine after a short rest. Saying that, she gently touched Luo Yu's cold forehead. From the diagnosis just now, she knew that Luo Yu used a life-risking method to protect her, overdrawing her own divine soul. Xiaoqi, don't worry. What you lost, sixth sister will definitely return it to you tenfold, 100-fold. As for those who owed you. Mayan slowly stood up, and the Tian Mochin in her hand turned into Qijue's sword. Her eyes swept over everyone present, and the corner of her mouth hooked up into a cold smile. I will also return it to them tenfold, 100-fold. Under the bright and beautiful sun, the beautiful girl hooked up her lips, and her smile was pure and holy. However, everyone who saw it felt cold all over, and their hearts trembled, in front of a cave in the Woodfern's secret territory. A group of cultivators finally succeeded in knocking down the vicious beast, and burst into cheers. While harvesting the spoils, these people chatted. Have you heard? The 3 demons of Xiaoyao are hunting the Heavenjian sect and the Shui family in the secret territory. What? You're not mistaken, are you? It's clearly the Heavenjian sect and the Shui family who are hunting the 3 demons. Hee, brother, your news is too outdated. How long ago was the 3 demons being hunted? Now, the entire Heavenjian sect and the Shui family are being chased by the 3 demons like stray dogs, and they're hiding everywhere. Yes, a fellow Taoist told me the same thing. He saw the 3 demons chasing the Heavenjian sect and the Shui family with his own eyes, and he was scared to death. When he came back, he told me that no one can provoke Mayan, and no one can provoke the Xiaoyao sect. Are you kidding me? How many people from the Heavenjian sect and the Shui family came in this time? There are even quite a few in the leaving body stage. No matter how powerful the 3 demons are, how could they possibly kill them? Before he could finish his words, a few cultivators flew over from the horizon. As soon as he arrived above them, the sound of the zither filled the air, and an inescapable net made of sword chi descended from the sky. The cultivator in the sky cried out in alarm and hurriedly descended. But very quickly, scarlet flames rose from the ground, firmly blocking their path. A loud and clear cry resounded through the clouds. A gigantic green bird suddenly appeared above them. Its gigantic wings spread open, covering the entire sky. Ah! The few cultivators let out miserable screams as they were either cut into pieces by the net of swords, burned into charcoal, or smashed into meat paste by the giant cyan bird. In the end, only a few of them survived. The surrounding cultivators were stunned by this scene. Their first reaction was to dodge and flee to the side. Only when they felt that they were safe did they reveal a shocked expression. Heavens, look at that old man with half of his hair burned off. Isn't that Elder Yu from the Heavenly Jian sect? The one beside him is Elder Shui Zhong of the Southern Lands Shui clan. Elder Ping of the Heavenjian sect is also here. They are all leaving body stage cultivators. How could they be in such a sorry state? As they spoke, the distant sound of the zither came closer and closer. 3 figures slowly descended from the sky and landed in front of Elder Yu and the others. The girl in the lead was dressed in green, spotless clothes. Her pretty brows and snow-white skin looked ethereal and otherworldly under the sunlight. However, Elder Yu and the other 2 couldn't help but tremble at the sight of this woman. Their eyes were filled with intense hatred and fear. Jun Mayan, what do you want? Seeing the 3 of them approaching, Shui Zhong couldn't hold back any longer. How dare you try to exterminate my Shui clan? Aren't you afraid that once we leave the Woodfern's secret realm, my Shui clan will destroy your carefree school? Hearing Shui Zhong's bluster, Mayan couldn't help but curl her lips into a bright smile. Elder Shui, when you colluded with the Heavenjian sect to kill us a few days ago, that wasn't what you said. Let me think, how did you shout at us? Luo Yu immediately followed up. He said that we refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Ling Yuma snickered, and that sentence, killing you is as easy as killing ants. Mayan blinked and looked at everyone with a smile that wasn't a smile. I wonder who's the ant now, and who's the master? The woman's voice was neither loud nor soft, and there was no condescension or disdain in it. But it was this kind of carelessness that was the real humiliation. The surrounding monks were all chattering and pointing at him with surprised expressions. It was as if they had ripped off their last shroud. Elder Yu finally broke down and cried, I won't go against you anymore, I don't want the scarlet blaze gold anymore, alright? Jun Mayan, I admit that the Heaven Jian sect lost to you, isn't that enough? His words made Mayan's face sink. Of course it's not enough. Her eyes flashed coldly. Elder Yu, why didn't you say it was enough when you put out a bounty for us in the secret territory? Why didn't you say it was enough when you chased us into the forest of death? When we escaped from the death forest, you wanted to take advantage of our perilous situation to kill us all. Why didn't you say enough? Why didn't you say it was enough when you chopped off my senior sister's arm and injured my junior brother? When she says the last sentence, Mayan's voice and countenance become severe, and the surrounding air seems to be shrouded in 10,000-year-old ice. Even when she was facing Qin Peng, Mu Yan did not have such a strong killing intent. Because these people dared to hurt her senior sister and junior brother, they really touched her reverse scale. This terrifying killing intent caused the remaining members of the Heaven Jian sect and the Shui family to turn pale and tremble. Even the surrounding cultivators were frightened to the point that they kept quiet out of fear and retreated repeatedly. The faces of Elder Yu and the other two paled. Finally, madness flashed in Shui Zhong's eyes. Kill her. I don't believe that we three leaving Aperture Realm cultivators can't kill this bitch. With that, he roared, raised the sword in his hand, and fiercely pounced towards Mu Yan. Elder Yu and Elder Ping exchanged glances and saw the viciousness in each other's eyes. Rather than being toyed around by this slut, it was better to fight to the death. The two of them roared and pounced towards Mayan. The three of them have a common understanding. As long as they kill Mayan, they will be the ones to win. But will Luo Yu and Ling Yuma give them this chance? The inextinguishable flame technique sprang out from the red lotus saber and instantly blocked Elder Yu's path. Elder Ping, on the other hand, was just about to make a move when he felt his body being restrained by invisible threads. Luo Yu holds the Yada Kami mirror in her hand and shows a lovely smile. As expected of the artifact passed down from generation to generation in the Shui family, it's really useful. Shui Zhong is so angry that he almost spits out a mouthful of blood. No, it's not almost. An ear-piercing sound of the zither is heard, and Shui Zhong only feels that all his internal organs are trembling. Then, Mu Yan's 7 swords arrive. He hurriedly raised his sword to block, but the sparkling and translucent longsword split into 7 before it could reach him. Shui Zhong's eyes widen in horror. Because he sees that it's not 7 swords surrounding him. It's Jun Mayan who is holding 7 swords. Phantom Shadow activates. Ah! Shui Zhong only has time to let out a short scream before the 7 swords penetrate his body and he dies. The surroundings of the valley suddenly fall into a dead silence. Everyone can hardly believe their eyes. Dead, a cultivator at the leaving body stage, died just like that, and he died so easily and casually in the hands of a little girl at the first level of nascent soul realm. How is this possible? However, Shui Zhong's body that is riddled with holes falls in front of him. They have no choice but to believe it. Elder Yu and Elder Ping's faces are pale, and their eyes are full of fear and panic. Not to mention the other disciples of the Heaven Jian sect and the Shui family. They no longer care about any orders or punishments. They scream and flee in all directions. Run! Let's run too! Run! Elder Yu roars with a sobbing tone. The two no longer hesitate and flee in 2 different directions. Mu Yan and the other 2 quickly catch up. Until all the figures disappear, the cultivators present at the scene let out a sigh of relief. They look at each other and see the horror in everyone's eyes. God! Is this the strength of the unfettered 7 demons? How can they be so strong? Chen De and Xianxia, who have arrived in a hurry, stamp their feet in anger when they see the empty scene. We're still 1 step late. It's such a pity that we didn't see the heroic appearance of the boss and the others. Xianxia holds his heart as he listens to the scene of the battle described by the onlookers. My heart is going to break. I actually missed such a graceful figure of Mei Yan. God, why didn't I move a step faster just now? I feel like I've missed the most important moment of my life. Chen De and the others gave Xianxia a strange look. Was this person tired of living? He actually dared to call boss Mei Yan. Aren't you afraid that your boss will skin you alive? Xianxuan's men couldn't wait to cover his mouth. Their family's young master really lost his mind the moment he saw beauty. Don't tell me that she didn't hear the people around her saying how awesome, how terrifying, how much of a devil Jun Mayan is. If young master wants to die, he shouldn't drag them down with him. Everyone was laughing and discussing where to find Mu Yan and the others. At this moment, the ground shook slightly. Then, the surrounding air began to fluctuate like water ripples. Clang! 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 The deep and simple sound of a bell came from the distant horizon, rolling into everyone's ears. The expressions on everyone's faces tightened at first, and then they all smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Everyone knew what this bell signified. The Woodfern secret realm was about to reopen. This adventure, which was full of danger and ups and downs, was finally over. There was a rumbling sound. The gates of the Woodfern secret realm opened once more. The people who were waiting on the nameless island all gathered around him. Their eyes were fixed on the gate, their expressions filled with nervousness and apprehension. The last time the Woodfern secret realm opened, less than half of the people made it out alive. What will the result be this time? I wonder how Senior Brother Chen and the rest are doing. Are they safe? On a mountain not far away, an old man with white hair and a beard wore a leisurely expression as he calmly gazed at the Woodfern Sea. Occasionally, he would glance in the direction of the gate. Brother Gu, it seems like you have a lot of confidence in the disciples of the Heaven Jian sect this time. A middle-aged Confucian scholar walked over with a smile. You must be determined to get the Scarlet Blaze Gold and Mystic Ghoul Wood, right? The old man narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Why? Is the Shui family eyeing the Scarlet Blaze Gold and Mystic Ghoul Wood too? How could that be? The middle-aged scholar shook his head. You, Gu Yinglong, have personally come to the Woodfern Sea to protect them. Who would dare compete with you? Furthermore, the Shui family specializes in support, so the Scarlet Blaze Gold and Mystic Ghoul Wood are of no use to us. But if Brother Gu manages to forge a treasure in the future, don't forget about the Shui family. The middle-aged scholar's words made the old man smile proudly. Young Master Shui, you must be joking. In the Violet Cloud realm, who wouldn't want to be on good terms with the Shui family? If the Heaven Jian sect can obtain the Scarlet Blaze Gold and forge a divine artifact, we will definitely invite the Shui family over to appraise it. The white-haired old man was the ancestor of the Heaven Jian sect, Gu Yinglong. He was also the strongest person in the sect. His cultivation was at the pinnacle of the astral projection realm, only half a step away from passing the tribulation. In the Violet Cloud realm, he was ranked within the top 50 of the Azure Sky list. However, Gu Yinglong was not famous for his battle prowess, but his forging skills. The path of cultivation he believed in was to nurture his spirit through artifact forging. The higher the grade of the spirit weapon he forged, the faster his cultivation would increase. Gu Yinglong believed that once he obtained the Scarlet Blaze Gold and Mystic Ghoul Wood, he would definitely be able to pass the tribulation stage. The middle-aged scholar's name was Shui Ding Tian. Speaking of which, he could be considered Shui Huai's uncle. He came from a branch family, but due to his outstanding talent, he was carefully nurtured by the main family. Despite his young age, his cultivation had already reached leaving Aperture Realm high tier. The reason why he was here was mainly because the Shui family's patriarch was worried that something would happen to the Shui family's successor, so he had specially sent him here to support Shui Huai. The two were flattering each other. The gates to the Woodfern secret realm were finally open. Almost at the instant when the spatial fluctuations around the gate stabilized, several figures rushed out with a whoosh and threw themselves on the ground. Hysterical cries resounded in everyone's ears. We've escaped. We finally escaped from the hands of that demoness, woo. In this life, the next life, the life after that, the Woodfern secret realm. I don't want it anymore. The rising and falling cries were filled with sorrow and fear, as well as the ecstasy of surviving a calamity. At first, no one took such a gaffe seriously. Every time the Woodfern secret realm reopened, there would always be people who narrowly escaped death and cried tears of joy. However, at this moment, someone took a closer look at the people who were crying. Suddenly, an expression as though he had seen a ghost appeared on his face. Isn't this Elder Ping? What? Which Elder Ping? Could it be that leaving Aperture expert from the Heaven Reflection sect? Ping Yuiguang? How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Before he could finish his words, someone beside him shouted, No, look. It really is Elder Ping from the Heaven Reflection sect, and a few disciples from the Heaven Reflection sect. Why do I see people from the Shui family? This time everyone looked at each other in dismay, dumbfounded. It wasn't unusual for someone to escape from the Woodfern secret realm. But the question was, how could it be the people from the Heaven Jian sect who escaped in such a sorry state? And there was a leading aperture elder among them? The discussion here also alerted Gu Yinglong and Shui Dingtian, who were not far away. They frowned. They wanted to go over to investigate, but they felt that it would be beneath them to crowd with a bunch of disciples. So they turned to look at Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong accepted the order and barged into the crowd. The Heaven Reflection sect's patriarch wishes to know what's causing the commotion. Hearing the term Heaven Reflection sect's patriarch, everyone jumped. The Heaven Reflection sect's patriarch is here? That's a tribulation transcendence expert. The Heaven Reflection sect is really determined to get the Scarlet Flame Gold and Profound Ghostwood. But now the Heavenly Jian School. Everyone was still discussing. Elder Ping and the Heaven Reflection sect disciples' ears twitched, and they raised their heads. Elder Ping threw himself in front of Xiao Tong and hugged his thigh. His face was covered in tears and snot. Is the patriarch here? Is the patriarch really here? Quick, get the patriarch here. Save us. You must save our lives. The other Heaven Reflection sect disciples also shouted hysterically, Patriarch, save us. Patriarch, save us. Those 3 demons are coming. We really don't want to die. Xiao Tong was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that the man who was crying and hugging his thigh was the dignified Elder Ping of the Heaven Jian sect. The usually arrogant senior brothers were so scared that their faces were drained of all color, and they couldn't stop trembling. Xiao Tong almost suspected that these people had been possessed by some dirty thing. He opened his mouth to say something. Suddenly, another wave of people rushed out of the iron gate. When the leader saw Elder Ping and the others kneeling on the ground, he immediately shouted excitedly, 3 bosses, they're here. We didn't have time to run. Yes, the Heaven Jian sect and the Shui family are both here. Upon hearing these shouts, Elder Ping and the others were so scared that they almost fainted. Those who were timid immediately wet the crotch of their pants, and the stench filled the air. They didn't even have time to ask for help as they scrambled to escape in the direction of the teleportation array. However, he had only run a few steps. Sword Chi whistled as an inescapable net descended from the sky. Ah! A disciple of the Heaven Jian sect failed to escape in time and was torn into pieces. The sound of the zither was melodious. 3 figures flew out from the open door at lightning speed. As they passed through the gates, the 2 guards couldn't help but raise their heads to look in Mu Yan's direction. The corners of their mouths curled up into a slight arc. Mu Yan landed in front of Elder Ping and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, Elder Ping is really good at hiding. We've been looking for you in the secret realm for a day and a night, but we couldn't find you. Baidu search for the UC Book League website, and you can experience the latest and fastest chapters. June Mayan, no, God June, Uncle June, I was wrong, please spare my worthless life. I won't fight with you for anything anymore. Elder Ping was scared out of his wits. He fell to his knees, kowtowing as he begged. Mu Yan raised an eyebrow, not saying a word. Luo Yu sneered, are all the people of Heaven Jian sect so cowardly? Just as she finished speaking, Elder Ping sprang to his feet. A small black sword appeared in his hand, and he thrust it at Luo Yu's abdomen. Mu Yan has been on guard against him since just a moment ago. Seeing his movements, the 7 Absolute sword was as fast as lightning, aiming for his wrist. Ah! Elder Ping screamed as the hand holding the sword was chopped off, falling to the ground. Mu Yan kicked him to the ground and stepped on his chest, sneering, trying to sneak up on me? Why don't you see if you have the ability? Elder Ping's face contorted in pain, but he screamed, June Mayan, you're dead. You're all dead. The ancestor of Heaven Jian sect is already here. If you don't want to die a horrible death, you'd better let me go now. Mu Yan narrowed her eyes, then her expression changed. He reached out to grab Elder Ping and shouted, retreat. Luo Yu and Ling Yuma reacted quickly. The 3 of them retreated dozens of meters away. With a loud boom, a bolt of lightning landed where the 3 of them had been standing. Gu Yinglong and Xue Dingtian slowly descended. Both of their faces were ugly to the extreme. Their sharp gazes swept across everyone who came out of the Woodfern's secret realm. What the hell is going on? Gu Yinglong roared, where are the others? How did you end up like this? Xue Dingtian looked around, but he didn't see Xue Huai. Where's young master? Where's Xue Zhong? What the hell is going on? These were the questions on the minds of all the cultivators outside the secret realm. The disciples of Heaven Jian sect and the servants of the Xue family finally found an outlet to vent their frustrations. One by one, they scrambled to tell the whole story. But even if these people said it very clearly, even if there were so many testimonies, everyone was completely dumbfounded. What do you mean Xue Huai was killed? What did he mean by the Heaven Jian sect was robbed of their treasures and almost completely wiped out? What did she mean by all the leaving body stage elders were defeated by Jun Mayan alone? Are you sure this isn't a joke? No matter how you look at it, this Jun Mayan's cultivation is only at the first stage of nascent soul law. Xue Dingtian listened to them and looked at the few remaining servants of the Xue family. He almost fainted. Xue Huai is dead. The Xue family killed another heir after one was destroyed? How was he going to explain this to the family head? Gu Yinglong was so angry that he was trembling all over. A pair of eagle-like eyes stare unwaveringly at Mayan, Jun Mayan, Xiaoya 7 sons. Good. That's great. Who gave you the guts to steal something from my Heaven Sight sect and kill my people? Mu Yan purses her lips. This Tianjian sect was really like a family that didn't enter the same door. Every time, the words that came out of his mouth were the same as before. However, this white-bearded old man's cultivation was extremely high. The pressure he emitted was close to that of a tribulation-passing cultivator. With the current cultivation of Mayan and the other two, even if they worked together, they wouldn't be a match for him. She frowned and was about to speak when she heard a careless voice coming from the gate of the secret realm. Ancestor Gu, why do you have to be so angry? Since ancient times, the competition in the Woodfern secret territory has been influenced by the rules. Life and death are up to fate, and treasures belong to those who are capable. Miss June can kill and rob people in the secret territory, that's their own ability. If your Heaven Jian sect could compete with her in the secret territory, I would respect your plan. But now that you're out of the secret territory, don't you think it's a bit too shameless to suppress the younger generation? The voice attracts everyone's attention. Only then did everyone see Xiao Yunchuan, who was dressed in flashy and gorgeous clothes, walking out slowly with a jade flute in his hand. The Xiao family waiting outside the secret territory sees him and immediately greets him, young master, is there anything wrong? Xiao Yunchuan puts the jade flute on his back and sneers, this young master is handsome and elegant, what can happen to me? Everyone. Is there any cause and effect between them? The Xiao family seems to be used to his virtue, so they don't find it strange at all. Seeing that they were unscathed, they heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Yunchuan immediately abandons them and eagerly runs to Mu Yan. Mei Yan, are you all right? Does it hurt to hit those boorish men? Do you want me to rub? Bang! Before he can finish, Ling Yuma kicks him. Mei Yan Yan, how dare you call me Mei Yan Yan? Xiao Yunchuan's face reflects a footprint, but he quickly runs back. Mei. Before he could speak, Mayan sends him a cold, knife-like glare, and he immediately cowers. Miss June, don't worry. I'm here, I won't let them hurt you. Gu Yinglong looks at Xiao Yunchuan coldly. Young Master Xiao, what do you mean? Does the Xiao family intend to oppose my Heaven Jian sect? Do you really think that my Heaven Jian sect is afraid of you? Xiao Yunchuan says matter-of-factly, it's everyone's duty to protect a beauty. You want to hurt a beauty in front of me, Xiao Yunchuan, especially a stunning one like Miss June? No way. The Xiao family's servants cover their faces, they don't want to admit that this fool is their young master. Gu Yinglong frowned slightly. He wasn't afraid of the Xiao family, but the Heaven Jian sect had suffered heavy losses this time. He didn't want to face them head-on. After pondering for a moment, Gu Yinglong coldly looks at Mu Yan. Fine, for the sake of the Xiao family's young master, I can spare your lives. As long as you release Ping Yuiguang and hand over the Scarlet Flame Gold and Mystic Ghoul Wood. No way. Xue Dingtian gritted his teeth and refused. The culprit who harmed my Xue family's heir cannot be let off. Jun Mayan, I will definitely bring her back today and hand her over to the old ancestor to personally deal with. As for the remaining two, I will kill them on the spot. That would be going against the Shui family of the southern continent. Xiao Yunchuan, you'd better think it through. Can the Xiao family bear the wrath of our ancestor? As soon as he said this, the servants of the Xiao family all turned pale with fright. Young master, you must remain calm. Being able to save Miss Jun's life is already a blessing. You must not stand out again. Gu Yinglong and Shui Dingtian see that the Xiao family has also retreated, and they show a satisfied smile. Even Elder Ping, who is being carried by Mu Yan, laughs out loud. Jun Mayan, didn't I just say it? Your time of death has come. If you still want to struggle at death's door, then immediately release me and kneel before our old ancestor to beg for mercy. Ha ha ha. Mayan lowers her eyes and looks at the insolent man. The corners of her mouth slowly curl up into a cold smile. Idiot, have you forgotten what happened to Shui Huai? Elder Ping's smile froze on his face. Shui Huai's fate. What happened to him? Under heavy encirclement, with pursuers in front and no way out behind, they were in a hopeless situation. But what did this Jun Mayan do? She killed Shui Huai without hesitation and entered the Soul Death Forest. Elder Ping's eyes widened abruptly, his pupils constricting violently due to extreme fear. No. No way, the patriarch was here, and so was Shui Dingtian. If Jun Mayan kills her, she won't be able to escape. She wouldn't kill him. No, she wouldn't. Whoosh, a white light flashed in front of him, and Elder Ping felt a chill on his neck. Then, everything disappeared. The last scene reflected in his widened eyes was the girl's beautiful face and her peach blossom eyes that were as clear as water, without a trace of panic or fear. Mu Yan sheathed the 7 absolute sword and sneered at Gu Yinglong and Shui Dingtian. I'm sorry, but the Xiaoyao sect has always adhered to the principle that even if we die standing up, we will never live. The cultivators at the scene could not help but be startled. The followers of the Carefree Squad all revealed expressions of excitement and worship. Gu Yinglong's hand stretched out in midair as if he wanted to save Ping Yuiguang, but it was too late. He's trembling with anger. Jun Mayan, you're courting death. Shui Dingtian was also frightened by her ruthlessness. This little girl was young and her appearance was the best in the world. She looked soft and weak, but no one expected her to be so ruthless. He grits his teeth and says, Jun Mayan, you're so arrogant, disregarding your own life and death. Don't tell me you don't even care about the lives of other people in your sect? Do you know the consequences of offending the Xiao family of the southern continent? Ling Yuma sneered, is what my junior sister just said not clear enough? Her meaning is the meaning of the entire Xiaoyao school. Regardless of life or death, we, the Xiaoyao 7, will advance and retreat together. We will never abandon you. If you want to fight, let's fight. What's with all this nonsense? Luo Yu raised her head and made a gesture to summon her soul orb. She repeated, if you want to fight, then let's fight. What's with all this nonsense? Fine, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Gu Yinglong and Shui Dingtian roared in unison, summoning magical treasures in their hands as they prepared to attack. However, on the opposite side, Mu Yan, who had already taken out the 7 absolute sword, suddenly fixed his eyes on a certain place. He didn't blink for a moment, as if he was crazy. On her beautiful face, the austere coldness slowly receded and was replaced by a gentle smile. Xiao Yunchuan, who has been paying attention to Mayan, sees the smile that is brighter than the blazing sun. His eyes stare blankly and he almost faints. On the other side, Gu Yinglong and Shui Dingtian were about to launch their attacks. Mu Yan suddenly whispered, wait a minute, I don't want to fight with you. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Gu Yinglong sneered, now you know fear? Haha, but it's too late. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't let you go. Mu Yan slightly raised her eyebrows. Her eyes were languid and charming, and her clear voice revealed a trace of slyness and sweetness. Who said I'm afraid? I'm just tired after fighting for 30 days. So for the next round, let's change someone else to fight. What? Change someone else to fight, what does that mean? Gu Yinglong was startled at first, then he flew into a rage. Slut, are you playing with us? Mu Yan didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, she looked in a certain direction and chuckled, Yan Yu, someone is bullying your fiancé. What do you think we should do? Hearing this, Luo Yu and Ling Yuma were startled. They followed her line of sight, and their faces blossomed into brilliant smiles. Instructor Mo. Gu Yinglong sneered, "Stop trying to act mysterious. Do you really think that you can drag on a little longer and live?" Before he could finish, Gu Yinglong and Xue Dingtian suddenly soared into the sky without any warning. Chen De and Xiao Yunchuan thought that the two of them were going to attack, so they nervously shouted, "Be careful." But soon, everyone realized that something was wrong. Gu Yinglong and Xue Dingtian weren't flying in the sky at all. Instead, they were firmly locked in the air. Their hands and feet seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, forming a shape. Their limbs and bodies seemed to be pulled apart, causing their faces to reveal a pained expression. But no matter how much they struggled and used their spiritual energy, the air around them was like an endless vortex, swallowing all their resistance. However, this wasn't what scared them the most. Rather, they didn't know how they were trapped, and what kind of force was binding them. The two of them turned to look at Jun Muyan. Less than 10 meters away from the young girl, a tall and slender figure had appeared out of nowhere. The man seemed to have appeared out of thin air. No one knew when he had arrived or how he had suddenly appeared. So much so that they didn't even have the time to look at Gu Yinglong and Xue Dingtian, who were firmly bound in the air. Because at this moment, everyone's mind was in a daze. They couldn't help but focus their attention on the handsome man who didn't seem like a mortal. How could there be such a perfect and noble man in this world? They didn't dare to look at his eyes, didn't dare to look at his face. But even if it was just a blurry glance, looking at him from afar, they would feel an urge to submit, to kneel down and worship him. None of the spectators noticed the two statues guarding the Woodfern's secret realm. The moment they saw the person who came, they bent their knees and backs, which they had stood upright for hundreds of years, and wholeheartedly bowed to this godlike man. However, the man did not even look at the surrounding infatuated crowd. He walked up to Mu Yan and lowered his head to look at her. Mayan's line of sight sweeps over, the corners of her mouth hooking up into a faint smile. Jun Shangdaren's charm is still boundless, oh. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a tight grip on her waist and was kissed hard. Their lips parted as soon as they touched, so fast that no one could react. But Mayan lets out a hiss, covering her bitten and painful lips. She glares at him angrily, "Di Mingju, you didn't come to teach my bully a lesson, but to bully me instead?" Di Mingju grabs her waist, making her unable to take a step back. He says in a low voice, "This is bullying?" It was still a long way off. "This is nothing more than foreplay. This monarch will let you experience true bullying when we return." Mayan blushes and fiercely glares at him. This bastard, don't think that I can't understand the meaning of his words. The Jun Shan who didn't even know how to kiss before, how did he lose his moral integrity and become like this? Mayan is indignant, but Di Mingju suddenly pulls her into his arms and hugs her fiercely. The man's low and husky voice carries endless worry, helplessness, as well as a continuous and dense sea of tolerance and pampering. Yan, when can you really stay by my side? Let me watch over you, guard you, and protect you at all times. Instead of just missing you for a moment, then I'll be deeply worried, lovesick to the bone. He clearly knows that Mayan's growth is bound to experience dangers and tribulations. But when the void spirit ring sends the message that Mayan is in danger, he can't sit still for even a moment. He only wants to protect his little wife, his Yan, forever and forever in his arms, never letting her leave. Mayan's brows slowly stretch, flowing with an indescribable gentleness and charm. It's a different kind of charm that can only be shown to the man in front of her. However, the words that come out of her mouth mercilessly break this moment of charm and gentleness. Her fingers gently hook the man's lapel, the corners of her mouth are slightly charming, crafty, and evil. Di Mingju, before you say those sweet words, shouldn't you first support your fiancé? She points to Gu Yinglong and Xue Dingtian, her face innocent. It seems that I can't beat these two old guys, so I'll have to trouble my dear fiancé to do it. A smile flashes through Di Mingju's eyes. He really loves this cunning and quick-witted look of the woman in front of him. But when he turns his head to look at Gu Yinglong and Xue Dingtian, that trace of gentleness immediately disappears, turning into a bone-piercing chill. Gu Yinglong's heart suddenly trembles, a faint sense of foreboding rises in his heart. Your Excellency, who are you? This is a grudge between my Tianjian sect and the Xiaoyao sect, why do you want to intervene? Shui Dingtian couldn't help but shout, I'm from the Shui family of the southern land. You're going against my Shui family for a woman, have you thought about the consequences? Di Mingju looks at the two like he's looking at two piles of trash. He raises his hand, about to thoroughly crush the two. But suddenly, his movements slightly change, and the light in his eyes deepens. Yen Yen. Di Mingju slowly says, these two are asking me why I should intervene. Tell them, who am I to you? Just now, the conversation between Mayan and Di Mingju used secret sound transmission, so no one heard it. Some people heard the words fiancé that Mu Yan had just said, but some people were absent-minded because of Di Mingju's appearance. They simply didn't notice it. However, at this very moment, Di Mingju's words have attracted everyone's attention. Everyone is waiting for Mayan's answer. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu could not help but laugh. Teacher Mo was really not asking for his junior sister's status at all times. Mayan lightly raises her brows, the curve of her mouth is languid and charming. The light-colored lips gently open and close, the heavenly voice is neither light nor heavy, but it reaches the ears of everyone on the island. Let me reintroduce myself, Mo Ju, courtesy name Yenyu, Jun Mayan's future husband. You bullied me, so my fiancé stood up for me. What's wrong with that? The surroundings were completely silent. At this moment, everyone's chest is churning. It's not that a talented man and a beautiful woman are a match made in heaven, but it's not that either. No, who is Mo Ju? Why does he have such a frightening aura, such formidable strength? But, Jun Mayan, you actually fucking said that other people bullied you. Have you forgotten who was the one who killed the Heaven Jian sect and the Shui family and made them cry for their parents just now? Have you forgotten that you snatched the Heaven Jian sect's treasure with your left hand and the Shui family's divine artifact with your right? Have you forgotten that the elders of the Heaven Jian sect and the successor of the Shui family have all died under your sword, saying that someone bullied you? Do you feel guilty or not? Gu Yinglong and Shui Dingtian's faces turned red and twisted. They opened their mouths as if they wanted to say something. But this time, Di Mingju doesn't give them a chance, and lightly lifts his eyebrows. The next moment, there was a loud bang. The two people in midair immediately exploded, scattering into a cloud of blood mist that fluttered down. Di Mingju grabs Mayan's waist and says in a deep voice, Jin Wu. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of flame soared into the sky and suddenly turned into a giant golden-red bird that hovered in the air. Di Mingju takes Mayan and flies up the golden crow. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu immediately follow. Standing on top of the golden crow, he felt as if there were flames burning beneath his feet. However, this flame did not feel hot at all when it was beside his feet. The three of them were astonished. The golden crow receives Di Mingju's order and is about to take off. Chen De and Xiao Yunchuan shouted from below. Boss! Boss, we want to follow you. If we want to see you in the future, where can we go to find you? Mei Yen Yen, don't abandon me. I am willing to roam the world with you. From now on, you are the wind and I am the sand. We will be entangled until the end of the world. Clatter, Jun Shangdaran directly crushes a piece of jade slip that is communicating with Shoshan continent. His deep and serene eyes look at Mayan, the corners of his mouth curling up dangerously. Adventure in the secret territory? Was he bullied? Now, it seems that Yen Yen is very happy in there. There's actually someone who wants to be with you until the end of the world? At this time, Mu Yan really wants to fall down from the back of the golden crow and slaughter this idiot Xiao Yunchuan. Ahem, I can explain this. Di Mingju faintly looks at her. Speak, Ben Jun is listening. Mu Yan is about to say something. Suddenly, a furry little yellow head popped out from behind her. GG. Mommy. Mummy. Goo goo goo. Ah, so high. Mommy, I'm scared. Mommy, hug me. Little Linghua's eyes are circling around two mosquito coils. He falls into Mayan's arms and arches into her neck for comfort. Mu Yan was just about to pull out this troublesome stupid chicken. She hears Di Mingju's deep and hoarse voice slowly echoing in her ears. Mama? He knew from Bai Xia what his mother meant. So, wasn't it enough that his fiancée had attracted a bunch of wild bees and butterflies for him? And he even brought back a cheap son? Mu Yan's face stiffened as she clutched the little chick. She forced a smile and said, This, I really can explain. On a hill somewhere on the nameless island. No one noticed that a man was quietly standing there, watching the golden crow fly into the distance without saying a word. A gentle breeze ruffled his black hair like a waterfall, revealing the man's incomparably handsome face. "Master, why didn't you go out?" Jiwen cried out in exasperation. "You were clearly in such a hurry that you didn't even treat your injuries, just to save Mei Yan. But now that she's here, you don't even want to see her." Luo Yunxiao lightly said, "It's fine as long as they're fine. There's already someone by her side who can protect her, there's no need for him to appear." Yes, he was unnecessary to anyone in the world. Jiwen smashed her head on the ground in anger. Just as Luo Yunxiao was about to leave, she stopped with a frown. "Master, what's wrong?" Luo Yunxiao pondered for a moment before saying softly. Shi Qing opened the sword furnace. "What? Is old man Shi crazy? Who entered the sword furnace? It can't be those kids, can it? Master, should we go take a look?" Luo Yunxiao closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again and disappeared. As soon as Mayan and the others left, the cultivators on the nameless island also headed for the teleportation array. Dimingju could leave without the teleportation array. But they couldn't, the woodfern sea was boundless, and the location of the nameless island was unknown. They might not be able to find it even if they flew until they ran out of spiritual energy. Not to mention, there would be terrifying beasts flying out of the woodfern sea from time to time. Everyone's mood was indescribably complicated. After all, the opening of the woodfern secret realm this time had been filled with too many twists and turns. No one would have thought that the Heavenjian sect, a second-rate sect in the Ziyun world, would be turned upside down by 3 first-stage nascent soul cultivators. How could they have been turned upside down by 3 first-stage nascent soul cultivators? In the end, even their only peak-leaving aperture elder was killed by Mayan's fiancé. The Shui family wasn't any better. 2 leaving aperture elders died without a complete corpse, and even their heir died in the secret realm. It could be said that after today, the Heavenjian sect would be in decline and would no longer have its former glory. As for the Shui family, they wouldn't suffer too much. However, with 2 of their successors crippled, the Shui family had no one to carry on. Presumably, their future would not be far. What was even more shocking was Mayan's fiancé, the mysterious man called Mo Ju. In the blink of an eye, a peak-leaving aperture realm and an advanced leaving aperture realm were annihilated. What kind of strength was that? How terrifying was that? Even if the Shui family hated them to the core, would they dare to take revenge? Wouldn't they end up like the Heavenjian sect? From today onwards, the name of the Unfettered Seven would spread throughout the cultivation continent. With just a first-tier nascent soul realm cultivation, he actually managed to defeat a group of nascent soul realm cultivators, and leaving aperture realm cultivators. Wait! Someone in front of the teleportation portal suddenly cried out in alarm. Am I imagining things? Just now, I felt that Jun Mayan, Ling Yuma and Luo Yu aren't at the nascent soul stage. This shout seemed to have brought everyone back to their senses. I also felt it. From the moment that godlike man appeared, the cultivation of Jun Mayan and the other 2 changed. He seems to be at the peak of the golden core realm. Everyone present was a nascent soul cultivator, so they could easily detect a golden core cultivator with a casual sweep of their divine sense. It's just that at that time, everyone's minds were shaken by Dimingju, so much so that they simply didn't notice the change in Mayan's trio's cultivation. How would these people know? It was all thanks to the void spirit ring that Mu Yan and the others were able to display their nascent soul cultivation. But Dimingju's appearance makes the auras of the 2 void spirit rings react to each other, and the illusion of camouflage naturally dissipates. It's just that at that time, everyone was attracted by Dimingju, so no one noticed it. But now, they finally came back to their senses. Those 3 from the Xiaoyao sect were only at the golden core stage? Their nascent soul cultivation was fake? Heavens! Heavens! God! That's why it's not that 3 first-rank nascent soul cultivators overturned the entire Heavenjian sect and the Shui family. Rather, 3 core formation cultivators overturned all the nascent soul and leaving aperture cultivators in the entire secret territory? These unfettered 7 demons, in the end, what kind of frightening evildoers are they? Sad face Linglong Island, 2 days ago. Buzz, the alchemy furnace vibrates, emitting a sweet and provocative fragrance. The veiled Ling Qingwan stares at Ling Yuexia as she takes out a sparkling snow-white elixir from the alchemy furnace. Her face can't help but reveal a hopeful and longing light. Ling Yuexia looks at the elixir in her hand, and she also can't help but reveal an excited expression. The magnificent quicksand is finally refined. Whether I, Ling Yuexia, and Tianyi men can make a comeback depends on this elixir. Master! Master! Ling Qingwan crawls on her knees and hugs Ling Yuexia's thigh. Master, you said to let me take this magnificent quicksand, let me have the same beauty as Jun Mayan, let me become the mistress of the polar domain. Master, I swear, as long as you give me this magnificent quicksand, I will be unswervingly loyal to you in the future. Ling Yuexia condescendingly looks at her, firmly grasping the elixir in her hand. Ling Qingwan touches her face that's full of scars under her veil that won't heal. She wants to rush over and directly snatch it. But she doesn't dare. Ever since that day in the Tianyi men's underground tunnel, she's been extremely afraid of this master. Ling Qingwan wails, Master, these days, the people of Linglong Island completely look down on us. It's clear that you've given us our Tianyi men's top-secret pill formula, the magnificent quicksand, but they still treat us like dogs. But if your disciple can become the emperor's woman, then Master will be able to stand high above us, trample all of those snobbish fellows under your feet, and ruthlessly take revenge. Master! Master, what do you say? Ling Qingwan's words make Ling Yuexia's complexion turn extremely gloomy. At that time, she was being hunted by the entire Shoshan continent in the polar domain. She had nowhere else to go, so she came to Linglong Island to seek shelter. Linglong Island is also a force belonging to the polar domain. But the status of the island master, Yu Yanran, was extremely high. No matter what she did, the polar domain would never interfere. Most importantly, the Linglong Island was the sworn enemy of the Kamikaze sect. In addition, Ling Yuexia holds a lot of Tianyi men's unique secret recipes in her hands. It even included magnificent quicksand, which was rumored to have been lost in history. She was sure that Linglong Island would take her in and cooperate with her. Everything was just as Ling Yuexia had expected. The island master of the Linglong Island, Yu Yanran, was in seclusion, but the vice-island master, Huang Shouchuan, seeing the things she offered, really took them in. But soon, Ling Yuexia found out that this wasn't shelter at all, but a disguised form of house arrest. The people of Linglong Island did not allow them to go out. The moment Ling Yuexia raised her objection, Huang Shouchuan used the excuse that island master Yu Yanran was in seclusion and could not accommodate the two of them. Huang Shouchuan was taken aback. He immediately said that he would throw the two of them out. He wanted them to perish under the pursuit of the polar domain. Huang Shouchuan's attitude directly affected the servants of Linglong Island. In this period of time, the servants of Linglong Island simply did not put the two of them, master and disciple, in their eyes. The food that was served every day, not to mention immortal energy, there was not even a trace of spiritual energy. Moreover, it would often go bad. Ling Yuexia wanted to collect the elixirs and immortal medicines to refine the magnificent quicksand. She could only lower her voice, and even sell her beauty to an old servant. Baidu search, UC Book League, website, and let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of which were updated in seconds. She was the dignified sect master of Tianyi men. For so many years, she had been high and mighty, being flattered and looked up to. But now, he had fallen to such a state. How could Ling Yuexia not hate him? But so what if he hated her? She was now a street rat. Once she left Linglong Island, she would die without a burial. But what if Ling Qingwan can really seduce Di Mingju? At that time, the polar domain would be hers, and the entire Shoshan continent would be hers. Those who had given her face and humiliated her on Linglong Island, she could trample on them one by one and make them beg for mercy like ants. Thinking of this, Ling Yuexia's eyes shone brightly. She lowered her head to look at Ling Qingwan, whose face was filled with longing. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed Ling Qingwan's chin, stuffing a blood-red pill into her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Ling Qingwan desperately coughed, trying to spit out what she had swallowed. Master, what did you feed me? Ling Yuexia sneered, if you want the magnificent quicksand, I naturally have to guarantee that you won't betray me. What you just swallowed was the child of the Wang Liang Gu. In this world, only I have the mother Gu. In other words, from the moment you consumed the Wang Liang Gu's child Gu, your life is in my hands. Leng Qingwan's face revealed a frightened expression. Wang Liang Gu, as the next head of Tiani men, of course she knew what the Wang Liang Gu was. After consuming the Wang Liang Gu, her life was completely in Ling Yuexia's hands. If Ling Yuexia wanted to kill her, it would be as easy as flipping his palm. But if she wanted to resist, her soul would be devoured by the Wang Liang Gu and she would die. Moreover, if Ling Yuexia died, she wouldn't be able to live either. Leng Qingwan originally planned to wait until she marries Di Mingju, then let Di Mingju quietly kill Ling Yuexia's little schemes. But now, this little scheme of his had been completely destroyed, and he didn't dare to raise it in the slightest. Ling Yuexia looked at her frightened expression and revealed a satisfied expression. Only then did she hand the magnificent quicksand to Leng Qingwan. This time, Leng Qingwan couldn't wait to pounce over and swallow it in one gulp. 2 hours later. Leng Qingwan held the eyebrow pencil and carefully drew on her eyebrows. Her eyes revealed a look of excitement and pride. The woman in the bronze mirror had peach blossom eyes that rippled like water, and her appearance was peerlessly beautiful. However, this face was clearly not Leng Qingwan's. On the contrary, she was already 50 to 60% similar to Mu Yan. As she watched, the expression on Leng Qingwan's face changed to one of hatred and unwillingness. What he hated was the true owner of this face, Jun Mayan, although this bitch was already dead. But as long as she thought of the humiliation and pain she had brought to herself, Leng Qingwan couldn't help but want to drag that slut out again and dismember her body into 1,000 pieces 100 times. What he was unwilling to accept was that Lu Ruoxuan's catalyst was too inferior, causing the effect of the magnificent flowing sand to be greatly reduced. She and Jun Mayan's appearance are only 50 to 60% similar. If she could become exactly like Jun Mayan, how could Di Jun not be smitten when he sees her? However, 5 to 6 points was enough. After all, that bitch was already dead, wasn't she? He was the only one in the world who had such beauty. Behind Leng Qingwan, Ling Yuexia was also staring at Leng Qingwan's face in the mirror. Her eyes flashed with jealousy and unwillingness. Such a devastatingly beautiful appearance reminded her of that slut, Bailey Yin-Lu. Bailey Yin-Lu had seduced the soul of her beloved man. In the end, he actually abandoned her and lived together with that slut. 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 Those who come from the god musicians are all sluts, but fortunately, the god musicians are now extinct. Even their only inheritor died in Ling Qingya's hands. Haha. Bailey Yin-Lu, what's the use of struggling at death's door to leave behind an inheritance? Now, your soul can only fly away and scatter, dying with hatred. Bang, just then, the room's door is suddenly pushed open. A manservant of Linglong Island bursts in, coldly saying, Ling Yuexia, Leng Qingwan, Deputy Island Master Huang wants you to go immediately. Hurry up, don't let Deputy Island Master Huang wait for too long. That condescending tone, like ordering a servant, makes Ling Yuexia's face twist. But in the end, she swallows her anger and follows. As soon as Huang Shouchuan sees the two, he gets straight to the point. You said that you once killed a remnant of the Shin musicians in the Yanwu continent. Leng Qingwan immediately says, that's right, I killed that slut with my own hands. Huang Shouchuan slightly narrows his eyes, his face revealing a mocking expression. Just now, the spirit bell rang again. Moreover, the sound of the bell was much louder than the first time, and the fluctuations of the heavenly demon's power were also far stronger than the first time. What? That's impossible? Leng Qingya screams, I saw that slut being struck to death by lightning with my own eyes. She can't still be alive, she's dead. She must be dead. Even an immortal like her was seriously injured by that terrible lightning, not to mention that slut's insignificant mortal body. Huang Shouchuan sneers, I don't care what you did back then, whether that person you speak of is dead or not. But the Shin musicians are my Linglong Island's mortal enemies. No matter what, we must clean up the remnants of the Shin musicians. Didn't you want to rely on Linglong Island? His gaze faintly sweeps over Leng Qingwan and Ling Yuexia, lowering his voice, now, this seat will give you a chance. You two immediately go to the Xiozhen continent and clean up all the remnants of the Shin musicians. In the future, you will be a part of Linglong Island. I can ask the island master to let the polar domain spare your lives. Xianxia is startled. But in her heart, she has an irreconcilable hatred for all the descendants of the Shin musicians. Therefore, to be able to personally kill the remnants of the Shin musicians, she is more than willing. Then I'd like to ask Deputy Island Master Huang to lend me the treasure of my island of Linglong, the Mirror of Illusions. Huang Shouchuan sneered and thought to himself, if I had the Mirror of Illusions, would I still need you 2 pieces of trash to go down there? However, he did not reveal anything on his face. He said calmly, I accidentally lost the Mirror of Illusions. You two can go on like this. Are you kidding me? This time, Xianxia really couldn't sit still anymore. I'm already a Xian immortal. Without the protection of a treasure that can break through the barrier, my soul will be injured and my strength will be greatly reduced. Don't you have void immortals and golden immortals on your Linglong Island? Why didn't you send them? On the Xiaoxian continent, the cultivation levels of immortals were Hollow Immortal, Golden Immortal, Profound Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Venerable, and Immortal Emperor. Immortals below the high-level Golden Immortal realm had a certain chance of being torn apart by the space-time rift when passing through the spatial barrier, but it was very likely that they could still pass through safely. But for immortals above the high-level Golden Immortal realm, once they touched the space-time barrier, it would inevitably cause the barrier to fluctuate violently. If they didn't have the protection of treasures like the Mirror of Heaven and Earth and the Mirror of Illusions, when passing through the spatial barrier, they would inevitably suffer heavy injuries. If it was light, their cultivation would regress. If it was heavy, they would die. Xianxia had always been selfish and afraid of death, so how could she be willing to put herself in danger? Huang Shouchuan looked at her disdainfully. Every disciple of Linglong Island, including mystic immortals and golden immortals, is precious. How can you bet on such a small chance? If he died inside, with Yanran's kind nature, wouldn't she be heartbroken? Moreover, he had just witnessed Qin Peng's soul lamp being extinguished. Qin Peng had the Mirror of Illusions and was a profound immortal, but he still died in the cultivation continent. It was clear that there was an unknown danger in that place. How could the disciples of the Linglong Island be killed in such a place? Xianxia was trembling with anger. The people of Linglong Island couldn't be sacrificed, so he, Xianxia, could be sacrificed at will. In her entire life, she had never suffered such humiliation. She gritted her teeth and said, what if I don't go? Huang Shouchuan's eyes were filled with coldness. My Linglong Island never keeps idle people. If you refuse to go down, then don't blame us for chopping off your heads and sending them directly to the polar domain. On the contrary, if you kill the remnants of the Shin musicians, when the island master comes out, he will certainly reward you handsomely. Xianxia wanted to scream and fly into a rage. However, Leng Qingwan firmly held her back. Master, calm down. We must not go against the Linglong Island now. We can only wait for me to attract the Emperor's heart. Only then will it be time for us to take revenge. Leng Qingwan's eyes, which were hidden under her veil, flickered with a brilliant light of determination. She lowers her voice and says, the most important thing right now is to determine whether that slut, that Jun Mayan, is still alive or not. Xiaoxia's heart trembled, then she shot a resentful gaze towards Leng Qingwan. Trash. You can't even handle a mortal from the Yanwu continent. Leng Qingwan's heart is filled with resentment, but she doesn't dare to show it. She only pleads in a low voice, Master, only this disciple can replace Jun Mayan and win Jun Shang's heart. Only then can our Tianyi men be revitalized once again, and only then can you avenge today's humiliation. And to replace Jun Mayan, to become the one and only existence in Di Jun's mind. The first premise is that Jun Mayan, that slut, must die. Moreover, Leng Qingwan had another thought in her mind. If Jun Mayan was really still alive and in the Xiaoxian continent, then wouldn't the Emperor also be there? She gently caressed her smooth and delicate face under the veil. Leng Qingyao's eyes shone with excitement. As long as Jun Mayan was eliminated, she would appear in front of Di Jun with this peerless beauty. The monarch will definitely fall head over heels for me. From now on, she would have a meteoric rise and become the true mistress of the polar domain. That's right, it definitely will. The golden crow was as fast as lightning, but it was as steady as a mountain. Therefore, Mu Yan and the other two felt that they had returned to the starry school in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing them return safely, Meng Baichuan heaved a sigh of relief. It's good that you returned alive. It's good that you returned alive. Are there any injuries on your body? Let the Academy's doctors take a good look. Word of what had happened in the Woodfern secret realm had already spread throughout the Violet Cloud world. However, it was clear that the Azure Blue realm had not heard the news yet. When Meng Baichuan saw them return safely, he thought that they were lucky to return alive from the mystic realm. He also didn't ask the three of them about their gains on this trip. Wasn't it a blessing to be able to stay alive? Mu Yan smiled, took out a storage ring, and threw it to Meng Baichuan. College Chief Meng, these are the things we got from the Woodfern secret realm, Mu Yan said. They're the most useful for the students and teachers of Starry School. The items in the Woodfern secret realm were all high-level treasures suitable for nascent soul and astral projection cultivators. Mu Yan also picked for a long time before he managed to pull out some of the less valuable ones and placed them all in the storage ring. It wasn't that she was stingy, but the cultivation levels of the Starry School's teachers and students were too low. Even if she gave them the high-level natural treasures, they wouldn't be able to use them now. On the contrary, it was an innocent man who got into trouble because of his wealth, causing trouble for no reason. Meng Baichuan received the storage ring in a daze. When he looked inside, he sucked in a breath of cold air. What was this? A small mountain of green mist grass, 6-tier Buddha fruit, violet fire flower, these were things that couldn't be bought even with crystals in the Azure Blue world, not to mention, there were bundles upon bundles of spiritual weapons and bottles upon bottles of elixirs. Mu Yan, where did this come from? Luo Yu grinned and said, Dean Meng, are you talking nonsense? We just came back from the Woodfern secret realm. Other than snatching it, where else could it have come from? With that, he yawned. It's fine. We'll return to the Alcade branch first. This time, when the three of us sneaked out, I wonder how angry eldest senior brother is. At the mention of this, the three of them withered. First senior brother was scary when he was angry. Meng Baichuan came back to his senses and said hurriedly, Are you looking for your brothers? They're not in the Alcade branch? Half a month ago, they received a message from your master and returned to the Qingyun world. The three of them looked at each other. First senior brother and the others had returned to the Xiaoyao school. Why would Master Shiqing suddenly send them a message? It can't be that something happened, right? Seeing their strange expressions, Meng Baichuan hurriedly said, Don't worry. They didn't look worried when they left. It should be something normal. Mu Yan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Especially Luo Yu. Shiqing had practically single-handedly raised him. To him, Shiqing was his master. He was like a father or a grandfather. If something happened to Shiqing, he simply couldn't imagine it. Seeing the worry in Luo Yu and Ling Yuma's eyes, Mu Yan decisively said, I will go to the Hellfire Valley first. We will return to the Xiaoyao sect tonight. Commander of the Ink Camp, Yan Haoyan, greets Miss. Great Void Battalion Commander Bai Yichen greets Miss. Heavenly Secret Battalion Commander Ru Yan greets Young Mistress. Longevity Camp's Commander Feng Haitang greets Young Miss. Looking at the four people kneeling in front of her, Mu Yan's heart is in turmoil. In the Yanwu continent, the scene of Yan Haoyan swearing allegiance to her seems to still appear before her eyes. After them were Ru Yan, Feng Haitang, and Bai Yichen. After her rebirth, apart from Xiao Bao, these people had been accompanying her through ups and downs. Regardless of whether they were separated by life or death, neither could make them abandon him. When they took the spirit-molding pill and ascended to the strange cultivation continent, didn't they think that the road ahead was uncertain? No, they must have thought about it. However, they chased after him without hesitation. After seeing the colorful world of the cultivation continent and receiving the help of the Zhu family, didn't they know the power and beauty of power? No, they knew. However, no one chose to abandon him or leave. Mu Yan knows that it wasn't them who owed her, but she owed them. And now, she finally had the ability to repay them. The Tian Mo Qin slowly appears in her hands, and her fingertips gently pluck the strings. Under the moonlight, the girl's voice seemed so clear, bright, and warm. Yan Haoyan, Ruyan, Feng Haitang, Bai Yichen, I'm going to think of a way to help you shed your mortal bodies and change your bones, completely changing the attribute of your spirit roots. this process might be very painful and dangerous. If you can't endure it, you might degenerate into a mortal. But if you can endure it, you will have a wider sky and climb to a higher peak. Are you willing to give it a try? The four of them were stunned. They looked at each other and saw the excitement and ecstasy in each other's eyes. Mu Yan treated everyone in the Nether Flame army extremely well. She was so poor that she did not even have a single spar, but the resources she gave to the Nether Flame army had never been cut off. It had only been a year since the Nether Flame army had ascended to the Cultivation continent, but everyone's cultivation had already reached the 5th level of Anidia and above. Xianxia and the other three had already reached the peak of Anidia. However, from then on, they fell into a bottleneck and were unable to break through. This was the inherent limitation of the body. Apart from Mu Yan and Xiao Bao, all the people who grew up in the Yanwu continent have their bodies corroded by the air of desolation all year round. Day after day, their spirit roots have long become unbearably mottled, and their Dantian sea of consciousness is filled with the air of primal chaos. Such a body was not much better than a mortal's. It was something that could not be changed no matter how many pills one consumed or how much spiritual energy one poured into it. Xianxia and the others were disappointed and blamed themselves, but they did not resent him. Because they knew that they were already much, much luckier than others. It was just that it was a pity that it was unable to become stronger and could only become a burden. It was impossible for it to stay by Miss and Little Master's side. But now, the young Miss was telling them that they could be reborn and continue to improve. The sudden joy was like a tidal wave washing over their heads, making them almost unable to think. After calming down, the four of them chose to give it a try without any hesitation. The sound of the zither rang out slowly. The sweat on the four of them flowed down like rain, drenching their clothes. Everyone had a pained expression on their faces. However, there was not a single person who cried out in pain. 2 hours have passed. When Mayan loosens the strings, her hands are almost powerless to tremble. His dantian was completely empty, almost all of his spiritual power and divine sense had been consumed. But a bright smile bloomed on her face. Success, the spirit roots of Xianxia and the other three had undergone a complete transformation. From then on, the golden core or fasting stage would no longer be a bottleneck for them. As long as they were willing to work hard, as long as they had enough pills, they would climb up step by step, all the way to the peak. Born in the Yanwu continent, the impure spiritual roots of mortals can no longer become their shackles. Miss, your grace of rebirth. When Ru Yan's voice came out, she realized that she couldn't stop crying. 2 streams of tears flowed down Feng Haitong's cheeks as she knelt on the ground. The 2 men, Xianxia and Bai Chen, did not cry. Instead, they clenched their right fists tightly against their left chests and kowtowed towards Mayan. If we fail to repay miskindness in this life, we will be consigned to eternal damnation, abandoned by both heaven and man. Xianxia clearly couldn't speak, but his chapped lips actually rubbed against each other and produced a clear sound. Baidu search, UC Book League, website, let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all updated in seconds. Bai Chen even held the token of love between him and Lin Sidong in his hand. That represented his determination that he would never go against even if he died. Mu Yan's smile is warm, but her expression is indifferent. You don't need to be deeply grateful to me. In fact, I can't do much for you. I can't guarantee that you won't be in danger in the future, and I won't give you orders. But I can assure you that as long as you follow me and Little Treasure for one day, I will treat you sincerely and not let you regret your decision. The 4 of them clenched their right fists and placed them on their chests as they spoke in unison. The heavens bear witness, we are the Nether Flame army for a day, and we will be the Nether Flame souls for all eternity. We will never leave each other in life or death. The people outside the house seemed to have heard their voices. Suddenly, hundreds of people knelt on the ground and shouted in unison. The heavens bear witness, we are the Nether Flame army for a day, and we will be the Nether Flame souls for all eternity. We will never leave each other in life or death. Mu Yan took a deep breath. Similarly, she clenched her right fist and pressed it against her chest. She said softly, all right, then our Nether Flame army will never leave, never abandon. When Xianxia group of 4 and the Nether Flame army outside had all stood up, Mayan continued. What I used to purify your spiritual roots just now was my newly learned musician skill, rebirth. I'm not familiar with this skill yet, so I can only help the four of you improve for now. In the near future, there shouldn't be many people who can be reborn. I don't care what assessment criteria you use, just select a portion of the cultivators under you and wait for my news in the Tianguang ruins. However, there's no need to rush those who haven't had their turn yet. As long as they are core members of the Nether Flame Army, I guarantee that there will be a chance for them to be reborn. After the Nether Flame Army heard Ru Yan and the rest's narration, they were ecstatic. Especially Guan Hu, Shui Yan, and the other captains, all of them even rubbed their palms together with high fighting spirit, and they vowed to seize the first batch of positions into their hands. On the shore of Jingpa Lake, the moonlight sprinkled down in fragments, it was extremely beautiful. Compared to half a year ago, the entire Hellflame Valley was completely different. The valley, which was originally wide open, was now covered with layers of camouflage and defense barriers. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to touch the entrance of this valley. The valley was filled with all kinds of rare spirit herbs, and there were many spirit beasts of the 5th rank and above on the mountain. Furthermore, that was before Mu Yan entered the Woodfern's secret realm. With the treasures she'd brought back from the Woodfern's secret realm, Hellflame Valley would be able to rise to new heights. For example, the turf under his feet could all be replaced by the green mist grass, which spirit beasts loved the most. As Mu Yan was thinking, she suddenly felt her body being pulled into a familiar embrace. The man's low and hoarse voice enters her ears. Yan Yan, I want to go back to the Shoshan continent. Mu Yan turns around to look at the man's increasingly handsome face under the moonlight. Her heart is reluctant, but she still smiles and says, all right, be careful in everything. Don't worry about me, I'll take care of myself. Di Mingju looks at the girl's light and breezy smile, listening to her sweet voice, but he can't help but grind his teeth. This little heartless brat, he really didn't feel the slightest bit of reluctance, feeling the man's low pressure. Mu Yan is about to open her mouth to ask if things are a little tricky. However, her red lips were suddenly sealed. Moreover, he was bitten heavily again. Woo! Mayan lets out a soft cry, and angrily says, Di Mingju, are you a dog? This is the second time he's bitten her since they've reunited. Baidu search the UC Book League website and let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of which are updated in seconds. Di Mingju leans down and whispers in her ear, Benjun isn't here, you're not allowed to go out and attract bees and butterflies. Mayan angrily says, when did I go out to attract bees? Before she could finish speaking, she was swallowed by the man again. Mayan is gasping for breath, her whole body is almost paralyzed in Di Mingju's arms. For a moment, she no longer has her imposing manner. This bastard, he was actually using the charm trick. Di Mingju continues in a hoarse voice, especially that Luo Yunxiao, Yan Yan, you're not allowed to be alone with him. What? Why did the conversation suddenly jump to youngest martial uncle? What does it have to do with youngest martial uncle? How long had it been since he last saw little martial uncle? Mayan casts him a sidelong glance, her finger poking at his chest. Di Mingju, you're too narrow-minded. Youngest martial uncle is youngest martial uncle. To us, the Xiaoya 7 disciples, he is our closest relative. He is more like our master than our master. You're even jealous of young martial uncle? Di Mingju's eyes darken. He opens his mouth wanting to say something, but in the end, he swallows back the words at the tip of his tongue. Of course, he won't tell Mayan that no matter how much that man concedes, no matter how much he bears it, he can't hide the affection in his eyes when he looks at Mayan. He also won't tell Mu Yan that Luo Yunxiao has also come to that nameless island just now. Every time Mu Yan was in danger, this man would appear. It goes without saying what he was doing. Mu Yan sees that Di Mingju has a calm face and doesn't speak. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he recalled the scene of Qi Huang stomping his feet every time he mentioned little martial uncle. She blurts out, Di Mingju, don't tell me that you're jealous that youngest martial uncle is more handsome than you? As soon as the words left her mouth, she knew it was going to be bad. Sure enough, the man's face, which was originally dark and gloomy, suddenly looked as if he was about to sink into the water. Luo Yunxiao looks more handsome than me. Di Mingju's voice is very tranquil, the corners of his mouth even curling up into a faint smile. Mu Yan, on the other hand, is so frightened that she frantically shakes her head. No, no. In my heart, only you, Yan Yu, are the most handsome. The rest of the women, whether they are fat or skinny, are all fleeting clouds. It was just a slip of the tongue. Yes, a slip of the tongue. Unfortunately, Di Mingju won't be so easily coaxed this time. Since you know you're wrong, you should accept the punishment. After saying that, he doesn't wait for Mu Yan to resist and directly presses her against the rockery by the lake, covering up her punishment. Until the jade slip in his hand lit up with an urging light again. Only then does Di Mingju release her. This time, the voice that speaks again carries a trace of hoarseness and uneasiness. Yan Yan, you will stay by my side forever, and be my wife, right? Mayan hugs him, her tone carrying a trace of helplessness and pampering. I seem to have answered this question many times. But since you want to hear it, I can repeat it for you 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Di Mingju, I, Jun Mayan, like you. In this life, as long as you don't betray me, I will only love you in this lifetime. In this world, Xiaobao and you are my most important and true love. Di Mingju reaches out and tightly embraces her, whispering, Ben Jun will be back soon. Mu Yan nods lightly. She then heard the man say, wait for Ben Jun's return. If I discover that you've violated our agreement and continue to attract bees and butterflies, then we'll settle all the past and future debts together. Mu Yan, wait a minute, who's attracting bees and butterflies? Who has any shitty agreement with you? Di Mingju, don't talk to yourself like this, acting on your own initiative. Mu Yan fiercely grinds her molars as she watches the man's figure disappear. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes revealed a gentle smile and a sense of longing. Stupid Di Mingju, who said I didn't miss you? From the moment you disappeared, I couldn't help but miss you. However, to have someone in his heart that he could always worry about and think about every day, this kind of sour and sweet feeling didn't seem too bad. The divine speedboat flew towards the green cloud world's Merak mountain range as fast as lightning. Luo Yu and Ling Yuma were reminiscing about how poor they were back then, and the hardships they went through to the starry school from their clan. Now that they had emerged from the Woodfern's secret realm, they had struck gold. Not to mention a small flying artifact, even buying the entire Azure Cloud world wouldn't be a problem. In the space, Mu Yan and Qi Huang are discussing the method to advance their Shin musician skills. 1 round of mysterious energy, 1 round of spiritual energy, and 1 round of immortal energy can fuse into 1 round of divine energy. Mayan frowns, just how much is this round? Qi Huang said lazily, stupid. As the name suggests, it's naturally the amount of energy that the profound force, spiritual energy, and immortal energy in your body can contain after 12 circulations. But the problem is that I don't have celestial power. Her eyes lit up. Can I borrow someone else's celestial power? Qi Huang spits, your Tian Emochin is a broken magic weapon of those cats and dogs. Once the Tian Emochin recognizes a master, it can only accept your command. Even if it's Xiaobao, at most, he would only be able to play it a bit. Wanting to pour immortal power into the Tian Emochin, that's simply a dream. Mu Yan sighed. She had already guessed that this path would not work. It was actually very simple to produce immortal energy. That was to reach the peak of tribulation passing, then ascend and achieve an immortal physique. The problem was, she hadn't even broken through to the original infant stage. Wanting to reach the peak of the tribulation passing stage in a short period of time was simply wishful thinking. Gigi goo. Mama, mama, little Linghua rolled over to her side and rubbed itself against her chest, giggling. Why is this stupid chicken laughing like a fool every day? He was so silly, yet he still called her mommy. It was so embarrassing. Fortunately, apart from herself, Di Mingju seems to be the only one who understands the little chick's language. Otherwise, she would have to find a hole to hide in. Lowering his head, he was met with the little chick's watery eyes that were filled with adoration. In the end, he swallowed his words of reprimand. Forget it, I'll just take it as raising another brat. In any case, no matter how insolent he was, he couldn't be more insolent than Qi Xiaohuang. Jun Mayan, don't think that this Zun doesn't know what you're thinking. 7 Brilliants jumped up from the ground, bristling with anger. You dare to compare this sovereign with this stupid chicken? Do you believe that this sovereign will immediately stew this chicken? You throw this stupid chicken out of the space right now, do you hear me? Goo. Woo, the little chick was no longer as ignorant as it was when it was just born. It understood Qi Huang's words. Two bubbles of tears immediately swirl in her eyes, and she looks tearfully at Mayan. Gg. Mummy, don't throw Huang Huang away. Huang Huang will be good. Woo wah wah wah, Mayan has a headache as she picks it up. She has no choice but to softly pacify it. Don't cry, your big brother Qi Xiaohuang has a mania. It flares up every 2 or 3 days. Let's not lower ourselves to his level. June Mayan, who are you saying has a mania? Seven Brilliance angrily flings his sleeves at her. Baidu search, UC Book League, website, let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all updates in seconds. Irascible 7 Brilliant, 2, asking for votes, Mu Yan knows that this is an attack, and promptly waves the Tian Mo Qin to resist. When they quarreled, they would also attack each other like this. However, this attack would usually miss. But today, in her haste, Mayan's hand slipped, and her attack suddenly deviated from the established route. In the end, rip, the red robe on Qi Huang's body was torn apart, revealing his fair and slender body. The youth's appearance was extremely beautiful, elegant and seductive. Her jet-black hair was loosely draped over her shoulders and fluttered in the wind, making her look even more sexy and charming. However, all of this was destroyed by one thing. That was the only thing that was still on Qi Huang's body, the bright red underwear. Qi Xiaohuang was completely dumbfounded. His entire body stiffened as he stood in place. Mu Yan's eyes wander around to make sure that he isn't injured, then she bursts out in laughter. She couldn't suppress her laughter at all. She laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. The little chick opened its big round eyes and looked at Mu Yanxiao with a confused expression. Seeing that its mother was happy, it also began to giggle. The man and the chicken couldn't stop at all. Until Qi Huang lets out a roar that can shatter the entire Tian Mo Qin space, June. Moo. Face. 15 minutes later. Mu Yan and Little Chick stood side by side in front of the enraged Lord Artifact Spirit and sincerely apologized. Alright, I was wrong. I shouldn't laugh at you. Isn't it just a pair of red panties, red underwear? I think it's pretty bright and it suits you. Puff. Qi Huang gnashes his teeth and glares at her. June Mayan, if you dare to laugh again, this sage will not let you off. Mu Yan quickly retracted her smile. I'm not smiling. Our 7 little Huang is the most handsome and charming. No matter what you wear, you can't hide your charm. Little Linghua, goo. Mummy is right, raise a chicken wing in support. Qi Huang's ears turned red. He tried his best to suppress it, but he still couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He snorted. Don't think that I will let you off just because you said that. Qi Huang couldn't help but glance at the little chick as he spoke. He narrowed his eyes. Was that really a coincidence? But very quickly, he tossed this fleeting thought to the back of his mind, and looked at Mayan. You want to possess immortal energy? Mu Yan quickly nodded. Is there a way? If possible, she naturally hoped to achieve an immortal physique and produce immortal power as soon as possible. Otherwise, wouldn't her Shin musician skills be stuck at 1 star forever, unable to be upgraded? Putting everything else aside, if she couldn't level up her rebirth skill, she could only purify the spiritual roots of 4 people at a time. After a round of purification, he had to rest for a few days. If that's the case, how long will it take for all the Nether Flame army to be reborn? Qi Huang snorted. Do you know what moon spiritual root is? N? Why did the topic jump to the moon spiritual root? In this world, there is nothing better than the moon spirit root in being able to contain all kinds of energy and transform it into your own. It was just that none of the people who possessed the moon spirit root in the past were able to truly activate the potential of the moon spirit root. Therefore, no one knows. Qi Huang paused, then looked straight into Mu Yan's eyes. He slowly said, in this world, only the possessor of the moon spirit root can gather internal force, spiritual energy, immortal energy, devil energy, and even divine power into one body, without repelling each other and exploding. If you want to possess immortal energy before achieving an immortal physique, there is only one way. Just like when you were in the Yanwu continent, you didn't have a spiritual body, but you had a spiritual root. After running around for a day, I continued to update 5 chapters. Isn't it worth praising? Tickets, Z is recruiting you. End of this chapter. Returning home, Master, we're back. 1. Mu Yan's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly sat up straight and an idea flashed through her mind. Breaking through to the nascent soul level, she said slowly. When I break through to the nascent soul level, the moon spirit root will give birth to the 4th element. That's the best time for me to have celestial power and produce immortal bones. Qi Huang pouted. You're not too stupid after all. Mu Yan smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Then she remembered with lingering fear. Luckily, she didn't break through hastily in the underground palace in the Broken Soul Forest. Otherwise, she wouldn't have enough spiritual power, her blood qi would collapse, and she would be surrounded by powerful enemies. Even if she broke through, she wouldn't be able to produce immortal bones. Now it seemed that the underground palace, or rather, the little chick, had helped her by stopping her from breaking through. Mu Yan picked up the little chick and kissed its soft head. Little Huang, I think you should change your name to Lucky Chicken. Ever since she had picked up this son of a chicken, she had been blessed with good luck. The little chick almost fainted from happiness. Mama kissed him. Mama kissed him. Wow. Huang was the happiest chick in the world. Qi Huang gritted his teeth. Stupid chicken. I'll make soup out of you sooner or later. He would never admit that his heart ached. Jun Mu Yan, this stupid woman, had never kissed him before. She actually kissed a stupid chicken. Just then, Luo Yu and Ling Yuma's shouts came from outside. 6th senior sister, the Xiaoyao sect is here. Mu Yan quickly flashed out of the space. Looking from above, a familiar valley came into view. The Xiaoyao sect. After a year, the 7 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect had finally all returned. Compared to the shabby Xiaoyao sect a year ago, the whole unitary sect had worked hard. Tidying up. The sect base in front of them could be described as brand new. Compared to the Starry School, the Dragon Ascension School, or any other place they had stayed in recently, this place was like a beggar's nest. But looking at the familiar buildings and scenery, the 3 felt like they had finally returned home. Luo Yu said worriedly, I wonder how Master has been this year. Without us by his side, did he eat well? Did he miss us often? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Shurqing's energetic voice coming from inside. No, this doesn't count. My hand slipped just now and I made a mistake. I want to start over. What came? Next was a childish voice that was cold and adorable, but with a hint of helplessness. Grandmaster, you have no regrets when you make a move. Shurqing grinned and said, Xiaobao. Grandmaster is telling you, it's true that there's no regret in making a move, but as a person, we must know how to be flexible. You see, Grandmaster is getting on in years. It's normal for his hands to tremble. Good little baby, let me go down again. This time, I want to go down here. Xiaobao's voice was flat. Grandmaster, are you sure? In the next moment, Shurqing screamed like a pig being slaughtered. No. I made a mistake again. Let's do it again. Mu Yan and the other 2, who were listening to their conversation, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mu Yan hasn't seen Xiaobao for so long. Now that she hears her son's crisp and clear childish voice, the longing in her heart is practically overflowing. Ling Yuma already couldn't help but shout, Master, don't lead our precious nephew astray. Luo Yu also shouted, Master, little baby, we're back. End of this chapter. Returning home in glory, Master, we're back. 2. Shurqing and Xiaobao look up when they hear their voices. When Xiaobao's eyes meet Mu Yan's, his big ice blue eyes are filled with joy. He drops the chess piece in his hand on the chessboard, no longer caring about winning or losing. His small body is like an arrow released from a bow. He bursts into Mu Yan's arms, tightly hanging onto her neck and refusing to let go. Nyangqin. His soft voice carries a trace of grievance, full of longing, echoing in Mu Yan's ears over and over again, Nyangqin, Xiaobao missed you. Mu Yan tightly hugs his small body in her arms, her voice is a little hoarse, Nyangqin also missed you. After the mother and daughter pair are warm enough, Xiaobao remembers that there are a lot of people watching. He has always boasted that he has grown up, that he is a man, but he just hugged Mu Yan and acted like a spoiled child, his eyes red. At this time, when he meets the smiling eyes of Ling Yuma and the others, his little face immediately turns red, but he still pretends to be calm. This slender little appearance makes everyone laugh. Even Mu Yan is somewhat overjoyed. Xiao Bao and Di Mingju have been together for a long time, she doesn't know if they have a father-son appearance. His gestures are becoming more and more similar to Di Mingju. His appearance is very similar to Mu Yan's, with delicate features, not like that of an ordinary child. This cold little appearance is not as frightening as Di Mingju's, on the contrary, it's extremely cute. Ling Yuma can't help it. She reaches out and scoops Xiao Bao up, rubbing him hard. "Oh, Uncle's little darling, I haven't seen you for a month, Uncle missed you so much. Quick, let Uncle kiss you." Xiao Bao struggles to break free and crashes into Mu Yan's arms. His little face is flushed, and he repeats in all seriousness, "Fourth uncle, men and women should not touch each other." Ha ha ha. Everyone can't help but laugh in unison. After laughing, Mu Yan and the other two pay their respects to Shirqing. Luo Yu hugs Shirqing and doesn't let go. "Master, Xiaoqi missed you so much." He was raised by Shirqing since he was a child. For so many years, this is the first time he has left Shirqing's side for so long. Shirqing looked at Luo Yu, his murky eyes sparkling. "In the blink of an eye, you've grown so much. You're no longer that." He stopped mid-sentence and smiled as if trying to hide something. Good, good. It's good that you're back." Shirqing's gaze swept across Mu Yan and Ling Yuma, and the gratification in his eyes became even stronger. "Peak of the Gold Core Realm. When you left, you were only at the Anidia stage, but now you are already at the peak of the Gold Core Realm. Even Xiaoqi, that mischievous fellow, has reached the 9th stage of the Gold Core Realm. How am I lazy?" Luo Yu was unconvinced. "I won't work too hard these days." As he spoke, he thought of something and became excited again. "Oh right, where are eldest senior brother and the others? I'll show them how much I've improved. Ha ha ha, I'm not the weakest member of the Carefree sect anymore." Shirqing stroked his beard and looked at the peak of the back mountain. He slowly said, "They entered the sword furnace to cultivate half a month ago." Sword furnace? Which sword furnace? The three of them were confused. Suddenly, Ling Yuma exclaimed, "Don't tell me it's Junior Uncle's sword furnace." Luo Yu's eyes widened. "Master? Are you kidding? How could you let eldest senior brother and the others enter the sword furnace? Didn't Junior Uncle say that the sword furnace is extremely dangerous? Even a nascent soul realm cultivator would die in there?" Even Mu Yan's expression changed. End of this chapter. Eldest senior brother, are you all safe and sound? If even Junior Uncle said that the sword furnace was dangerous, then it must be a very dangerous place. Eldest senior brother and the rest all went in. Are they all safe and sound? Shirqing sighed softly, not speaking for a long time. Where is the sword furnace? Is it in the back mountain? Luo Yu turned and ran out. No, I have to save eldest senior brother and the rest. Little seven, don't mess around. Shirqing shouted. Luo Yu's eyes reddened. Master, I'm not messing around, but eldest senior brother and the rest, Mayan suddenly said. Is it because we didn't listen and insisted on going to the Woodfern secret realm that eldest senior brother and the rest chose to enter the sword furnace? Luo Yu and Ling Yuma looked over. Mayan's voice is slightly hoarse as she says, from the first time we entered the Xianxia, Big Brother always told us to keep a low profile. At that time, I guessed that one or even several of us might have enemies in the Xianxia. And we were too weak. If those enemies came looking for us, we wouldn't even have the ability to protect ourselves. Eldest senior brother was most afraid that we would get hurt. She paused, a trace of self-blame and regret in her eyes, but I never really took eldest senior brother's advice to heart. Mayan had always been free. She couldn't be bound by anything, and she couldn't suppress her nature to live. The rest of the Carefree sect was the same. That was why they were in the limelight time and time again, falling into danger time and time again. They lived freely and freely, not keeping a low profile at all. The Carefree Seven's name had long spread throughout the green, clear sky, and azure blue realms. Now, after the Deer Cry banquet and the Woodfern secret realm, even the people of the Purple Cloud world might know their names. That way, there would be a day when their enemies would come looking for them. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother, and fifth senior brother knew that they couldn't stop them, so they desperately wanted to become stronger. They didn't want to drag each other down, and they wanted to protect the people they cared about. Hearing Mayan's words, Ling Yuma bit her lower lip. She, who had always been fearless and thought she was number one in the world, was now filled with deep regret. Luo Yu's tears rolled down. It is all because we were disobedient that the senior brothers risked their lives to enter the sword furnace. Shirqing patted their shoulders and said softly, "All right, don't worry. They're fine now. Not a single soul lamp has been extinguished." As he spoke, he walked to the side and opened a cabinet for the other three to see. Sure enough, there were 3 soul lamps inside, each one pulsing brightly. Before Yun Ruhan and the others entered the sword furnace, they were afraid that if they died in an accident, Shirqing would know. That was why he used their hair and blood as a guide to refine the soul lamp that represented their life force. Seeing that the 4 soul lamps are bright and vibrant, Mu Yan and the other 2 let out a long sigh of relief. Shirqing restrained the worry in his eyes and said with a smile, "As cultivators, if we want to become stronger and climb higher, we have to fight against fate. If you just want to live in a corner, you can naturally be overcautious and avoid risks with a clear conscience. But if you want to become stronger, to stand at the peak, to ascend, and to cultivate the Tao, then the path you have to walk will definitely be filled with danger. Once fear arises in one's heart, the final outcome would be eternal damnation." It is precisely because Ruhan and the others know this that they chose to enter the sword furnace without hesitation. End of this chapter. Eldest senior brother, are you all safe and sound? 2. Asking for tickets, he paused for a moment before continuing. The 3 of you snuck into the Woodfern secret realm as Golden Core cultivators. Was there no danger at all? Did you even flinch at all? His words caused the worries in the hearts of the 3 of them to dissipate by half. Luo Yu looked at Shirqing suspiciously. "Master, you've changed. You're actually able to speak so much logic." "That's right." Ling Yuma added, "If it wasn't for the smell of alcohol on Master and the familiar way he acted shamelessly with Xiaobao, I would have suspected that he was possessed." "Hey, you 2 heartless brats. How can you talk about Master like that? I'll teach you a lesson." Shirqing picked up a broken shoe and chased after Luo Yu and Ling Yuma. The gloomy atmosphere in the room had been swept away, replaced by the sound of laughter. Mu Yan's gaze stopped on the 3 soul lamps and she frowned slightly. Then, she lowered her head and whispered in Xiaobao's ear. Xiaobao looked up in surprise, his eyes wide. "Mother, how did you know?" Mu Yan smiled and patted his head, not saying anything. However, when the smile reached the bottom of his eyes, it turned into a trace of confusion and worry. Although the soul lamps were fine, Mu Yan and the other 2 were still worried and waited on the back mountain. The sword furnace stood tall on the back mountain. From the outside, it looked like an unremarkable iron tower. There were many spots of rust on the outside of the tower. But when Luo Yu and the others tried to approach the sword furnace, they were immediately repelled by an invisible force. Without a special key, even an old ghost at the tribulation stage couldn't enter the sword furnace at will. "What is the sword furnace?" Mu Yan couldn't help but ask. Luo Yu shook her head. "I'm not too sure either. I only know that it belongs to Junior Marshal Uncle, and he left it for Master to suppress. I don't know what it is. I've heard third senior brother mention it before." Ling Yuma continued, "The sword furnace used to be a holy land for sword cultivators. There are tens of thousands of spirits and fiends inside. They will be strengthened or weakened according to the cultivation and talent of the person who enters the sword furnace. The more outstanding the spirit root, the more torture they will suffer in the sword furnace. Of course, if they succeed in the challenge, their strength will increase by leaps and bounds. But if the challenge fails, then the cultivator's soul will be trapped in the sword furnace to strengthen the Een soul and Nether fiend, forever unable to reincarnate. As the number of Een souls and Nether fiends in the sword furnace increases, the training in the sword furnace becomes more and more difficult. In the past 100 years, only Junior Master has come out of the sword furnace alive." Ling Yuma's words made Mu Yan and Luo Yu's hearts lift up again. Would everyone really be able to come out safely? Mu Yan hugs Xiaobao tightly in her arms. Xiaobao raises his head and gently caresses the worry between Mu Yan's brows. Mother, don't worry. Sherbua and the others are so powerful. They will definitely be fine. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little chick also popped its head out, chirping nonstop to join in the fun. Mommy, don't worry. You're amazing. It'll be fine. After chirping, it even used its little head to rub against Xiaobao. Chirp, chirp. Gidge isn't worried at all. Xiaobao's gaze was gentle as he petted the little chick, letting it lie on his lap to play. The little chick was so happy that it went crazy. It rolled around and kept chirping, I like Gidge, Gidge is the best. Huang Huang wants to catch some bugs for Gidge to eat. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. It seems that only she and Di Mingju can understand the little chick's words. So dangerous, I finally made it before midnight. I don't need to ask for leave, there will be more later. Back to the normal midnight update, end of this chapter. Luckily, Xiaobao didn't understand. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how he would react if a chick called him brother and asked him to catch worms for him. Right at this moment, the entire mountain suddenly shook violently. A black hole that looked like a whirlpool appeared on the sword furnace. All the demonic plants and beasts on the Tianxian mountain started to run away, trying to get away from the sword furnace. Shirqing, who was drinking at the foot of the mountain, threw away his wine pot and jumped to the front of the sword furnace. His eyes were full of expectation and worry. He stared at the black hole. The exit is here. Someone passed the trial and will come out soon. When Mu Yan and the other two heard this, their faces revealed joy. It was great that a senior brother could come out safely. However, the next moment, their expressions changed. An enormous figure slowly squeezed out of the black whirlpool of the sword furnace. It looked like a beast, but it was covered by a cloud of black smoke. Wherever the black smoke went, the plants withered. The bone-chilling coldness and terrifying pressure filled every corner of the Xiaoyao school's back mountain. What is this? Why didn't senior brother come out? It's a lunar beast. Shirqing gasped. It's a demonic beast formed by ghosts and spirits. It has the lowest level of intelligence. Be careful. A lunar beast is as powerful as a high-level nascent soul cultivator. The lunar beast's entire body emerged from the whirlpool. As it came out, the temperature became lower and lower. It wasn't a normal low temperature. It was a bone-chilling coldness that could freeze people's souls and make them feel evil. The birds and beasts on the Tianxian mountain had already fled. They were intimidated by the pressure and had no way to escape. They were so frightened that they fainted. It was obvious how terrifying the lunar beast was. Mu Yan turned her wrist and held the seventh supreme sword in her hand. Luo Yu and Ling Yuema also took out their weapons. However, at this moment, an inconspicuous white light spot appeared on the belly of the lunar beast. The lunar beast let out a painful scream. Then, Mu Yan and the others looked at it in surprise. The speck of light suddenly exploded like a firework, spreading out from the lunar beast's body. The powerful sword qi that seemed to be able to devour mountains and seas suddenly erupted as the speck of light spread. Such powerful sword qi. Luo Yu jumped 3 feet high in excitement. It's eldest senior brother sword qi. Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother. We're here. Mayan's eyes shine, and her face can't help but reveal a smile of admiration. Eldest senior brother had become stronger. No, it should be said that he had become much stronger. The sword qi that was slowly overflowing from the lunar beast seemed to be able to swallow mountains and rivers, and overturn heaven and earth. It should be said that eldest senior brother's sword intent and cultivation level were not the only powerful things. There was also his mountain sea domain. The sword gleam grew brighter and brighter, and also grew larger and larger. Like countless threads, the Yin Soul's body was cut into pieces. The lunar beast let out a final roar of despair as its body was torn into pieces. The light slowly dissipated, and Yun Ruhan's thin figure slowly appeared. Eldest senior brother. The three shouted in unison and went to greet him. Luo Yu saw the wounds on Yun Ruhan's body that had not completely healed, and her eyes turned red. Eldest senior brother, how could you go to the sword furnace without telling us? The sword furnace is so dangerous, what if you were injured? Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small slash say net wonderful pop-up window free reading. Yun Ruhan's gaze swept over the three of them, and she snorted coldly. Isn't it dangerous for you to sneak into the Woodfern secret realm? Did he inform me? The three of them immediately became listless. They shrunk their heads and obediently accepted the scolding. But before the reprimand was over, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, right beside Yun Ruhan. Shi Qing looked up at the sky and exclaimed in surprise, lightning tribulation. Good boy, Ruhan, you're about to ascend to the nascent soul stage. A thick layer of purple clouds had appeared in the sky. That was clearly the tribulation cloud that would only appear when a cultivator made a great breakthrough. Even if they were both nascent soul cultivators, there was a huge difference in strength between those who had experienced lightning tribulations and those who hadn't. Eldest senior brother, quickly sit down cross-legged and prepare to form your nascent soul. We will protect you. Yun Ruhan immediately sat down cross-legged. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, landing on Yun Ruhan's body, causing him to reveal a pained expression. However, every bolt of lightning also plated Yun Ruhan's body with a layer of faint purple color, slowly transforming his flesh and dantian. Eldest senior brother had not only come out of the sword furnace alive, he had broken through to nascent soul in one go. This news made Mu Yan and the other two extremely happy. However, everything that happened today was far from over. 15 minutes after Yun Ruhan began her tribulation, the ground suddenly shook again. The black vortex appeared again. A roar that sounded like a lion's roar came from inside. Second senior brother, it's second senior brother's voice. The first thing that came out wasn't Xianxia, but a lunar beast. However, just like Yun Ruhan, the lunar beast was blasted out of the whirlpool before it could escape. Before it could even land on the ground, it was torn apart in midair. Immediately after, Xianxia's tall and sturdy figure leaped out of the whirlpool and roared towards the sky, shaking the mountains and rivers. Second senior brother, it's great that you're all right. Xianxia's face was filled with malevolence and malevolence. He looked even more like a wild beast than the lunar beast. But when he heard their voices, the fierceness in his eyes slowly faded, and he became as silly as usual. His gaze swept over Mu Yan and the other two, and he suddenly said word by word, little junior sister, little 4, little 7, I have become stronger, I can protect you. In the future, if you go somewhere, can you call me along? I can help you. Hearing this, Mu Yan stares blankly at first, then she feels an indescribable warmth and gratitude in her heart. She said softly, all right, from now on, we, the Xiaoyao 7, are of one heart and one body. Second Xixiang, you have to promise us that the next time you enter a dangerous place like the sword furnace, you have to bring us along. Xianxia's face blossomed into a silly and happy smile as she nodded heavily. Rumble, a bolt of lightning fell. Luo Yu's eyes widened as she exclaimed, second senior brother, you're also about to advance to the nascent soul realm. Yes, this bolt of lightning wasn't aimed at Yun Ruhan, but at Xianxia. Xianxia's body was brimming with spiritual energy, as if it was about to overflow. If one used their divine sense to investigate, they would discover that the shadow of a small person was faintly discernible in his dantian. It was obvious that he was also about to condense his nascent soul. With this advancement, Xianxia and Yun Ruhan directly went from the blazing sun in the sky to the setting sun. The two of them almost finished advancing to the nascent soul realm one after the other. Luo Yu was both happy and worried. I thought that after coming out of the Woodfern secret realm, my cultivation wouldn't be the lowest in the sect anymore. And the result, eldest senior brother and second senior brother actually advanced to the nascent soul realm, once again leaving him, a level 9 golden core cultivator, far behind. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small slash say net would third brother and fifth brother also reach Yuanying? Could it be that third senior brother and fifth senior brother would also directly reach the nascent soul realm? A whirlpool appeared on the iron furnace again. A whirlpool appeared on the iron furnace again. Who will come out this time? Just as they were thinking, they saw Chumoli slowly float out in a wheelchair. He leisurely landed on the ground. Everyone looked left, right, up, down. They wanted to find a thundercloud, or a lunar beast. However, there was nothing at all. The surroundings of the sword furnace were eerily quiet. Chumoli looked at everyone present with a faint smile on his face. He said in a gentle voice, "What? Am I not welcome?" "No, no." Luo Yu couldn't help but say, "Third brother, why did you come out like this?" No lunar beast came out, no lightning tribulation, no shaking of the ground. Chumoli's posture was more like he casually took a stroll in the sword furnace, and then casually walked out. Especially with the eldest brother and second brother as a foil, Chumoli's posture when he walked out of the sword furnace was even more strange. Chumoli's eyelashes drooped slightly, and he said weakly, "Maybe it's because I'm too weak, and those lunar beasts don't like me." TCH, the 5 people rolled their eyes at him. Among the 7 of them, the most abnormal and mysterious one was the third brother. Saying that lunar beasts don't like him. Ling Yuma muttered, "I think those lunar beasts were tortured to death inside, and couldn't chase after him." Chumoli's cultivation had also advanced, but it wasn't as abnormal as Yun Ruhan and Qingjiao, who directly reached Yuanying. His current cultivation had already reached the peak of Jindan stage. Moreover, compared to the powerful sword intent displayed by the other people of the Xiaoyao school, and their domains were all above the second rank. Chumoli's overall strength seemed to be quite weak. But Mu Yan inexplicably felt that Ling Yuma knew the truth. Chumoli suddenly turned to look at Mu Yan, "Junior sister, did you bring the thing you promised me?" Mu Yan's mouth twitched. A guy who was keen on collecting the corpses of high-level cultivators, how could he be weak? "Third brother, are you kidding me?" However, even though she complained, she still obediently offered the bodies of Shuizhong and the others. Chumoli put the things away in satisfaction. Then, everyone's gaze focused on the sword furnace. It was almost midnight. Presently, only Ling Yuxing hadn't come out. "Looks like little 5 won't be able to come out today." "It doesn't matter. As long as his soul lamp isn't extinguished, it proves that little 5 is safe. He will definitely come out safely." Luo Yu also stared closely at the sword furnace. She looked even more worried than the others. Yun Ruhan rubbed his head. "Xiao Qi, what's wrong?" He was just about to say that Xiao Wu was fine and that her soul lamp was still lit. Luo Yu rubbed her chin and puffed up her cheeks. "I wonder what cultivation level 5th senior brother is at now." His words stunned everyone for a moment. Then, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. In that short month, the 7 disciples of the Carefree School had been tempered in the Sword Furnace and the Woodfern Secret Realm. Originally, his average cultivation level was only at the 3rd level of the Golden Core Realm, but now, it had been raised to the peak of the Golden Core Realm. Luo Yu was now at the Golden Elixir Stage 9 and thought that he was no longer the weakest among the 7. But in the end, he was still the one who held them back. Thus, apart from worrying about Ling Yuxing's safety, Luo Yu also placed her last hope on 5th senior brother's cultivation. As if to echo Luo Yu's heart, the familiar trembling of the earth came again. A black whirlpool slowly appeared. In the blink of an eye, a lunar beast rushed out of the cave at lightning speed. This sound beast was much smaller than the previous 2. But the cold and rotten aura it emitted wasn't weak at all. Most importantly, it was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small dot and was about to disappear into the horizon. Shi Qing's face changed. "If we let this beast escape, it will definitely bring disaster to the world. Let's go after it." As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding air seemed to ripple and ripple for a moment. The next moment, they saw the ghost that had almost escaped without a trace stop in midair. From afar, a mournful and angry roar came. Mayan gathered her spirit in her eyes. She saw a young man appear in front of the sound beast. The needle and thread in his hand danced, tying the sound beast up in the blink of an eye. Suddenly tightening, the sound beast was torn to pieces by the demon binding silk. The next moment, the young man's figure flashed and appeared in front of him. Teleportation. "Little 5, you can teleport." Ling Yuma said excitedly, "Your space domain has advanced." Ling Yuxing's face was a little pale, but his eyes were bright. Hearing the question, he smiled shyly. "It can't really be considered teleportation. If the opponent's pressure is too strong, my teleportation will be easily interrupted." Even so, a Golden Core Stage cultivator being able to grasp the ability of teleportation would definitely shock everyone's jaws off. Little 5 came out safely. we, the Xiaoyao 7, have finally reunited. While he was excited, Ling Yusheng saw Luo Yu squatting in a corner and drawing circles. He couldn't help but be curious. Little 7, what are you doing? Luo Yu glared at him and murmured gloomily, Peak Jindan stage. Peak Jindan stage. Another Peak Jindan stage. Yes, Ling Yusheng also couldn't break through to nascent soul. However, his cultivation had also reached Peak Jindan stage. Ling Yusheng was baffled. You left me and followed little sister to the Woodfern secret realm. I still haven't settled the score with you. You're still glaring at me. After all, the four of them had heard about the Woodfern secret realm from Ming Su. In the end, because Ling Yusheng was more obedient, after being stopped by the eldest senior brother, he didn't think that he could still sneak around and was abandoned by the three of them. Luo Yu became even more depressed. Everyone could not help but burst into laughter. Sect leader, what happened? Why did we feel that the entire Tianxian mountain range was shaking? Are you all right? At the foot of the mountain came Su Qing's anxious and flustered voice. In the past, Su Qing, an elder of the whole unitary sect, wanted to provoke and rob the Xiaoyao sect. In the end, he was beaten up by Mu Yan and the others. He was even painted with the painting of a beauty. From then on, he was extremely afraid of the Xiaoyao school. This year, when Mu Yan wasn't around, Su Qing led the disciples under him to serve Shi Qing cautiously and conscientiously. He only hoped that he wouldn't provoke this group of fiends again. Later on, the story of the unfettered 7 devils spread throughout the entire cultivation world. Su Qing and the others didn't dare act rashly in the slightest, and they served Shi Qing every day even more diligently than they served their own father. Sensing the dangerous aura of the lunar beasts, he couldn't help but rush over to check on Elder Shi. Looking around, he saw Mu Yan and the others. Xiao, the unfettered 7 devils. Heavens, the unfettered 7 devils are back. Amidst the screams and laughter, everyone returned to the Xiaoyao school's encampment. Mu Yan, on the other hand, once again stealthily went to the peak of the back mountain. Bookmark for easier reading. Remember in 1 second, 800 mail sign small/say net, wonderful pop-up window free reading. She looks around, and suddenly says softly, youngest martial uncle, since you're here, why don't you want to meet us? The surroundings are quiet, there's no response at all. Mu Yan is not discouraged, and continues, when I first saw the soul lamps of my senior brothers, I noticed that there were traces of burning on them. That means that the owner of the soul lamp had encountered a life-threatening danger, and finally survived. Also, fourth sister said that the sword furnace is extremely dangerous. In the past 100 years, no cultivator has been able to come out alive. However, eldest brother came out at the same time, safe and sound. I hope that my senior brothers can be safe, but this survival rate and the time of success of the trial are too incredible, and too coincidental. Mu Yan looks at the surrounding darkness of the night, and murmurs in a low voice, youngest martial uncle, it was you who came back in the nick of time and saved my senior brothers, right? You were also the one who told Master to say those words, so that fourth senior sister, little 7, and I wouldn't feel sad and regret it. Youngest martial uncle, you've done so much for us, but you don't tell us anything. You're even getting further and further away from us, as if you're deliberately drawing a clear line between us. I don't understand, why is that? After saying this, Mu Yan waits for a long time. However, it's still so quiet, no human voice, no response. Even because of the appearance of the lunar beast, there's no sound of insects or birds. Mu Yan sighs softly, and is about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, a figure rushes out of the darkness, and pounces into her arms. Wow, Mei Yan, I don't want to listen to Master, I want to be with Mei Yan. Master is such an idiot, he only knows how to hide, endure. You don't know how much he's done for you. But he won't say anything, and won't let me say anything. Mei Yan, do you know how unlucky I am to have such a master? My heart is broken. Woo, Mei Yan, you must use your warm embrace to comfort my wounded heart. Mu Yan pulls off the thing stuck to her chest and exclaims, cheese kiss? Qi Wen immediately pouted and said excitedly, it's me. What do you think? Are you happy? Are you surprised? Come, beauty, let us have a kiss of reunion. Mu Yan is just about to slap this lecherous spirit beast away. From the side, a slender hand stretched out, grabbed Qi Wen's neck, and threw her to the side. Under the moonlight, the man's tall and slender figure and his picturesque face were revealed. Mayan's eyes suddenly burst with a joyful light. "Young martial uncle, you really are here." Luo Yunxiao retracted her gaze and looked at Qi Wen. His eyes were cold and gloomy, as if they were frozen ice that had been frozen for thousands of years. Qi Wen shrunk her neck and said guiltily, "Master, don't be angry. I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to beautify myself too much, so I couldn't hold back and rushed out." Sob sob sob, Master's gaze is so scary. Me nyani 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 ni. Nyani 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 ni. I rushed out because of you. Luo Yunxiao slightly narrowed her eyes. Qi Wen immediately cried out in fright, "I was wrong, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again, Master, please spare my life." Suddenly, his voice paused, and he said hesitantly, could it be that Master is angry not because Qi Wen rushed out and exposed your whereabouts, but because Qi Wen vainly tried to occupy the embrace of beautify that even you can't enjoy? Whoosh, Luo Yunxiao swings his hand, and Qi Wen immediately flies out like a meteor, disappearing without a trace. Mu Yan can't help but burst out laughing. She has never seen a spiritual beast that is more suicidal than Qi Wen. Under the moonlight, the smiling girl is like the brightest and most beautiful fairy. Mixed with holiness and charm, it can even make people's souls be unconsciously seduced. Luo Yunxiao holds his breath, as if he can hear his own heartbeat beating like a drum. Moreover, the more he represses it, the more vigorous it becomes, almost making his heart start to sting with a desire. He suddenly lowers his eyes, his hands quietly clenching into fists. Mu Yan doesn't notice Luo Yunxiao's strangeness. After laughing, she restrained her expression and said, "Youngest martial uncle, do you hate us? Do you find us particularly annoying?" "No." Luo Yunxiao subconsciously blurts out. As soon as the words come out, he realizes that his tone is too urgent, too nervous. He purses his thin lips, wanting to say something, but he only feels that no matter what he says, it will only make things worse. Mu Yan's face can't help but burst into a smile again. She suddenly raises her voice, "Did you all hear that? I told you that youngest martial uncle didn't bother us, but you still don't believe me." Luo Yunxiao's brows jump, and she sees heads poking out from behind a crooked tree in the distance. Yun Ruhan, Qin Jiu, Chu Moli, Ling Yuma, Ling Yuxing, Luo Yu, not a single one is missing. Everyone's expression is perturbed and nervous. They carefully look at Luo Yunxiao, then immediately lower their eyes to the ground. Luo Yunxiao frowns, "What are you standing there for?" Hearing this, the 6 people immediately come over and obediently call out, "Youngest martial uncle." Except for Chu Moli, who is sitting in a wheelchair, his expression as usual. His eyes sweep over Luo Yunxiao and Mu Yan, a smile on his lips. The others, including the usually calm eldest martial brother Yun Ruhan, are very nervous at this time. They are not little martial sisters, who can casually joke around with youngest martial uncle. In the past, the impoverished Xiaoyao school completely relied on youngest martial uncle to support it. Coupled with Luo Yunxiao's unparalleled strength, and his cool temperament. So much so that everyone's reverence and obedience towards little martial uncle was almost deeply ingrained in their bones. Luo Yunxiao said expressionlessly, "You advanced too quickly, and your cultivation is unstable. If you want to control your strength, you need to calm down and temper yourself." The 7 of them immediately accepted his advice humbly. Luo Yunxiao was speechless for a moment. She slowly said, "I still have something to do." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Chu Moli, "Little martial uncle, little junior sister has something to consult you about." Mayan blinks and looks at Chu Moli. What did she want to consult him about? Chu Moli revealed a meaningful expression towards her. Well, Mayan instantly understands. He wanted her to think of a way to keep little martial uncle. Meeting Luo Yunxiao's gaze, Mu Yan could only brace herself and say, "Junior master, I've comprehended 3 sword techniques in the blood-slaughtering sword formation, but I can't master them thoroughly. I hope you won't be stingy with your advice." The others came back to their senses and immediately started talking at once. "Little martial uncle, you haven't returned to the sect for a long time. We've finally reunited, so don't leave." Little martial uncle, Xiaowu's culinary skills have improved again. Are you really not going to stay and have a taste? The clamor of voices rang in his ears. In the tranquil night, it seemed especially noisy. But it also brought him a warmth that he hadn't felt for a long time. Luo Yunxiao met pairs of clear and bright eyes. The words of farewell are on the tip of his tongue for a long time, but he can't spit them out no matter how hard he tries. Mayan smiles freely. I don't know what worries you have, young martial uncle, or if you're afraid of implicating us. But you also said that if you want to climb up as a cultivator, you have to fight against the heavens. Being overcautious and indecisive, picking the light and fearing the heavy, how can you become strong? Young martial uncle, have you forgotten the name of our sect? Xiaoyao. The so-called Xiaoyao is to have wine today, to be drunk today, to ask my heart, and not to be bound by the heavens. She looks straight into Luo Yunxiao's beautiful star-like eyes, and enunciates each word. What is your real identity, young martial uncle? Do you have any powerful enemies? What kind of past do you have? We don't care about these. All we know is that you're our junior uncle, and a member of the carefree sect. Mayan's words make the other six nod heavily. Yun Ruhan says hoarsely, just like young martial uncle, you don't know our true origins, but when we were in a desperate situation, you came to save us without hesitation. Isn't it because you regard us as your family? There's no expression on Luo Yunxiao's face, but the hands in his sleeves are unconsciously clenching tighter and tighter. He knows that he should stay away from all of this a little bit further. Otherwise, it will only bring about an irrecoverable end for everyone. But his heart, his soul, seems to be trapped in a swamp, and he can no longer break free. Suddenly, a small hand grabs him and gently tugs. A crisp, childish voice rings out, "Martial uncle, let's go back together." It's Xiaobao who pulls his hand. Mayan touches her good son's head, and raises her lips with a smile. Let's go, young martial uncle, let's go back to the Xiaoyao school together. The others don't know where their courage comes from, but they reach out to push and pull their young martial uncle, who is usually as unattainable as a god. They push and shout, Master, Master, young martial uncle is back. Our Xiaoyao school is finally reunited. And me, and me. Qi Wen's anxious voice approached from afar. I am the one who has done the most meritorious service. Mei Yan Yan, you must not forget about me. The moonlight is like a chain, and the laughter gradually goes away. Under the silent night sky, a faintly discernible figure slowly formed. He wore a fiery red robe, had long black hair, and was so gorgeous that he had a tinge of a youthful aura. If Mu Yan was here, she would definitely recognize it immediately. This was Seven Brilliance. However, the smile on Qi Huang's face was so treacherous and cold. The aura he exuded didn't have a trace of warmth or humanity, only a sense of danger that made one's blood run cold. The captivating red lips curled up slightly. His voice, which was somewhere between a young man and a man, was low and deep. With a psychedelic aura, it reverberated in the night. Only when there is hope will there be more despair. The more you have, the more painful it will be when you lose it. After seeing the light, when you fall into hell, you will be stained even more thoroughly, won't you? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The youth's laughter was so captivating that it drifted in the air. Even after the young man's figure disappeared like a phantom, the voice still lingered, lingering for eternity. In the Tian Emochin space, Qi Huang abruptly opens his eyes and looks around, his expression panicked and nervous. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little Linghua rolled to his side, and opened his big eyes to see. Brother Red Underpants is acting weird. Why did he suddenly disappear, and then he reappeared? Is Brother Red Underpants playing hide-and-seek with him? He likes it. Qi Huang's face darkened as he kicked Little Chick away and quickly walked into the book pagoda. Little Chick felt dizzy from the kick, tears of grievance welling up in its eyes. Huang Huang, Huang Huang, look, this is the crown I just bought, isn't it beautiful? Bun Bun, and I also brought you a shiny hair clip, okay? Do you like it? The fat rabbit and Little Phoenix ran out from Tianguang ruins and excitedly presented their treasures to Little Chick. For some reason, Qi Huang and Bai Xia could enter Tianguang ruins through the drifting soul technique. The only exception was the Little Chick. It didn't seem to have any divine sense or spiritual energy. It looked just like an ordinary little chick. So it couldn't enter Tianguang ruins at all. Little Phoenix felt that it was too pitiful for Huang Huang to not be able to go to Tianguang ruins to play, so it often got a lot of good things from there for him. Little Chick, who was crying with tears in its eyes, immediately greeted Little Phoenix happily when it heard its voice, throwing all its grievances to the back of its mind. That night, the entire Xiaoyao sect was very noisy. Not to mention Shi Qing, who was a good drinker. Even the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect and the whole unitary sect were all drunk, and almost all of them were lying on the ground. The whole unitary sect disciples, especially Su Qing, who used to clamor at the Xiaoyao sect, were trembling with fear at first, afraid of Mu Yan and the others. Later, when they got drunk, they shouted excitedly, "I can actually drink at the same table with young Master Yunxiao and the 7 devils of the Xiaoyao sect. I can brag about it for the rest of my life, ha ha ha. Yes, yes. I can brag about it for my grandchildren, ha ha ha. Our whole unitary sect will also be a famous sect in the future." In the end, except for Mu Yan and Luo Yunxiao, everyone else was drunk. Before Su Qing fell, he kowtowed to Mu Yan, female. Female devil, no. Female goddess. God June, I admit. I admit. I, Su Qing, can't get drunk even after 1,000 cups, but I can't drink better than you. Hiccup, you are the world's #1. Female devil. Who has the right to compete with you? Screw you, you are the #1 demoness in the world, you make it sound like I really want this title. Mu Yan kicks out, sending Su Qing tumbling to the ground in midair. Only then does she drains the cup of wine in her hand. After she was reborn, she didn't know why, but her alcohol tolerance was especially good. One could drink 1,000 cups of ordinary spirit wine in one go without getting tipsy. Xiaobao did not drink, but because it was too late, he had already fallen asleep in her arms. Mayan lowers her head and kisses him on the forehead, placing him in the space. She then stood up and moved her drunken master and fellow apprentices, who were sprawled on the table and on the floor, to their respective beds. As for the most expensive people in the whole unitary sect, Mu Yan wasn't that polite. One by one, he directly picked them up and threw them into the guest room and made a human pyramid. When all the drunkards have been dealt with, Mu Yan returns to the living room, only to find that Luo Yunxiao is still sitting quietly. Her slender, jade-like hands held the teacup and gently turned it. Probably because of the effect of the spirit wine, a faint blush appeared on her snow-white cheeks. For no reason at all, it actually tainted the originally otherworldly young Master Yunxiao with a bit of smoke and fire. Mu Yan smiles and says, "Junior Master, haven't you drunk enough? It's very late, you should go and rest early." Luo Yunxiao slowly raises his head and stares at her in a daze. After a long time, he slowly responds, "Oh." Then, he slowly stands up. Only then does Mu Yan find out what's wrong. Why is the young martial uncle's eyes dull? His reaction seems to be particularly slow. Wait, it can't be that even the young martial uncle is drunk. Just as she is thinking about this, she sees Luo Yunxiao taking a step forward. Suddenly, he trips over something, and his whole body falls to the ground. So annoying, beauty, don't be so enthusiastic. Unfortunately, the one who trips him is Qi Wen. She doesn't know what kind of sweet dream this guy is having, but he shouts with a wretched face, "Beauty, come, let this uncle's warm embrace melt you." Saying that, his claws go to grab the young martial uncle's spotless white clothes. Mu Yan looks at this scene and almost goes crazy with laughter. It's a pity that she doesn't have a photographic talisman, otherwise, she could record it now and see how Qi Wen dies tomorrow. And the young martial uncle's face change? It's hilarious just thinking about it. However, before Qi Wen's claws fall on Luo Yunxiao's body, Luo Yunxiao instinctively unsheaths a sword from his body. The sword light is cold and fierce, the cold gleam flickering. If this cleave goes down, Qi Wen will definitely be chopped into pieces. Mu Yan is startled. She can no longer watch the show, and quickly rushes over to stop him. "Young martial uncle, calm down. This is Qi Wen, your spiritual pet. You must not kill her." Almost at the same moment when she touches it, the cold sword intent disappears. Luo Yunxiao turns to look at her in a daze. After a long time, his lips open and close, and he whispers, "Mu Yan, thank the heavens, the young martial uncle is not completely drunk, and still recognizes her." Mu Yan, young martial uncle, how are you? Can you go back to the small courtyard by yourself? Do you want me to help you back? Luo Yunxiao slowly withdraws the hand that she is supporting. He shakes his head very, very gently, and very softly murmurs, "Can't go any closer. Can't." Before his voice falls, his figure suddenly disappears. Mu Yan stretches her waist and is about to rest, when suddenly, her eyes focus. There was a red puddle of water where Luo Yunxiao had fallen. She paused for a moment, then stretched out her hand to look at her palm. It was sticky with a hint of gentleness. It was blood. Little martial uncle was injured. Mu Yan quickly rushes to the small courtyard where Luo Yunxiao lives. She walks around and finally finds the drunk Luo Yunxiao by the pond. She helped him back into the room and lit the candle to take a look. Immediately, she gasped. Luo Yunxiao was indeed injured, and her injury was extremely serious. The flesh on the left side of his abdomen was bloody, and there were even signs of decay. Little martial uncle, what injured you? There was even fiendish demonic qi on the wound. Luo Yunxiao's eyes were tightly shut and her brows were slightly furrowed. It was as if she was immersed in pain and a nightmare, unable to wake up. Mayan clenches her teeth, takes out the Tian Mo Qin, and slowly plays it. Art Essence Yellow was activated. A scalpel like the one described in Bailey Liuing's notes gradually appeared on his fingertips. And a needle and thread. Layers of Phantom activated. In the room, two figures of Jun Mayan gradually appear, one playing the qin, and the other performing surgery. The sound of the qin lingers, and, floating like a dream, turned Luo Yunxiao's nightmare into a beautiful dream. Mayan's hands moved faster and faster, and finally, the demonic qi on Luo Yunxiao's wound was completely cleaned. All of her spiritual power and divine sense were almost exhausted, and her body was so exhausted that she couldn't even sweat. There was a blur in front of her, and Mayan was about to fall backwards. However, the expected pain of hitting the ground didn't come, and her body was embraced into a familiar embrace. However, the owner of this embrace was obviously furious to the extreme. The man's husky voice rings in her ears, as if it contains a volcanic eruption of anger. "Jun Mayan, what did you promise me?" Mayan turns her head and meets Jun Yen, who's within reach. A brilliant smile blooms on her face. "Dimingju, you're back?" She gently hugged the man's slender waist and said softly, "I missed you so much." The girl's soft and warm body nestled against his body, accompanied by a sweet fragrance that drilled into his nose. Dimingju's grave and stern eyes ripple for a moment, as if they're about to turn into spring water. But it's only for a moment, and his face immediately turns cold. He clasps Mayan's shoulders and coldly pushes her away. "Don't think that by saying a few nice words, Ben Jun won't settle accounts with you." Mu Yan secretly sticks out her tongue. It's getting harder and harder to please Jun Shangdaran. Facing the man's cold expression and questioning, Mu Yan was not afraid at all. He smiled and said, "Settle the score? Why do you want to settle the score with me? I don't think I've offended my dear fiancé recently, have I?" Dimingju's cold gaze sweeps over the drunken Luo Yunxiao to the side. Gnashing his teeth, he says, "Did you forget what Ben Jun said? I'm not allowed to be alone with junior martial uncle?" Her long, shapely eyebrows slightly raised, her peach blossom eyes glistening. "But I didn't spend time alone with junior martial uncle." Dimingju is taken aback. Mu Yan picks up the sleepy Xiaobao from an armchair on the side. Is it considered being alone when there's a third person present? Because of the shaking, Little Treasure's long eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. In a daze, he sees Dimingju's figure. The little guy's eyes immediately widen, and his little hand stretches out towards Dimingju. "Daddy." Mu Yan shoves Xiaobao into Dimingju's arms. Xiaobao, who still hasn't fully woken up, naturally hugs Dimingju's neck. Rubbing his little head against it, he murmurs in a low voice, "Xiaobao misses Daddy." The crisp, soft, and adorable voice, these 5 simple words were obviously extremely lethal. The jealousy in Jun Shangdaran's eyes is completely replaced by gentleness. Mayan lets out a long sigh of relief, giving her darling son a thumbs up in her heart. Fortunately, she was quick-witted. When she was treating little martial uncle just now, Dimingju's words, "You're not allowed to be alone with little martial uncle," suddenly flashes through Mayan's mind. In her heart, her uncle master was like her master, her family, and the other disciples of the Xiaoyao school. But it's very clear that the crazy jealous Di Mingju doesn't care about this. If this fellow were to catch me alone with my junior martial uncle, and it's even a man and a woman alone in the middle of the night, I'll definitely be tormented to death by him. Di Mingju lets Xiaobao lean on his shoulder and continue to sleep. Only then does he look at Mayan. Without waiting for her to speak, she felt her waist tighten. Mu Yan has been ruthlessly rubbed into the man's arms. Yan, let's go back and settle the rest of the account slowly. Damn, they still want to settle the score? Di Mingju, isn't it just treating Xiaoshushu's illness? Can you be any more narrow-minded? Could it be that he was really jealous of little martial uncle's good looks? Just like Qi Huang, the figures of the family of three disappeared into the darkness. Even the liveliness in the room slowly dissipated. Lying on the bed, Luo Yunxiao, who was supposed to be drunk and asleep, slowly opens his eyes. He sits up, lowering his head to look at the wound on his abdomen that has already begun to heal. His slender fingers gently caress it, like he's caressing a treasure that will never belong to him. After a long time, he closes his eyes and lies back on the bed. The light-colored thin lips gently hooked up into a shallow arc. The moonlight shines through the window, illuminating the man's peerlessly handsome face. It also reflects the trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. That trace of hope, cherishing, yearning, and almost desperate smile. Although the jealous Di Jun is very angry. Mu Yan really drank a lot of spirit wine tonight, and she almost used up all her spiritual power to treat Luo Yunxiao. So, as soon as she enters the room, she nestles in Di Mingju's arms and falls asleep with a clear conscience. Di Mingju wants to settle accounts later, but seeing Mu Yan's sweet sleeping face, how can he bear to wake her up? In the end, he just holds her in his arms and gently kisses her forehead. The next day, Di Mingju doesn't even have a reason to be angry. Because Luo Yunxiao only left some ancient books and array discs, and then left without saying goodbye. And these things are not for Mu Yan alone, everyone in the Xiaoyao sect has a share. But the share left for Mu Yan is a little more. But that's also because in the Xiaoyao sect, only Mu Yan's teacher is Luo Yunxiao. Whether it's swordsmanship or talismans, Luo Yunxiao is the real master who taught Mu Yan and introduced her into the sect. Thinking that young master left without saying goodbye again, and they don't know when they will meet again, everyone in the Xiaoyao sect is a little disappointed. Mu Yan points at Di Mingju's chest, and snappily says, "You still have the nerve to be suspicious, thinking that young master has ulterior motives towards me. Don't you see that young master is avoiding us like snakes and scorpions?" Di Mingju sneers, and doesn't speak. Avoiding like snakes and scorpions, a person's behavior can lie. But a person's eyes can never deceive people. Luo Yunxiao looks at Mu Yan's eyes. Does she really think that he can't see it? But she does deliberately avoid him, so Di Mingju doesn't act out. Mu Yan sighs softly. In fact, young master is a very soft-hearted person, and he treats everyone in the Xiaoyao sect very well. But I don't know why, but I force myself to harden my heart, as if I can't wait to cut off all relations with everyone in the world. It's too lonely to live like this. It's too hard. Di Mingju's heart turns sour. I've never seen you care about whether I'm lonely or having a hard time. Mayan bursts into laughter. Glancing at him, she says as if it's a matter of course, why should I care if you're lonely or tired? The bitterness in his heart turned into a flame of jealousy. Jun Mayan, you really treat that pretty boy better than Ben Jun. He watches as Mayan gently grabs his hand, saying one word at a time, Di Mingju, for the rest of your life, Xiaobao and I will accompany you. How could we let you be lonely and suffer? The flames of jealousy and bitterness were instantly extinguished. Furthermore, it was extinguished with honey water. Despite Jun Shangdaren's efforts to suppress it, he still can't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. Looking at his tsundere appearance, Mu Yan increasingly feels that he's very much like Xiaobao. Moreover, this is the appearance that Di Mingju will only show to her, Jun Mayan, and will never let others see it. Thinking of this, it's as if a fire is burning in her heart. It's hot and full of this man's figure. She hooks Di Mingju's lapel, forcing him to bend down. She gently presses her lips against his. Jun Shangdaren, are you still jealous? Di Mingju responds by turning from guest to host. He grabs her red lips, and fiercely kisses them. Junior sister, the sword you brought out of the underground palace is so powerful. The door opens with a bang, and the people of the Xiaoyao school burst in. When they see the scene inside, they immediately stiffen. We didn't see anything. Mentor Mo, junior sister, continue. Mayan isn't shy at all. In any case, it's not like she hasn't done something like declaring her ownership of Di Mingju in front of everyone. As for Di Mingju, he can't wait to declare his relationship with Mayan to the whole world. Shyness, embarrassment? What is that? Di Jun says that it doesn't exist. Best quality artifact, quasi-heavenly artifact. Di Mingju takes the Ice Soul sword, looks at it casually, and says lightly, it's barely worth something. This barely, Jun Shangdaran is really reluctant to say it. In the Xiaoxian continent, artifacts are everywhere, and heavenly artifacts are as many as dogs. A mere quasi-heavenly artifact really can't enter Di Mingju's eyes. But this is referring to the Xiaoxian continent, and there's no way to bring things from the Xiaoxian continent to the Xiaoxian continent. And the lowest level artifact, on the Xiaoxian continent, is almost a heaven-defying existence. So, Di Mingju adds, for the time being, I'll just use it. It's actually a artifact, and a quasi-heavenly artifact at that. Junior sister, you're going against the heavens. Entering a secret territory, you casually took it out, and it's such a heaven-defying treasure. Mayan smiles, and hands the Ice Soul sword to Yun Ruhan, eldest brother, this sword is for you. How can this be? Yun Ruhan repeatedly waves her hands, this is the artifact. Mayan spreads out her hands, but in our Xiaoyao school, only you, eldest brother, use a sword. Junior sister, aren't you also? Before he can finish speaking, Mayan flips her wrist, and the Tian Mo Qin transforms into the 7 absolute swords, immediately shutting Yun Ruhan up. Well, although they're ignorant and inexperienced. But they can also feel how powerful and terrifying the 7 absolute swords of their junior sister and Xiaobao's Bixia sword are. They can't even be simply classified as artifact grades. Luo Yu grinned and said, eldest senior brother, just take it. Your Mountain Sea domain has already evolved to the Profound Ice attribute. This Ice Soul sword is practically tailor-made for you. Yeah. Eldest senior brother, why are you worried about junior sister? Let's not talk about the fact that she has the 7 absolute swords. Even if she didn't, would Instructor Mo be short of her? In the end, Yun Ruhan still accepted the Ice Soul sword. As soon as the sword hilt touched his hand, he felt a strong suction force coming from the sword, sucking in his spiritual power. Yun Ruhan's eyes lit up and she threw out an array disc that Luo Yunxiao had given her. It was the blood-slaughtering sword formation formed from over 100 sword chis. However, Yun Ruhan was able to maneuver through the sword formation with ease, even though it had previously been difficult for her to deal with the sword formation. Eldest senior brother has become much stronger. Mu Yan exclaimed. However, when he turned around, he discovered that Xiaobao was staring at him in a daze. Xiaobao's big eyes were filled with disappointment. Xiaobao, what's wrong? Xiaobao held the Bixia sword tightly in his hand and murmured in a low voice, Xiaobao also wants to become stronger. I want to protect mother and martial uncles. Mu Yan's heart suddenly shook, and a sour feeling welled up in her heart. She still remembered that when Xiaobao had just come out of the Fuxi secret realm, his strength was almost equal to that of her senior brother and the others. However, because Xiaobao achieved an immortal body in the Fuxi secret realm. On the Xiaoxian continent, immortal energy is so scarce that his cultivation has stagnated. Even if Mayan has tried her best, even if she keeps improving and refining elixirs. But it's only a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. She knows how strong this child is, how sensible he is, and how much he wants to protect her. These days, Xiaobao doesn't say anything, and doesn't show it. But he must be sad and disappointed at the bottom of his heart. Mayan returns to her room with a heavy heart. As soon as the door closes, Di Mingju pulls her into his arms. The man's voice is magnetic and gentle, Yan, do you remember that before you went to the Woodfern secret territory, you asked me how to let Xiaobao's immortal body cultivate? Mayan's eyes suddenly brighten, you have a way? Di Mingju gently nods, his pair of eyes unblinking as he looks at her. On the road of cultivation, immortal energy is scarce, and it also contains a certain amount of desolate energy. This desolate energy may not be much for ordinary cultivators, but for an immortal physique, it will gradually cause fatal damage. Mayan's mind buzzes, the words that Bailey Yinlu once said reverberate in her ears. In this Yanwu continent, where there is no spiritual energy, an immortal body cannot live past the age of 10. Even if he goes to the upper realm of the Yanwu continent, he can only struggle at death's door for another 2 or 3 years. The immortal body is the world's purest spiritual body. In the Xianxia continent, his cultivation speed can be 100 times faster than others. But in the Yanwu continent and the Xianxia continent, where the spiritual energy is heterogeneous and even barren, he will only decline day by day until he dies. Her face turns pale inch by inch, and her body and hands tremble uncontrollably. Ever since she ascended to the Xianxia continent, her days have been too smooth. So much so that she forgot that the shadow of death has always surrounded her most cherished baby. Di Mingju. Mayan's hands tremble, and she firmly grabs Di Mingju's sleeve. Di Mingju, save Xiaobao. How can I save Xiaobao? I must not let anything happen to Xiaobao. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, even if her soul flies and scatters, never to be reincarnated, in this life, she will never allow anything to happen to her Xiaobao. Don't be afraid. Di Mingju holds her tightly in his arms. Xiaobao is also my son, how could I let anything happen to him? He paused for a moment before he continued. If you want little Bao to be safe and strong, then there's only one way. Di Mingju releases Mayan and looks straight into her eyes. His voice is soft. Yan Yan, you're so smart, you must have already guessed it. Mayan's eyes surge with turbulent emotions. Yes, she had guessed it, he wanted Xiaobao to be able to continue cultivating. He wanted his immortal physique to not be harmed. There was only one way. That is, let Di Mingju take Xiaobao to the Xianxia continent. However, that was her most treasured child. She had carried him for 10 months and gone through untold hardships to protect him. Ever since Xiaobao was born, they had never been separated for a long period of time. Even if she was forced to be separated when she first entered the cultivation continent, at least she had a target to look for, and the little phoenix clone could sense her to comfort her. But now, Xiaobao was going to the Xianxia continent. That was a place that she couldn't reach even if she exhausted all of her abilities. It was another continent that the little phoenix clone couldn't sense. How could she be willing to part with him? Yan Yan, I know you can't bear to. Di Mingju softly kisses the space between her brows. Di Mingju, but Xiaobao is a boy, and is the future master of the polar domain. He has the heart to become strong, and he must become strong. I promise you, I'll make sure he's safe. Mayan closes her eyes. When she opens them again, the weakness in her eyes has already been replaced by tenacity and determination. She had never been a sloppy person. Although reluctant, although helpless. But once he made up his mind, he would not allow himself to hesitate. Di Mingju, I have a request. Before she could finish her words, Di Mingju ruthlessly pushes her into his arms, and bites her lips. Jun Mayan, you're asking me for a favor? Mayan smiles, I hope that Xiaobao's existence won't be known to anyone other than Hanyi and the others for the time being. After all, Xiaobao isn't Di Mingju's flesh and blood. Although she doesn't care about the past, she knows that Di Mingju's love for Xiaobao is sincere. But if the people of the polar domain knew Xiaobao's identity, would they really not have any ill feelings? She could ignore the gossip, but Xiaobao could not. If there came a day when she and Xiaobao entered the polar domain, they would definitely walk in openly. Di Mingju snorts coldly, there's no need for you to say that. Ben Jun has already specially built a small world for him, and Star Wolf and defeating armies will take turns guarding it. Jun Mayan, who do you think Ben Jun has been rushing back and forth these days for? Mayan lets out a low laugh, her whole body snuggling into his embrace. She softly says, Di Mingju, you're becoming more and more like a father. Humph, this monarch is your husband, little treasure's father. It would be even better if the word unmarried could be removed as soon as possible. Di Mingju, did I say that? What? Meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life. At daybreak, Ling Yuxing finished cleaning up and entered the kitchen, intending to prepare breakfast for his fellow disciples. However, he discovered that a figure was busy working inside. Ling Yuxing thought that Shi Qing was here to steal his wine again, so he couldn't help but say, Master, you're not young anymore. If you drink too much, Before he could finish his last word, his voice stopped abruptly. Ling Yusheng rubbed his eyes again and again. Little junior sister. The girl standing in front of the stove turned around, revealing a face that was covered in soot, but still couldn't hide her beauty. Who else could it be but Mu Yan? Ling Yusheng looked at the sky, then looked at the ground, and couldn't help but pinch his eyes. Junior sister is cooking? He couldn't still be dreaming, right? Bang! The people of the Xiaoyao sect were still sleeping soundly when suddenly, a huge explosion was heard. Everyone was roused from their dreams. What happened? Did the lunar beasts escape? An enemy sneak attack? They hurriedly ran out, only to find that the place that had been blown up was the kitchen. Thick smoke billowed out from inside. Two figures rushed out of the thick smoke in a sorry state. Isn't that little Five? And little junior sister? What did they do? Could it be that junior sister is concocting pills in the kitchen? The few of them rushed over and asked with concern, Little Five, little junior sister, are you all right? Cough, cough, it's nothing. Mu Yan waved her hand. Ling Yusheng wiped away the soot on his face. He wanted to say something but then hesitated. Little junior sister, I think you shouldn't, cough, don't learn. What kind of noodles do you want to cook? I'll make it for you. Zhejiang noodles, plain noodles, oily noodles, knife-shaved noodles, any kind of noodles will do. I only ask that you don't mess with this poor kitchen. What? Cooking noodles? Yun Ruhan and the others are dumbfounded. Didn't little sister say that she wasn't good at cooking and needlework? Why did she suddenly want to cook noodles today? No, 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 how can little sister's cooking skills be described as not good? Ling Yuma says in horror, that's simply a lethal thunderbolt. At that time, we were too stupid and naive, so we asked little sister to help us roast a red-haired pig. As a result, little sister blew up most of the cave that we temporarily lived in, almost burying us inside. Yes, that's not the most important thing. Luo Yu adds, the most important thing is that the things that sixth sister cooks can no longer be regarded as food, it's even more terrible than poison. Xiaobao, don't you think so? Xiaobao blinks. At that time, he and his mother lived together in the mountain forest. His mother occasionally tried to cook, but in the end, she refused to let him eat the black stuff, threw it aside, and poisoned a black bear to death. Even Mu Yan's diehard supporter, Xiaobao, is speechless. It's clear how lethal Mu Yan's cooking is. Even Yun Ruhan, who has always been calm, can't help but say, cough, little sister, I think you shouldn't cook. What do you want to eat? Big brother will invite you to the shop at the foot of the mountain. Mu Yan only faintly smiles, and softly says, I want to cook this bowl of noodles myself. Saying that, she doesn't wait for anyone to speak, and goes straight to the smoke-filled kitchen. However, before she can enter, she is embraced into a familiar embrace. When the people of the Xiaoyao sect see that it was Di Mingju who stopped Mu Yan, they immediately feel relieved. Fortunately, Instructor Mo is here, he will definitely be able to persuade little sister. Mu Yan looks up at Di Mingju, and opens her mouth to speak. But she sees Di Mingju take her hand, and then gently raise it into the air. The smoke dissipates, and a brand new kitchen appears. Yan, you want to learn how to cook noodles, I'll teach you. Xiaobao rushes over and says, Nyangqin, Xiaobao can also help you. Mu Yan crouches down, gently strokes Xiaobao's face, and whispers, Xiaobao, be obedient and wait on the side, okay? Nyangqin wants to cook this bowl of noodles myself. For you. Xiaobao pouted, feeling wronged, but in the end, he still obediently stood to the side. Afterwards, the people of the Xiaoyao sect gaped as they watched their emperor-like teacher Mo teach their junior sister how to cook noodles. It was supposed to be the simplest cooking process. However, perhaps no one is perfect. Mu Yan's talent in cooking has simply reached a tragic level. The kitchen is blown up again and again, and Di Mingju returns it to its original state every time. The two of them cooked from early morning until the sun was high in the sky. The people of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't help but be shocked. In the past, they only knew that teacher Mo and little junior sister were a match made in heaven. However, he was still worried. The little apprentice sister has a child from the Yanwu continent. As for Instructor Mo, his status was high and mighty even in the Xiaoxian continent. Could these two really walk to the end? However, at this moment, no one from the Xiaoyao sect had any doubts. A man, high and mighty, sitting on the world's power. If he didn't love his junior sister dearly, why would he be willing to accompany her to wash hands and cook soup? Finally, it was noon. Mu Yan makes the first bowl of longevity noodles, which is barely acceptable. She puts the noodles on the table outside, then turns around to pick up Xiaobao, and places him in front of the table. Mayan's gaze is filled with infinite love and reluctance as she looks at the little person in front of her. Xiaobao, Niangqin is very stupid and useless. She can't even make a simple bowl of longevity noodles. But before your 6th birthday, Mother wants to personally make a bowl of longevity noodles for you. Would you like to try it? Xiaobao stares at Mu Yan in a daze, sparkling and translucent tears slowly accumulate in his big, ice blue eyes. Tears gathered under her long eyelashes. It dripped down with a pitter-patter. Drop after drop, it was clearly soundless, but it felt like it was pounding heavily on one's heart. Xiaobao pouted and choked with sobs. Mother, you know? Mu Yan holds Xiaobao's face and gently wipes away the tears on his little face. Niangqin is very reluctant to part with Xiaobao, but I also hope that Xiaobao can be happy and become stronger. The immortal cultivation continent is filled with immortal qi. You can truly cultivate there instead of being trapped here. Mother. At this point, her voice became hoarse and she could no longer continue smoothly. Tears unknowingly slid down her cheeks. Xiaobao couldn't bear it anymore. He burst into tears and threw himself into her arms. Mother, I don't want to leave you. Xiaobao wants to always be with his mother. Mother, I won't leave, okay? Mayan tightly hugs Xiaobao's gently trembling body, tears bursting out of her eyes. In her previous life, because of the carelessness of her trusted aide, she lost her baby. In this life, Mu Yan has always regarded Xiaobao as an eyeball, guarding and protecting him. It could be said that in the beginning, Xiaobao was her only faith and hope to continue living. Moreover, Xiaobao was still so young. It wasn't even her 6th birthday yet. Other children at this age were still carefree and only knew how to act spoiled in front of their parents. If possible, Mu Yan really wants to cast aside all her worries and tell Xiaobao, Niangqin will never be separated from you. She was even willing to give up the possibility of climbing to the peak and follow Di Mingju back to the polar domain without having an immortal body. However, she swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She remembers Di Mingju's forbearance. He clearly longed to take her away, and he clearly worried about her, but he never forced himself to return to the polar domain with him. She remembered the vows and longings of the past. He had to do everything he could to become stronger, until he had the ability to protect all the people he cared about. Little treasure. Mu Yan gently caresses the back of the child's soft neck, and softly says, Niangqin is also reluctant to part with you, and doesn't want to be separated from you. But Mother hopes that one day, we and Father can be together as a family forever. No one can ever separate us again. She didn't know if it was her words or her gentle touch, but Xiaobao's emotional collapse was finally calmed down. Her sobbing body stopped shaking. Xiaobao raises his head, his bright red eyes still stained with tears look at Mayan, then he looks at Di Mingju. She grabbed both of them with her small hands and sobbed, Xiaobao, be good. Xiaobao, don't cry. Xiaobao wants to become stronger and not be a burden to Father and Mother. His stubborn little face was filled with tenacity and persistence that a 5-year-old child would never have. But he was still too young, and his feelings for Mu Yan were so deep. As soon as he finished speaking, he could not help but tear up again. Not to mention Mu Yan, even the members of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't help but feel their hearts ache, and their eyes redden. Xiaobao realized that he was crying out of disobedience again, so he hurriedly wiped his tears away. His small body suddenly soared into the air. Di Mingju holds him in his arms with a look of disgust, but gently wipes away the tears on his face. With a calm face, he says, You're a man, why are you crying? As long as you concentrate on cultivating in the small world that Ben Jun has set up for you, you can pass the test in a year and a half. If you pass, as a reward, Ben Jun will bring you down to see your mother. He speaks calmly and indifferently, but the jealousy in his heart is simply overflowing. Jun Mayan has no conscience. Every time he leaves, this woman acts as if nothing happened, without the slightest bit of reluctance. compared to her reluctance to part with Xiaobao now. This differential treatment, Jun Shangdaran feels as if his heart has been pierced through. Xiaobao stares blankly, his eyes suddenly widening as he looks at Di Mingju. Daddy, as long as I pass the test, I can see mother? When did Ben Jun lie to you? Di Mingju snorts, but don't blame Ben Jun for not reminding you. Even a golden immortal can't pass that test within a year, let alone a fourth-rank hollow immortal like you. However, Di Mingju's cold water doesn't affect Xiaobao at all. The bitterness and reluctance in his eyes are suddenly replaced by a burning fighting spirit. The little body struggles into Mayan's arms, and says excitedly, Mother, Xiaobao will quickly pass the test, then let Daddy bring Xiaobao to see Mother. A smile also floats up on Mayan's face. She reaches out and gently scratches the tip of Xiaobao's nose. Perhaps Mother has ascended to find Xiaobao first? Otherwise, let's make a bet to see who will find the other first. Xiaobao stares blankly, then the last bit of haze and sadness on his little face completely disappears. The little fists are tightly clenched, and he nods heavily. Xiaobao will work hard 100 times, 1,000 times harder, then let Daddy bring him to find Mother. Quietly making a vow in his heart, Xiaobao gets down from Mayan's arms, and gobbles up the noodles that Mayan cooked. Seeing him eating happily, Luo Yu can't help but ask, Xiaobao baby, is the noodles cooked by 6th senior sister delicious? Xiaobao raises his head with a straight face, and gently shakes his head, not delicious. Then, a shallow smile slowly appears on his little face, but Xiaobao likes it the most. Heavens, the people of the Xiaoyao sect are about to faint from this smile. Baby Belle, do you know that you have the potential to charm all living things at such a young age? The atmosphere of the Xiaoyao sect became joyful again. Ling Yuxing rolled up his sleeves and prepared to show off his skills by cooking a sumptuous feast for Xiaobao. Ling Yuma and the rest surrounded their treasured martial nephew who was about to leave and gave him gifts. It seemed like he wished for nothing more than to offer all of his treasures to Xiaobao. Mu Yan quietly arrives outside the kitchen and gently hugs Di Mingju from behind. Thank you, Di Mingju. Di Mingju snorts coldly, turning around to rub the person into his arms. Ben Jun wants your thanks? Mayan chuckles, Di Mingju, I'll tell you a secret? Saying that, she pulled the man's sleeve, motioning him to bend down. Di Mingju has its Sundara expression of if you want to say it, then Ben Jun will just listen. He leans over and presses his ear to Mayan's lips. The next moment, he felt a warm breath on his earlobe. Something soft and wet even licks his ear. Jun Shangdaran, who has always been aloof or shameless, almost explodes. His handsome face flushes red, and he growls, Jun Mayan. The corner of Mayan's mouth curls up, revealing a sly smile like a little fox. What's wrong? My dear fiancé? Di Mingju's eyes turn from anger to a deep and scorching heat. He holds the back of her neck, about to kiss her. He wants this little girl to know the consequences of playing with fire. However, before he can capture those bright red and soft lips, he hears the girl's soft voice slowly echoing in his ears. Actually, every time you leave, I'm very reluctant to part with you. Di Mingju stares blankly, his body stiffening. I often dream of you, wondering when you will come to see me, wondering if you have already forgotten me. Di Mingju's eyes turn cold. He wants to speak, but Mayan stops him. He listens to her continue. When I saw the illusion of you falling in love with someone else in the underground palace, and saw other women coveting you, I even had a terrible thought. Wait until I'm strong, I want to lock you by my side, and brand you. With my brand. Only me and Xiaobao can see you, and no one else can covet you. The girl uses a voice as soft as the sounds of nature, but the words she says are frighteningly domineering. But in a split second, Di Mingju's eyes are filled with gentle joy and love. Grabbing the small hand covering his mouth, Di Mingju strives to maintain a cold and aloof expression. What are you saying this for? You are destined to belong to Ben Jun. Ben Jun naturally belongs to you. That is an indisputable fact. Mayan looks at his tsundere appearance, and bursts out laughing. I thought that Jun Shangdaran was jealous of Xiaobao, and felt that I didn't miss you enough, and was reluctant to part with you. So, I specifically came to explain my feelings to you. Are you happy now? The expression on Di Mingju's face suddenly freezes. The smile on Mayan's face deepens, and she gently hooks her hand around his neck. Her lips press against his, and she whispers, Di Mingju, not only am I reluctant to part with Xiaobao, I am also reluctant to part with you. Every time we haven't parted, I already start to miss you." Before she could finish speaking, she is already firmly pressed into Di Mingju's arms, swallowing up all her words and breath. The small world of the Xiaoxian continent has been properly prepared, and every operation consumes a huge amount of resources. No matter how reluctant she is, Mayan can only part with Xiaobao and Di Mingju. This time, Xiaobao took away the fat rabbit and Bai Xia, but left the little phoenix ball for Mu Yan. Qiuqiu's doppelganger ability was of great help to Mu Yan. Moreover, Qiuqiu was different from the fat rabbit. It had signed a contract with Xiaobao through its soul. Therefore, little phoenix didn't need to cultivate. As long as Xiaobao became stronger, its strength would also naturally increase. Until one day, he could condense a true phoenix body. When little phoenix saw that he was about to be abandoned by his little big brother again, he cried non-stop. But in the end, she couldn't bear to part with her beautiful big sister and the little chick, so under Xiaobao's consolation, she obediently stayed. Looking at Di Mingju and Xiaobao's disappearing figures, Mu Yan sighs softly. "Junior sister, don't worry. With Teacher Mo here, Lil Bao will definitely be fine." Mu Yan smiled and raised her spirit. "Eldest senior brother, what are your plans next?" Yun Ruhan pondered for a moment before saying, "This time's breakthrough was too hasty. I and number 2 need to meditate and cultivate, and stabilize our realms." In fact, it wasn't just Yun Ruhan and Qingjiu. The Xiaoyao 7 sons' progress during this time could be said to be advancing by leaps and bounds. Each of them needs time to digest what they have learned in this period of time. Mayan nods, then hears Yun Ruhan suddenly look at Shi Qing, saying word by word, "Master, after my realm stabilizes, I want to go to Xianxia." Shi Qing is startled. "The 7 of you are going together?" Yun Ruhan hooks up her lips and smiles. "Of course, we, the Xiaoyao 7, are of one mind. Junior sister wants to go to Xianxia. As her senior brothers, how can we be left behind?" Mayan stares blankly at Yun Ruhan. Yun Ruhan looks at Mayan with gentle eyes. "Junior sister, from the moment I heard about your agreement with Xiaobao, I knew that the small Qingyunjia, and even Azure Blue World, can't keep you. For a cultivator of the Xiaoxian continent, no matter how talented they are, it usually takes decades to ascend. But junior sister is obviously not willing to wait that long. And to become stronger in a short time, it is absolutely impossible to be trapped in such a comfortable place like Qingyunjia and Azure Blue World. Therefore, she must go to Xianxia. No matter how dangerous it is, sometimes, danger also represents opportunity." Mayan says softly, "Senior brother, don't you want to be famous in Xianxia? If she goes to travel, the name of the Xiaoyao 7 may not be hidden anymore." Yun Ruhan sighs, revealing a helpless and tolerant smile. "Who asked me to have a junior sister who can't keep a low profile? Junior sister, don't think of abandoning us to become famous. I haven't had enough of being admired. Not to mention Xianxia, even if we want to go to the Xiaoxian continent in the future, to a higher and further place, we, the Xiaoyao 7, will go together. Sixth senior sister, if you dare to run away, we will dare to follow you secretly. And if we do something great, we will leave the name of Devil Incarnate Jun Mayan, he. Mayan snappily pats Luoyu's head, then can't help but burst into a bright smile. Shi Qing looks at the lively and excited appearance of the 7 children in front of him. His gaze sweeps over Yun Ruhan and Luoyu, and he sighs softly, his eyes a little moist. He coughs lightly. "Since you have all thought it through, I will not stop you. There is only one thing that I hope you will always remember. No matter what happens in the future, if you feel unhappy, come back. The Xiaoyao sect will always be your home." Su Qing walked into the room, trembling with fear, and saw a young girl wearing a light blue dress sitting in front of the window. Sunlight shone through the window, shining on the girl's body. Her snow-white skin was as exquisite and flawless as jade. Her exquisite facial features were beautiful beyond compare. In particular, the faintly discernible peach blossom eyes under her long eyelashes seemed to be reflecting the entire starry sky, causing one to be enraptured. However, how could Su Qing dare to have any romantic thoughts in his heart towards this ancestor? His eyes were filled with awe, fear, and worship. Not to mention how badly the whole Guei sect had been messed with by her. In just this 1 year, the entire Green Cloud world's legend about this girl was unprecedented, shocking everyone's jaws off. You came? The girl's voice was soft and pleasant to the ear. Su Qing was so scared that his whole body trembled, and he fell to his knees. Lord Jun, have mercy? I don't know what I did wrong. I will definitely change. I will definitely change. Mayan looked at him amusedly. When you were drunk that day, I saw that you were very bold, and you even dared to call me devil incarnate? How did you become like this after you sobered up? Su Qing was scared out of his wits. He banged his head on the ground and was about to cry and beg for mercy. Mu Yan said impatiently, all right, stop howling. You've taken good care of Master. These are your whole unitary sect's rewards. She threw a Qianquan bag at him. Su Qing blankly took the cosmos sack and looked inside. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This. These are all for our whole unitary sect? What? Is it not enough? No. Su Qing shook his head, it's enough, no, it's too much. We didn't do anything. How can we accept such a heavy reward from the great god? Mu Yan said, I told you to keep it. As long as you take good care of my master, you will get many benefits. Su Qing carefully observed her face. He was overjoyed when he was sure that she wasn't joking. Oh my god. He thought he was going to die when he was taught a lesson by this demoness. He didn't expect it to be a blessing in disguise. No. He couldn't call her demoness anymore. He had to call her Great God Jun. He said carefully, the Xiaoyao sect's residence is a bit dilapidated. This little one will renovate it and make sure that Master sure lives comfortably. What do you think? Mu Yan looked at Su Qing with satisfaction. This guy has good eyes. After reporting how he was going to serve Shi Qing like an ancestor, Su Qing picked up the cosmos sack and prepared to take his leave happily. Mu Yan suddenly said, have you heard of the Raging Flame sect in the Qingyun world? Raging Flame sect? Su Qing quickly turned around and said respectfully, there is indeed a Raging Flame sect in the Qingyun world. It's also located on the Tianxian Mountains, but it's in the extreme south. It's quite a distance from here. He looked at Mu Yan carefully, Great God Jun, are you going to the Raging Flame sect? Mu Yan nodded. That day in the Woodfern secret territory, Qingmei asked her to use the fire orchid to save her son's life. Her son was hiding in the Raging Flame sect in the Qingyun world. Since Mu Yan had promised Qingmei, she naturally had to do it now. Moreover, ever since Qingmei mentioned the Raging Flame sect, she felt that the name was very familiar. But he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Perhaps she would remember it when she went to the Blazing Flame sect. Su Qing, the Blazing Flame's gate's base is a bit remote, this little one has been there once before. How about I lead the way? The sky was high and the clouds were light. The blue sky stretched for thousands of miles. From time to time, Su Qing would glance at the rapidly receding mountains and rivers, and then look at Mu Yan, who was resting with her eyes closed, revealing an expression of amazement. Who would have thought that a year ago, the Xiaoyao sect was so poor that they couldn't even take out a single crystal stone, but now, he could casually take out a bunch of flying treasures. Moreover, if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know how to ride a flying sword, he wouldn't have been a burden to Jun Mo. The Almighty wasn't even interested in taking the flying boat. Thinking about this, Su Qing was even more determined to hug the Xiaoyao sect's thigh tightly. He could not neglect Shi Qing in the slightest. Just as he was thinking, Mu Yan, who was resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opens them and sits up. The little chick, who was dozing off on top of her, also opened its big round eyes and cried out in confusion, Mommy, is it morning already? Have you eaten? Mu Yan was both annoyed and amused as she rubbed its yellow hair. This stupid chick, apart from eating, sleeping, and playing every day. Apart from that, it couldn't do anything else. The little phoenix caught it and taught it for so long, but it couldn't gather any spiritual power or demonic energy. It seems that it's doomed to be a useless chicken that eats and waits for death for the rest of its life. Mayan doesn't pay attention to the little yellow chicken that's rubbing against her, begging to be petted and fed. She looks down, her brows slightly wrinkling. Great God, what's wrong? Su Qing asks nervously. Mayan's consciousness moves, and the airship quickly descends. As the airship approaches the ground, Suqing finally notices the movement below. He sees that in the dense jungle of the Tianxian Mountains, there are two groups of people chasing each other. On the fleeing side, there's only a young man and a teenager, and the spiritual power fluctuations around them are extremely thin. On the other side, there are more than a dozen brawny men, and each of them has a higher cultivation than the two fleeing people. The two black-clothed men are extremely rare gold cores in the blue cloud world. As the brawny men jump through the jungle, the distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. Just when Suqing thinks that the two people are about to be caught, there's a sudden light under the young man's feet, and then the two people disappear, reappearing a kilometer away. Suqing's eyes widen in surprise. What's going on? These two people's cultivation is clearly so low, but just now, was that teleportation? Interesting. Mayan chuckles, and with a thought, the 7 absolute sword appears under her feet. You slowly descend with the airship, I'll go take a look first. Saying that, without waiting for Suqing to react, Mayan's figure has already whistled out, flying towards the two fleeing people. Almost as soon as Mayan flies into the jungle and lands on the treetops, the brawny men behind her once again approach. Brother Baiyang, don't worry about me. The young man's tender and trembling voice comes from below. As long as you don't take me, the burden of the transmission array will be much smaller. You'll definitely be able to escape. No, I promised old Zhou that I would protect you thoroughly. Mayan glances through the branches and leaves. She finds that the youth is about 12 or 13 years old, but his figure is extremely thin. Moreover, his complexion and lips are pale. The blazing sun is clearly in the sky, but his body can't stop trembling. And the young man protecting him has a slender figure. One hand was holding on to the youth tightly, while the other was hanging down emptily. Obviously, he only had one arm. When the young man turns his head to face Mu Yan suddenly raises her eyebrows. When she heard Big Brother Baiyang, she felt that it sounded familiar. Now, she was even more certain that she had seen this young man before. Back then, the unfettered 7 had crossed the Tianxian mountain range and headed towards the Starry School. Along the way, they met the Silvermoon Palace's disciples. The Silvermoon Palace disciples were arrogant and despotic, especially Hua Biue. She actually dared to enter second senior brother. As a result, he was ruthlessly taught a lesson by Mu Yan. At that time, there was only one person in the Silver Moon Palace who had been trying to dissuade Hua Biue. That was why when Qingjiu took revenge, she let him off. Mu Yan heard Hua Biue call him Baiyang. It was the young man in front of him. However, this Baiyang was not a Silver Moon Palace disciple. Why was he here? Furthermore, he had lost an arm and was being chased around in a sorry state. As Mu Yan is curious, the pursuers behind her are getting closer and closer. Baiyang hurriedly took out a formation plate and threw it on the ground. The formation plate shone brightly and enveloped Baiyang and the young man. Mayan's expression becomes more and more strange. Who would have thought that this inconspicuous young man, who looked weak, was actually hiding his strength? In 1 second, 800 mail sign small divided by talk net, wonderful pop-up window free reading, his attainments and formations were so high that even Mayan couldn't help but look at him. The formation plate that Baiyang threw out was a short distance, irregular transportation formation. Don't underestimate the distance that this transportation formation could transport. Judging from the level of the formation, it could only be considered 3rd or 4th grade at most. But this kind of formation plate could be sold for a very high price on the market. It was because this kind of formation didn't require much spiritual power, but the communication and fusion of the runes was extremely complicated. Even a 5th grade formation master or above might not be able to do it. And this Baiyang was only at the 2nd level of Anidia, but he could use these formation plates as if they were part of his body. It was obvious that he had refined these formation plates himself. However, after this formation plate was thrown out, the light flickered for a while, then quickly extinguished. The depletion of spiritual power caused a stabbing pain in Baiyang's dantian. The activation of the formation was interrupted midway. He panicked and hurriedly tried to activate it again. But it was only a short delay, and the people behind him were already very close. Bang, the leader of the black-clothed men fiercely kicked Bai Yang, sending him flying. Run. You should keep running. Little bastard, you dare to play tricks under the eyes of the raging flame school, you must be tired of living. Damn it, we've been chasing you for so long, almost half of the Tianxian mountains. This time if I don't skin these two little bastards, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. The brawny men's faces were full of anger. They surrounded Bai Yang and the youth, punching and kicking them. Bai Yang gritted his teeth and held the youth in his arms, using his own body to protect him. The youth in Bai Yang's arms whimpered, tears flowing down his cheeks. He struggled to get out of Bai Yang's embrace, but Bai Yang held him tightly, not willing to let go. Enough. Let's get down to business. This kind of ant needs to be crushed to death. We need to quickly bring this little bastard back to report. The leader of the black-clothed men ordered. The brawny men immediately stopped. One of them pulled out a long blade, about to slash at Bai Yang. However, the blade hadn't touched Bai Yang's body. There was a clang. The saber seemed to have been hit by something. The force of the impact was so great that the burly man could not hold it steady. The long saber flew out and hit his own head. Ah! It was clearly the back of the saber that had smashed into the burly man, but a bloody wound had actually appeared on his forehead. His eyes were wide open as he fell backwards stiffly. Who are you? The two leading men in black shouted angrily, who's sneaking up behind us? Get out here right now. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another dang sound, followed by a mournful scream. The second man fell to the ground. This time, the saber in his hand was not unsheathed. There was no blood on his forehead, but there was a bloody hole. Embedded within the bloody hole was an ordinary pine cone. Zhang Quan and Wang Fei looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. A pine cone could smash through the head of a high-level Anidia cultivator and kill him instantly. His strength was at least at the golden core stage, both of them were golden core stage cultivators. In this small azure cloud world, they did not care about anyone at all. But now, there was a hint of seriousness on their faces. They looked around nervously and said in a low voice, Our Ziyun Realm's Raging Flame sect is working in the Sky Jade Mountain Range. We accidentally disturbed you. Please forgive us, fellow Taoist. In 1 second, 800 mail sign small divided by TalkNet, wonderful pop-up window free reading. Xianxia's Raging Flame sect? A sweet voice, like the sounds of nature, slowly resounds, Isn't Raging Flame sect from Xianxia? Following the voice, a graceful blue figure descends from the sky. Zhang Quan, Wang Fei, the dozen or so brawny men, Bai Yang and the youth, stare at this scene, completely dumbfounded. Sunlight spills through the crisscrossing branches and leaves, falling on the girl's face, casting a scattered shadow. It's obviously a mottled shadow, but it doesn't damage the girl's icy skin and jade-like bones. Zhang Quan and Wang Fei suck in a mouthful of cold air. Their tone softens a bit. May I know the young lady's name? We are. Mu Yan lightly tosses the pine cone in her hand, and without waiting for them to finish speaking, she suddenly throws it. Bang 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 bang. For consecutive sounds, and the 4 brawny men don't even have time to make a sound. They all suck in a breath and die. Zhang Quan's fawning smile stiffens on his face. He sees the corner of Mu Yan's mouth curl up slightly, and she says unhurriedly, I'm sorry, I'm not a very patient person, and I'm especially not interested in listening to nonsense. So, can you please answer my question, and don't talk nonsense? You. The infatuation on Wang Fei's face completely disappears, and he flies into a rage. Smelly woman, do you know who we are? We're cultivators of Xianxia, offend us, you, ugh. Flustered and exasperated curses turn into painful groans in an instant. Wang Fei's mouth is wide open, a pine cone in his mouth, and a large amount of blood overflows from the corner of his mouth. And the expression on his face completely changes from arrogance to pain and panic. Mu Yan's cold gaze sweeps over everyone. It seems that you don't understand human language. Since that's the case, I think there's no need to live as humans. Zhang Quan's eyes widen in horror. No. Countless pine cones fly out from Mu Yan's hand. Su Qing disembarks from the flying boat, looking at the scene in front of him, and his entire person is stupefied. What happened? Didn't he just come down a bit late? Wasn't it less than half a cup of tea's time? No, 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 absolutely not, but why were there corpses all over the ground? Su Qing looked at Mayan, then looked at the dumbfounded Bai Yang and the youth, and then looked at Zhang Quan and Wang Fei, who were scared out of their wits. Gulp, he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god. How much time had passed? Jun Xia, you're going on a killing spree. Su Qing cautiously walks to Mu Yan's side. Without saying a word, he respectfully stands behind her. Mu Yan doesn't pay any attention to him. She indifferently looks at Zhang Quan and Wang Fei, who are so scared that they can't stand up. A smile as bright and beautiful as the morning sun bloomed on her beautiful face. Now, can you answer my question properly? Zhang Quan and Wang Fei nodded frantically, not daring to hide anything anymore. From their narration, Mu Yan found out that the Raging Flame School was indeed divided into two. In the Ziyun realm, it could be considered a third or fourth-rate sect. The one in the Azure Cloud world was only a branch of the Raging Inferno sect. His main responsibility was to find talented disciples in the Green Cloud domain and the Minlu domain, expand the Purple Cloud domain's power, and earn spar. This was also a method that some of the unranked sects in the Purple Cloud domain would often use in order to maintain their livelihood. But generally speaking, the cultivators of the main division would disdain coming to the Azure Cloud domain, a lower realm with murky spiritual qi. If that's the case, then what are you doing here? Zhang Quan and Wang Fei look at each other, then they point at the youth in Bai Yang's arms. We're here on the orders of the Hall Master to capture this kid. Oh? Who is he? The two shook their heads. You don't know? Mu Yan raised her eyebrows, then what else do you know? If you don't know anything, then there's no point for me to keep you. The two who were about to continue shaking their heads were scared out of their wits. No, 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 don't kill us. Although we don't know the reason, but Hall Master Kai knows. He's in the Raging Flame sect of the Qingyun world. We can take you to him. Mu Yan didn't look at the two who were scared out of their wits, but looked at Bai Yang and the youth. Bai Yang looked at Mu Yan in a daze, his eyes filled with confusion and thought. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration, and exclaimed, You're the one in the forest that day. In reality, that incident happened a long time ago. At that time, Bai Yang's attention was focused on Hua Biyue and Qingjiu, and he didn't look at Mu Yan's appearance. So, he didn't recognize her at first. But Mu Yan's appearance was too beautiful, and an ordinary person would have a deep impression of her with just a glance. So, when Mu Yan approached, Bai Yang finally remembered. Aren't you a disciple of the Silver Feather Palace? Why are you in the Qingyun world? Hearing the words Silver Feather Palace, Bai Yang's expression darkened. He told her how he wanted to save Hua Biyue, but was used as a shield by Hua Biyue, and got his arm bitten off. Bai Yang gave a self-deprecating, bitter smile. My talent was not good, and my cultivation base was low. After losing an arm, I became even more useless. So, the Silver Feather Palace sent me back to the Bai family. But the Bai family? Bai Yang's parents had passed away long ago. He was able to enter the Silver Feather Palace because his father had helped the deputy palace master of the Silver Feather Palace. The Bai family treated him differently because he was a disciple of the Silver Feather Palace. Once he was cooked, those people immediately changed their attitude and banished him from the Bai family. Bai Yang didn't know what happened. He didn't want others to know about this. And he and the girl in front of him were just acquaintances. But under her questioning, he unknowingly said what he had hidden in his heart for a long time. After leaving the Bai family, I had nowhere to go. All my belongings were robbed, and I was seriously injured. I thought I was going to die. Bai Yang remembered himself lying in a pile of cold garbage at that time. A putrid stench entered their nostrils bit by bit. Extreme pain and despair slowly bred hatred in their hearts. Ever since he was young, his parents had taught him to be kind to others and to be open and aboveboard. He wanted to be a good person. He was honest and kind. He saved his fellow disciples, but what did he get in return? But just as Bai Yang's life was being taken away bit by bit and his heart was being corroded by hatred, someone passed by and saved him. That person is Elder Zhou of the Raging Flame sect. A grateful smile appeared on Bai Yang's face. Not only did Elder Zhou take me in, he didn't mind the fact that I lost an arm, and he even taught me his array techniques. At this point, tears suddenly flowed from his eyes, and he looked at Zhang Quan and Wang Fei with hatred. But these bastards are unwilling to let such a good person go. Before Bai Yang could finish, the young man next to him was already sobbing. It's me who hurt Elder Zhou. Mr. Zhou died to protect me. And my mom, she still hasn't come back. Boo-hoo. As the youth wept, he suddenly trembled and fell heavily. His entire body trembled violently, frost forming on his eyebrows and hair. Little Shen, are you all right? Bai Yang rushed over nervously. Are you sick again? Medicine, you have to take your medicine immediately. He touched it and his expression changed. Not good, there's no more spirit fire pills. Mayan's mind spun with the words Little Shen as she slowly walked over to the youth and grabbed his hand to feel his pulse. As soon as the youth's pulse appeared before her eyes, she knew that her suspicions were confirmed. Mommy, don't leave Shen don't, the youth trembled as he cried. Tears flowed down from his eyes, but they immediately froze into frost. He looked indescribably pitiful. Miss, please save little Shen. Just one spirit fire pill will be enough. Bai Yang begged. Mayan shook her head. He was hit by an ice attack from a leaving aperture stage cultivator. The cold poison has accumulated in his body, and ordinary medicine can't remove it. Even a spirit fire pill can only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Bai Yang was about to say something, but Mayan smiled reassuringly at him. But I have a way to completely cure him. With that, she flipped her wrist and a fiery red spirit herb that looked like both a flower and a leaf appeared in her palm. The youth's eyes widened at the sight of the spirit herb. Even though his body was suffering from the cold poison, he still screamed, Fire Orchid. Mommy said that the fire orchid can only be found in the Woodfern's secret realm. The youth stared at Mayan. How did you get a fire orchid? Have you been to the Woodfern's secret realm? He stretched out his ice-cold hands and tugged at Mayan's sleeves. Did you see a woman in the secret realm? Mayan didn't wait for the youth to finish, whispering, she's called Qingmei, she's your mommy, right? You know my mommy. You really know my mommy. The youth jumped up in excitement, his eyes shining brightly. Where is mommy now? Did you see her? Mayan's eyes flashed with pity, her voice softening. Your mommy told me to bring this fire orchid to you. What about my mommy? My mom. I'll first use the fire leaf orchid to suppress your cold poison, then I'll tell you, okay? The youth's eyes were filled with anxiety, but the cold poison was acting up, making it difficult for him to even breathe. His entire body was stiff and cold, and his hearing and vision were gradually fading. In the end, he has no choice but to give up asking about Qingmei's whereabouts and accept Mayan's treatment. Bai Yang stared blankly at Mu Yan as she took out a pot and placed the fire leaf orchid inside. Then, she added a lot of elixirs into the pot. This was clearly not alchemy. Su Qing and Bai Yang were dumbfounded. The fire orchid is extremely precious, how could Mayan casually cook it as soup? Soon, a bowl of thick soup was boiled out. Mu Yan directly poured it down the youth's throat. The sour and bitter taste made the youth frown and almost vomit the medicine out. However, a few of his acupuncture points were sealed by Mayan, and he was unable to budge. Bai Yang looked at the young man suffering and paced around anxiously. He wanted to stop and help, but he did not dare to speak. However, after a quarter of an hour, the hoarfrost on the youth's body began to recede. His ice-cold body gradually warmed up. He opened his eyes in a daze and tried to circulate his spiritual power. He discovered that his dantian no longer felt as if it was frozen solid. Genius? 1 second, remember, I can circulate my spiritual power, I can finally circulate my spiritual power again. The youngster excitedly jumps up from the ground and fiercely punches. A fireball ruthlessly smashes into the ground along with his fist. The air is filled with leaping fire elements and spiritual power fluctuations. Mu Yan inexplicably feels that this kind of fluctuation is somewhat familiar. The youngster rushes over and hugs Bai Yang, crying and laughing at the same time. Brother Bai Yang, did you see that? I can cultivate, the cold poison in my body has been cured, I'm finally not a good for nothing. In the future, I can also protect you. Bai Yang is bewildered by the youngster's crying. He keeps shouting, that's great, little Shen, that's great. When the two of them are done crying, they both turn to Mu Yan and thank her. The youngster directly falls to his knees and says in a hoarse voice, "Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. May I ask for Senior's great name? In the future, if there's anything you need me to do, I will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation." They can't tell Muyan's age and cultivation, but it's obvious that her strength is far stronger than theirs, even stronger than Zhang Quan and Wang Fei, who are at the core formation stage. So the youngster thinks that she's already a very old senior, and that she's only using a technique to preserve her youth because of her profound cultivation. Mu Yan gently shakes her head. "I said, the fire orchid was picked by your mother at the cost of her life. I'm just giving it to you on her behalf." The youngster stares blankly at first, then his eyes suddenly widen, and his body uncontrollably trembles. "You mean my mother, my mother, she's already..." Mu Yan gently nods. "No, I don't believe it. Mother said that she wouldn't leave me. You lied to me, you lied to me." He lunges at Mu Yan like a madman. "My mother must still be alive. Did you hide her, did you, little Shen? You can't." However, the youngster's hand hasn't even touched Mu Yan when he's thrown over his shoulder and ruthlessly to the ground. Mu Yan steps on his chest and looks down at him from above. Her eyes are cold. "Your mama went through countless hardships and dangers, and even sacrificed her life to find the fire orchid for you. She did this to let you live well, and not to let you be like a coward who only knows how to give up on yourself and escape from reality." Tears flowed down the cheeks of the young man. He could not hold it in any longer and cried bitterly. He kept shouting, "Mummy! Mummy!" This time, Mu Yan and Baiyang didn't say anything. They just let him vent as much as he wanted. When the youngster's crying stops, he looks at Mayan with reddened eyes. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have vented my anger on you. Senior, may I ask where my mother's body is? Is she buried in the Woodfern secret realm?" Mu Yan shook her head and said, "I brought Qing Mei's body out of the secret plane and buried it in the graveyard at the back of the Starry School. If you want, you can pay your respects at any time." The youth's eyes, which had been washed by water, suddenly lit up. He knelt before Mu Yan again, this time even more sincerely than when Mu Yan had saved him. "Benefactor, please tell me your name. I will never forget your great kindness to my mother and I, Chang Shen, for the rest of my life. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you." However, Mu Yan did not hear the rest of his words. She was stunned for a moment. "What did you say your name was? What's your surname?" "This lowly one's surname is Chang, and his name is Changshen. Raging Flame School. Changshen, he's actually a spirit cultivator. Looking at his spiritual power fluctuations, it should be related to the Raging Flame School." Mu Yan's eyes suddenly widen. She finally remembers why the Raging Flame School sounds familiar to her. In the Yanwu continent, when Chang Yu died in order to save her, the person who killed him once said those words. She only knew at that time. The man she rescued from the Wanren coup, the captain of the Ink camp, the taciturn man who was willing to die for her, wasn't someone from the Yanwu continent. He came from the Shozhen continent and was a spirit cultivator. And the sect he belonged to on the Shozhen continent was precisely the Raging Flame School. Mu Yan's hands, hanging at her sides, couldn't stop trembling. Before her eyes, it seems like the scene of Chang Yu covered in blood, the dying lamp in her arms. In her ears, it seems like Chang Yu's dying words are still echoing. "Miss, I don't care what my past is, I only know that from the moment you took me away from Wanrenku as Chang Yu, you were everything to me. I'm willing to give everything to keep you safe for even a moment." Since then, Mu Yan's heart has been filled with guilt towards Chang Yu. She also thought that in this life, she would never have the chance to repay his kindness of protecting her. However, the affairs of the world are so unpredictable. Perhaps, Chang Yu's spirit in heaven is giving her the opportunity to repay him. Mu Yan takes a deep breath, holding Changshen's shoulder, and says in a hoarse voice, "Do you know Chang Yu?" Changshen stares blankly. After a long while, he murmurs, "Chang Yu, Gij, you, how do you know my Gij's name? He died a long time ago, when I was very, very young." Mu Yan's heart suddenly trembles, and she is about to ask in detail. Su Qing suddenly shouts from the side, "Great God Jun, it's not good, those two thieves are running away." Mu Yan turns her head to look, and sure enough, she sees that Zhang Quan and Wang Fei have broken the ropes at some point. Like the wind and lightning, they flee in a sorry state towards the depths of the jungle. Neither of them can fly on a sword, but they are still core formation cultivators. That speed is extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they have almost disappeared into the jungle. Not good. Bai Yang and Changshan both exclaimed, they'll definitely inform Hall Master Kai when they get back. Even the headquarters of Blazing Flame School will send people over. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth hooks up, and there's not the slightest bit of anxiety on her face. With a flick of his wrist, the Tian Emochin appears. The sound of the zither rang out, like a powerful army. In the blink of an eye, the two of them let out a blood-curdling scream and fell from the treetops. Mu Yan wasn't in a hurry at all. She brought Bai Yang and the others with her and slowly walked up to the two. It seems like you really want to die. Zhang Quan and Wang Fei's faces were ashen as they shook their heads repeatedly. No, don't kill us. We won't dare to do it again. We're willing to bring you to Hall Master Kai. Mayan sneered at Bai Yang and said slowly, do you know the way to the Raging Flame Gate? Bai Yang nodded blankly. Do you know the Hall Master Kai they are talking about? Bai Yang nodded again. Mayan chuckles and looks at Zhang Quan and Wang Fei. You see, it seems like you don't need to lead the way. Moreover, you've already wasted the opportunity one gave you. Zhang Quan's face was filled with alarm and fear, and he couldn't help but curse, you can't kill us. If you kill us, you will thoroughly offend the Raging Flame School. Our master is an expert at the leaving aperture stage. If you offend our Raging Flame School, you won't have a good end. Vicious reputation, female demon, please let go. 1. Changshan's face paled. He grabbed Mu Yan's hand and said in a trembling voice, the current head of the Raging Flame School, Yu Guangquan, has a very high cultivation. He's a despicable person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Whoever offends him, he'll destroy their family and kill them, and they'll die without a burial place. Senior, please don't worry about us, or you'll be implicated by us. Zhang Quan and Wang Fei couldn't help but look proud. Bitch, did you hear that? You'll die a horrible death if you offend the Raging Flame School. If you know what's good for you, let us go immediately. When the time comes, we'll beg the head of the school. Maybe he'll see you and not punish you, but make you his concubine. Zhang Quan's words filled Bai Yang and Changshan with indignation. Su Qing couldn't help but smirk, almost laughing out loud. Is this guy an idiot? A mere head of the Raging Flame School wants God Jun to be his concubine? Doesn't he know that the Heavenjian sect, which was much stronger than the Raging Flame School, was almost destroyed by God Jun, out-of-body stage? So what if he's in the out-of-body stage, as if God Jun didn't kill an out-of-body stage cultivator in the Woodfern secret realm? Su Qing couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Zhang Quan and Wang Fei were originally enjoying Bai Yang and Changshan's panicked expressions, feeling proud and relieved. They were waiting for Mu Yan to release them and apologize to them. Now that they saw Su Qing laughing, they couldn't help but say angrily, what are you laughing at? Zhang Quan and Wang Fei were both golden core cultivators. Their cultivation levels were much higher than Su Qing's. But Su Qing looked down at them with contempt. I'm laughing at you frogs in a well. Don't you know who you've offended? What a joke. Zhang Quan sneered, she's just a bitch. At most, she's a peak golden core cultivator. Maybe she's stronger than us, but against our head, she can only be crushed. Not to mention the sect master, even Hall Master Kai, who was currently in charge of the Azure Cloud world, was also a nascent soul expert. Who do you think you are? A mere golden core cultivator wants to compete with the Raging Flame School? Zhang Quan was arrogant, but Wang Fei was much calmer than him. When he saw that Mu Yan was still so relaxed after hearing about the Raging Flame School's strength, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Miss, may I know your name? Which sect did he come from? If you're from the Purple Cloud realm, you might have some connections with my Raging Flame sect. We're fellow cultivators, so there's no need for us to become enemies because of a few lowly slaves. Wang Fei was worried that Mu Yan had a family background, and that she might even be a disciple of a sect in the Ziyun realm. Otherwise, how could this young girl be so arrogant? She clearly knew their identity and background, yet she still casually shouted to kill them. The corners of Mayan's mouth slowly raise into an evil arc, unhurriedly saying, no, my sect is in the Blue Cloud world. Hearing this, Wang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Quan laughed wildly, a lowly servant from the Blue Cloud world dares to be so arrogant in front of my Raging Flame sect. Before his laughter died away, he heard Mu Yan slowly spit out the second half of the sentence, "My name is Jun Mu Yan, and I come from the Green Cloud World Xiaoyao School." The laughter came to an abrupt end. Zhang Quan's arrogant expression froze on his face in an instant. Wang Fei slightly opened his mouth, the expression on his face between relaxation, disdain, shock, and bewilderment. Then, as his brain slowly digested this information, his face completely distorted, turning into extreme fright and disbelief. End of this chapter. Infamous, female devil, please let me go. 2. Why you're Jun Mayan? The alluring killer Lord Mayan? Zhang Quan and Wang Fei were both scared out of their wits. Even Bai Yang and Changshan widened their eyes. Changshan's knees buckled, and he almost fell to the ground. You're Jun Mayan. No, impossible, how could you be Jun Mayan? Wang Fei shook his head desperately, but the description of the alluring killer lord in his mind became clearer and clearer. The youthful face of a young girl. The beauty that could topple cities. The coldness and ruthlessness of a one-hit kill. In battle, she always had a gu qin or a crystal-clear sword in her hand. It matched, all the characteristics matched up. The girl in front of him was really the female demon, Jun Mayan. Zhang Quan, who had been insolent a moment ago, was now scared out of his wits, his entire body trembling. His bound hands kept rubbing against the ground, trying to crawl back. Wang Fei's lips trembled for a long time before he could speak. God Jun, seeing their appearance, Mu Yan raises her eyebrows in surprise. Such a big reaction, forget about the people from the Qingyun and Azure realms. The unfettered seven demons. Pfft. The unfettered seven's reputation had indeed spread far and wide. This could be seen on their way back to the Starry School. But in the Purple Cloud realm, their reputation shouldn't have spread far and wide. Only those who had watched the Deer Cry Grand Banquet and the cultivators of Divine Elephant City should have heard of them. Mu Yan had no idea of the terrifying achievements of the unfettered three demons in the Woodfern Secret Realm. They had already swept through the entire Purple Cloud realm like a hurricane. With just the three of them, they had completely overturned the Heavenjian sect. They had even killed the heir of the Shui clan, a first-rate clan of the southern continent. But they had escaped safely. The Heavenjian sect had fallen from a second-rate clan to a third-rate clan overnight. The Shui clan had lost their heir, but they had swallowed it down and not caused trouble for them. Since the Woodfern Secret Realm's appearance, they had never seen or even heard of such a feat. The cultivators who had survived the Woodfern Secret Realm had witnessed how Mu Yan had single-handedly killed an astral projection cultivator. The disciples of the Heavenjian sect and the Shui family, who had once chased after her, were all scared witless. Moreover, her titles of Fatally Beautiful Killing God and She-Devil had spread like wildfire. This was especially true for those second and third-rate sects that were weaker than the Heavenjian sect. They had taught their disciples that they could offend anyone but the Xiaoyao sect. The Raging Flame School was also a third-rate school in the Ziyun realm. How could they not know Mayan's name? No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Zhang Quan suddenly screamed. Ignoring the restraints on his hands, he turned around and ran. However, before he could take 2 steps, he heard the sound of a zither. Countless swords pierced through his body, causing him to fall stiffly to the ground. Wang Fei was so scared that he fell to his knees and kowtowed to Mu Yan. God Jun, please spare my life. God Jun, please spare my life. This lowly one is willing to lead the way for you, this lowly one is willing to serve you faithfully. Please spare this lowly one's life. Seeing that his head was covered in blood and his face was covered in tears and snot, Mu Yan was too embarrassed to kill him. Alright, if you want to lead the way so badly, then lead the way. Purple Cloud Realm, Phoenix Heavenly Mountain Range, next to the Refining God Cliff. There was a flash of light, and 2 figures staggered out of thin air. Before they could steady themselves, a bolt of purple lightning fell from the sky. End of this chapter. Shin Musician Remnant, she's alive, just kill her. 1. The woman in front screams and falls to the ground, her body twitching uncontrollably. Behind her is a veiled woman, her face pale and weak. These 2 are Lin Qingwan and her disciple, who came to Xiuzhen from the Xiuxian continent through the space barrier. They see Ling Yuexia being punished by the divine thunder because she doesn't have a holy artifact to protect her. Lung Qingwan isn't worried, instead, she shows a carefree expression. But she quickly restrains it. She puts on a concerned expression and helps Lung Qingwan up. Master, are you okay? Leng Yuexia wipes the blood from the corner of her mouth and slowly stands up. Her gaze sweeps around, her eyes flash with extreme disgust. Is this the Xianxia continent, the lower realm where ants stay? Sure enough, the spiritual energy is mixed, and there isn't even the slightest bit of immortal energy. She doesn't want to stay a moment longer in this damned place. Master, what should we do next? Lung Qingwan asks cautiously. Leng Yuexia looks at her coldly. Idiot, do you still need to ask? Naturally, we have to determine whether that slut from the god musicians is dead or alive. As the two are talking, they suddenly hear footsteps coming from not far away. I really didn't expect that Heaven Jian sect would be completely annihilated in this Woodfern Secret Realm expedition, and at the hands of a gold core stage woman at that. Heaven Jian sect suffered such a big loss, are they willing to let it go? So what if they're unwilling to let it go? I heard that Jun Mayan has the support of a crossing tribulation stage expert. Even the Shui family's heir doesn't dare to act rashly. What can Heaven Jian sect do? In Leng Yuexia's eyes, the people of Xianxia continent are the same as ants that she despises and loathes. She originally planned to kill them with a wave of her hand. Hearing their conversation, her pupils can't help but shrink. Lung Qingwan exclaims, Master, it's that slut. That slut's name is Jun Mayan. She's still alive, she's really still alive. Her voice is sharp and shrill, filled with anger and shock. How is this possible? She saw with her own eyes that the slut was struck to death by the divine thunder. Even she was injured. Why was she still alive? The corner of Leng Yuexia's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. What are you shouting for? You're just a piece of trash who can't do anything right. Living is living. He's just an ant from the lower realm. As long as he's alive, we can just kill him later. Lung Qingwan's eyes lit up when she heard Leng Yuexia's tone. Master, you're going to do it yourself. Leng Yuexia presses her still aching chest, but she is determined. The remnants of the Shin musicians, I will never allow them to live another day. She knows better than anyone else how tenacious and difficult it is to kill the Shin musicians. As long as they were given the slightest chance, they would rise from the ashes. At that time, Lung Qingwan, that idiot, wasn't able to get rid of this person because she was too careless and alerted the enemy. She would not make such a mistake. Even though her injuries had yet to fully recover, she had to give that lowly servant a thunderous blow to eliminate any future troubles. Lung Qingwan clenched her fists in excitement. As long as Jun Mayan is dead, she would be the only one left with such a peerless face. At that time, Jun Shang would certainly fall in love with her. No. She could make proper arrangements and assume Jun Mayan's identity. When she and Jun Shang cook rice, and even give birth to a child, would she still be afraid that she wouldn't be able to obtain the identity of the mistress of the polar domain? End of this chapter. Shin musician remnant, alive, we can just kill them. 2. Asking for votes, suppressing the greed and desire in her heart, Lung Qingwan says, but the Xianxia continent is so big, where are we going to find that slut? Leng Yuexia's line of sight looks at the male cultivators who have heard the commotion and come forward, the corners of her mouth revealing a grim smile. A quarter of an hour later. The eyes of those male cultivators turn white, lying on the ground, already covered with cuts and bruises. If there was a doctor here, he would be able to tell at a glance. These two people have been forcibly soul-searched, their souls directly crushed, that's why they died. Leng Yuexia kicks them away in disgust, saying in a low voice, you go to the Bloodsword Gate first, and start making arrangements according to our agreement. I'll go to the Blue Cloud world now, and kill that slut. As for how to find people in the Blue Cloud world? As long as she searches their souls one by one, she'll be able to find that slut's whereabouts. In their eyes, the people of the Xianxia continent are nothing more than livestock and ants that they can trample and abuse at will. They don't need to care about their lives. Yes, master. Thinking of their plan, thinking that Jun Shang will soon be infatuated with her. Lung Qingwan's excited voice trembles, disciple here wishes master a speedy success. When disciple and Jun Shang tie the knot, and enter the polar domain, it will also be the day when Tianyi Men will regain its glory. == Blue Cloud World, Raging Flame Gate. In the main hall, singing and dancing celebrate peace. From time to time you can hear the laughter from inside, as well as the moans and cries of women. Kaiji sits on the high seat, his hands rubbing the slender waist of a beautiful female cultivator, casually rubbing her body. That female cultivator is obviously unwilling, but because of fear she doesn't dare to resist. The people sitting below are even more absurd than Kaiji. Some people have already directly pressed people to the ground, ignoring the female cultivator's cries for mercy, and have already begun to do that improper thing. The others were gulping down wine while enjoying the service of the beautiful female cultivators beside them. Hall Master, this is the first time I know that in this blue cloud world, we can actually live such a happy life like a deity. Ha ha ha, yes, yes. In the purple cloud realm, there are people stronger than us everywhere. As long as we go out, we have to live with our tails between our legs. But in this azure cloud world, it is the complete opposite. Such beautiful women, we can play with as many as we want. When those sex and aristocratic families saw us, which one of them didn't offer up their most valuable treasures with both hands? Huh. Didn't you see how the old man from the Zhang family fawned over us? The moment he heard that we were from the purple cloud realm, he immediately offered his granddaughter to us. In my opinion, the original few female cultivators of the Raging Flame School are not bad. They are all very tender. I was too excited yesterday and accidentally broke one of them. Today, I must take it easy and play with them for at least 2 more days. Ha ha ha. The female cultivator, who was pouring wine for the few of them, could not help but tremble and accidentally poured the wine in her hand onto a fat male cultivator. The female cultivator was so scared that her face turned pale, and she said in a trembling voice, I didn't mean it, my lord, I'll wipe it for you, what? How could he give it to her just by wiping it? Squat down now and lick it clean for me. The place where the wine was wet happened to be on her crotch. The female cultivator's face was deathly pale, and she retreated again and again. This time, she finally angered the fat male cultivator. He ruthlessly kicked the female cultivator to the ground. I give you face, but you don't want it. It is your honor that I let you lick. Since you want to die, come, drag this slut away and feed her to the exploding flaming tiger outside. Sorry, the update at midnight will continue to be delayed. Recently the workload has been a bit heavy, I'll try to adjust it back this week. End of this chapter. A shameless face. However, the Xianxia sect, which was so powerful in the purple cloud realm, had been easily destroyed by 3 people. The lofty leaving aperture realm cultivator in their hearts was killed mercilessly by a young lady. One could imagine how much this news shocked the people of the Raging Flame sect. But if it was just shock, it would have been fine. But now they had provoked the demoness who destroyed the Xianxia sect. For a moment, the people of the Raging Flame sect were scared out of their wits. They wished they could pass out immediately. The people of the Qingyun realm were overjoyed. One by one, they knelt on the ground, their voices choked with joy. God Jun has come to save us. God Jun, you must punish these beasts for us. My junior sister was tortured to death by them. God Jun, I am from the Qin family of the Qingyun realm. My whole family admires you. Please send me home, great God Jun. And me, I am from the Li family. My family was persecuted by the Raging Flame sect. My father was seriously injured. Please save us and avenge us. Tearful complaints, accompanied by a belly full of hatred and grievances, echoed in the hall. Bai Yang and Chang Xinlian remembered their own experience. Their eyes reddened. However, Mu Yan expressionlessly swept his gaze over everyone present, and said in a deep voice, I am not here to save you, nor am I here to avenge you. In this world, don't think about relying on others. Instead of begging for redemption, it is better to find a way to become stronger. Others can save you for a while, but they can't save you forever. She had seen the scene in the hall just now. These people were humiliated, abused, and enslaved. But they only obeyed and obeyed. They didn't even have the slightest consciousness of resistance. Even if resistance could lead to death. But in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, they should understand that if they didn't have the courage to fight against the heavens, they could only hide their sharpness and live. Instead of crying and waiting for others to save them when they were in trouble. How can you do this? A few female cultivators shouted unwillingly, "We worship you as our god, we worship you as our idol. You are the pride of our blue cloud world. Isn't it natural for you to save us?" "That's right. If you're really looking out for us, you should give us some medicinal pills and magical equipment to help us become stronger, shouldn't you?" The words of these female cultivators made Suqing roll his eyes. Even Baiyang and Changshan could not help but look disgusted. But there were also a few people who disagreed. Especially the female cultivator who was just dragged out to be fed to the explosive flaming tiger. It was only because of Mu Yan's timely rescue that she managed to escape from the tiger's jaws. Her heart was filled with gratitude and reverence for Mu Yan. She grabbed her skirt with both hands, mustered up her courage, and loudly said, "But Jun Moxia doesn't have any obligation to help us. We should be grateful that he can save our lives." Xiao Huan is right. Jun Moxia has already saved us by punishing these evil people. How can we ask for more? However, those female cultivators said as if it was a matter of course, Jun Mu Yan killed the higher-ups of the Raging Flame School, which is equal to offending the entire Raging Flame School. If she doesn't deal with the aftermath, we will be implicated. What's more, we worship her so much, we see her as our idol. How can she not help us? Suqing was so angry at the shameless faces of these women that his whole body trembled. End of this chapter. From now on, you will follow me. He can't help but reflect on himself. When he led the whole Guai sect to rob the Xiaoyao sect, was it also this disgusting? He steps forward and is about to speak, but is stopped by Mu Yan. Mu Yan doesn't even look at the female cultivators. Instead, she turns her wrist and the Tian Mo Qin appears in her hand. Her slender, jade-like fingers gently pluck the strings. As the melodious sound of the qin reverberates in the room. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the people in the hall begin to faint, falling into a deep sleep. But strangely, some people close their eyes, revealing a carefree and sweet smile on their faces. Some people close their eyes, revealing a frightened and pained expression. As for the disciples of the Raging Flame School, including Kai Ji, their faces are all distorted, their bodies convulsing and trembling. The most frightening thing is that their faces begin to age in a short period of time, their hair and teeth fall out little by little. Wrinkles cover their faces, the spiritual power around their bodies becomes thinner and thinner, and their breathing becomes more and more rapid, like broken bellows. In the entire hall, apart from Mu Yan, only Suqing, Baiyang, and Changshan are still awake. The three look at the scene of hell and heaven intertwining before them, and then look at the beautiful girl playing the qin leisurely. They can't help but shiver. Suqing suddenly feels that the great god Jun and the Xiaoyao sect were too merciful in punishing him. Jun, great god Jun, what's wrong with them? Changshan can't help but ask. Mu Yan stops playing the qin, turns to look at Changshan, and reaches out to touch his head. "Don't call me great god Jun, call me sister, or like your brother. Call me Mississippi." Changshan stares at her, his eyes slowly becoming misty. "Miss, Baiyang Gij and I have no relatives. Can we follow you in the future?" Baiyang is also looking at Mu Yan eagerly. Mu Yan's voice is soft. "You are Changyu's only relative in this world. Of course, I can't leave you alone. When things here are over, I will take you to see your brother's brothers. Later, you will be with them. They will take care of you, protect you, and help you become stronger." "My brother's brothers?" Changshan's eyes are bright. "Miss, then I won't be alone in the future?" Mu Yan smiles gently and nods. She then looked at Baiyang. "Baiyang, your talent in arrays is the highest I've ever seen. Are you willing to follow me?" "Me? Talented in arrays?" Baiyang pointed a finger at himself in disbelief. "Jun Moxia, are you sure you're not mistaken? My cultivation is only at the second stage of abstinence, and I'm a cripple with a broken arm. No, cultivation and talent in formations are two different things." Mayan shakes her head. "It's precisely because your cultivation is so low that you're even missing a hand, yet you're able to refine such a unique array disc. That's why I say that your talent in arrays is unparalleled. I will send you to a place where you can use your talents and work for me in the future. Are you willing?" Baiyang's lips were trembling with excitement, but he still glanced at Changshan. "Is she with little Shen?" Changshan also looked over nervously. It was obvious that he did not want to be separated from Big Brother Yang at all. Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh, of course. From now on, you should address me like Changshan does. Don't call me God Jun, yes, miss. Yang cheered and happily hugged Changshan. End of chapter. Jun Mayan, are you a devil? Asking for votes, Changshan shows his first sincere smile after hearing the news of Qingmei's death. The way the two of them were cheering and jumping for joy was exactly like children. Mu Yan shakes her head and laughs. Su Qing is full of envy. It's obvious that God Jun has taken a liking to these two people and accepted them as his own people. He doesn't know where God Jun will arrange for them, but in any case, the future of these two people will be limitless. Mu Yan naturally wants to arrange for Changshan and Yang to join the Netherflame army. Changshan is Qianyu's only relative. Mu Yan has wronged Qianyu, and she wants to compensate Changshan. And Yang's talent in arrays is a talent that the everlasting camp urgently needs. Moreover, this young man is kind-hearted and knows how to repay kindness. For a promise, a little kindness, he doesn't hesitate to sacrifice his life. It's Jun Mayan's luck that the Netherflame army can recruit such a person. Right at this moment, a series of pa-pa-pa sounds began to come from the main hall. Su Qing and the others look over and see that the heads of the Raging Flame school disciples have exploded. In the blink of an eye, Kaiji is the only living disciple of the Raging Flame school. God Jun, this is. Mu Yan smiles, it's nothing, just letting them experience hundreds and thousands of nightmarish reincarnations in a dream. The vitality in their bodies is exhausted little by little, and their souls are gradually gnawed away. Finally, they can't bear the torture and choose to self-destruct. Of course, because their spiritual power and profound qi have been exhausted, even if they self-destruct, it won't set off any storm. At most, their brains will splatter everywhere. After her Shin musician rose to the 7th level, her, floating like a dream, has also been upgraded. Under the cover of the sound of the zither, as long as the floating like a dream is under the effect of the floating like a dream, the things that leave a deep impression in their memories will be exposed to Mu Yan. Almost at the moment when floating like a dream is launched, she knows what kind of heartless evil these people have done. Therefore, Mu Yan did not hesitate to punish these people, letting them experience the pain that others have endured in their nightmares. And then die miserably in despair. With the self-destruction of the Raging Flame school disciples, the others in the hall also woke up. Their reactions were also different. The female cultivator named Xiao Huan and the people around her were pleasantly surprised. They had just had a beautiful dream, and when they woke up, they found that not only were their injuries healed, but their cultivation had also improved. On the other hand, the female cultivators who were aggressive towards Mu Yan were all panicking and uneasy. They looked at Mu Yan as if they were looking at a devil. Mu Yan raised the corner of her lips and looked at them with a smile that was not a smile. How about it, do you still need me to save you now? No, don't. We won't do it again. Demon King, no, great God Jun, spare my life ah. Scared witless, these people ran out of the place. Just now, those righteous words, feeling that it was a matter of course for Mu Yan to help them, have long since vanished. They probably never wanted to see the god they worshipped ever again. Mu Yan didn't bother with them anymore. She cleaned up the hall. In the end, only a half-dead Kaiji was left. As the sound of the zither rang out, Kaiji's body twitched violently, and he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that came into view was a face that was as beautiful as frost and snow, a face that could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. Ao, I've received a piece of good news. The exhausted Az desperately wrote one more chapter. I thank all the readers for their support and love for Az. I love you guys, mua, end of this chapter, from now on, you will follow me. He can't help but reflect on himself. When he led the whole Guei sect to rob the Xiaoyao sect, was it also this disgusting? He steps forward and is about to speak, but is stopped by Mu Yan. Mu Yan doesn't even look at the female cultivators. Instead, she turns her wrist and the Tian Mo Qin appears in her hand. Her slender, jade-like fingers gently pluck the strings. As the melodious sound of the qin reverberates in the room. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the people in the hall begin to faint, falling into a deep sleep. But strangely, some people close their eyes, revealing a carefree and sweet smile on their faces. Some people close their eyes, revealing a frightened and pained expression. As for the disciples of the Raging Flame School, including Kai Ji, their faces are all distorted, their bodies convulsing and trembling. The most frightening thing is that their faces begin to age in a short period of time, their hair and teeth fall out little by little. Wrinkles cover their faces, the spiritual power around their bodies becomes thinner and thinner, and their breathing becomes more and more rapid, like broken bellows. In the entire hall, apart from Mu Yan, only Su Qing, Bai Yang, and Changshen are still awake. The three look at the scene of hell and heaven intertwining before them, and then look at the beautiful girl playing the qin leisurely. They can't help but shudder. Su Qing suddenly feels that the great god Jun and the Xiaoyao sect were too merciful in punishing him. Jun, great god Jun, what's wrong with them? Changshen can't help but ask. Mu Yan stops playing the qin, turns to look at Changshen, and reaches out to touch his head. Don't call me great god Jun, call me sister, or like your brother, call me Mississippi. Changshen stares at her, his eyes slowly becoming misty. Miss, Bai Yang Gij and I have no relatives. Can we follow you in the future? Bai Yang is also looking at Mu Yan eagerly. Mu Yan's voice is soft, you are Changyu's only relative in this world. Of course, I can't leave you alone. When things here are over, I will take you to see your brother's brothers. Later, you will be with them. They will take care of you, protect you, and help you become stronger. My brother's brothers? Changshen's eyes are bright. Miss, then I won't be alone in the future? Mu Yan smiles gently and nods. She then looked at Bai Yang. Bai Yang, your talent in arrays is the highest I've ever seen. Are you willing to follow me? Me? Talented in arrays? Bai Yang pointed a finger at himself in disbelief. Jun Mo Xia, are you sure you're not mistaken? My cultivation is only at the second stage of abstinence, and I'm a cripple with a broken arm. No, cultivation and talent in formations are two different things. Mayan shakes her head, it's precisely because your cultivation is so low that you're even missing a hand, yet you're able to refine such a unique array disc. That's why I say that your talent in arrays is unparalleled. I will send you to a place where you can use your talents and work for me in the future. Are you willing? Bai Yang's lips were trembling with excitement, but he still glanced at Changshen. Is she with little Shen? Changshen also looked over nervously. It was obvious that he did not want to be separated from big brother Bai Yang at all. Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh, of course. From now on, you should address me like Changshen does. Don't call me God Jun, yes, miss. Bai Yang cheered and happily hugged Changshen. End of chapter, /txt/83530/. Baidu search for the UC Book League website, allowing you to experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of which are updated in seconds. Jun Mayan, are you a devil? Asking for votes, Changshen shows his first sincere smile after hearing the news of Qingmei's death. The way the two of them were cheering and jumping for joy was exactly like children. Mu Yan shakes her head and laughs. Su Qing's face was full of envy. It was obvious that Jun Mo Xia had taken a liking to these two, and had taken them in as his own people. He doesn't know where God Jun will arrange for them, but in any case, the future of these two people will be limitless. Mu Yan naturally wants to arrange for Changshen and Bai Yang to join the Netherflame army. Changshen is Qianyu's only relative. Mu Yan has wronged Qianyu, and she wants to compensate Changshen. And Bai Yang's talent in arrays is a talent that the everlasting camp urgently needs. Moreover, this young man is kind-hearted and knows how to repay kindness. For a promise, a little kindness, he doesn't hesitate to sacrifice his life. It is Jun Mayan's fortune that the Netherflame army can recruit such a person. Just then, there is a pa-pa-pa sound coming from the hall. Su Qing and the others look and see that the heads of the Raging Flame School disciples have exploded. In a flash, Kai Ji is the only one left alive among the Raging Flame School disciples. God Jun, this is. Mu Yan smiles, it's nothing, just letting them experience hundreds of nightmarish reincarnations in a dream. The vitality in their bodies is exhausted little by little, and their souls are gradually gnawed away. Finally, they can't bear the torture and choose to self-destruct. Of course, because their spiritual power and profound chi have been exhausted, even if they self-destruct, it won't set off any storm. At most, their brains will splatter everywhere. After her Shin musician rose to the 7th level, her, floating like a dream, has also been upgraded. Under the cover of the sound of the zither, as long as the floating like a dream is under the effect of the floating like a dream, the things that left a deep impression in their memories will be exposed in front of Mu Yan. Almost at the moment when floating like a dream is launched, she knows what kind of heartless evil these people have done. Therefore, Mu Yan did not hesitate to punish these people, letting them experience the pain that others have endured in their nightmares. And then die miserably in despair. With the self-destruction of the Raging Flame school disciples, the others in the hall also woke up. Their reactions were also different. The female cultivator named Xiao Huan and the people around her were pleasantly surprised. They had just had a beautiful dream, and when they woke up, they found that not only were their injuries healed, but their cultivation had also improved. On the other hand, the female cultivators who were aggressive towards Mu Yan were all panicking and uneasy. They looked at Mu Yan as if they were looking at a devil. Mu Yan raised the corner of her lips and looked at them with a smile that was not a smile. How about it? Do you still need me to save you now? No, 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 don't. We won't do it again. Demon King, no no no, Great God June, spare my life ah. Scared witless, these people ran out of the place. Just now, those righteous words, feeling that it was a matter of course for Mu Yan to help them, have long since vanished. They probably never wanted to see the god they worshipped ever again. Mu Yan didn't bother with them anymore. She cleaned up the hall. In the end, only a half-dead Kaiji was left. As the sound of the zither rang out, Kaiji's body twitched violently, and he slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was a beautiful face that could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. AO, I got a piece of good news. Ozzy, who was exhausted, desperately wrote one more chapter. Thank all the readers for their support and love. For Ozzy. I love you guys, mua mua, end of this chapter, /txt/83530/. Baidu search, UC Book League, website, let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all updated in seconds. However, as soon as Kaiji saw this face, his entire body trembled like a sieve. Feces and urine shot out from his blood-soaked crotch, filling the entire hall with a foul stench. Spare me, Great God June, I beg you to spare me. Mayan doesn't seem to notice the stench in the hall at all. She looks down at Kaiji and says indifferently, Speak, what happened to the Chang family back then? Why are you chasing after Changshan? Why did Changyu end up in the Yanwu continent? Changshan's body suddenly trembles, his hands tightly clenched into fists, and he slowly walks to Mu Yan's side. For as long as he could remember, he had always been on the run and tortured by the cold poison. It had been more than 10 years, and he had almost forgotten what the Chang family was like. He had even forgotten whether he had a father, a mother, an older brother, or any other relatives other than Aunt May. He could still vaguely remember the warmth of their family when they were young. His brother took him to play and taught him the joy of practicing the sword. However, everything changed in a single night. From then on, all that was left for him was endless coldness and despair. In the beginning, he kept asking his mother, Where are Dad and Mom? Where is Big Brother? Why don't we go home? Later, in his mother's tears, he slowly understood that he had no parents, no older brother, no home. Changshan forced himself not to think about it and gradually forgot all about it. And today, was the truth of the past finally going to be revealed before his eyes? Changshan closed his eyes and tears flowed down his cheeks. Suddenly, a hand pressed on his shoulder. Changshan turned around and saw Bai Yang's concerned eyes. Looking at Mayan on the side, the despair and hatred in his heart is slowly replaced by strength and warmth. Kaiji's gaze sweeps over Changshan, then falls on Mu Yan in horror. He trembles as he tries to open his mouth. However, he hears Mu Yan sneer, You'd better think carefully before answering me. If there's even a single lie, I guarantee that you will taste a nightmare 10,000 times more terrifying than just now. If you don't believe me, you can look at the other disciples of your Raging Flame school. Kaiji turned around and almost fainted from fright. Those people's exploded heads, withered skin, and falling white hair were all close at hand, showing the kind of torture these people had gone through. I'll tell you everything. Xianxia, please spare my life. I don't want to experience that nightmare again, even if I die. In Kaiji's narration, the tragedy of the Chang family, or the former sect master of the Raging Flame sect, finally surfaced. As it turned out, Chang Yu's father, Chang Lixing, was originally the sect master of the Blazing Flame sect. The current sect master of the Raging Flame sect, Yu Guanchuan, was the vice sect master of the Raging Flame sect. The reason why the Raging Flame sect was called the Raging Flame sect was because the Chang family had a set of heaven-tier cultivation methods passed down from generation to generation. As long as a cultivator with a fire attribute spiritual root practiced this set, their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. Moreover, his attack power would be doubled when he used fire spells. During his travels, Papa Chang got to know Yu Guanchuan, who also had a fire heaven spirit root, and taught him. After cultivating, Yu Guanchuan quickly broke through to the nascent soul realm. He was extremely grateful to Papa Chang. The two of them became sworn brothers. Later, it was also under Yu Guanchuan's suggestion that Father Chang set up the Blazing Flame sect on the condition that he would be able to impart his knowledge upon entering the sect. It was simply too useful for fire-type cultivators. Thus, more and more people joined the Raging Flame sect, and the Raging Flame sect became increasingly prosperous. He even moved step by step from the blue cloud world to the purple cloud world. As time went on, Chang Lixing's cultivation was getting higher and higher, breaking through to the middle level of leaving body stage in one fell swoop. But Yu Guanchuan was stuck at the first level of leaving body stage for a long time, unable to advance any further. Yu Guanchuan's heart gradually began to grow jealousy and unwillingness. Until one day, he realized that the Raging Flame arts that Chang Lixing gave him was not complete at all. Only the direct descendants of the Chang family are eligible to learn the core, Raging Flame arts. Yu Guanchuan felt that he had been deceived, and he angrily questioned Chang Lixing. Chang Lixing hurriedly explained to him that the ancestors of the Chang family had stated clearly when they passed down the Raging Flame arts. The core cultivation method could only be passed on to the children of the Chang family with the purest heavenly fire spiritual roots. Even if other cultivators learned it, they could not achieve the same effect. However, Yu Guanchuan didn't listen at all. He only felt that Chang Lixing didn't want him to surpass him, so he secretly hid the core, Raging Flame arts. But Yu Guanchuan was very shrewd. He pretended to be convinced by Chang Lixing. Then he turned around and took advantage of Chang Lixing's retreat to join forces with Hall Master Kai and the others to exterminate the Chang family. Chang Lixing never thought that his best brother would betray him. During his retreat, he was cruelly injured by Yu Guanchuan. The next to suffer were Chang Yu and Chang Shen, the two true direct descendants of the Chang family. It was at that time that Chang Yu's dantian was seriously injured, almost shattered. Chang Yu's mother died to protect him. Before she died, she could only do everything to send Chang Yu to the Yanwu continent. When Chang Yu woke up in the Yanwu continent, his cultivation was abolished, he lost his memory, and was eventually sold to the ghost city's Wanrenku. And Chang Shen's mother's personal maid, Qing Mei, fled with Chang Shen. At that time, Chang Shen was only 3 or 5 years old, still a little baby who didn't understand anything. During the escape, he was carelessly hit by Yu Guanchuan's confidant, and the cold poison entered his body. In just one night, the Chang family was torn apart, and the family was destroyed. However, after Yu Guanchuan slaughtered all of Chang Lixing's trusted subordinates, he ascended to the position of sect master and took control of the Raging Flame sect. But he searched the whole Raging Flame school and the Chang family, and did not find the core, Raging Flame technique. Thus, he ordered the entire continent to hunt down Qing Mei. The pitiful Qing Mei, a weak woman, had to flee everywhere with the seriously injured Chang Shen. Their lives were precarious. The cold poison in Chang Shen's body, unless he used the fire leaf orchid to completely cure it, he could only rely on the fire spirit pill to suppress it day by day. The fire spirit pill was expensive, and Qing Mei was afraid of being found by the Raging Flame school. One could imagine how hard her days were. In order to become stronger and protect Chang Shen, in order to buy the fire spirit pill, she even did not hesitate to sell her body. Unexpectedly, the two of them were still discovered by the Raging Flame sect. When the Woodfern's secret realm opened, Qingmei steeled her heart and entrusted Changshen to her good friend, Elder Zhou, before entering the secret realm to look for the fireleaf orchid. But she didn't expect that the people of the Raging Flame sect would still find Changshen. If it weren't for Mayan's appearance, the last of the Chang family's only seedling might have already died in Yu Guanchuan's hands. Hearing this, Changshen could not help but burst into tears. Bai Yang patted his back to comfort him. Kaiji looked at Mayan in horror. Great God June, I've already said what I needed to say. You said that you would spare me? I don't want to enter that dream again. I don't want to enter that nightmare again even if I die. In truth, Kaiji was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of the endless cycle of that nightmare. In 1 second, 800 mail sign small divided by talk net, wonderful pop-up window free reading, he even tried to self-destruct, but found that in the sound of the zither, his spiritual power had long been stagnant, and even his divine sense was chaotic, as if it had sunk into thick mercury, and could not guide his dantian to self-destruct at all. Want to die quickly? Mu Yan raised the corner of her mouth, and said slowly, sure, help me do one more thing. What is it? Mu Yan turned her finger, and a light red paper crane appeared in her hand. Send a message to Yu Guanchuan, say that Changshen has been caught, but, Raging Flame technique, was not found on him. Moreover, the cold poison in Changshen's body has flared up, and he will die before he reaches Ziyun world. Kaiji's pupils shrank slightly. You want to kill the sect master? He is a rank 3 leaving aperture realm expert. Mu Yan's fingers gently plucked the strings of the zither, and the corner of her mouth hooked up in a mocking arc. You just need to answer me, will you send it or not? The sound of the zither echoed in his ears, melodious and pleasant, but Kaiji seemed to hear the call from hell. He immediately screamed, I'll send it. I'll send it. Please don't play the zither anymore. 1 day later. A sword light fell straight from the sky. The huge flying sword slowly became smaller, and 3 people walked down from it. The surrounding air immediately filled with a terrible pressure. If there were people from Qingyun world here, they would have vomited blood and fainted. These 3 people were Yu Guanchuan and his 2 confidants. 1 rank 4 leaving aperture realm, and 2 peak nascent soul. In the entire Qingyun world, how many people have seen such high-level cultivators? A slender man beside Yu Guanchuan reached out and fanned the tip of his nose, and said in disgust, even the smell of trash gathering place is disgusting. Haha, this is Qingyun world after all, the spiritual energy is heterogeneous, and there is no refining God precipice, how can it be compared with our Ziyun world? But we are here to take away that Chang family's son of a bitch. Speaking of which, it is your fault, old Sunday. That cold ice palm was too heavy, and after 10 years, the cold poison has not been cured, and it has become even more serious. The slender man called Old Sun laughed, and his face was quite proud. As the 3 casually walked, they arrived at the Azure Cloud World's Raging Flame School. Looking at the empty door, Old Sun couldn't help but frown. This Kaiji is getting more and more incompetent. He knows that the sect master is here, but he doesn't even come out to welcome him. But Yu Guanchuan said indifferently, you don't have to care about these customs. This time, as long as he can let me obtain the true blazing flame technique, I will remember his contribution. Thinking about how the core cultivation method of the blaze technique that he had coveted for more than 10 years was about to fall into his hands, his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds from now on. Yu Guanchuan's eyes shone with a fiery light. At this moment, melodious music slowly sounded from within the blazing flame gate. The sound of the zither was like weeping and complaining at one moment, touching and sorrowful at another, stirring and resounding at the next. But no matter what the key was, the sound of the guqin was as pleasant as the sounds of nature, and they were almost unable to extricate themselves from it. However, as he listened, Yu Guanchuan first realized that something was wrong. Damn it! Quickly shield your ears. The one playing the zither is a support musician. Moreover, the effect of the zither music on them was negative support. With Yu Guanchuan's shout, the 2 hall masters realized that something was wrong, and they gathered their spirit to their ears, shielding their hearing. But they were still a step too late. They discovered that the spirit energy that they were originally circulating freely seemed to have been filled with lead. What's going on? Someone actually ambushed us? In 1 second, 800 mail sign small divided by talk net, wonderful pop-up window free reading. Where's Kaiji? Who's playing tricks inside? Still not coming out for me. As the sound of the zither slowly stops, 7 colored sword lights soar into the sky, and eventually converge into a transparent sword in midair. On the sword, the girl in white stands, looking down at the 3 people. Hall Master Kai, your sect master is looking for you? Do you want to go down and see him? A sweet voice, like the sounds of nature, comes unhurriedly from the sky. As soon as the voice falls, a badly mutilated torso is thrown in front of Yu Guanchuan. At this time, Kaiji is already at his last gasp, mentally deranged. He doesn't even notice Yu Guanchuan, who is close at hand. He just keeps shouting, I don't want to go back to the nightmare, God Jun, I beg you, kill me, kill me. Kaiji? You're Kaiji? Yu Guanchuan's 2 confidants are simply stunned. Kaiji's cultivation is at the nascent soul stage. In the Qingyun realm, he can be said to be an invincible existence. But now, he has turned into this ghastly appearance. After hearing the 3 words God Jun, Yu Guanchuan's pupils suddenly shrink. He stares at the girl in the sky, muttering, fatally beautiful killing god, you're Jun Mayan. The 7 absolute sword slowly falls to the ground, and the girl's beautiful face appears in front of the 3 people. Under this look, even the last trace of luck in Yu Guanchuan's heart completely disappears. Jun Mayan, what do you mean by this? My Raging Flame School and the Xiaoyao 7 sons have no enmity in the past, what do you mean by crippling my men? His voice is loud and clear, and his tone is questioning. But only he himself knew how much of it he was just pretending to be tough on the outside but weak on the inside. His eyes keep looking around, wanting to know whether it's Jun Mayan alone, or the Xiaoyao 7 sons who have all come. Mayan sneers, don't look, my fellow apprentices aren't here. I'm the only one here. Hearing this, Yu Guanchuan immediately breathes a sigh of relief. A cold light slowly condenses in his eyes as he looks at Mayan. The girl in front of him is indeed stunning, but in the end, she's only a core formation cultivator. He had 1 out-of-body stage and 2 nascent soul stage cultivators on his side. Could it be that he couldn't deal with her? As for the Heavensight sect's destruction, it was definitely due to the unique environment of the Woodfern secret realm. Perhaps it was 3 against 1 from the Xiaoyao sect, or perhaps it was a sneak attack. In short, they were already prepared. Why would they be afraid of a mere little girl? Thinking of this, he cleared his throat and said, Miss Jun, has my Raging Flame sect ever offended you? Mu Yan shook her head. Without waiting for Yu Guanchuan to speak, she sneered, you didn't offend me, but you offended my elder brother. Your elder brother? Mu Yan continued, you killed Chang Lixing's family, right? Your people crippled Chang Yu's Dantian, and he fell into Yanwu continent, right? Yu Guanchuan's expression suddenly changed, you are indeed standing up for the Chang family. Jun Mayan, think about it carefully. The Chang family has long been ruined, and our Raging Flame School is like the sun in the sky. Is it worth it? To offend our Raging Flame School for the sake of the ruined Chang family? The dilapidated Chang family? The Raging Flame School that's like the sun in the sky? Mu Yan sneered and slowly shook her head, after today, it won't be. Her voice was clear and pleasant to listen to, but it sounded like a curse. Every word smashed into the heads of Yu Guanchuan and the other 2, causing an indescribable fear to rise in their hearts. Soon, the Raging Flame sect will disappear from this world, and the Chang family will regain its glory one day. Even if the Raging Flame sect reappears in the world one day, the sect master will be surnamed Chang. Chang Yu, this is the only way I can repay you. May your spirit in heaven witness the re-emergence of the Chang family with your own eyes, witness the joy and health of your only relative. Hiding in the corner, Changshen hears these words with tears streaming down his face. His fists are tightly clenched, and his eyes are full of unswerving determination. He vows that he will not let down the Mrs. expectations, and will not disappoint his mother's sacrifice. One day, he will support the Chang family, and comfort his parents and brother. The blue sky has become overcast at some point. The pitter-patter of rain falls down. Don't kill me, I beg you to spare my life. Yu Guanchuan is lying in the muddy grass, blood gurgling out from his wound and the broken leg, mixing with the mud. Beside him, the bodies of his 2 trusted subordinates lie in disorder. In the curtain of rain, the girl slowly walks over. Her whole body is shrouded in a halo of rich spiritual energy, and the cold rain is blocked outside by the halo. The world is muddy, but the girl walking in the rain seems to be untainted by a speck of dust. At this time, all the emotions in Yu Guanchuan's heart have been replaced by fear and despair. He has no legs, so he keeps clawing at the muddy ground with his hands to crawl backwards. His mouth keeps shouting and begging, "Raging Flame Sect, I am willing to give you the Raging Flame Sect. Also, I can give you the treasures that I snatched from the Chang family. I only beg you to let me go, let me live." Mayan looks at him expressionlessly for a while, then says faintly, "Little Shen, come here." In the curtain of rain, the youth runs over with large strides. The rain drenches his clothes and hair, but he doesn't notice it at all. His pair of eyes unwaveringly stare at Yu Guanchuan, filled with monstrous anger and hatred. It's this beast that killed his parents and killed his brother. He also forced his mother and elder Zhou into a dead end. Changshen is a kind-hearted child, but when he sees this man, he can't wait to tear him to pieces. "Do you want to take revenge with your own hands?" The girl's clear and sweet voice makes Changshen jerk his head, and he whispers, "Miss, Mu Yan flicked her wrist and a dagger appeared in her hand. She said unhurriedly, "I've smeared 18 types of poisons on this dagger. Each of them will make you wish you were dead, but you won't die in a short period of time. As long as this knife does not pierce his heart, he will continue to sink in the torment of hell until you allow him to escape." Changshen stares blankly at Mu Yan, the rims of his eyes reddening a little as tears fall from his eyes. Mu Yan reveals a gentle smile and shoves the dagger into his hand. Go seek justice for your Chang family, for your mama." Changshen hurriedly wiped away his tears, gripped the dagger tightly, and nodded heavily. Then, with a cold look in his eyes, he walked step by step towards Yu Guanchuan. Changshen, don't you want the Raging Flame Sect? You're just a kid. You can't take over the Raging Flame Sect. But as long as I help you, you can become the sect master of the Raging Flame Sect. Think about it, it's such a glorious thing. Kill me and you'll get nothing. Yu Guanchuan tried his best to tempt him. The Raging Flame Sect is a big cake, and Changshen can't swallow it all by himself. Baidu search the UC Book League website and let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of which are updated in seconds. If he wants to get the Raging Flame Sect, he needs his help. Yu Guanchuan believes that no one would not be tempted by such a huge benefit. As long as there's life, there's hope. Today, he failed, but given a chance, he will definitely be able to make a comeback. Yu Guanchuan fearfully sweeps over Mayan, concealing the ruthlessness at the bottom of his eyes. He looks at Changshen with a pleading and fawning expression. "Shen, when you were born, Uncle still held you. When you were a child, Uncle also took your brother to gain experience. Uncle also felt guilty about what happened back then, and always wanted to make up for it. I wanted to return the Raging Flame Sect to your Chang family. If you don't believe me, you can make me swear a poison oath. If I don't properly assist you, let my reputation be ruined, and I'll be damned." Before Yu Guanchuan could finish his flowery words, Changshen suddenly stabs him with a knife. In a split second, an indescribable pain spreads throughout Yu Guanchuan's body. It's like countless ants are gnawing at his bones, and like a sharp blade is cutting his head. This kind of pain is by no means something that ordinary people can bear. Changshen coldly looks at him, gritting his teeth. "Back then, is this how you deceived my father and my brother? You think that after your true colors are exposed, I can still believe you? What Raging Flame Sect, Chang family's treasures, I don't need anything. I only want you to die." The dagger is suddenly pulled out, and once again, it ruthlessly stabs Yu Guanchuan. "This knife, I'm giving you on behalf of my father. This knife is for the death of my mother and brother. This knife is for the death of my mother and brother." Again and again. In the blink of an eye, Yu Guanchuan is already riddled with holes, and his flesh is badly mutilated. His body keeps twitching, his face is distorted, and his eyes turn white, but he can't even cry out. Blood keeps splashing, falling on Changshen's face. But it's mixed with rainwater and washed off. Not long after, a bright red puddle converges on the ground. Such a scene should be cruel and bloody, but it's mixed with unspeakable sorrow and sadness. After 2 hours of torture, Yu Guanchuan finally breathed his last. Changshan stared blankly at the blood and flesh being washed away by the rain. He suddenly threw away the dagger and fell to his knees with a thud, wailing loudly. Mama, Dad, Mom, Brother, Shen'er has taken revenge for you. Woo 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 woo. The Chang clan was avenged, but the dead would never come again. Mama, Shen'er misses you so much. Can you see it? The enemy you wanted to kill, Shen'er killed him for you. Dad, Mom, Brother, can you all come? Shen'er missed you guys so much. Bai Yang squatted down in front of Chang Shen and used his remaining hand to pull the lonely crying youth into his arms. Little Shen, don't cry. Although your family is gone, we will always be by your side. Chang Shen slowly raised her head and looked at Bai Yang with her watery eyes. Brother Bai Yang, you won't abandon me like my mom, right? You're the only family I have left. I don't want to be alone anymore. Bai Yang smiled softly and caressed his head. Of course I won't abandon you. What's more, how could you be alone? Did you forget that the miss said that she would take me to see your brother's brothers? They will definitely take good care of you. The rain started to fall, and it didn't stop. Mu Yan took Chang Shen and Bai Yang to a small town not far from the Raging Flame sect. Baidu search, UC Book League, website, and let you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of which are updated in seconds. As for Su Qing, without the task of leading the way, Mu Yan lets him go back first. Changshen, miss, where are we going? Is it, to see my brother's brother? They're in this town? Mu Yan smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, she walked straight into the town's largest inn. When the waiter saw them, he immediately welcomed them warmly. Without waiting for him to speak, Mayan says, I want to see your boss. The waiter was startled and said awkwardly, Sir, our boss doesn't meet people easily. Mu Yan hands a black token to the waiter, give this to your boss, he will see it. The waiter suspiciously took the token and looked at it. In the center of the black jade token, there was a flame symbol. Under the illumination of the light, the flame seemed to flicker with red light. The waiter took the token doubtfully and left. Not long after, a middle-aged man rushed down the stairs. Seeing Mayan, he almost kneels down with a thud. Darren, why did you come in person? This middle-aged man wasn't a core member of the Nether Flame Army, but he was a core member of the Heaven Secret Battalion. Therefore, he knew Mayan's identity and this Dark Flame token, which represented the supreme position of the Dark Flame Army. When he thought of Mu Yan's identity, the middle-aged man couldn't help but tremble all over. He was excited and nervous. Mayan faintly smiles. She doesn't say any nonsense, and directly says by a secret sound transmission, go send a message, have the ink camp send someone over. The middle-aged man did not dare to delay and hurriedly obeyed the order. Mu Yan brought Bai Yang and Changshen to settle down first. She originally thought that she would have to wait for a few days, but she didn't expect that after half a day, she would rush to the small town alone. The one who comes is the captain of the ink camp, Guan Hu. He just happens to be carrying out a mercenary mission in the vicinity. Hearing Mayan's summon, he doesn't care about the mission or the reward, and rushes over regardless of the consequences. When Guan Hu sees Mayan, he immediately steps forward and kneels down in excitement. Greetings, miss. Mayan waves her hand to let him get up. Guan Hu also knows that the miss and the little master don't like empty formalities, so he immediately stands up with a grin. Miss, what instructions do you have for me? Did someone offend you? I'll immediately gather the people from the ink camp to help you teach them a lesson. Mu Yan looks at him with a smile that isn't a smile. Guan Hu's back immediately trembled and he came back to his senses. What the hell, is his brain damaged? What kind of person was their young miss? Not to mention sweeping across the Yanwu continent, even in the current Xiuzhen continent, the names of the fatally beautiful killing god and the she-devil would be known to everyone. In this world, the people who offended their young miss would probably already have grass growing on their graves. Would it still be their turn to teach them a lesson? Guan Hu dryly laughs, I'm used to it, used to it. Miss, don't get used to it. Who told the Nether Flame Army to be a bandit-like existence back in the Yanwu continent? Whichever force dared to offend Mayan, offend the Netherworld Flame Valley, they would immediately crush them with a crushing force. That feeling was King awesome. Unfortunately, after coming to the Cultivation continent, their cultivation was pitifully weak. Any random disciple from that sect could crush them. Therefore, they could only hide their strength and bide their time, enduring and keeping a low profile. However, Guanhu had really had enough of the days where he had to tuck his tail between his legs. Even in his dreams, he hoped that the Nether Fire Army could recover its former glory. Mu Yan seems to have seen through his thoughts, and says in a low voice, "There will be that day. Besides, it won't be far." With that, she casually tossed a dozen storage rings into Guanhu's hand. Guanhu hurriedly caught them and looked at Mu Yan blankly, then probed inside with his divine sense. He almost fainted at the sight. Crystals, magic treasures, elixirs, densely packed, layer upon layer, piling up into small hills in the storage rings. Heavens! How much wealth would that be? The miss actually threw them to him so casually? Little. Miss, what are these? Guanhu's mouth was stuttering. Mu Yan casually said, "Didn't I say? I will be responsible for the development of the Nether Flame Army. These are the resources for the next year." The last time they came out of the Woodfern secret realm, because they were in a hurry, they only left a small portion of the resources in the Nether Flame Valley. This time at the Xiaoyao sect, Mu Yan let her fellow apprentices pick the treasures they needed first and left a large pile of crystals for Qi Huang. As for the rest, she planned to give them to the Nether Flame Army except for elixirs. Guanhu opened his mouth, a burst of warmth surging in his heart, his eyes also swollen. The value of the treasures here was so high that any cultivator would go crazy with greed. But the miss didn't hesitate to give them to him. This kind of trust made the usually talkative Guanhu choke with sobs for a moment, unable to say a word. He silently swore in his heart that no one in the Nether Flame Army could betray the Mississippi. If anyone dared to do so, he, Guanhu, would be the first to cut off that traitor's dog head. Mu Yan didn't feel anything, probably because the treasures in the Woodfern secret realm came too easily. She was just a little worried. She thought that the harvest in the Woodfern secret realm was big enough. But Qi Huang exploited a small part of it, she spent part of it on elixirs, and the rest was given to the Nether Flame Army. She actually became a pauper again. Moreover, the Nether Flame Army's business was getting bigger and bigger. If she wanted to ensure the Nether Flame Army's full development, she was afraid that these resources could only last for half a year at most. Alas, although it was easy to earn crystals, it was even easier to spend them. Mu Yan calmed herself down and put the worries about crystals to the back of her mind. She looked at Guanhu and said, "This time I called you here to bring someone back to the ink camp. Little Shen, come out." A youngster slowly walked out from the inner room, looking at Guanhu nervously from time to time. Guanhu blinked his eyes, and said loudly, "Miss, this kid looks very thin and weak, like a pretty boy. Why do you want to put him in the ink camp? I feel that the secret division and longevity division are more suitable for him, right?" Mu Yan slowly says, "His name is Changshin." Guanhu stares blankly at first, then he seems to have thought of something and suddenly turns his head to look at the youth. A pair of tiger-like eyes stared fixedly at the youth's face, sweeping up and down, as if wanting to see through his face. "Brat, I think your face looks a little like my dead brother." Changshin raised his head and said softly, "Changyu is my older brother." After learning that Changshin was Changyu's younger brother, Guanhu acted out of character and no longer despised Changshin's thinness and slenderness. He hugged her tightly and refused to let go, muttering non-stop, "This is great, this is great. Changyu has a successor." I'm relieved. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitched. "There's a successor, there's no successor is used like this." She didn't say anything more. After handing over Changshen and Baiyang to Guanhu, she left. Back then in the ink camp, the one who had the best relationship with Changyu was Guanhu. Changyu's death also saddened the brothers of the ink camp the most. She believes that the ink camp will certainly take good care of and teach Changshen. As for Baiyang, Mayan also let Guanhu take him to the Everlasting Camp. It was hard to find talents in the Everlasting Camp. Haitang would definitely be ecstatic if she saw this rare forging genius. Mu Yan returned to the Raging Flame School of the Blue Cloud World alone. Looking at the hollowed-out main hall, she remembers the dirty and ugly scene that used to be here. She takes out the Tian Emochin and plucks the strings. Countless flaming zither blades rain down. With a few loud bangs, the once prosperous raging flame gate collapsed and turned into ruins. Mu Yan softly said in her heart, "Changyu, goodbye." She turned around and was about to leave when suddenly, an extremely uneasy premonition flowed through her entire body. Ever since her Shin musician skills reached the 7th level, Mu Yan feels that her 6th sense has become several times sharper than before. In a battle with a profound immortal like Qin Peng, it was impossible for him not to be crushed to death immediately. To a certain extent, he relied on this kind of prediction of crisis. Therefore, when the ominous premonition rushes in once again, Mayan doesn't even think about it. The Tian Mo Qin transforms into the 7 absolute swords and rushes forward. Like an arrow shot from a bow, he flew into the distance. Almost as soon as her figure disappeared, Ling Yuexia landed in front of the ruins of the raging flame sect and frowned. She explores with her divine sense and captures the aura that pervades the surroundings. Her eyes are cold. Yes, it's indeed the unique fluctuation of the demonic power of those Shin musicians, and it hasn't been long since they left. "Little bitch, since I've come down, do you think you can escape from me?" Just as she finished speaking, Ling Yuxia's figure suddenly disappeared from where she stood, and a stream of light flew towards the direction that Mu Yan was flying towards. Ling Yuxia was a profound immortal of a much higher level than Qin Peng. Her speed is definitely not something a little Jindan stage cultivator like Mu Yan can compare with. So in the blink of an eye, Ling Yuxia catches up with Mu Yan. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the pitter-patter of rain became heavier and heavier. This time, Mu Yan didn't waste her spiritual power and used divine hands weave heaven to block the rain. Instead, she allowed the rain to drench her clothes and hair. She stared unblinkingly at the cold and elegant woman not far away. The woman looked to be in her 30s and had a gorgeous appearance. But this kind of beauty didn't have the slightest feeling of being bright and beautiful. Instead, it was mixed with a trace of viciousness and ruthlessness. When people looked at this charming face, not only would they not be infatuated or stunned, they would instead be fearful. The dense rain fell on the elegant woman's body, but it didn't touch her in the slightest. Hovering in the air, she is slightly higher than Mu Yan. At this time, looking down at her from above, she has a feeling of disdain, as if she was looking at an ant. This kind of contempt, as well as the frightening pressure that is being emitted from her body, makes Mu Yan almost immediately determine that the person who has come is not someone from the Shoshan continent. This was another so-called immortal from the Shoshan continent. Moreover, it was an immortal who wanted to kill him. While Mu Yan is sizing up Ling Yuexia is also looking at Mu Yan. At that time, when Ling Qingwan took the magnificent quicksand and changed her appearance, a deep jealousy welled up in Ling Yuexia's heart. Because the current Ling Qingwan is so beautiful, even far surpassing her when she was young. And her appearance is similar to the remnants of the Shin musicians. This makes Ling Yuexia uncontrollably recall the time when Bailey Yinlu robbed her of all her glory and her man. She's not reconciled, she doesn't understand why the heavens favor that group of Shin musicians so much, giving them such amazing talents, and even giving them such disdainful beauty. However, at this very moment, when she sees the real Mayan, only then does she know how ridiculous Ling Qingwan's 50 to 60% resemblance is. The girl in front of her is completely drenched, and half of her hair, messed up by the wind and rain, is stuck to her face. But such a sorry figure can't diminish her beauty in the slightest. Seeing her, Ling Yuexia knows what it means to truly captivate even the birds and beasts, to overshadow the moon and put flowers to shame. What is truly unparalleled beauty? Even the Bailey Yinlu of those years couldn't compare to her peerless elegance. But the more she understands, the more the jealousy and unwillingness in her heart are like a viper gnawing at her soul. Why? Why isn't she, Ling Yuexia, the one with such an unparalleled beauty? Why isn't her origin bone suitable to take the magnificent quicksand? If she also had such an unparalleled beauty, would the man she loved at that time still be willing to abandon her and choose that slut Bailey Yinlu? Ling Yuexia takes a deep breath, stabilizing her tumbling emotions from jealousy and hatred. Even if the Shin musician slut's talent is outstanding, how seductive, in the end, the Shin musician sect was destroyed. Not a single person was left alive. Now, the only remaining Shin musician remnant will also die in her hands. And she, Ling Yuexia, will use Ling Qingwan to hook up with the polar domain's monarch. In the end, she will get wind, she will get rain. she will ruthlessly trample all those who had mistreated her under her feet. Thinking of this, the jealousy in Ling Yuexia's eyes disappears, replaced by the carefree feeling of looking down on an ant. Killing an ant like you will only dirty my hands. Mutilate yourself. I'll leave your corpse intact. Mayan slightly narrows her eyes. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Ling Yuexia sneers, and says impatiently, you're not qualified to know. My patience is limited. If you don't do it yourself, it won't be so easy to die later. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't care less about the backlash she might suffer in the Cultivation continent. She released her profound immortal aura with all her might. Mu Yan only felt that the surrounding air seemed to have solidified in an instant, fiercely pounding on her sea of consciousness and divine soul. Her face was deathly pale, and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Ling Yuexia teasingly looked at her miserable appearance, waiting for her to show a look of panic and fear, kneeling down and begging for mercy. As long as he thinks of the remnants of the Shin musicians kneeling in front of him, begging for their lives like dogs. Her heart was filled with an indescribable joy. However, after Mu Yan's initial change in expression, he returned to normal in the blink of an eye. Her face was still pale, but there was no trace of fear in her eyes, only calmness and coldness. With a wave of his hand, the seven absolute sword becomes the Tian Mo Qin. Slender, jade-like fingers gently pluck on the Tian Mo Qin. Stabilizing soul, activated, his sea of consciousness and divine soul, which were on the verge of collapse due to Ling Yuexia's pressure, rapidly recovered under the soothing sound of the zither. At the same time, Mu Yan didn't hold anything back. Graceful feather, activated, lotus steps, activated, cloud-encompassing heavenly net, activated, the stellar domain, quickly spread out like a huge net, completely enveloping a large area around it. Bookmarked for easier reading, Ling Yuexia's face darkens in an instant. 7th rank Shin musician. How old is this slut? How long has it been since she ascended from the Yanwu continent to the Xiaoxian continent, yet she has already risen to the 7th rank of Shin musician. Moreover, her zither music can even easily dissolve the pressure of a Xian immortal like her. Her stellar domain has already reached the 3rd rank, her own domain has only just entered the 4th rank. Ling Yuexia's heart surges with an indescribable panic. This slut, if she is given a little more time to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ling Yuexia's eyes sweep over the Tian Mo Qin, a trace of greed welling up in her eyes. When Leng Qingwan said that she couldn't get the Tian Mo Qin from Mayan, she didn't take it to heart. Probably because she knew that the major sects of the Xiaoxian continent chased after the Shin music sect, exterminating them. Only Bailey Yinlu dragged her half-dead body and fled to the Xiaoxian continent and the Yanwu continent. During that time, she probably didn't want them to take advantage of her, so she dismantled the Tian Mo Qin one by one. The most important parts were discarded at will. By the time she reached the Yanwu continent, the Tian Mo Qin had almost become a waste. This also caused Bailey Yinlu's strength to drop greatly. Just as she escaped to the Yanwu continent, she was immediately killed. However, how could they have thought that this slut had left behind a contingency plan? Leaving the Tian Mo Qin and the Shin musician inheritance in the Yanwu continent. But even if she obtained the Shin musician inheritance, without the assistance of a powerful enough Tian Mo Qin, her strength could not be improved. But now, Mayan Shin musician skills have been upgraded to the 7th rank. That means that the Tian Mo Qin is at least half repaired. This kind of Tian Mo Qin, plus the Shin musician inheritance, if she, Ling Yuexia, can obtain it, the cold contempt on Ling Yuexia's face is gradually replaced by excitement. She says in a deep voice, Ben Gong will give you another chance. Hand over the Tian Mo Qin and the Shin musician inheritance, and I can only abolish your cultivation and spare your dog life. While Ling Yuexia is observing and talking, Mayan has never stopped playing the zither. Hearing that, she laughs mockingly. Do you people of the Xiaoxian continent all like to talk nonsense? Also, you're especially poor, and often like to ask for things from other people's hands. You have a righteous and self-righteous attitude that you have to give. Heh, who gave you face? Oh, that's not right. I don't think you guys have any shame, do you? Ling Yuexia's expression suddenly turned cold, and her anger burst forth. It's your honor that I want your things. A mere golden core cultivator dares to be impudent in front of me? I only want Alright, I'm tired of hearing this kind of harsh words. Mu Yan mercilessly interrupts her, if you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then get lost. If you want what I have, you'll have to step over my dead body. Of course, the premise is that these things are still intact when I die. As soon as he finished speaking, the last note was finished. The Tian Mo Qin in her hand suddenly turns into the 7 absolute swords. Under the curtain of rain, 7 identical figures held the 7 absolute swords and surrounded Ling Yuexia. Then, they suddenly attacked. Ling Yuexia was trembling with anger. She was so angry that she even forgot to shield herself from the rain, which made her hair and clothes wet. Never had she imagined that a tiny golden core realm cultivator wouldn't reveal fear and caution when facing a mysterious immortal like her, but would instead be so unbridled and arrogant. However, due to her unstable state of mind, she actually failed to dodge one of the attacks from the 7 figures. The invincible 7 absolute sword directly cuts a deep scar on her face. Slut! Slut! You dare to hurt me! Ling Yuexia is furious. She touches her blood-stained cheek, her body trembling uncontrollably. But very quickly, the anger in her eyes is replaced by an ice-cold murderous intent. Her whole body regains the splendor and majesty of the Tianyi men's master. The corners of her mouth curl up into a cold smile. You're right, I shouldn't have talked nonsense with you. The remnants of the Shen musicians are demons that can subvert the 3 realms and the 6 paths. Everyone has the right to punish them. From the very beginning, I should have done everything in my power to scatter your soul and scatter it. Meeting her cold and vicious eyes, Mayan's heart shudders, and she quickly retreats. But in the end, she's still a step too late. Ling Yuexia suddenly raises her hand, and a dark red furnace flies out from her hand. When the furnace just flew out, it was only the size of a palm, but it gets bigger and bigger as it gets in the air. As Ling Yuexia injects her spiritual sense and spiritual power into the furnace, countless ice swords suddenly spring out of the furnace, shooting straight towards Mayan. Mayan displays the lotus-blooming steps to the extreme, and her figure is like a ghost, evading the ice swords. But there are too many ice swords. Finally, she still couldn't hold on, and a sword pierces through her shoulder. Ugh! Mayan couldn't help but let out a muffled groan from the bone-piercing cold. Her body falls down from the air, heavily smashing into the wet grass, and she spits out a mouthful of blood. This time, Ling Yuexia doesn't lower her guard because of her sorry state and injury. She soars up and fishes in the dark red furnace. She pulls out a fiery red longsword, and thrusts it straight at Mayan. Mayan doesn't care about the pain in her shoulder. The 7 absolute sword is held horizontally in front of her, and a sword flower is drawn. Clang clang clang, under the gloomy curtain of rain, bright sparks burst out from the collision of the 2 swords. Ling Yuexia's eyes slightly widen, revealing an incredulous and stunned expression. Her sword was actually blocked? Ling Yuexia's dark red cauldron was a high-grade godly monarch artifact called the 5 Elements Cauldron. The magic treasures of the Xianxia continent were divided into Divine Artifact, Heavenly Divine Artifact, Godly King Artifact, Sacred Ancestral Artifact, Sacred Artifact, and Heavenly Sacred Artifact. High-grade God King tools were rare even in the Xianxia continent. From this cauldron, Ling Yuexia could take out offensive treasures of the 5 elements. The ice arrow and the fire attribute flying sword in her hand were one of the treasures taken out of the 5 elements cauldron. On the Xianxia continent, even if Ling Yuexia encountered a cultivator of the same level as her, as long as she took out the 5 elements cauldron, she would definitely win. This fire elemental flying sword could even split mountains and shatter rocks. It could instantly destroy most middle-grade and inferior-grade Divine Monarch weapons. But at this time, when facing a little girl in the Gold Core realm, not only was he unable to destroy her, but he was also faintly suppressed. Bang! With a loud bang, the 2 of them separated. Mayan spits out another mouthful of blood. Her small face is deathly pale, without a trace of blood. Even her lips are faintly purple. That sword just now was her own creation, the second move of the Blood Slaughter sword array, the Flowing Light Sword Shadow. It's the same as the first move, the Swimming Dragon's Double Slash. The move is powerful, but it consumes most of her spiritual energy and physical strength. Now, she's riddled with scars, and she's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Ling Yuexia, on the other hand, is calm and composed. Apart from the small injury on her face, she doesn't have the slightest loss. This is an immortal, this is the true strength of a mystic immortal. Bookmark for easier reading, crushing a puny core stage cultivator isn't the slightest bit of pressure. Xianxia doesn't lower her guard. She quickly takes out the third artifact from the 5 elements cauldron. It's a small hammer that emits a golden glow. She just reaches out and gently waves it in the sky. A golden lightning strikes Mayan's body. Mayan rolls away, barely dodging it. The second, third, and dozens of lightning bolts follow. Mayan simply can't avoid this intensive attack, so she can only open the Defying weaves the sky protective shield. The lightning strikes the shield, but it doesn't bounce back. That's because the gap in cultivation between the two is too big. Every lightning strike consumes some of the spiritual energy in Mayan's dantian. She keeps spitting out blood, her body is covered in mud, and the rain mixed with blood flows down from her hair. She can't even stand up. She can only use the 7 absolute sword to support her body, so that she doesn't fall. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's face finally shows a smile. That's because she knows that Jun Mayan has already lost all power to resist. The last Shen musician remnant is about to be easily pinched to death by her. Xianxia gently swings the hammer, about to send another lightning strike. But she suddenly sees that the protective shield that was protecting Mayan underneath has disappeared. The girl, covered in blood and dirt, slowly raises her head, her eyes looking straight at Xianxia. Her face is deathly pale, but her eyes are so bright that they seem to be burning. At this moment, there isn't a trace of fear in her eyes, only a determination to die without returning. Xianxia sneers, gnashing her teeth. What she hates the most is that group of bitches from the Shen music sect, who look at death with equanimity. It's as if, no matter how much they suppress and kill, they will never truly die out, and one day they will rise from the ashes. With a wave of her hand, she summons the 5 elements cauldron in front of her. She throws a ball of Dan fire into the cauldron, and it burns brightly in the cauldron. After a while, a pitch-black whip slowly floats out of the 5 elements cauldron and falls into Xianxia's hand. This 5 elements whip is the ultimate form of all the weapons in the 5 elements cauldron. Xianxia raises the whip and fiercely swings it at Mayan. This whip sent Muyan's entire person flying out fiercely. On her back, a piece of flesh had been scraped off. Her flesh was badly mangled, and her bones were exposed. There were even burn marks. Even with Mayan's perseverance, she still lies prone on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The blood mixed with the rainwater and pooled into a small puddle around her. Jun Mayan, let me out. I want to kill this old woman, I want to kill her. Beside his ear was 7 Brilliance's almost crazed roars. There were also the anxious cries of Little Chick and Little Phoenix. However, Muyan felt that these voices were so far away from her, so far away, as if they came from the horizon. A huge impact comes from the Tian Mochin space. Muyan knows that Qi Huang couldn't help but come out. Idiot Qi Xiaohuang, do you want to die? Didn't you say that no matter what, no one can discover your existence, until one day, I have enough power to protect you from anyone. Even 7 Brilliance's final roar had faded into the distance. Muyan only feels that her body, soaked in the rain, is getting colder and colder, and her consciousness is getting more and more absent-minded. She thinks, can I really wait until that day comes? Can I protect Xiaobao's healthy growth? Can I openly stand by Di Mingju's side? Can I make it so that 7 Xia Wangs no longer have to hide in the space alone and walk under the sun fearlessly? Can I really do it? No one notices that the void spirit ring on Mayan's left hand is glowing faintly. This light looks very unremarkable under the curtain of rain, but little by little, it seeps into Mayan's skin, faintly spreading through her flesh and blood, bit by bit seeping into her bones. Suddenly, Muyan's fuzzy consciousness clears up a little. Her ears were still buzzing, and she couldn't hear Qi Huang's roars clearly, nor could she hear Little Chick and Little Phoenix's voices. However, she heard some strange sounds. The soil and grass beneath her were breathing. The raindrops falling from the sky collided with each other, rubbing against the air and falling slowly. There was also the sound of surging water in the distance. That water was different from ordinary rivers, lakes, and seas. Even from so far away, one could still feel the powerful and terrifying energy. It was as if even a cultivator at the tribulation passing stage would be torn to pieces in an instant. That was a branch of the God-refining abyss, under the God-refining precipice. It was rumored that the cultivators who fell into the God-refining abyss would have their souls destroyed, and they would never be able to reincarnate. Mu Yan suddenly opens her eyes, before Ling Yuexia's second whip comes. He rose up and flew towards the refining God abyss without hesitation. You want to escape? Ling Yuexia sneered, let's see if you can escape. After saying that, her figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Jun Mayan, what are you doing? Hurry up and let me out. Let me kill this old woman. Mu Yan, Qi Huang, don't be noisy. You idiot, don't you know you're dying? Qi Huang's explosive words are interrupted by Mu Yan's weak voice. It's not a desperate situation yet, I can't risk your safety. Qi Huang was stunned for a moment. He stood on the grass in a daze, his hands tightly clenched into fists. Mu Yan only ran for a few breaths before Ling Yuexia caught up with her. Ling Yuexia lashed out with her whip. Mu Yan, however, doesn't dodge or evade. She directly uses her back, which is already riddled with scars, to directly receive the whip. Puff! A large mouthful of blood spurted out. Her figure suddenly scuttled a few steps forward, and when she landed, she was already on the cliff in front of the God-refining abyss. Ling Yuexia's footsteps came to a sudden halt. Her gaze swept across the surging black water below, and a trace of seriousness appeared on her face. God-refining abyss. There's actually a God-refining abyss here. If she was swallowed by the God-refining abyss, even if she was a Xian immortal, she would die a horrible death. The God-refining abyss was a place where even the immortal bone could be crushed. Ling Yuexia's gaze turns towards Mayan. Hee, you want to perish indiscriminately and jump into the refining God abyss? A look of disdain appeared on her face. Do you think you have the chance to jump down in front of me? Yes, Ling Yuexia would not give Mu Yan the chance to jump into the refining God abyss. Once she turned around, the five-element whip would pierce through her body. Moreover, the whip can extend and split infinitely, and can even bring her corpse and the Tian Emochin together. Most of the time, when the weak faced the strong, they didn't even have the chance to seek death. Mu Yan's body was on the verge of collapse, but the hand holding the seven absolute sword did not tremble at all. She slowly said in a hoarse voice, if I don't try, how would I know? Saying that, she turned around without hesitation, and jumped into the God-refining abyss. Damn it! Ling Yuexia cursed, and the five-element whip promptly lashed out at Mu Yan. She certainly doesn't care if Mayan dies in the refining God abyss, but she's determined to get the Tian Emochin. The Tian Emochin is now in its second stage of advancement. Once Mayan dies, the Tian Emochin will directly return to Mayan's knowledge sea. When the time comes, she won't be able to get anything. Ling Yuexia certainly won't allow the treasure that's already in her mouth to disappear just like that. She must obtain Jun Mayan's corpse and take out the Tian Emochin from her sea of consciousness. The five elements whip turns into dozens of whip shadows, twisting and winding, and rolls towards Mayan with lightning speed. Whether she wants to jump into the refining God abyss herself, or throw the Tian Emochin down, she can't escape from the five elements whip. Ling Yuexia's eyes hold a cold and contemptuous smile. Looking at the girl's frail figure shrouded by the whip shadows, it's like looking at an ant struggling on its deathbed. However, the next moment, Ling Yuexia suddenly widens her eyes, revealing an incredulous expression. Pa 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 pa, the five elements whip falls, but Mayan's figure, who should have remained in place, disappears with a loud bang, like the moon in the water. Not good. Ling Yuexia has just realized something when a monstrous sword intent, like ice and fire, pours towards her. She quickly tries to retreat. But her body seems to be entangled by invisible threads, making her unable to budge for a while. This gap is actually very short, so short that it doesn't even last for a breath. But on the ever-changing battlefield, this breath is already enough to change the situation. Suddenly, the girl's beautiful face, drenched in sweat and blood, is very close. Immediately after, there's a severe pain in her abdomen, accompanied by scorching heat and cold. A whirlpool forms at her wound, frantically devouring her immortal energy. That's right, this whirlpool isn't actually devouring spiritual energy, but the immortal energy that she could hardly recover in the Shoshan continent. Ling Yuexia widens her eyes in horror, incredulously looking at the person in front of her. The girl's pale lips, without a trace of blood, slowly hooks up, and she says in a hoarse voice, "I have never used this move since I created it. Because even I don't know what kind of price I have to pay to use it. However, to make you pay such a painful price, even if I die, it's worth it." The third move that she created from Little Martial Uncle's blood slaughter sword array is called Mutual Destruction. "Even if I die, I will drag you to hell." "Ah. Bitch, go to hell." Ling Yuexia's face twisted as she furiously waved her palm. Mu Yan flew out like a kite with its string cut, flying straight to the top of the god-refining abyss and falling down rapidly. Ling Yuexia had originally wanted to take out some medicinal pills to stabilize her injuries, but when she saw this scene, her expression immediately changed. She could no longer care about healing her injuries as she flew down the god-refining abyss at lightning speed. As he sped down, the five elements whip in his hand fiercely lashed out, wanting to catch up with Mayan. The speed of a Xian immortal was extremely fast, even though Ling Yuexia's strength was suppressed in the cultivation continent. But it still quickly catches up with the falling Mayan. The five elements whip winds and twists, coiling around Mayan's body. The surging river below was very close, but there was still a distance of about a foot between them. A relieved smile appeared on Ling Yuexia's face, but it soon turned into a malevolent and twisted hatred. "Bitch, do you want to die so easily after hurting me?" Dream on, Ling Yuexia didn't appear. On the chest of the unconscious Mayan, a yellow, fluffy chick had drilled out at some unknown time. Its soft fur is wet from the rain, all sticking to its body. It looks like a pitiful bald chicken. Bookmarked for easier reading, his big round eyes are filled with anxiety, and he keeps calling out to Mayan. It's just that the sound of the refining god abyss below is too loud, covering its voice. Seeing the five elements whip coiled around Mayan, the little chick is both hateful and afraid. "It's this thing that's hurting mommy." Huang Huang hates it. The little chick suddenly becomes bold, using its sharp beak to fiercely peck at the five elements whip twice. As a result, two bubbles of tears instantly appear in its round eyes. "Woo-woo, it hurts too much, this thing is so hard." Huang Huang can't peck it. Ling Yuexia feels that the five elements whip has completely wrapped around Mayan's body. Chuckling, she is about to pull her up and leave this frightening refining god abyss. However, suddenly, she hears a slight thumping sound. Ling Yuexia subconsciously looks up and sees a huge rock falling straight down from the cliff. That rock should have fallen because of the battle between her and Mayan just now, causing the cliff to collapse. Ling Yuexia subconsciously moves sideways to make way. Her mind still hasn't realized what's happening. She hears a loud plop sound, as a small mountain of rubble smashes into the refining god abyss, splashing up monstrous black waves. "Aya!" Ling Yuexia screams, no longer caring about Mayan, she lets go and quickly escapes. In the blink of an eye, she has already escaped to the top of the cliff. She looks down and sees that the parts of her body that have been splashed by the black water of the refining god abyss have long been badly mutilated. In several places, all the flesh has been corroded, revealing the eerie white bones. Extreme pain and fear make Ling Yuexia unable to stop trembling and moaning. She grits her teeth and looks down, only to see the billowing black water below. There's no sign of Mayan. "Damn it. Bastard. Slut. Letting her die so easily." There's also the Tian Emochin, a treasure that's even more powerful than a sacred object, and she didn't get it. Ling Yuexia ruthlessly lashes the whip on the cliff, gnashing her teeth and cursing. This action pulls at her wound, causing her face to twist in pain. Just at this time, the cliff under her feet once again makes a cracking sound, as if it's going to fall again. Ling Yuexia is scared out of her wits. She no longer cares about Mayan or Tian Emochin. She turns around and flies away. In any case, she has already eliminated this remnant of the Shin musicians. There's no more Jun Mayan in this world. Then, she can also use Lin Qingwan's strategy of stealing the sky and swapping the sun. What is the Tian Emochin? What about the Shin musicians? As long as she could obtain the polar domain, all the glory, splendor, wealth, and immortal blessings would belong to her. Ling Yuexia, the pitter-patter of rain did not stop. The black water in the god-refining abyss continued to surge. To cultivators, this place was as terrifying as a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. If it was possible, no living creature would want to get close to this place. Hence, no one discovered that there was a small hole on the cliff below the god refining abyss. The deep end of the cave was connected to a spacious cave. At this moment, a small red head was poking out of the small hole. It looked around and carefully observed the top of the cliff. Little Phoenix happily said, "That old woman seems to have really left." Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little Linghua also clucked twice. Soon after, the two little ones immediately returned to Mayan's side. When he saw Mayan's current appearance, Little Phoenix's tears immediately flowed down. "There's a lot of blood on pretty Xianxia. She's not dead, is she? Boo-hoo-hoo, I don't want pretty Xianxia to die. If pretty Xianxia dies, little brother will be so sad." "Shut up. Stupid bird." A low voice coldly rings out. There's a youngster in red clothes in the cave, glaring fiercely at the crying little Phoenix and little yellow chick. "Even if all of you die, June Mayan won't die. If you dare to say the word die again, I'll skin you all and roast you." The two little ones immediately huddle together, shivering, and look at the great demon king in fear. "But, pretty Xianxia's injuries are really serious. How about I carry pretty Xianxia to the Xiaoyao sect? Maybe the most beautiful junior master can save her." The veins on Qi Huang's forehead fiercely jump, and he grits his teeth. "You mean, if I can't save June Mayan, I still need that pretty boy to save her? Idiot bird, are you tired of living?" Little Phoenix shivers, not daring to speak anymore. However, when the arrogant and overbearing Qi Huang turns to look at Mayan, he's filled with irritation and worry. Perhaps, he doesn't even realize that he's distressed. Mayan's injuries are really too serious. In addition to the injuries caused by Xianxia, the black water of the refining god abyss has almost corroded most of her back. But the most serious is the consumption of her divine soul by the move, indiscriminate destruction. If she was at her peak, she might be able to hold on. But now, Qi Huang shakily stretches out his hand and touches Mayan's cheek. He feels a bone-chilling cold, so cold that his heart seems to be tightly clenched by something, and it's dragging him down a little. "June Mayan, I won't let you die." He grits his teeth and spits out hoarsely. He slowly closes his eyes and is about to move. Suddenly, the void spirit ring on Mayan's finger emits a faint light once again. Just like when she was fighting with Xianxia, the light once again invades Mayan's body, soaking through her flesh and bones. Mayan's injuries haven't healed, and she's not awake. However, a moment later, her entire spine suddenly emitted a faint jade-colored light. The next moment, a huge bright silver moon emerges from Muyan's body. Qi Huang's pupils constricted. He stopped what he was doing and murmured, "Immortal bones, she really has grown immortal bones." Shoshan continent. In the small world filled with boundless immortal energy, Hanyi and defeating armies, leading dozens of subordinates of the Falling Moon tribe and the Ghost-slaying tribe, are quietly waiting. The people of the Ghost-killing division were similar to defeating armies. Most of them were silent. The subordinates of the Crescent Moon tribe, on the other hand, were like Hanyi. At this time, they had been waiting for a long time and couldn't help but whisper to each other. The immortal energy in this small world is really too pure and thick. We've only been standing here for 2 hours, but it's already comparable to cultivating for a day outside. I heard that this place was personally built by the sovereign emperor. I wonder who it was prepared for. Not to mention the people of the Falling Moon tribe, even the few taciturn people of the Ghost-killing tribe couldn't help showing curious and jealous expressions. To have a god monarch personally create a small world, moreover, they've specially mobilized the elites of the Ghost Murder Division and the Crescent Division, as well as Pajun and Hanyi Daren's personal protection. Who in this world is qualified to receive such an honor? Hanyi turns his head and glances at his subordinates, who are timidly whispering. He chuckles, but doesn't say anything. Baidu search the UC Book League website, allowing you to experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of which are updated in seconds. Defeating armies' expression didn't change at all. He just lowered his eyes and waited quietly. At this moment, the teleportation array at the entrance of the small world suddenly lit up. A tall figure slowly appeared as the light of the array disappeared. Everyone from the Ghost Killer tribe and Crescent Moon tribe knelt down and bowed. "Greetings, Emperor." After paying their respects, everyone, who has never had the courage to look directly at Di Jun. Still, they can't help but be curious. They secretly use the corners of their eyes to size up Di Mingju's back. They had originally wanted to see what kind of person could make the sovereign emperor personally build the small world and have the elites of the Falling Moon tribe and the Ghost Killer tribe protect. However, with a single glance, everyone was dumbfounded, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This. Is this person really their emperor? If he wasn't, then who else in the world could have such a handsome, godlike appearance and such a majestic aura of a monarch descending upon the world? However, if it was a sovereign emperor, why would their sovereign emperor be carrying a child in his arms? No. How could they not know that the celestial emperor, who had always kept himself away from strangers, knew how to carry a child? The only ones who are very calm and collected are Han Yi and defeating armies. After the two pay their respects to Di Mingju, they turn towards Xiao Bao and bow with clasped hands. Greetings, little master. Hiss. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air. Bang. Someone's weapon fell to the ground and hit his foot, but he didn't notice it at all. Wait a minute. Did they have tinnitus just now? Was he hallucinating? What are Han Yi and Piju and Darren calling that baby for? Young master? Could it be that this kid was the emperor's child? This conjecture was too shocking and horrifying. These people don't even care about the reverence they have for Di Mingju. Each and every one of them looked straight at Di Mingju, then at Xiao Bao. The little doll was only about 5 or 6 years old. However, she had an exquisite and beautiful face that made people want to scream. One could imagine how handsome he would be when he grew up. Those big ice blue eyes were practically carved from the same mold as the emperor. Most importantly, this little boy exuded a cold and noble aura. That kind of natural king made people want to submit to him. This sort of dignity and bearing was exactly the same as an imperial monarch. The boy's appearance was actually not similar to the emperor's. Di Mingju's appearance leans towards being robust and graceful. On the other hand, Xiao Bao's appearance was 70% similar to Mu Yan's, so he was somewhat beautiful and elegant. However, the people of the Falling Moon tribe and the Ghost Killer tribe looked back and forth between the two of them, feeling that they were becoming more and more similar. Especially Di Mingju's familiar and matter-of-fact attitude as he carries Xiao Bao. No one could doubt that he was Xiao Bao's biological father. Gulp, many people could not help but swallow their saliva. The suspicion in his heart grew wildly like weeds. Could it be that this little kid really has the bloodline of the emperor? Was he really the future young master of the polar domain? But the question is, when did you give birth to an heir outside behind our backs? In the midst of everyone's confusion, Di Mingju loosens his grip and puts Xiao Bao down from his arms. But she still held his little hand and walked slowly to the front of everyone from the Falling Moon tribe and the Ghost Killer tribe. She said coldly, "From now on, he will be the master you will serve and protect, Jun Machin." Jun Machin? Surnamed Jun? Not surnamed Mo? Could it be that they had guessed wrong? Baidu search the UC Book League website, letting you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of them updated in seconds. In the polar domain, Di was the only surname of the polar domain monarch. In other words, only those who had become the king of the polar domain had the qualifications to use the surname Di. And Di Mingju's family is actually surnamed Mo. Just like Mo Ruffing, who had rebelled against his superiors at that time, he was Di Mingju's cousin. And this child's surname is Jun, not Mo. Does this mean that he doesn't have the bloodline of the monarch? However, even though this kid's surname was Jun, his name had the word Mo in it. This made the people of the Falling Moon tribe and the Ghost Killer tribe dizzy. Could it be that the woman was too domineering and forced the young master to take his mother's surname? But could anyone in this world be stronger than their imperial emperor? Di Mingju looks at their silly appearance and slightly narrows his eyes. Didn't you hear what Ben Jun said? Everyone shuddered and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Greetings, young master. Xiao Bao raises his head, looking at Di Mingju. Her icy blue eyes were clear and transparent, without much emotion. But Di Mingju still sees a trace of nervousness in his eyes. Jun Shangdaran, who has never understood how to comfort people, hesitates for a moment, but still reaches out and gently rubs his head. They are here to protect you, to listen to your orders, no need to mind. Xiao Bao's straight little back loosens. He squeezes Dimingju's hand and softly says, Xiaobao understands, Daddy. Daddy? As expected, this little boy is the emperor's son. The people of the Falling Moon tribe and the Ghost Killer tribe screamed in their hearts. Only Han Yi chuckles. He knows the truth, but he won't say it. Let them think that Xiaobao is Jun Shang's biological son. Because the little master was the most qualified person in this world to become the successor of the polar domain, and was also worthy of their loyalty. Defeating armies' gaze similarly sweeps over Dimingju and Xiaobao, but he tightens his lips. The doubts and thoughts in his eyes were faintly discernible. Dimingju gives a few simple instructions, then leads Xiaobao into the depths of the secret territory. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, the Ghost Killer Division members were still able to control themselves and did not talk about their masters behind their backs. The people of Falling Moon tribe were whispering even more fervently than before. Jun Machin, is this really the bloodline of an imperial monarch? But isn't the celestial emperor never close to women? Recently, the emperor frequently went to the Cultivation continent. I'm guessing that the emperor. Ahem, little master's mother should be from the Cultivation continent. TSK. Cultivation continent? How can such a person be worthy of the emperor? Isn't the emperor's decision too hasty? Even if he really is the emperor's bloodline, isn't it too hasty to directly make him the successor of the polar domain? Indeed. The polar domain's sovereign emperor is definitely someone with outstanding talent. I wonder what that woman's identity is and how talented is she? But no matter how outstanding she was, she couldn't compare to the immortal fairy of the Xianxia continent. This child's talent must have been hindered by his mother. I'm afraid he won't be outstanding. Just wait and see. The trials of this small world were personally set up by the Empyrean Lord. I've checked it out. Even 5th stage false immortals with exceptional aptitude wouldn't be able to pass the first stage even after spending 7 days. This baby will take at least a month. This is only the first trial. There are a total of 9 trials in the pocket dimension, and each one is harder than the last. At the 9th round, even a peak pseudo-immortal would need a year and a half to pass it. Alas, then wouldn't this baby not necessarily be able to get out in 10 years? Don't tell me we have to accompany him in there for 10 years? Han Yi turns his head and coldly glances at the subordinate who just spoke. Baidu search the UC Book League website, letting you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of which are updated in seconds. He noted down every single person who had spoken ill of Xiaobao just now. He was not in a hurry to settle the score. It was better to wait for Little Master to slap their faces first, then teach these gossipers a harsh lesson. It seemed that his control over the Falling Moon tribe was too lax. Otherwise, why didn't anyone from the Ghost Assassination Division speak nonsense? These people under him didn't even have the slightest bit of insight. How dare they say that the Little Master's talent was mediocre? What's wrong with the immortal fairy from the Xianxia continent? How could he compare to that evildoer Miss June, which immortal fairy could advance to the peak of the Golden Core realm from a mortal with no spirit power in just a year? Moreover, she also possesses the one and only moon spiritual root that is qualified to match with Jun Shang. In less than 3 days, the Little Master will definitely slap their faces. He would let them know what was truly amazing. However, Han Yi didn't have to wait for 3 days. Only 24 hours passed. In the center of the small world, a beam of light suddenly shot into the sky, and then exploded like fireworks. A portion of the immortal chi in the small world had already been consumed. However, after the fireworks exploded, they were instantly replenished. It was even purer and denser than before. The people of the Falling Moon tribe stared at the exploding vision as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Even the people from the Ghost Killer Division could not help but widen their eyes, revealing a horrified expression. Han Yi and Pejun are shocked at first, then they have an as-expected expression on their faces. The corners of Han Yi's mouth even curl up into a carefree smile. The fireworks in the sky slowly dissipated. The light beside the teleportation array lit up, and a small figure slowly appeared. There was not the slightest bit of expression on his handsome and exquisite little face, but it made people feel fearful and respectful for no reason. Han Yi smiles and greets him, "Little Master, do you need to rest?" Xiaobao looked around, and a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. "Daddy is not here?" Han Yi promptly says, there is an urgent matter that needs to be dealt with in the polar domain. Jun Shang will leave first. However, Jun Shang would receive the news of the little master passing the first test at the first moment. I believe that Jun Shang will definitely be happy for little master. Xiaobao nodded expressionlessly. Her long eyelashes drooped, concealing the emotions in her eyes. Not only did he want his father to know, but he also wanted his mother to know. If Xianxia knew that he passed, she would definitely hug him and kiss his face. Han Yi and Xiaobao's conversation is light and breezy, but the people of the Falling Moon tribe are in a complete mess. He passed the stage? He actually passed the first test? How was this possible? Wasn't this kid just a fourth-stage false immortal? Wasn't she only 5 or 6 years old? How did he manage to pass the first test in just 24 hours? Han Yi takes out an elixir and hands it to Xiaobao. Little master, this elixir was prepared for you by Dijun. Please take it and cultivate for a period of time, raise your realm, and then try the second test. Xiaobao had no objections. After consuming the medicinal pill, he found a place with dense immortal energy and sat down cross-legged. Han Yi turns to look at the people of the Falling Moon tribe, and coldly says, everyone of the Falling Moon tribe, listen to my order. After leaving the small world, go to the purgatory pool to receive your punishment for a month. Otherwise, don't ever appear in front of little master again. The people of the Falling Moon tribe shivered and hurriedly knelt on the ground. We are willing to go to the purgatory pool to receive punishment. The purgatory pool was terrifying, but telling them not to appear in front of little mistress? What a joke. Little master's talent was terrifying to such an extent, and he was so doted on by the celestial emperor. If they didn't eagerly latch onto his thighs in advance, they would simply be idiots. As Xiaobao is sitting cross-legged in meditation, his body suddenly trembles violently. He abruptly opens his eyes, and his big eyes reveal a panic-stricken emotion. He loudly shouts, Xianxia. Little master, what's wrong? Han Yi is startled, and promptly rushes over. But Xiaobao pulls on his sleeve. Mother is injured, she's in great pain. I want to go to the cultivation continent, I want to find my mother. Han Yi is startled, his complexion greatly changing. Miss June is injured? It can't be? If it was just an ordinary injury, the little master would definitely not be so flustered. In the Xiaoxian continent, there are very few people who have very special bloodlines. Towards those who were closest to him, or those who were directly related to him by blood, he would have a unique feeling. However, this kind of feeling didn't happen all the time. It would only be triggered when the other party's life was truly in danger. That's why Han Yi isn't surprised by Xiaobao's mother-son connection reaction. However, he found it strange that Miss June was so powerful. In the cultivation continent, how could there be someone who could put her in such a desperate situation so easily? What's more, Miss June has. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Little Treasure pushed him away and ran toward the teleportation formation. Han Yi jumps in fright and promptly turns his head. Little master, you can't. However, Little Treasure was extremely fast. At some point, the Bixia sword was already under his feet. The fat rabbit also jumped out silently and stood beside him to protect him. The people of the Falling Moon tribe and the Ghost Killer tribe subconsciously wanted to stop it, but they didn't expect that the evil warding sword would evade them with its strange movements. Xiaobao was about to rush into the teleportation array. Suddenly, the small body was picked up. Defeating Armies looked at Xiaobao with a cold and indifferent expression, and he said in a low voice, Young master, the Lord has ordered that you can't leave this small world before passing the first round of the test. Xiaobao struggled with all his might as he glared at Defeating Armies with bloodshot eyes. Let me go. I'm going to look for mother. Defeating Armies was stunned by the pair of icy blue eyes that were inches away from him. In that brief moment of hesitation, Little Treasure struck out with his palm. This palm didn't want to injure Defeating Armies, but wisps of precisely controlled immortal power seeped into Defeating Armies' blood vessels. This made him slightly loosen his grip on Lil Bao. As soon as he regained his freedom, Xiaobao immediately ran toward the teleportation array. Defeating Armies, on the other hand, stood there in a daze, clutching the acupuncture point on his body that had been attacked. Pijuan, what are you doing? He actually let the little master go. Seeing that Xiaobao has already rushed into the transmission array, Han Yi is so frightened that he recklessly pounces over. But the fat rabbit and Bai Xia were faster than him. The rabbit and the sword, who were usually incompatible like water and fire, were now cooperating with each other with great rapport. One sweeps over, tripping Han Ye's foot. The other's body suddenly enlarges, directly pouncing on Han Ye's face, covering his face. No matter what, he was not allowed to hinder Xiaobao. Stupid rabbit, Bai Xia, what are you doing? Xianxia has ordered, little master. Roar. The fat rabbit roared angrily. Bai Xia shouted, I don't care. I only know that this is the order from the young master. Besides, it's natural for a mother and son to be connected by heart. No one has the right to stop them. The light of the teleportation formation grew brighter and brighter, and Xiaobao's figure slowly disappeared. The little hands hanging by her side clenched into fists. Mother, wait for me. Xiaobao will go back to help you. However, the feeling of weightlessness from the teleportation had yet to arrive. Little Bao was suddenly pulled into a wide embrace and lifted high into the air. Unlike when he was stopped by defeating armies, Xiaobao sensed a familiar aura, and his eyes immediately turned red. The panic and grievance in his heart can no longer be suppressed. Daddy, Nyangqin. Xiaobao wants to save Nyangqin. Xiaobao doesn't want Nyangqin to die. Don't cry. Dimingju's voice is low and cold, a bit hoarse. Mayan is fine. Not at all. The childish voice shouts with a sobbing tone, I feel it, Nyangqin is in great pain. I want to go to the Xiozhan continent to find Nyangqin. Dimingju's face suddenly sinks, and he puts him down. Jun Machin, do you remember what you promised me before coming to the Xiozhan continent? If you don't pass the first round of assessment, you will never leave the small world. If you want to go back now, you can. Ben Jun will take you back. But what can you do for your Nyangqin when you go back? Will you protect her, or become a burden that will put her in more danger? Xiaobao's complexion turns deathly pale in a split second, and his little body trembles slightly. He grabs Dimingju's lapel, and softly says in a sobbing voice, Daddy, is Nyangqin really all right? Xiaobao will be good, and won't leave the small world. Can you go save Nyangqin? Dimingju clenches his hands hanging by his side, and slowly crouches down to wipe the tears off his face. Don't cry, Mayan has passed through the crisis of life and death, and advanced to the nascent soul stage. She's completely fine, and even more powerful than before. Xiaobao jerks his head up, his teary eyes looking at Dimingju. Really? Nyangqin is really all right? Dimingju, if you don't believe me, you can feel it yourself. Xiaobao stares blankly, and he touches his chest with his little hand. That kind of piercing fear and dread really disappears. His big eyes brighten up. Nyangqin is all right. She also advanced, and is even more powerful than before? Dimingju nods. Now, do you still want to leave the small world and return to the Xiozhan continent? Xiaobao solemnly shakes his head, his little hands clenching into fists. Daddy, Xiaobao won't go back. Nyangqin is so powerful, Xiaobao must also become more powerful, and not drag Nyangqin down. Saying that, he runs to the immortal medicine room on the side, sits down cross-legged, and begins cultivating. Bai Xia and the fat rabbit see this, and they no longer bother Han Yi, and obediently return to Xiaobao's space. Dimingju calmly looks at the little figure inside the immortal medicine, a touch of gentleness flashing through his eyes. The simulated sunlight in the small world fell on his body, but it reflected his slightly pale face. Jun Shang. Han Yi says nervously, are you okay? Miss Jun, are you going to? Dimingju waves his hand, faintly saying, look after Xiaobao, if there's anything, inform Ben Jun. Understood. Dimingju's figure slowly disappears. After a long time, Lil Treasure opened his eyes and looked at the empty teleportation formation, and a depressed expression appeared on his little face. The fat rabbit burrowed into his arms and gently rubbed against him. The Bixia sword also buzzed twice and stuck close to his body. Xiaobao muttered in a low voice, Xiaobao is completely useless. But, doesn't Daddy care about Mommy? Little Master, you're wrong. Han Ye's voice suddenly comes from not too far away. Jun Shang isn't going to the Xiozhan continent to see Miss Jun because the Netherworld Realm and the Devil Realm have suddenly assembled a large army, stopping at the border of the Polar Domain. As the ruler of the Polar Domain, Jun Shang is unable to disregard the lives and deaths of the millions of people in the Polar Domain, and only care about himself. This is the honor and responsibility that cannot be avoided as the ruler of the polar domain. Whether it was the current emperor or the future little master, it was the same. Xiaobao looks up, blankly staring at Han Yi. Han Yi continues, before, Di Jun had the star wolf stay by Miss June and the little master's side to protect you. But later on, he realized that without experiencing desperate battles, there's no way to truly grow and become strong. So, no matter how worried and afraid he was, Jun Shang still withdrew the people he had arranged around Miss June. Xiaobao opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Han Yi seems to know what he wants to say. He softly says with a slightly hoarse voice, but in this world, the one who is most worried about Miss June's safety, the one who wants to protect her, is Jun Shang. How could he allow Miss June to die in a place where he couldn't see? That's why my lord made the void spirit ring. Young master, do you know what a void spirit ring is? Xiaobao asked subconsciously, what is it? I will use my spirit to guide your soul. I will use my divine essence to nourish your life force. Han Yi enunciates each word. When Miss June encounters a life-threatening crisis, Jun Shang will transfer his divine essence to Miss June through the void spirit ring. Divine essence is not a mortal energy, nor is it divine energy. That is Lord's cultivation and divine soul. Every time he passes to Miss June, he will become weaker. At this critical moment when we are confronting the nether region and the demon region, do you know what this weakness means? Xiaobao's body suddenly trembled, his back straightened, and his hands clenched into fists. Han Yi chuckles, walks in front of Xiaobao, and rubs his head. Therefore, don't doubt Jun Shang's feelings for your Nyangqin. In this world, no one loves your mother more than the God Emperor. Xiaobao's eyes immediately turned red. There was shame, sadness, happiness, and gratitude. He nods heavily, and says in a hoarse voice, I know, thank you, Uncle Han Yi. After a pause, Xiaobao shyly lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, You tell Daddy that in the whole world, Xiaobao loves Mother and Daddy the most. Han Yi stares blankly, then his heart crumples into a ball. How could his little master be so adorable? He wanted nothing more than to hug her and rub her face. But Xiaobao didn't give him the time to be moved. He immediately stepped onto the warding off evil and rushed towards the examination field. Daddy and Mommy are both so powerful. That's great, Xiaobao definitely can't fall behind. Xiaobao was just about to rush into the test field's barrier when a deep male voice suddenly came from behind him. Little master. Little Bao turned around and looked at the cold man who was floating in the air nearby. He knew that this person was also his father's trusted aide, Uncle Pijuan. But unlike Star Wolf, Ying Mei, and Han Yi, Xiaobao has never seen him before. Defeating armies stared at Xiaobao for a long time, and the doubt in his eyes grew heavier and heavier. After a long time, he said softly, Little master, can this subordinate ask you 2 questions? Xiaobao nodded. Defeating armies, little master, how old are you this year? When is your birthday? Xiaobao tilted his head in confusion, but still told him his age and birthday. Hearing his answer, Defeating armies' pupil suddenly shrank. His hands gripped the hilt of the saber tightly. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Defeating armies steadied his mind, and opens his mouth again, his voice becoming more and more husky. Little master, have you ever met your biological father? Baidu search, UC Book League, website, letting you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all updates in seconds. Perfect nascent soul formation, asking for votes. Xiaobao frowned, and then unhesitatingly said, I don't have a father. Xiaobao only has a father. Only Daddy. He emphasized once more, then quickly turned around and disappeared into the enchantment. Xiaobao did not like this question at all. He did not have a biological father. He only has one father, and that is Di Mingju. Looking at Xiaobao's back disappearing into the barrier, Defeating armies was in a trance for a moment. He muttered to himself, is there really such a coincidence in this world? No, that's impossible. However, a certain thought was like maggots in a tarsal bone, crazily spiraling and growing in his mind. He needed to check this out. However, he can't ask Jun Shang, he can't even let Jun Shang know. He could only investigate in secret. Defeating armies glanced at the small world and then shook his head. No, not now, the little master was here, and he was ordered by Jun Shang to protect the little master. He couldn't leave yet. Moreover, compared to before, he couldn't allow his little master to be harmed in the slightest. As for the investigation, he could only wait until little master passed the first round. The sound of surging water rang in his ears continuously. Accompanying it were the intermittent cries of the little phoenix and the cries of the little chick. Mu Yan couldn't help but slowly open her eyes. Beautiful sister, you're finally awake. GGG. Mama woke up. Mayan stares blankly for a good while before her thoughts slowly return. She seems to have been assassinated by a crazy woman from the Xianxia continent. This woman's cultivation is even higher than Qing Peng's. Mu Yan exerts all his strength, but still can't do anything to her. In the end, he could only use his self-created, indiscriminate destruction, sword move to drag her into the god-refining abyss. At that time, Mu Yan only felt that her internal organs were almost completely shattered. Even his dantian, which stored his spiritual power, was destroyed by the backlash of the indiscriminate destruction. She thought she was dead for sure. But now, Mayan subconsciously revolves her spiritual power, then she suddenly widens her eyes and blurts out, "What's going on?" Not only did she not die, she even advanced to the first level of nascent soul. Moreover, it was an extremely perfect nascent soul. Because he had successfully formed his nascent soul, his moon spiritual root had given birth to a fourth attribute, earth. But none of these were the reasons for Mu Yan's loss of composure. What is there to be surprised about? Isn't it just the immortal bone? Qi Huang's cold voice suddenly sounded from the side. Moreover, you've only honed one spine in total, and it's not a complete immortal bone. The amount of immortal energy you can nurture every day is at most one cycle. In my eyes, you're just barely qualified. As soon as Qi Huang finished speaking, Little Phoenix and Little Chick looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. That's not right. When the demon saw the immortal bone, he was obviously shocked. He looked at his beautiful sister, mother, as if he was looking at a peerless genius. Why did he say that it was barely qualified with disdain? It was too incomprehensible. How could the two innocent little fellows know that there was a kind of person in this world who was arrogant and disdainful? Mayan, on the other hand, has a deep understanding of Qi Huang's nature, but at this time, she herself is also a little confused. Therefore, he did not refute but stared blankly at Qi Huang. Immortal bone? I really formed a perfect nascent soul, and even gave birth to an immortal bone? Suddenly, she thought of something. When I advanced, there wasn't any commotion, right? Suddenly, she thought of something. When I advanced, there wasn't any commotion, right? Did you feel very romantic? Did you feel touched by Jun Shang? Vote for our Jun Shang Darren, who is bursting with boyfriend power. Thank you everyone. Thank you dear Mu Xuaning for the 10,000 yuan reward. Thank you dear Li Shang, Homesickness, Qing Ling, Fragrance, U1736799657, Lemon, Sand Sculpture 17, Yu, Shuwen, Rua Meng, Yueshi, Guojin Mei, Ping and Sheng, Poppy, Beiqing Wayne Wan, Purple Glass Longevity, Who Will Understand Me, Jiao Quan, Yen Ran, ULA Jobs Job, Honey, Little Dumbo. Cuckoo. Thank you everyone. Also thank you for your subscriptions, comments, monthly votes, and recommendation votes. Moi. 3. End of this chapter. While she's still in a daze, Little Phoenix and Little Yao Hui are chattering in her ear about what happened after she fainted. So Mu Yan knows that the crazy woman who chased her isn't dead. And every time she advances, the moon spirit root will make a big commotion. She's afraid of attracting that woman's attention, and it would be terrible if she came back to kill her. Qi Huang glances at the ring on her hand, and reluctantly says, "Don't worry, all the movements are limited to your body. The power inside the ring on your hand is extremely powerful. The movements of the perfect nascent soul and the advancement of the moon spirit root have been suppressed." Mu Yan looks down at the void spirit ring on her hand. Her other hand gently strokes it, and her face shows a gentle expression. At the moment of life and death just now, she felt that the void spirit ring had transferred energy to her several times. It allowed her to come back from death's door, and even helped her advance. Di Mingju, thank you. Mu Yan murmurs softly. She knows that Di Mingju must pay a price for transferring such a heaven-defying energy to her. She won't tell Di Mingju not to do this, because she knows how torturous it is to worry about the safety of one's beloved. She will only love this man more than before. Then, she will strive to become stronger, and one day, she will be able to stand by his side. After her mood stabilizes, Mu Yan's attention begins to shift to this time's advancement. In fact, as early as the last time she fought against Qin Peng, Mu Yan had already stepped into the nascent soul stage. Therefore, after this advancement, her strength did not improve much. What really surprised her was the formation of the immortal bone. Mu Yan now uses her divine sense to explore her body, and she can clearly see that among the bones in her whole body, only her spine is different from the rest. It presents a strange scene of gold and silver, and a bit of jade light. Originally, when she operated her dantian, she could only feel and capture the spiritual power and very little mysterious power in the air. But now, she discovered that in addition to spiritual power and mysterious power, there are also traces of a very strange energy in the surrounding air. That is, immortal energy. But compared to the already small amount of internal force, immortal energy is even more pitifully scarce. Mu Yan tried to absorb immortal energy, but after half an hour, not even a small half of her dantian was filled. However, there was one very strange thing. Other martial artists, cultivators, and immortals could only store one type of energy in their dantian. But now, her dantian was divided into 3 independent yet faintly layered spaces. The Sea of Qi stored Qi. The Spirit Watchtower stored Spirit Qi. The Origin Gate stored Immortal Qi. The 3 acupoints near the dantian formed 3 completely independent spaces. In other words, he had formed 3 dantians. His celestial qi and spiritual qi were already full. Although his celestial qi was not full, his divine sense could sense the vastness of this space. Even Mu Yan herself couldn't help but be shocked. It was one thing for the moon spirit root physique to be able to contain and gather various types of energy. But wouldn't it be too exaggerated to form 3 dantians? Ever since she came to the Xianxia continent, Mu Yan could be considered to have read a lot of ancient books and records, but she had never heard of anyone who was in the same situation as her. Even if it was the moon spiritual root, since there were rumors about it, it meant that someone once possessed it. However, the moon spiritual root recorded in the ancient books of the Xianxia continent wasn't that exaggerated, right? Qi Huang's indifferent voice suddenly sounded in his ears, because you not only have the moon spiritual root, but also the purest, immaculate body, in the world. What's so great about being able to form 3 dantians? Suddenly, his voice paused for a moment. Then, as if he was talking in his sleep, he said softly, moreover, it's not as if the immaculate body has never appeared in this world. Although that person didn't have a moon spiritual root, he still formed a Dan and 2 Cs, and could simultaneously circulate boundless spiritual power and immortal power. Mu Yan asked curiously, who is this person you're talking about? Qi Huang's long eyelashes drooped. His tone carried some indifference as he said, Bailey Luin. Bailey Luin, the founder of the Kamikaze sect, the owner of the Tianmo Qin, who was the first person in the world to see Qi Huang, the interesting woman from a different time and space. Mayan can't help but feel a bit of curiosity and admiration towards this legendary Shin musician. But she quickly put this matter to the back of her mind. The formation of the immortal bone allowed her to finally achieve what she had always wanted to try. That is the advancement of the Shin musician level. 1 cycle of dark energy, 1 cycle of spiritual energy, and 1 cycle of immortal energy could fuse into 1 cycle of divine energy. Dark force and spiritual power were easy. Mayan had to expend a Herculean effort to circulate the immortal power 12 times. In accordance with the guidance of the Shin musician inheritance in her mind, Mu Yan slowly guides the 3 energies in her dantian to fuse. Gray, blue, and red orbs of light flowed out of her body and floated in midair, slowly rotating. Under the guidance of his divine sense, they gradually fused and finally formed a translucent silver ball of light. Mu Yan suddenly opened her eyes, her burning gaze staring at the silver ball. Is this divine power? What powerful energy! She could clearly sense how powerful the energy contained in the ball of light was. It could be said that if she were to use this ball of light to smash a leaving aperture realm cultivator, even if he was at leaving aperture realm pinnacle, he would be engulfed by the energy and reduced to ashes. Mu Yan could not help but swallow his saliva. If she could use her divine power to fight in the future, wouldn't she be invincible? Stop dreaming. Qi Huang rolls his eyes, looking at her like he's looking at an idiot. Don't tell me you haven't discovered that apart from pouring this divine power into the Tianmo Qin, you have no way of controlling it, nor can you store it? Mu Yan's expression stiffens. She tries to touch the silver ball with her divine sense, and her complexion immediately changes. Not to mention manipulating the divine power, her divine sense was immediately repelled the moment she touched it. That ball of light also seems to be pulled by something, and with a whoosh, it submerges into the Tianmo Qin. Qi Huang looked at Mu Yan's disappointed expression and gloated, "What do you think God power is? Even in the Xiaoxian continent, do you know how many people have divine power? Among the group of lackeys around Di Mingju, there aren't even 2 who can cultivate divine power. You, a puny nascent soul cultivator, want to control divine power? Jun Mayan, why don't you go to heaven?" Mayan expressionlessly takes the Tianmo Qin, wanting to use the divine power inside to nourish herself and upgrade her Shin musician skills. In the end, 10 cycles of divine power to light up 1 star of a skill? Mu Yan said in disbelief. After a Shin musician rises to the 7th level, because there are too many skills. Perhaps they were afraid that the inheritor would bite off more than he could chew, so after level 7, all the skills would not be upgraded at the same time. Instead, it was up to the inheritor to choose the path to become stronger after lighting up the skill star. 10 wheels of divine power could light up a 1-star skill. 100 wheels of divine power could light up a 2-star skill. 1,000 wheels of divine power could light up a 3-star skill. So on and so forth. Right now, Mu Yan has mastered a total of more than 20 Shin musician skills. In theory, if she wants to light up all the 1-star skills, she would need more than 200 wheels of divine power. If she wants to light up all the 3-star skills, she needs at least 20,000 rounds of divine power, but because her immortal bones are incomplete, Mayan can only produce 1 round of immortal power a day at most. In other words, even if she doesn't convert divine power for a day, it will take 10 days to light up 1 star of a skill. In contrast, it will take 1,000 days, more than 3 years, to light up the 3 stars of a single skill. Coming to this conclusion, Mayan almost faints. Then how can she upgrade her Shin musician skills in the future? It's impossible. Hearing her crumbling question, Qi Huang sneers, "I say, Jun Mayan, are you stupid? Now you can only produce 1 round of immortal power a day because your cultivation is too low and your immortal bones are incomplete, but will you always be like this?" Mayan's eyes brighten. "What do you mean?" Qi Huang gives her a blank look. "When you reach the leaving body stage, the speed of converting divine power will be 10 times faster than it is now. Why do you think your divine power conversion speed is so slow now? It's because your body is too weak and your cultivation is too low. Even if you can produce 2 rounds of immortal power, you can't withstand the fusion of more divine power." Mayan breathes a sigh of relief. It's good that there is a way to speed up. Otherwise, she really can't count on the Shin musician skills in the future. She sinks her divine sense into the Shin musician inheritance and suddenly says, "In addition to divine power, there are also non-attribute substances that can upgrade the Shin musician skills?" "What are non-attribute substances?" Qi Huang says with little interest. "Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are the 5 elements. Most things in the world can't escape the 5 elements or their variations. Things that aren't in the 5 elements are non-attribute substances. However, don't hold too much hope. There are very few non-attribute substances in the world. Ordinary people who cultivate for a lifetime may not even hear of them, let alone see them." Since even Qi Huang says there are few, Mayan no longer entangles herself and throws this hint to the back of her mind. While studying, she sends little Phoenix, little Yellow Chick, and Qi Huang into the space. She walks out of the cave and jumps up to the cliff. More than half of the cliff above the refining god abyss has collapsed, which shows the intensity of her battle with the crazy woman. But now it's empty. Mayan looks around, takes out the 7 absolute sword, and is about to return to the Xiaoyao sect. Suddenly, Qi Huang's disdainful voice echoed in his mind. "Tisk, he's haunting me. Why is he here again? Shameless. Hindsight." Mayan stares blankly, and subconsciously asks, "Who came?" However, in the space, 7 brilliance kept his mouth shut and did not speak. Mayan peeks inside with her divine sense and sees that this guy's face is full of disgust. The only thing that could make Qi Huang reveal such an expression was, young martial uncle? Mu Yan quickly looked around and said loudly, Junior martial uncle, are you here? Far away, behind an inconspicuous hill, a white-robed figure slowly appeared. The night passed and the rain stopped, but the sky was still gray. The entire mountain forest was filled with a damp mist. However, the man in front of her who was leisurely strolling over was so handsome, clear, and graceful. For a moment, it was as if the gloomy world had cleared up a little. A smile surfaced on Mu Yan's face. Junior martial uncle, why are you here? Luo Yunxiao's black eyes looked at her up and down for a while. After making sure that she was fine, she said lightly, I was just passing by. I still have something to do. Does little martial uncle like her? Master, you're lying. A sharp voice jumps out just in time. Mei Yan, don't listen to master's nonsense. He was obviously busy with his own business, but he suddenly rushed over here, going in the opposite direction, and still saying that he was passing by. From the purple cloud world to the blue cloud world, why don't you pass by for me to see? Luo Yunxiao frowns, wanting to send the beast flying with a slap. This time, Qi Wen cleverly escapes into Mayan's arms. Master is going to kill the beast to silence it. Mei Yan, you must save me. Mayan desperately grabs out Qi Wen, who is trying to drill into her clothes. Her complicated gaze can't help but fall on Luo Yunxiao. Only after hearing Qi Wen's words did she react. It seems that every time she is in danger, little martial uncle would always appear. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Moreover, is it little martial uncle? Isn't he a bit too good to her? Luo Yunxiao doesn't miss the slightest change in her expression. When he perceives the hesitation and avoidance in her eyes, the light in his ink-black pupils dim. A self-deprecating arc appears at the corner of his mouth, but he quickly restrains it. He hides all his emotions very well, very well. When he looks at Mayan again, he is that unparalleled, cold, and taciturn little martial uncle of the Xiaoyao sect. Every time you are in danger of life and death, I will have some reaction. His voice is extremely clear and pleasant to listen to. Although it is flat and indifferent, it has a magic power that makes people want to believe. I don't know where this feeling comes from, but when I see you, you are in danger, I can't not save you. Luo Yunxiao's words immediately dispel the doubts that had just arisen in Mayan's mind. She widens her eyes in surprise. Little martial uncle, you mean, when I am in danger, you will have a reaction? What kind of reaction? Luo Yunxiao thinks for a moment. Sometimes, I can hear sounds, sometimes, my eyes can vaguely see. After a pause, he hesitantly says, sometimes, a grassland and a tower also appear in my sight. Mu Yan's pupils abruptly contract. Qi Huang, what's going on? Her divine sense immediately sinks into the space. How can little martial uncle see the scene inside the Tian Emochin space? Qi Huang's expression was even more shocked than his face filled with confusion and astonishment. Mu Yan suddenly remembered. A few months ago, Qi Huang suddenly felt an inexplicable pain. Later, it was Mayan who played the zither that saved him. If she remembered correctly, youngest uncle had just left the starry school at that time. Not long after, he returned, but he was covered in injuries. Youngest uncle could see her surroundings, hear her voice, and feel that she was in danger. When little martial uncle was injured, Qi Huang would feel the same pain. Little martial uncle hid in the dark, unwilling to meet them. Others could not find out, but only Qi Huang, who easily found out twice. It can't be? Mu Yan muttered with a dreamy expression. Qi Xiao Huang, I used to say that you and junior martial uncle were quarrelsome, and that you were fated to meet in your previous life. That was all nonsense. Could it be that you really had an affair with my junior martial uncle? When Qi Huang, who was initially panicking, heard this, he immediately exploded. Go to hell, go to hell. How could I have an affair with that gigolo? Jun Mayan, are you tired of living? You dare to associate me with this kind of trash? These words made Mu Yan unhappy. How is my junior martial uncle trash? End of this chapter. Could it be that youngest martial uncle likes her? 1. Asking for votes, he has looks, strength, and responsibility. He's the idol of so many men in the world, and the dream lover of so many women. I think it's a waste for him to be with a brat like you. You actually have the nerve to dislike him. Jun Mayan, are you trying to piss me off? You're actually siding with this stinking gigolo. I want to break up with you. Break up. Qi Huang's roar almost pierces Mayan's eardrums. She resolutely withdraws her divine sense from the Tian Emochin space. When she looks up, she sees a flash of concern in Luo Yunxiao's eyes. Mayan can't help but blush. She was actually suspecting whether her youngest martial uncle liked her. It's really a sin. It turns out that everything was caused by her own spirit. Young martial uncle has a cold face but a warm heart. He's usually indifferent to them, but as long as the Xiaoyao school is in danger, he won't hesitate to come to their rescue. Just like last time, when Big Brother and the others entered the sword furnace. In the Xiaoyao school, young martial uncle treats her the best. This is probably because she's the only one in the school who is his master. He regards her as his disciple. When his disciple is in trouble, and he sees it with his own eyes, how could a master not help? Mei Yan, don't listen to the master's nonsense. He clearly covets your beauty and wants to be with you. It's not because... Chiwen screams, wanting to say something. Luo Yunxiao raises his hand, and it's caught in the air. Without waiting for it to object, it's directly stuffed into the spirit beast bag. Mayan's mouth twitches. Really? She's never seen a spiritual pet that's more suicidal than Chiwen. Fortunately, young martial uncle can tolerate it. Luo Yunxiao looks at Mayan and is about to speak. But he hears Mayan say, young martial uncle, next time, don't specially come for me. Luo Yunxiao is startled, quietly looking at him. His hands and his sleeves can't help but clench into fists, and the pain in his heart spreads like a knife. Yes, he doesn't even have the qualifications to protect her. Mayan softly says, last time in the Xiaoyao school, young martial uncle's injury was caused by rushing to the Woodfern secret realm to save us, right? Luo Yunxiao's gaze met the girl's clear eyes. In those beautiful eyes that could steal one's soul, there was not the slightest bit of annoyance or disgust, only worry. Just like how you worry about us, junior martial uncle, we worry about you too. If you really suffer irreversible harm because you saved us, we will never forgive ourselves. Luo Yunxiao went silent for a long time before she said, this is my own choice. It has nothing to do with all of you. Mu Yan sighed and smiled helplessly, other people's choices have nothing to do with us, but you are the junior martial uncle that we respect and love the most, how can it have nothing to do with us? He clenched his fists tightly in order to suppress the expression on his face that he had lost control of himself. He said indifferently, since you're fine, I'll take my leave first. Mu Yan smiles and waves at him. However, after taking 2 steps, Luo Yunxiao turned around and said calmly, I will take you back to the Xiaoyao sect. Just now, his emotions were agitated and his thoughts were in a mess. Although he didn't completely see the danger that Mayan was in, he knew that someone wanted to kill her. If he left, what would he do if Mayan was hunted down again? Seeing Luo Yunxiao walking in front of her with a serious expression, Mayan burst out laughing. She couldn't tell, young martial uncle actually has an old mother attribute. Add a small chapter, ask for a monthly ticket, end of this chapter. Thinking about it, she seemed to be more and more compatible with the brat Ji Xiaohuang. Luo Yunxiao frowned at her, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Mu Yan waved her hand, little martial uncle, let's go. Seeing you return to the Xiaoyao sect, your brothers and master must be very happy. Luo Yunxiao threw out a flying boat and the two jumped on it. Mu Yan stretched and was about to have a good rest. Then she heard the man's clear and magnetic voice, being chased like this, it seems that your swordsmanship still needs to be improved. A formation plate was thrown in front of Mu Yan. Seeing the dense and complicated blood-red runes on it, Mu Yan only felt that her vision went dark. There's nothing to do on the way, why don't we start practicing now? As soon as the voice fell, the formation plate of the blood slaughter sword array was activated, and the light shrouded Mu Yan who was still leaning on the side of the boat. Countless sword chi surged over like an avalanche, F***ck, F***ck, Mu Yan jumped up and quickly unsheathed the 7 absolute sword to block. When she was forced to run away by the sword light, she only had one thought in her mind. She actually thought that little martial uncle was an old maid, a kind-hearted good person, and even thought that little martial uncle might like her. She must be out of her mind. Mu Yan didn't notice that outside the sword array, on the other side of the flying boat, a man with fluttering black hair was quietly watching her flying figure through the sword light. The expression on his face was tender and sad. Shoujian continent, Bloodsword sect. Fairy Qingwan, the jade key you asked for, we bought it for you. Geng Chaofan, the master of Bloodsword sect, respectfully handed the jade key in his hand to Ling Qingwan and smiled flatteringly. The crystal stones and rare elixirs have been placed in the space of the jade key. Fairy, please take a look and see if you are satisfied? Ling Qingwan's eyes swept around and found that the disciples and elders of Bloodsword sect, including Geng Chaofan, were all in awe of her or secretly looking at her with fascinated eyes. Ling Qingwan gently raised the corner of her mouth, and her face was full of proud smile under the veil. The days of living under someone else's roof on Linglong Island made her extremely sullen. Especially before she took the magnificent quicksand, the group of people from Linglong Island would mock her from time to time, saying that she was ugly and shameless to have thoughts about the emperor. Only when she came to the Bloodsword sect did she once again enjoy the carefree feeling of being worshipped and admired by others. The Cultivation continent was indeed her paradise. She, Ling Qingwan, was going to make a comeback here. She would have a meteoric rise and become Di Jun's woman. Everything was just the beginning. Ling Qingwan took the jade key and threw a porcelain bottle to Geng Chaofan. You did very well. This is your reward. Geng Chaofan took the porcelain bottle and looked at it. He was wild with joy. Thank you, Fairy Qingwan. The other people from the Bloodsword sect all revealed expressions of envy. Because they all knew how precious the pills Ling Qingwan gave them were, and how effective they were. Geng Chaofan carefully put the porcelain bottle into his storage space before saying flatteringly, Fairy Qingwan, with your identity, participating in the medicinal pill competition is simply a reckless waste of God's gifts. Actually, as long as you announce your name, who would have the guts to compete with you? Ling Qingwan smiled arrogantly and didn't say anything. She certainly didn't care about a small medicinal pill competition in the Cultivation continent. But she needed an opportunity to let the news that she was Jun Mayan spread throughout the Cultivation continent. Ling Qingwan knew that the emperor had come to the lower realms several times, so he must have come to see that slut Jun Mayan. That bitch is very stubborn. She would probably rather die than tell us how to contact the emperor. So even if she dies, Ling Qingwan doesn't know how to see Di Mingju. The only way was for her to make a name for herself in the Tianguang ruins and the elixir competition, so that everyone would look up to her. At that time, everyone will think that she is Jun Mayan. As long as the emperor comes to the Xiujian continent, he will naturally come to find her. Ling Qingwan touched her face and revealed a determined smile. With this face, as long as he saw the emperor, he would definitely be able to make him fall head over heels for him. At that time, would it still matter whether she was Jun Mayan or not? Ling Qingwan waved her hand and let Geng Chaofan and the others leave the room. She quickly entered the Tianguang ruins. In the endless chaos of the Tianguang ruins login space, the mechanical voice asked, please state the name you used in the Tianguang ruins. Ling Qingwan, Jun Mayan. The login lobby fell into a strange silence. After a while, a flat voice was heard. Sorry, this name is already in use. Please change it. Ling Qingwan frowned. Could it be that Jun Mayan, that slut, had also been to Tianguang ruins? Humph, so what if I've been there? After her master kills her, who is Jun Mayan in the end, won't she have the final say? Using the name of that dead slut, she felt disgusted in her heart. Immortal Fairy Jun Qingwan. Confirmed. Would you like to change your appearance? Ling Qingwan didn't hesitate to raise it by 100%. But she didn't expect that her current appearance could only be improved by 40%. Ling Qingwan directly increased the temperature by 40%, and then appeared in the reincarnation square. Hiss. What a beautiful woman. There's actually such a beauty in this world. Who was that? Why does it seem like it's your first time in the Tianguang ruins? Why does this woman look so familiar? Where have I seen her before? Ling Qingwan narrowed her eyes in enjoyment when she saw the infatuated, amazed, and envious gazes of the people around her. She really wanted to listen to more and be praised by more people. However, he thinks of his master's plan and the fact that the news of Mayan's death has yet to come out. She still reluctantly covered her face. In a boutique, Leng Qingwan saw her appearance in the Tianguang ruins. In reality, after taking the magnificent quicksand, she's only 60% similar to Jun Mayan. Now, it was 90%. Leng Qingwan simply couldn't bear to part with such a stunning appearance. Then, he felt a little angry. It was all because Lu Ruoxuan's medicine was too weak. Otherwise, she would have turned into this stunning beauty in reality. With such beauty, which man in the world wouldn't want to be under her skirt, Leng Qingwan was currently infatuated with herself. Suddenly, he heard the conversation of a few people outside the shop. The alchemy competition that is held once every 4 years in the Purple Cloud Realm is about to begin. Who do you think will be the champion this time? Needless to say, it must be the top of the coiled dragon list, Master Su Qingling. In my opinion, Master Bo is also a possibility. Oh right, do you still remember Yi Liangchen, the god who inherited the King of Herbs? Will she participate in the alchemy competition? Obtain the inheritance of the Medicine King? Leng Qingwan's eyes brightened, revealing a greedy and longing expression. Could it be the King of Herbs that she was thinking of? Coming out of the Tianguang ruins, Leng Qingwan was still calculating in her mind. Suddenly, there was a bang on the roof. A blood-stained figure fell directly from the top, falling in front of Leng Qingwan. Leng Qingwan takes a closer look and immediately exclaims, "Master?" The person who came is Ling Yuexia. Only, the current Ling Yuexia is really in an indescribable sorry state. It's full of blood, and the exposed skin is also cracked inch by inch. The spiritual energy and immortal energy on her body are even more chaotic. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, her heart tightens and she blurts out, "Could it be that you couldn't kill Mayan?" Ling Yuexia resists the pain in her body, stands up, and takes an elixir. When the medicine takes effect, she slowly breathes a sigh of relief and coldly looks at Leng Qingwan. "Are you questioning your master?" "No, this disciple doesn't dare." Ling Yuexia sneers, "An insignificant core stage cultivator. Do you think she can survive when this queen takes action?" Leng Qingwan's breathing tightens, her eyes light up with a fiery and excited light. "Master, you mean, that slut Mayan, that slut is really dead?" The scene of the Yanwu continent suddenly flashes through her mind. She cautiously says, "Master, have you really confirmed it?" "That slut is very cunning, if she escapes again." "Impudent!" Ling Yuexia harshly shouts, raising her hand and ruthlessly slaps Leng Qingwan. "Your wings have hardened, you even dare to question your master's words and ability." Leng Qingwan is so scared that she retreats again and again, covering her face and choking with sobs. "This disciple doesn't dare, this disciple doesn't dare." Ling Yuexia takes a deep breath, the corner of her mouth hooks up into a sinister smile, falling into the refining god abyss. "Without a corpse left, you say she's not dead?" Falling into the refining god abyss? Leng Qingwan is startled, then bursts into laughter. "Even if this immortal body of mine falls into the refining god abyss, I would still die without a doubt. That slut is dead this time, she's really dead. Ha ha ha, from now on, I am Mayan, I am Di Jun's beloved woman." Ling Yuexia sneers at her and says in a low voice, "The side effects of crossing the barrier are greater than I thought. In the next few days, I have to properly heal my injuries. During this period of time, just follow our plan step by step. Inform me when the imperial monarch comes looking for you. Do you understand?" Understood." Ling Yuexia faintly looked at her. "Leng Qingwan, don't forget, your little life is still in my hands. If you dare to do anything behind my back, don't blame me for being ruthless." Leng Qingwan was angry, but she didn't dare to say anything. She bowed and said, "Yes, master, this disciple doesn't dare." "Humph, you better not dare." Only after Ling Yuexia left did Leng Qingwan dare to raise her head and reveal her own resentful expression. But soon, the resentment turned into joy and excitement. Jun Mayan is dead. In this world, there is no second person with such a stunning face. The position of Polar Domain's mistress must belong to her, ha ha ha. Mu Yan and Luo Yunxiao returned to the Xiaoyao school. Sure enough, when Shi Qing and the 6 young masters saw their junior martial uncle return, they were extremely happy. They all asked him to stay in the Xiaoyao school for a few more days. However, such excitement and joy turned into madness 10 days later. Because for an entire 10 days, they had been trapped in little martial uncle's hellish training. They wanted to live and wished they were dead. Living was worse than death. Even such a resilient person like Mu Yan couldn't bear it in the end. She cried and complained to Qi Huang in the Tian Emochin space, "I will no longer complain that you despise my junior martial uncle. He's simply not a human." If she could, she really wanted to use a needle and thread to seal her mouth from 10 days ago. "You asked him to come back. You said that everyone in the Xiaoyao sect missed the uncle master." Now, he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. Therefore, 10 days later, when the young martial uncle left without saying goodbye, leaving behind a pile of spell discs and ancient books, the people of the Xiaoyao sect didn't feel sad at all. Instead, they wanted to celebrate. Even Shurqing was greatly relieved. He finally had the courage to take out the hidden wine and drink to his heart's content. Ling Yuma wiped the cold sweat on her forehead and said, "The uncle master is even scarier than before. Those people still call us the Xiaoyao Seven Devils. In my opinion, the most devilish person in the whole Shozhen continent is Mr. Yunxiao, whom they crazily love." The other 6 people nodded. They couldn't agree more. But it had to be said that the Xiaoyao Seven Sons had made great progress in these 10 days of training. Especially Mu Yan. Luo Yunxiao tortures her the most. But she also gained the most. Although Mayan's self-created, swimming dragon double slash, flowing light sword, and indiscriminate destruction are powerful, they consume too much of her body's energy. Among them, the indiscriminate destruction was the most terrifying. It was a method of exchanging lives for lives. After the uncle master saw these 3 moves, he showed a cold expression, which made Mu Yan shudder. Because she knew that the uncle master, who had always been indifferent and distant, was really angry this time. Once the uncle master was angry, it was like a level 10 hurricane for the Xiaoyao sect, with corpses floating for thousands of miles. Everyone was so scared that they wanted to hide in a hole and not come out. Mu Yan thought that she was going to be severely punished. She didn't expect that Luo Yunxiao didn't punish her in the end, but spent 3 days and 3 nights to improve the 3 moves for her. The power was the same. But it was not a way to exchange life for life. Mu Yan looked at the detailed records and reminders about the 3 moves in her hand. She was touched and warm. "Excuse me, are Miss June and the Xiaoyao Seven Sons here?" A voice that was amplified by spiritual power came from afar. And this voice made the people of the Xiaoyao sect look at each other, showing a vigilant expression. The spiritual power in the air was clearly an expert, at least a nascent soul cultivator. No, maybe not nascent soul, but astral projection. Furthermore, Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. This voice seems somewhat familiar. The few of them quickly went outside. A gentle and elegant man was standing under the signboard of the Xiaoyao sect. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, and he deliberately restrained the pressure and spiritual power fluctuations around him. The way they applied was very polite and respectful. Seeing the 7 of them come out, the man was overjoyed. He immediately took a step forward, bowed and said, "I am Chu Zongxing of Longting Academy. On the orders of the headmaster and Elder Kong, I would like to ask Miss June to help Longting Academy with a favor." The moment she saw the person, Mu Yan recognized the man. She couldn't help but look surprised. "Vice President Chu, why are you here?" The person who had come was the Vice Dean of Dragon Soaring Academy, Chu Zongxing. Mu Yan had interacted with this person during the fight for the mysterious heaven bead, and knew that he was an upright and plain-spoken good person. At the very least, he was at leaving Aperture Realm high tier. Even in the Ziyun realm, such a person would be a big shot. But now, he had actually personally come to a small place like the Azure Cloud World, and he was still acting so condescendingly. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Mu Yan was about to step forward to help him up. Vice Principal Chu was so frightened that he retreated again and again. I wouldn't dare, you and the Emperor, how could this one accept your respect and support?" Mu Yan could only no longer force him, and said, "Vice Principal Chu said that I need to help Soaring Dragon with something." "What is it?" Chu Zongxing raised his head and fixed his gaze on Mu Yan, his eyes revealing a pleading expression. "I ask Miss June to represent Soaring Dragon in the pill competition. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Soaring Dragon will not be able to protect 6 Stars Pagoda and Chaotic Tower." As soon as these words came out, Mu Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Unable to protect Six Stars Pagoda and Chaotic Tower, what was going on? If she remembered correctly, the Chaotic Tower was hers, right? Someone wants to covet these two towers? Why? Mu Yan frowned. What does this have to do with the pill competition? From Vice Principal Chu's narration, Mu Yan finally knew the ins and outs of the matter, and this matter really had something to do with her. It turned out that in the Ziyun realm, a pill competition was held every 4 years. For the alchemists of the Shozhen continent, this could be said to be the most important competition. For other cultivators, this pill competition naturally made them look forward to it. Because in their cultivation and battle, it was impossible for them to not rely on pills at all. Therefore, the pill competition was a grand occasion for the entire Shozhen continent. But for the Unfettered Seven, who had always lived in a corner of the blue cloud world and had never come into contact with alchemy before, this was the first time they had heard of this news. Vice Principal Chu, due to the importance of the pill competition, this competition is usually hosted by the 3 great imperial families of the Eastern Continent, the Southern Continent, and the Western Continent. This year, it was the Eastern Continent's turn, hosted by the Lan imperial family. Since our soaring dragon is located in the Eastern Continent, we naturally have to participate. But... He paused, his expression showing a bit of embarrassment, but soaring dragon is not good at alchemy, and the students that they train are mainly battle type. Although there are alchemy instructors in the academy, their level is simply heaven and earth compared to the grandmasters who participate in the pill competition. So, in every competition, Soaring Dragon only sends one instructor to participate. Mu Yan raises an eyebrow. Did something happen this year? Vice President Chu nodded solemnly. Miss June, do you still remember Chu Tianyu? The leader of the Kirin team, the prodigy who had tried to impersonate Yi Liangchen. Later on, Mu Yan even saved him from a leading aperture stage cultivator who was on the verge of death. It hadn't been that long, of course Mu Yan would remember. Then Miss June should also remember, right? He was the son of Dingwa Marquis, Chu Xinyan. The leading aperture cultivator you killed that day is called Zhao Xiong, one of the trusted subordinates of the Marquis of Dingwa. Hearing the 3 words Dingwa Marquis, Mu Yan and the 6 Xiaoyao sons all sat up straight, revealing a dignified expression. When she fought with Zhao Xiong, Mu Yan knew that the Dingwa Marquis, Chu Xinyan, was the mastermind behind the longevity of the Flood Dragon experiment. Di Yudao and Tian Haiba were both under his control. In fact, it was also this Marquis who trapped the evil warding sword in the Fuxi secret realm and almost killed Xiao Bao. The enmity between the two sides had long been established. But the 7 Xiaoyao sons knew that with their current cultivation and strength, there was no way to compete with the Dingwa Marquis. The Dingwa Marquis did not know of the existence of Mu Yan and the others. That was why the two sides had been at peace until now. But Mu Yan knew that the battle with Chu Xinyan would come sooner or later. Vice Principal Chu sighed and said, "It's also our fault for not being thorough enough. Chu Xinyan's people actually found out that Zhao Xiong died near our Dragon Ascension Academy. Someone even passed the news of Chu Tianyu being in Dragon Ascension to Chu Xinyan. Chu Xinyan wanted us to hand over Chu Tianyu and the person who killed Zhao Xiong, but we had no choice but to deny it." The two sides fell into a stalemate, and Chu Xinyan even sent an army to surround Divine Elephant City. Mu Yan frowned. So arrogant, does the Lan royal family not care? Vice Principal Chu shook his head with a bitter smile. Miss June, do you know how high Chu Xinyan's cultivation is? 3rd on the Azure Sky Proclamation. Moreover, the last time he made a move in public was many years ago. No one knows how strong he is now, and whether he has already become the first on the Azure Sky Proclamation. Let me tell you this, in the Lan royal family and Long Teng, no one can surpass him in strength. Even if the two sides join forces, there is no guarantee of victory. Mu Yan and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Vice Principal Chu continued, but half a month ago, Chu Xinyan personally came to see Elder Kong. He proposed a bet. As long as our Longting wins, he will immediately withdraw his troops and promise never to set foot in Longting. On the other hand, Longting will either hand over Chu Tianyu and the person who killed Zhao Xiong, or send the Chaotic Pagoda and 6 Stars Pagoda to the Dingwa Manor. Mu Yan narrowed her eyes and said slowly, "This bet is related to the pill competition?" "Exactly." Chu Xinyan said that his Dingwa Manor will support one person to participate in the pill competition, and our Longting will also send one person. Whoever wins first place in the Grand Alchemy competition will win this bet. Chu Moli, who usually didn't like to talk, suddenly laughed softly. He said nonchalantly, "It's not about whose results are better and who wins the bet, but who wins the championship and who wins the bet." The Dingwa Marquis seems very confident. Vice Principal Chu nodded, flames of anger appeared in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Elder Kong was unwilling to agree, but Chu Xinyan despicably used the lives of the Longting students and teachers to threaten him. He even killed his most beloved granddaughter in front of Dean Zhou and all the teachers and students of the academy. Left with no choice, Elder Kong could only agree. Furthermore, he used the Heavenly Tao as a witness to make a bet with Chu Xinyan. If he disobeys, Elder Kong's soul will scatter and he will never be able to reincarnate. Mu Yan frowns. This Chu Xinyan's style of doing things was truly vicious and shrewd enough. Vice Principal Chu turned his head and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Only after calming himself down did he continue, "The bet has already been made. We have no other choice but to prepare for the pill competition." Dean Zhou also sent someone to investigate the alchemist supported by Chu Xinyan. "We originally thought that even if the alchemist of Soaring Dragon was not strong enough, we could spend a lot of money to hire one from outside." However, Vice Headmaster Chu revealed a look of despair. "Only by investigating this person do we know why Chu Xinyan was so confident that he dared to bet the champion of the alchemy competition." Luo Yu could not help but ask, "Who is this person? Is it Master Su Qingling?" Su Qingling was by far the most famous alchemist in the entire Shoshan continent. The 7 carefree children were all amateurs when it came to alchemy. Even Mayan, she only cared about her own alchemy and never went to understand the news outside. Therefore, the number 1 alchemy grandmaster, Su Qingling, can be regarded as the only name they know. Unexpectedly, Vice Principal Chu shakes his head, "It's not Master Su. This person is much more powerful than Master Su." He pauses, then says in a slightly hoarse voice, "It only took 10 days for her to surpass Master Su Qingling and become the top of the 10th rank Panlong list of elixirs. Moreover, she has more points than Master Su Qingling by a whole 100,000 points." The Xiaoya 7 look at each other. "Mayan, what is the Panlong list?" Luo Yu, "Is 100,000 points a lot?" Ling Yuma, "It took 10 days to become the first. What's there to make a fuss about? At that time, little junior sister slaughtered a list in one night." Vice Principal Chu's unwilling, aggrieved, and frightened expression suddenly stiffens on his face. He almost forgot. Becoming the top of the Panlong list in 10 days is indeed shocking. But the ancestor who has done even more appalling things is still in front of him, Jun Mayan, Yi Liangchen. These 2 names always give people a feeling that as long as they want to do it, there is nothing in this world that they can't accomplish. This is also the reason why Elder Kong and Dean Zhou, when they were at their wits' end, asked him to seek help from Jun Mayan. Vice Principal Chu's face finally shows a smile. But immediately, his smile stiffens on his face. "Wait a minute, Miss June doesn't even know what the Panlong list is. Can she really refine an elixir above the 7th rank? Can she really win in the elixir competition?" Ling Yuma sees that his head is covered in cold sweat. She anxiously scratches her ears and cheeks, but she doesn't say a word. She can't help but urge, "What is the Panlong list? Who is the one who caught up with Master Su? You can't tell a story like this, you're still leaving people hanging." The corner of Vice Principal Chu's mouth twitches, then he tells her about the Panlong list. As it turns out, Tianguang Ruins is the largest trading platform in the entire Shoshan continent. There are various lists for many tradable items. Among them, there were a total of 4 lists regarding the value of pills. They were the Apricot Forest List, Glazed List, Spiritual Pivot List, and Coiling Dragon List. These 4 lists were divided according to the grade of the pill. 7th grade pills could only be on the Apricot Forest List, 8th grade pills could only be on the Glaze List, 9th grade pills could only be on the Spiritual Pivot List, and 10th grade pills could only be on the Coiling Dragon List. As for elixirs below the 7th grade, for a true alchemy grandmaster, they were not worth mentioning. Therefore, he was not qualified to be on the list. Vice Principal Chu said, the points of the elixirs are all appraised by the glazed cauldron in the Tianguang Ruins Appraisal Treasure Pavilion. There's no mistake. Tianguang Ruins elixir rankings have been out for hundreds of years, but there have always been pitifully few cultivators who can make it to the 10th grade, Coiled Dragon list. There have never been more than 100 people. All these years, Master Su has always been number 1 on the Coiled Dragon leaderboard, and his points are double that of the number 2. No one thought that someone could surpass Master Su and become the top of the Coiled Dragon leaderboard. Mayan said, who is this person? Vice Principal Chu shook his head. She's called Jun Qingwan, and her name in Tianguang Ruins is Immortal Fairy Jun Qingwan. We've never heard of this name before. Mayan raised her brows. Surname Jun? Moreover, why does this name sound somewhat familiar to her? She seemed to have heard it somewhere before. Assist Soaring Dragon to participate in the pill competition. 2. Asking for votes. The rest of the Xiaoyao sect frowned. Same surname as Junior Sister? For some reason, this Jun Qingwan made them very annoyed. What the hell, to have the same surname as Junior Sister and still be the dog of the Dingwa Marquis. The smile on Vice Principal Chu's face became even more bitter as he sighed. We tried all kinds of ways to investigate this person's information, but we only know that she first appeared in the Blood Sword sect, then was recruited by Chu Xinyan and agreed to participate in the pill competition. After receiving this news, we knew that no matter who we found, our Soaring Dragon would definitely lose this bet. We had no choice but to disturb Miss June. Mu Yan looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. I seem to have only refined a pill once in Soaring Dragon, and it was only a 6th grade pill. Why do you think that I will definitely win the pill competition? Vice Principal Chu stood up and bowed deeply to Mu Yan. To be honest, I also don't believe that Miss June can win. But Elder Kong and Principal Zhou said that if there is a person in this world who can create a miracle and be undefeated, it must be Yi Liangchen. Moreover, many people might have forgotten. The girl in front of him was the only successor of the Medicine King. Miss June, please assist Soaring Dragon to participate in the pill competition. After saying that, he looked at Mu Yan apprehensively. This was Soaring Dragon's last hope. But this hope was very, very slim. But Soaring Dragon couldn't afford to lose. Losing the Chaotic Tower was fine, but if they lost the 6 Stars Tower, then Soaring Dragon's status would plummet, and they would no longer have the qualifications to be called the number 1 school in the Ziyun realm. If Mu Yan didn't agree to participate, then she might not have the slightest chance of winning. Then, this thought just flashed through his mind when he saw the girl in front of him curling her lips into an evil and lazy smile. Okay, I agree to participate in the pill competition on behalf of Soaring Dragon. Vice Principal Chu suddenly raised his head, his face full of surprise. He heard Mu Yan sneer, I want to leave the Chaotic Tower for. You even dare to covet this Mrs. Thing, hee hee. Then let's see if you can afford it. There was less than a month left until the alchemy competition. Mu Yan and the others didn't delay any longer. Riding on Chu Zongxing's flying sword, they rushed to the Purple Cloud world at lightning speed. This was also the second time the Unfettered Seven had set foot in the Purple Cloud realm and the Dragon Soaring Academy. Last time, they were participants in the Deer Cry Grand Banquet. They were unknown and no one looked up to them. This time, it was Long Ting who invited him and treated him like a distinguished guest. Along the way, Mu Yan has been hiding in the cabin without coming out. In other words, she had been in the Medicine King's inheritance space for the past 2 days. With a time flow of 12:1, he had studied for more than 20 days. For Mu Yan, she wanted to participate in the Medicine King tournament. The biggest challenge was not to refine 7th, 8th, 9th, or even 10th grade elixirs. Nor was it to defeat the mysterious and powerful immortal fairy Jun Qingwan. Instead, she had to first pass Little Nine's Master's abnormal test, and let the purity of the pill reach 95% and above. Otherwise, all of her pills wouldn't be allowed to be sold at all. According to Han Shuzhou's words, as the dignified Medicine King's successor, taking this kind of garbage out was a disgrace. Moreover, it was a disgrace to the Medicine King's face. In the inheritance space, 2 identical figures appeared in 2 corners of the room. Daily request for tickets, dear friends who still have tickets, don't waste them. Thank you dear 13708 for your 10,000 yuan reward. Thank you dear Sad Life, Sand Sculpture 17, ULA Jobs Job, Fragrant, you. I am not a lemon why sad, Crepe Myrtle Bell, 3 lines love letter, Cuckoo, Guijinmei, Qingling, Qianmo, Shuwen, Mu Lin. Wait for the reward. Thank you everyone. End of this chapter. One is storming the Tian Mo Qin, while the other's hands are like fluttering butterfly shadows shuttling over the Dan furnace. From time to time, he would put all kinds of pills on it. Layers of Phantom and Prairie Fire Spark were activated at the same time. In the pill furnace, the originally irregularly jumping flame seemed to be attracted by the power of the 5 elements. Slowly, it became smaller and smaller, but it also became purer and purer, and the temperature became higher and higher. Fine beads of sweat dripped from Mayan's forehead. However, the light in her eyes grew brighter and brighter. A single spark makes a great fire, greatly increased her ability to control fire. She had a premonition that this time, the purity of the pills that she refined, would definitely be able to meet Little Nine's master's requirements. The alchemy furnace let out a buzzing sound. Wisps of medicinal fragrance emanated from the top of the cauldron and filled the entire room. Then, a bang sound was heard. The lid of the furnace flew out and fell to the ground. In an instant, the originally faint medicinal fragrance became intoxicating. He had finally succeeded. He wondered if the purity of the pill had reached 95%. Mu Yan nervously stands up and is about to walk over to the alchemy furnace. Suddenly, a figure flashed before his eyes. Han Chujia's lovely baby face appeared in front of him. He used his fair, soft, and smooth hand to grab a pill from inside and sniffed it casually. A smile finally appeared on his face, which had been deliberately maintaining his master's dignity. Very good. In less than 3 months, the purity has reached 95%. You are truly worthy of being my disciple. She was looking at Mu Yan, but Han Chujia's face was full of smiles. Her cheeks, which were already slightly puffed up, looked even rounder and cuter. Looking at it, Mayan's hands itched, especially wanting to pinch it. Little Nine's master was really too cute. It was a pity that Little Nine's master was most afraid of people treating him like a child. It was such a pity that he could only look at such a cute face but not pinch it. Just as he was feeling regretful, someone flicked his head. Mu Yan's eyes and hands are sharp. She grabs the elixir in her hand. Han Chujiao, who was sitting opposite her, glared at her. Didn't I just praise you for being smart? Why was he in a daze? Don't you understand what I said? Mayan stares blankly, then her pupils suddenly contract. Ninth master, you mean, you're allowing me to sell elixirs? Han Chujiao put her hands behind her back and slightly raised her chin. Then, she snorted and said, now, with your level, you will not disgrace this master's name. Thank you, Master Xiaojiao. Mu Yan is simply overjoyed. But, she hasn't been happy for a while, when she heard Han Chujiao said, although the purity is good, the level of the pills you have refined so far is too low. Could a 6th grade medicinal pill be considered a medicinal pill? Bah, that's trash. For my medicine king's disciple to refine a grade 6 Dan, that would be beneath him. Mayan touches her nose, Master, this disciple can already refine a 7th grade supplement spirit pill. Bah. How can the restorative spirit pill be considered a medicinal pill? Han Chujiao waved her hand and said with disdain, since your purity has reached the standard, from now on, you will learn how to refine 7th to 10th grade pills. With that, he frowns and says to himself, Tisk, 10th grade elixirs are also trash. This father has forgotten how to refine these trash. I have to go back and look through the ancient books. Mu Yan's mouth twitches. In the entire Shozhen continent, a medicinal pill above the 7th grade is already a rare resource that everyone scrambles for. Especially those 10th grade elixirs used for advancement and life-saving. They were priceless and were equivalent to quasi-divine artifacts. But in the eyes of Xiaojiao's master, they were all trash. Han Chujiao said, forget it. Anyway, you should make 10th grade elixirs as soon as possible so I can teach you how to make the king elixir. King elixir. Mu Yan's breathing stopped for a moment. In the cultivation continent, it was a legendary elixir. It was as rare as divine artifacts among magic treasures. If she could make king elixirs, How many crystals could she sell each one for? That way, she, the Xiaoyao school, and the Nether Fire Army would no longer have to live in poverty. The flying ship soon arrived at the Dragon Ascension Academy. The Xiaoyao 7 were still staying in the Tianling Palace. It was already late. Vice College head Chu had agreed to visit them tomorrow. Mu Yan only said a few words before entering the inheritance space. Previously, she had been learning how to control fire to make elixirs in the inheritance space. This time, she spent 2 hours, which was an entire day in the inheritance space, to make hundreds of 6th-grade barrier-breaking elixirs. It was still early when she left the inheritance space, so Mu Yan entered the Tianguang ruins. Since the Medicine King's inheritance test, Mu Yan had returned to the Starry School, entered the Woodfern secret realm, and exterminated the Blazing Flame clan. She had been extremely busy. During this period, she had almost never entered the Tianguang ruins. Now that she was here, she almost didn't recognize the scene in front of her. She saw that the usually empty reincarnation square was now packed with people. On the tall tower in the middle of the square, golden characters that could blind people were written, "The elixir competition is about to be held." There was even a betting option below. At the bottom of the tower, there were 4 light screens erected in the 4 directions of the east, south, west, and north. On the light screen were the 7th grade Apricot Forest list, the 8th grade Glazed list, the 9th grade Spiritual Pivot list, and the 10th grade Coiled Dragon list. At this time, the reincarnation square was densely packed with people, all of them discussing the 4 lists. Especially in front of the 10th grade Coiled Dragon list, there were even more people. From time to time, he would hear the name Immortal Fairy Jun Qingwan. Mu Yan looked up. Sure enough, on the top of the Coiling Dragon list, she saw the name Immortal Fairy Jun Qingwan, followed by the number of points, 569,000. The second place was Su Qingling, with a total of 472,000 points. Mu Yan casually withdraws her gaze and looks at the magnificent scene in front of her. She can't help but become speechless. It seemed that Tianguang Ruins was really attaching great importance to the pill competition this time. At this moment, the conversation of a few people not far away entered her ears. Bah! What great Gaji! Wasn't he just a bit lucky and obtained the inheritance of the Medicine King? Unfortunately, he was just an ugly monster that only knew how to fight and kill. In terms of alchemy, how can you compare to our immortal fairy Qingwan? That's right. Even if immortal fairy Qingwan is masked, we can still see her peerless beauty. Who does Yi Liangchen think he is? He doesn't even deserve to carry our fairy Qingwan's shoes. Only a bunch of ugly women like Yi Liangchen would fall for a girl with no face, right? Ha 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 ha, the ones who spoke were 3 men who looked like scholars. They were dressed in embroidered clothes and their cultivation was not low. They had a casual and elegant look. But at this time, they were mercilessly humiliating the 2 girls, without any grace to speak of. The faces of the 2 girls turned red and they trembled with anger. Don't talk about Gaji like that. The slightly older girl gritted her teeth and said loudly, "We didn't provoke you at all. We just spoke up and said, Goddess, she hasn't been here for a long time and we miss her very much. What did such words do to you? We also didn't slander Fairy Qingwan. What right do you have to insult Gaji?" The quarrel attracted the attention of the crowd. Many people stood behind the 2 girls, glaring at the men. How dare you insult Gaji in Tianguang Ruins? Do you think our Liangchen army doesn't exist? What Fairy Qingwan? Didn't she just climb the Coiled Dragon list? What's so great about that? Gaji slaughtered all 6 lists of the Dragon Ascension list. Can Jun Qingwan do that? The men dressed like scholars panicked at first when they saw so many people surrounding them. But they quickly calmed down and shouted, "Liangchen army is trying to bully people again. Everyone, come and judge." Ever since Yi Liangchen obtained the King of Medicine's inheritance, he hasn't even refined a single pill. Am I wrong to call him trash and waste the inheritance? Hearing this, many of the surrounding cultivators could not help but nod their heads. How glorious was Yi Liangchen when he obtained the King of Medicine's inheritance. I thought that in 2 days, Laozi's #1 store would sell pills. I didn't expect. Haha, I thought that the King of Medicine's inheritance test had nothing to do with pills. In my opinion, Yi Liangchen is indeed good at fighting, but alchemy? Forget it. He hasn't appeared for so long. I think he's too ashamed to see people if he can't refine pills. Hearing the support of the people around them, the scholars were getting more and more pleased. Some even jumped onto the eaves of the tower to make themselves look taller. He said loudly, in my opinion, the king of medicine's inheritance should be given to Fairy Qingwan. Giving it to that trashy Liang Chen is a complete waste of resources. After Fairy Qingwan refines the pill, it will benefit all of us. Don't you think so? Someone immediately echoed, that's right, Yi Liangchen, hand over the king of medicine's inheritance. Even if it's not given to Fairy Qingwan, it should be shared among all the alchemists. Otherwise, wouldn't king of medicine have no successor? Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. His gaze swept across the scholars and the people beside them, and his lips curled into a cold smile. These people seemed to have come prepared. Was his goal the inheritance of Little Nine's master? Liang Chen's army was seething with anger. A few bad-tempered ones even started cursing. What the hell? You can't get the king of medicine's inheritance, yet you want Gaji to give it up? Who gave you face? If that Jun Qingwan is so capable, why didn't she participate in the Medicine King's assessment back then? Besides, who said that Great Gaji can't refine pills? Great Gaji is just too busy and has no time to refine pills. The scholar on the tower laughed 3 times. You're just too busy to concoct pills? Ha ha ha, aren't you afraid of being laughed to death by saying these words? I, Gao Shubao, will say it here. If Yi Liangchen can refine a grade 7 dan, I will eat sh*t in public just like Wang Bao. Ha ha ha, don't talk about grade 7 medicinal pills. Have you heard that Yi Liangchen can refine pills? No need for grade 7, as long as he can refine a grade 6 dan that has half the effect of her talisman, I will eat sh*t in public. The smelly theorem, here comes the slap. 1. Rebirth Plaza was filled with mocking laughter. Liang Chen's army, on the other hand, was trembling with rage. They retorted loudly, trying to prove their idol over and over again. However, their voices were drowned out by the deliberate ridicule and humiliation. Mu Yan narrowed her eyes, her gaze sweeping over a small screen in the distance. Her eyes darkened. It was also a list called the Trend List. Everyone in Tianguang Ruins knew about the existence of the Trend List. It represented the most important transactions in Tianguang Ruins. The Trend List was divided into shop popularity, user popularity, talisman sales, elixir sales, spiritual food sales, and so on. As long as it was related to sales and popularity, it could be found on the Trend List. Usually, the Trend List could also be seen in the major shops. However, because the elixir competition was about to begin, Tianguang Su decided to place the popularity list, elixir competition, on the Rebirth Square. It could be considered a warm-up for the elixir competition. Mu Yan looked at the screen in the distance for a while, then turned to leave. She didn't choose to help the Liang Chen's army slap their faces, but quickly went to Laozi's number 1 under heaven shop. Miss, you're finally here. North Sunflower Xiangyuan almost cried tears of joy when he saw her, throwing himself at her and refusing to let go. Carefree Bro was also excited. We haven't heard from you for more than a month. We were really afraid that something had happened to you. If Mu Yan hadn't prepared a lot of talismans for sale, they wouldn't have been able to open their shop. Tianguang Ruins couldn't be entered in the Woodfern secret realm, and Mu Yan had been busy after leaving, forgetting about it. She smiled apologetically, but didn't say anything. Do you have a way to inform the Liang Chen's army? Carefree Bro was taken aback, then quickly nodded. Yes. What orders do you have, Almighty Yi? Mu Yan had always insisted that the talismans in Laozi's number 1 under heaven shop be sold at a low price to the Liang Chen's army. To prevent people from taking advantage of the situation, Carefree Bro, North Sunflower Xiangyuan, Sister Hua, and Old Ma had strictly registered and reviewed all the information of the Liang Chen's army. For example, Mu Yan's earliest supporters can buy talismans at a discounted price and quantity that others can't compare with. Mayan raises her hand, and a small hill of porcelain bottles appears in front of the two. Inform them that the old man is number 1 under the heavens, store has new goods. Elegant Bro and North Sunflower Xiangyuan were both stunned. New stock? But this was not a talisman. Talismans can't be stored in porcelain bottles, right? Only pills would be used in porcelain bottles. Suddenly, both of them widened their eyes, looking at Mu Yan in shock. Miss, is this a pill? Mu Yan hooks up the corner of her lips, lightly smiling, a 6th grade barrier breaking down. It can help golden core cultivators break through the bottlenecks of all minor stages. There's a 30% chance that it can help golden core cultivators reach the nascent soul level. Gasp. North Sunflower Xianxia sucked in a sharp breath. His expression could not have been any more dumbfounded. The porcelain bottle in Agile Bro's hand slipped and he almost dropped it. He was scared out of his wits. He threw himself at the porcelain bottle and held it tightly in his arms. His head knocked on the table, but he didn't even feel it. Yee, great God Yi, you're talking about this barrier-breaking pill? It can help core formation cultivators break through? Agile Bro's voice could only be described as sharp. Mu Yan lightly said, although the barrier-breaking talisman can also help people break through, its effect on Jindan stage cultivators is already negligible. This barrier-breaking pill's effect is more than 10 times better than the barrier-breaking talisman. End of chapter. More than 10 times. The barrier-breaking talisman already had godly effects, and the barrier-breaking pill was 10 times stronger than the barrier-breaking talisman. Just how heaven-defying was this effect? Easy Bro hugged the porcelain bottle tightly in his arms. Can I buy it? Almighty Yi, how much is this bottleneck-breaking pill? I want to buy as much as I can on behalf of the Gua family. Mu Yan thought for a while and said, the bottleneck-breaking elixir is priced at 100,000 top-grade crystals each. You, little Kuei, old Ma, and Sister Hua will each get one and are allowed to buy 2. The others can only buy 1 at most according to the order of reservation. According to the old rules, all elixirs purchased by Liang Chen's army will be 20% off. Fan Jipeng was the leader of the group of scholars. Seeing this sight, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. What is wrong with Yap Liangchen and his dogs? Why did they suddenly run away? Who knows? Could it be that Yap Liangchen is selling new talismans? So what if Yap Liangchen's talisman is powerful? Could it compare to medicinal pills? In the end, she still doesn't know how to refine pills. It's such a waste for someone who doesn't know how to concoct pills to occupy the Medicine King's inheritance. If only this inheritance could be given to immortal fairy Qingwan. Hearing the loud discussions and ridicule of the people around him, a smile appeared on Fan Jipeng's face. As long as Yi Liangchen could not concoct the pill, she would not dare to show her face. The more Yi Liangchen cowered and lost his confidence, the more they could humiliate him and his army. At that time, everyone would be united and immortal fairy Qingwan's reputation would grow. Everyone's resentment towards Yi Liangchen would grow. In this way, she had to hand over the King of Medicine's inheritance whether she wanted to or not. Fan Jipeng was thinking proudly. Suddenly, a scream came from not far away. What? Am I the #1 store in the world selling elixirs? Selling Almighty Ye's elixirs? Really? Didn't you say that Yi Liangchen doesn't know how to concoct pills? I heard that it can assist in advancement, and its effects are even better than the barrier-breaking talisman. Just a few hundred of them were put out, and they were all snatched up by Liang Chen's army. No matter what, I have to reserve one. Its effects are even better than the barrier-breaking talisman? Are you bragging? Believe it or not, it's up to you. God Ye's products must be of the highest quality. I'm going to pre-order one anyway. Because of this news, there was a commotion in the reincarnation square. Fan Jipeng couldn't believe his ears. Did Yap Liangchen make a Dan? How was this possible? Didn't she not know how to concoct pills? In the Blood Sword of Wuchen shop, Leng Qingwan listened to Fan Jipeng's narration. Not only did she not get angry, she even chuckled. This Yi Liangchen is too impatient. How could a trash like him get the King of Medicine's inheritance? I wonder what kind of luck he has. The name of Han Shujiao, even in the entire Xiaoxian continent, is well known. Because he was the only sacred ancestor medicine king in existence. However, many years ago, this medicine king disappeared without a trace. Almost no one in the Xiaoxian continent has seen him since. Many people said that he had already fallen. Others said that he was trapped in some place and would never be able to come out. There are many rumors, but even if Han Shujiao is really dead, many people are looking for his real inheritance. Because becoming the next sacred ancestor medicine king is a temptation that all alchemists can't resist. The immortals of the Xiaoxian continent have never heard of the rumor that the king of medicine's inheritance may be in the Xiaoxian continent. But firstly, immortals think highly of themselves and don't believe that the medicine king would take a fancy to a lowly mortal from the lower realm and even accept her as his only disciple. Secondly, some people also tried to find the medicine king's inheritance in the cultivation continent but didn't even find a shadow. But Leng Qingwan didn't expect her luck to be so good. So the medicine king's inheritance really is in the cultivation continent. And it was obtained by a little mortal cultivator. Heh, that kind of trash. Is she qualified to receive the medicine king's inheritance, the one who should really become the next sacred ancestor medicine king and the mistress of polar domain should be me. Seeing Fan Jiping's blank face, Leng Qingwan's face showed 30% impatience and 70% superiority. Because everyone in Tianguang ruins is questioning whether this Yi Liangchen is qualified to receive the medicine king's inheritance. That's why she panicked and desperately wanted to prove that she can concoct pills. Unfortunately, by doing so, she exposed her own incompetence. Fan Jiping's eyes lit up. Immortal fairy, what do you mean? Leng Qingwan's face showed ridicule. It's normal for her to be able to obtain the medicine king's inheritance, but do you think it's possible for a 6th grade pill to let an Oris core cultivator break through the bottleneck and even advance to nascent soul? If she really has this ability, why didn't she directly refine a 7th grade pill and climb up the Xinglin list? Fan Jiping suddenly understood. Haha, I understand, that woman knows that she can't refine a 7th grade pill, so she made a gimmick, saying that her bullshit barrier-breaking pill can let people break through the bottleneck and advance. How can things like advancement be seen in a short time? In this way, she pulled enough gimmick and attention, and those Yi Liangchen's lackeys really thought that she can concoct pills. Naturally, no one will say that she doesn't have the qualifications to inherit the medicine king's inheritance. At this point, Fan Jiping's face was filled with righteous indignation. Immortal fairy Qingwan, this Yi Liangchen is really too sinister, we can't let her succeed. And we can't let the medicine king's inheritance be wasted in the hands of trash like her. Leng Qingwan laughed lightly. Yi Liangchen wants to deceive everyone, so this empress will take drastic measures and make her lose all standing and reputation, never to climb back up again. Fan Jiping, do one thing for this empress. Fan Jiping hurriedly bowed and kneeled on the ground. Immortal fairy, please order this empress. More than a month after the sale of the water element pill talisman, the door of the world's #1 shop was once again crowded with people. Everyone was clamoring to reserve the bottleneck-breaking elixir. Easy Bro, North Sunflower, Xiang Nuan, and the rest were so busy that their feet barely touched the ground. Even Sister Hua and Godfather Ma were called over to help. For the past 3 days, these people had not rested for even a moment. Even in the Tianguang ruins, even though the cultivators' bodies were stronger than ordinary people's, they were still so tired that they were a little dazed. But their faces were all brimming with happy smiles. Because in just these 3 days, the number of people who applied to join Liang Chen's army had increased by over 1,000. Sister Hua and Godfather Ma had tried the barrier-breaking pill. Sister Hua had faintly touched the threshold of a breakthrough. Even her alchemy skills had greatly improved. As for Godfather Ma, he had been stuck at Golden Core Stage 9 for a long time, and now he was at the peak of Golden Core Stage. Now that the pill toxins in his body were all gone and he broke through the bottleneck, there was hope for him to condense his nascent soul. He finally had the strength to survive in this world where the strong preyed on the weak. The mercenary team he formed grew stronger day by day. His wife and children, who he had never dared to expose, were also brought to his side to share their family. He didn't even dare to think of such a life before. The cultivation of Elegant Brother and North Kuei Xiangnuan was still too low. It was more suitable for them to use the barrier-breaking talisman instead of the barrier-breaking pill. However, after Elegant Brother's grandfather and father took the barrier-breaking pill, they were overjoyed. Grandpa directly went into seclusion. He said that he was expected to condense his nascent soul within this year. The side branch of the Gua family, who used to covet and provoke, no longer dared to act rashly after Father Gua and Grandfather Gua showed their strength. elegant brother, who used to be exiled as a playboy, now had a pivotal position in the Gua family. After North Kuei Xiangyuan's brother took the barrier-breaking pill, he successfully formed his gold core. Moreover, he was a level 3 gold core. He was in the limelight in their sect and was regarded as the leader of the new generation. Because of Yap Liangchen, the lives of these people had changed drastically. Their lives, which were originally full of danger, were renewed and changed for the better. And this kind of change was happening in many Liangchen army. Their gratitude towards Yi Liangchen could not be described in words. It was not just the fans' support for their idol, nor was it simple worship. They swore to never abandon her. So what if they were tired? As long as Yi Liangchen could become better and better, and Laozi's shop could become more prosperous, they were more than happy. Moreover, could anyone be more tired than Yi Liangchen these days? Because of the popularity of the barrier-breaking pill, the hundreds of pills that Mu Yan brought were sold out in the blink of an eye. She had no choice but to continue refining. Fortunately, there was the inheritance space. Refining for 1 day was equivalent to 12 days. So in 3 days, Mu Yan refined more than 30,000 barrier-breaking pills of the 6th level. In fact, according to Mu Yan's refining speed and the inheritance space, this amount was actually not bad. She could also take out a lot of time every day to gather divine power and pour it into the Tian Mo Qin. Of course, she also practiced for more than 2 hours in the blood-slaughtering sword array of Little Uncle. But in the eyes of North Kuei Xiangyuan and the others, their Yi Liangchen was simply a god. Can you imagine someone being able to refine 30,000 pills in 3 days? The key was that these 30,000 pills were so heaven-defying that they could help people break through the bottleneck. Many of the Liangchen army even rushed to the reincarnation square to celebrate. Because on the trend list, elixir list at the corner of the reincarnation square, the number 1 pill was the 6th grade bottleneck-breaking pill Yi Liangchen. Although this list was not as famous as the 4 lists of the pill competition, it was, after all, in the reincarnation square. How could no one pay attention to it? Liangchen's army, which had previously been suppressed to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads, was now exhilarated. Who was the one who said that our god Yi doesn't know alchemy? And who was the one who said that if our great god Yi could concoct pills, he would eat **T in public? Ha ha ha, where is he now? Come out. If you don't know how to refine pills, then give me 3 days to refine 30,000 6th grade pills and try. If you don't know how to concoct pills, then concoct pills that can help me advance. Ha ha ha. Mighty God Yi. I've said it before. Either God Yi doesn't make a move, or if he does, he'll definitely be first. However, Liangchen's army only celebrated for a few hours. He heard an incomparably shocking piece of news. Did you hear? The bottleneck-breaking pill can't help people advance at all. Not only can it not help people advance, but it will also kill people. Really? It's absolutely true. Someone vomited blood and died after taking the bottleneck-breaking elixir. Therefore, they brought the rest of the bottleneck-breaking elixir to Fairy Qingwan for inspection. Do you know what Fairy Qingwan said? What did she say? Fairy Qingwan said that the bottleneck-breaking elixir was mixed with demonic energy, which would confuse people's minds and give them the illusion that their strength had increased. But in fact, there would be a huge side effect after taking it. If it's light, one's cultivation would be destroyed. If it's heavy, one would die. A shrill scream came from the crowd in front of the lousy world's #1 shop. Bottleneck-breaking elixir? It's a scam. My father vomited blood and died after taking the bottleneck-breaking elixir. Lousy world's #1 shop and Yap Liangchen, you must give me an explanation. Everyone was startled by the voice. Then, he saw a few people rushing forward aggressively. The one who spoke was a young girl who looked delicate and pitiful. Beside her, there were 2 strong men carrying a stretcher. On the stretcher, there was an old man covered in blood. When they got closer, they found that the blood that the old man vomited was black, and his skin was greenish-purple. When the young girl walked to the front of the lousy world's #1 shop, she immediately burst into tears and knelt on the ground. Senior brothers, senior sisters, senior uncles, I'm Gu Qinghong. I've been living with my father since I was young. He was my only relative. My father's cultivation had reached level 5 of the Golden Core realm, but he couldn't break through. Because everyone said that the fasting elixir was good, we spent all our savings. But I didn't expect that after my father took it, he vomited blood, and his body was covered in black gas. He died not long after. Sob sob sob, Yap Liangchen is a famous figure in the entire Tianguang ruins. Qinghong knows that I'm weak and can't avenge my father. Today, I'm willing to kill myself in front of the lousy world's #1 shop. I only hope that all the heroes here can seek justice for our poor father and daughter. Then, with tears in her eyes, she was about to hit the wall of the lousy world's #1 shop. However, before she could do so, she was hugged by a few scholars. The leader was Fan Jipeng. Fan Jipeng hugged Gu Qinghong tightly. His face was filled with pity and anger. Yi Liangchen sold pills that contained devil qi. It was their fault. Miss Gu, what did you do wrong? How can I let a pitiful woman like you pay with your life for these unscrupulous merchants? This scene made the cultivators at the entrance of Laozi's #1 shop a little confused. However, it was human nature to sympathize with the weak. Gu Qinghong's father had died, yet she was still crying like a pear blossom in the rain, seeking death. Coupled with the horrifying state of the old man's death, many people could not help but stand on her side, showing sympathetic expressions. Fan Jipeng said loudly, "Everyone, listen to me. Immortal Fairy Qing Wan has already inspected the barrier-breaking pills sold in this shop. She has already said that these pills are mixed with devil qi." Hearing Fan Jipeng's description of the ingredients and effects of the bottleneck-breaking pill, many people revealed a frightened look. Mixed with demonic qi? No, no way. I've already taken a barrier-breaking pill and broke through from the 3rd level of Jin down to the 4th level. Could it be that my body has already been invaded by devil qi? When Sister Hua and Godfather Ma heard the commotion outside, they walked out and heard Fan Jipeng's words. The two men's expressions changed drastically, and they cursed loudly, F***ck off. Who the hell is farting here? Demonic qi is mixed in the bottleneck-breaking elixir? Do you have any proof? How dare you say that? Fan Jipeng sneered. He pointed at Gu Qinghong who was sobbing and the old man who died. Isn't this proof? This old man died because he ate your bottleneck-breaking elixir. Not to mention the fact that Fairy Qingwan checked it herself. He raised his chin and said, Fairy Qingwan is the #1 of the rank 10 coiled dragon list. Do you think she can't even check a 6th grade elixir? His words made the people who were waiting in line even more hesitant. No way. Is there demonic qi in the bottleneck-breaking elixir? How could Ye Liangchen and the #1 store do this to me? They must be crazy to earn crystals. How dare they mix demonic qi in the elixir? Sister Hua was shaking with anger. She said sternly, I was by her side when she was making the bottleneck-breaking elixir. Do you think I don't know whether there is demonic qi in the bottleneck-breaking elixir or not? Don't you dare slander me. Pfft. You guys are Ye Liangchen's lackeys. What's so great about helping her to hide the truth? Ask Ye Liangchen to come out and make the bottleneck-breaking elixir in front of everyone. It's useless to make it in front of everyone. What if she mixed demonic qi in the elixir? No one can see it with their naked eyes. Fan Jipeng saw that the crowd was getting angrier and angrier because of his people. He smirked and raised his voice, Ye Liangchen, your elixir killed someone. Don't you have the courage to come out and face the consequences? What right do you have to inherit the King Herb's heritage? Could it be that you used the knowledge you learned from the Medicine King's inheritance to deliberately harm people? Someone gasped. How could you do that? You got the heritage but you didn't benefit the cultivation world. Instead, you did the opposite. What right do you have to inherit the heritage? Ye Liangchen, come out and explain yourself. Gu Qinghong cried. Stop shouting. She won't come out and she won't admit that she killed my father. Master Fan, please let me go. Let me kill myself in front of her shop. I don't believe that she'll be able to continue running a shop that's filled with blood debts. Miss Gu, why are you doing this? If I can use my life to exchange for justice, and I can seek justice for my father, then so what if Qinghong dies? Wu Gu Qinghong was sobbing, looking like she was going to hit her head against the wall. Fan Jipeng and the others were filled with righteous indignation. Suddenly, a light and pleasant laughter that was like the sounds of nature drowned out Gu Qinghong's cries and entered everyone's ears. You want to exchange your life for justice? At the entrance of Laozi's #1 shop, a young girl's figure slowly appeared. Compared to the female cultivators in Tianguang ruins who had their looks adjusted, the young girl's appearance could only be considered delicate and bland. But the moment she appeared, the world seemed to suddenly fall silent. Everyone's attention, gazes, and minds were unconsciously attracted over. Gu Qinghong's appearance was clearly more beautiful and lovely. But when this girl appeared, everyone seemed to have forgotten about her. Even Gu Qinghong could not help but shiver, and her limbs stiffened. Looking at the young girl's glistening eyes, she felt an indescribable shudder in her heart. Mu Yan stands on the steps, looking down at her from above, and says unhurriedly, "Miss Gu, right? I heard that you wanted to kill yourself in front of my shop. Forgive me for my rudeness, but I'm really curious and want to see with my own eyes how a person can kill themselves by hitting the wall in Tianguang ruins." As soon as these words come out, the whole place falls into a strange silence. Pfft. Beikue Xiangyuan, who was following behind Mu Yan, can't help but laugh. Gu Qinghong's face turns green and white. The others also look stiff, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Gu Qinghong's act of avenging her father, not hesitating to die, was very sincere. And everything in Tianguang ruins was so real. Especially after little Tian leveled up last time, Tianguang ruins can almost simulate most of the real-world experience. Many cultivators who are unhappy in the real world directly lead a befuddled life in Tianguang ruins, not going out. Because there's really no difference between here and reality. But no matter how similar it is to reality, it doesn't include being able to kill oneself by hitting a wall in a virtual field, right? As a result, Gu Qinghong cried so miserably a moment ago, putting on a heroic performance. And Fan Jiping's heroic act of resisting the powerful and protecting the weak girl seems very embarrassing. After Beikue Xiangyuan laughs, the other Liangshan army also can't help but laugh out loud. Did they come to our Laozi's #1 shop to put on a show? Playing suicide in Tianguang ruins, ha ha ha, it's the first time I've heard such a show. If you want to die so much, why don't you just curse at Tianguang ruins? Don't worry, the 36 lightning bolts will definitely kill you. Gu Qinghong's mouth twitches, unable to say a word for a long time. Fan Jiping's face is also very ugly, but he quickly responds. He points to Mu Yan and says loudly, "You're Yi Liangchen? I advise you not to change the subject." Miss Gu suddenly lost her family, her mind is not clear, and she can't distinguish between reality and Tianguang ruins. What's so strange about that? Your bottleneck-breaking pill killed her father, isn't that the truth? Mu Yan looks at him with a smile that isn't a smile. Not bad, you can justify yourself so quickly. It seems that you came prepared. Why don't you say it? You made such a big fuss and came to my #1 store to make such a scene. You, or the person behind you, what do you want? Fan Jiping's expression stiffened, but he quickly covered it up. What do you mean by someone? I don't understand what you're talking about. You refined pills with devil chi to harm people. As long as a cultivator has a bit of conscience, they will not stand idly by. If someone like you obtains the Medicine King's inheritance, it will only bring disaster to the Medicine King's name. Han Mu Yan chuckles, so your goal is the Medicine King's inheritance? What? If I'm not worthy of the Medicine King's inheritance, then who is? Fan Jiping meets Mayan's eyes and his heart thumps. The person next to him said loudly, naturally, it's the current top ranker of the Coiled Dragon role, Immortal Fairy Qingwan. Who else in this world could be like Immortal Fairy Qingwan, who only used 10 days to become the top of the Coiled Dragon list? A person like you who can't even refine a 7th grade pill, what qualifications do you have to be mentioned in the same breath as Immortal Fairy Qingwan? Speak bro spits, saying so much, isn't it just that this June Qingwan wants to seize the Medicine King's inheritance from Great God Ye's hands? Immortal Fairy? Tui. Using this kind of lowly framing method, and you still have the nerve to call yourself Immortal Fairy? How shameless. Remember in 1 second, 800 male sign /say net elegant brothers words directly explode like a hornet's nest. At this time, many cultivators have already gathered in front of the old man's shop. There are Liang Chen's army, passers-by, and also Lung Qingwan's supporters. Hearing elegant brother scolding the fairy in their hearts, these people immediately break out into curses. Yi Liang Chen, you murderer, refining devil elixirs, harming people's lives, you will die a horrible death. Yi Liang Chen, you don't deserve the king of medicine's inheritance, hand it over. Mayan slightly narrows her eyes. She slowly walks down the steps, goes in front of Gu Qinghong, and faintly says, you said that the barrier-breaking pill that I refined was mixed with devil qi and killed people, the evidence, is this? Gu Qinghong stares at her blankly, unable to react for a moment. It wasn't until Fan Jiping kicked her that she suddenly came to her senses and cried, my father vomited blood and died after eating the bottleneck-breaking pill from your father's #1 store. If it wasn't you who killed him, then who killed him? Mayan stares at her without blinking, making Gu Qinghong look flustered. She subconsciously wants to avoid her line of sight. She chuckles and says, you're saying that this person is your father? Are you sure? Gu Qinghong's face stiffens, of course. Are you sure that your father was poisoned to death by my barrier-breaking pill? Yes, this servant saw it with my own eyes. Mayan slowly crouches down, looks at Gu Qinghong with a smile that isn't a smile, and says unhurriedly, let's not talk about it first, all the elixirs and talismans sold in my shop are registered. If you bought it, you must leave your name. Gu Qinghong panics, my father bought it from someone else. Mayan doesn't pay attention to her at all. She raises her hand, and suddenly, with lightning speed, she ruthlessly slaps the old man's chest. Under the guidance of her divine sense, a powerful soul power suddenly rushes into the old man's body. What are you doing? Yi Liang Chen, is it not enough that you killed people, you also want to destroy their corpses? Gu Qinghong immediately reacted. She threw herself at the old man and cried loudly, Father, you died so miserably. Your daughter is unable to seek justice for you and has even humiliated you. Your daughter might as well end this once and for all and go with you. Mu Yan retracts her hands and places them behind her back. She looks down at her excellent performance. Also, who told you that this person is dead? He said slowly, word by word. As soon as these words came out, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Gu Qinghong's entire body froze. This deathly silence continued for dozens of breaths. Suddenly, cough cough cough. Gu Qinghong coughed violently. The old man with bruises all over his face slowly opened his eyes. Ah! Gu Qinghong screamed in fright. She retreated and looked at the old man who was sitting up in horror. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Alive, alive, alive? That old man had died so miserably, how could he have survived? Even Liang Chen's army looks at Mayan in shock. But in their eyes, there's even more worship and admiration. Sure enough, their great god Yi is invincible, no matter what kind of slander or harm, she would resolve them one by one. Mayan sneers at Gu Qinghong, after the upgrade of Tianguang ruins, it can simulate all kinds of diseases of the body, and even simulate corpses. But the treatment of most diseases cannot be realized in Tianguang ruins. There are only a few exceptions. For example, this guy whose soul and soul were broken and whose soul sea was shattered because of the devilish energy you poured into his body by force has entered a state of suspended animation. After the old man opened his eyes, he stared blankly at first. When his gaze fell on Gu Qinghong suddenly, he let out a shrill howl. You ungrateful bastard! I took pity on you and adopted you, but I didn't expect that you would join forces with outsiders to harm me and forcibly inject devil qi into my body. I'm going to kill you. The old man pounced on Gu Qinghong like a madman, punching and kicking her, looking like he wanted to kill her. This turn of events left the surrounding cultivators dumbfounded. What did that old man mean? He didn't die because he ate the barrier-breaking pill, but because his body was filled with demonic qi? Those two aren't real father and daughter? Who was the one who said that the barrier-breaking pill contained demonic qi? You also said that the old man must have eaten the bottleneck-breaking pill and died? Fan Jiping and the rest wanted to sneak away, but they were surrounded by Liang Chen's army. Old Ma sneered, you want to run away after sowing discord? If you don't give us an explanation, none of you can leave today. Fan Jiping shouted in a threatening manner, that old man didn't become a devil after eating the bottleneck-breaking pill, but it doesn't mean that the bottleneck-breaking pill doesn't contain any devil energy. This result was announced by Immortal Fairy Qingwan. Immortal Fairy Qingwan can't be wrong. Yes. You, Yi Liangchen, can only concoct a 6th grade pill, so what? Can you compare to Qingwan Immortal Fairy? You can't even make it to the 7th grade apricot forest list. The barrier-breaking pill definitely contains demonic qi. It's just that the demonic qi is sparse, so it hasn't been detected yet. Sister Hua was so angry that she fell backwards. She gave him a backhand slap. F*CKU. You said that Jun Qingwan had verified that the barrier-breaking pill contained demonic qi, but you still need to bring out the evidence. The proof is that this barrier-breaking pill can only be concocted up to grade 6, and definitely not grade 7. A cold voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Sister Hua's words. A veiled woman in a white dress slowly walked over. Even if he couldn't see her face clearly, he could tell how graceful and beautiful she was. Lung Qingwan's gaze sweeps over Mayan, an indescribable feeling of disgust and hatred welling up in her heart. She let out a cold laugh as her gaze swept across the stunned cultivators and slowly said, as everyone knows, a 6th-tier pill master and a 7th-tier pill master are worlds apart. Only alchemists of the 7th grade and above were allowed to be called grandmasters. Only then were they qualified to enter the 4 rankings and participate in the alchemy competition. Does anyone know why? That's because only rank 7 medicinal pills contain spiritual energy that, after being refined, contains a trace of immortal qi. The effects of such medicinal pills are not something ordinary medicinal pills below rank 6 can compare to. It is also this trace of immortal qi that will devour all the devil qi and balefulin qi when the pill is formed. Lung Qingwan looks at Mayan, the corners of her mouth curling up into a mocking smile. You want to prove that your barrier-breaking down isn't mixed with devil energy, to achieve the purpose of confusing and harming others. It's very simple. As long as you can refine a grade 7 bottleneck-breaking pill and prove that it has the same effect. Her eyelashes fluttered down and her smile became increasingly smug. As the Medicine King's direct disciple, you shouldn't even be able to give a 7th grade pill. Tian Guangsu's special announcement. Tian Guangsu's special announcement, the top of the 7th grade apricot forest list has changed hands. The new top of the apricot forest list is Yi Liangchen. Appraising the medicinal pills, 1 7th grade, barrier breaking Dan, 1 7th grade, detoxification Dan. Total points, 219,000, almost as soon as little Tian's mechanical voice falls. The entire Tianguang ruins tremble slightly. Then, countless fireworks rise from the reincarnation square, exploding in the sky, gorgeous and colorful. This beautiful scene makes all the cultivators in Tianguang ruins look up. Then, they see the fireworks fall, and a few glittering golden characters float in the air in front of everyone's eyes. Yi Liangchen, the top of the Xinglin list, a similar scene just appeared a few days ago. Only, the one that appeared last time was Jun Qingwan, the top of the coiling dragon list. At that time, Lung Qingwan shocked the entire Tianguang ruins and was worshipped and admired by everyone. And now, in front of Laozi's #1 shop under the heavens, there are people jumping up and down. The sudden news once again shocked everyone, and the scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes sweep over Mu Yan, dumbfounded. In the end, all of them landed on her body in unison once again. However, this time, it's not worship, admiration, or obsession, but indescribable pity. This Qingwan immortal fairy, when she first appeared, she was high and mighty, shining brightly. Every word she said seemed to represent the truth, making people not dare to refute. However, she hasn't finished her sentence. Tianguang ruins ruthlessly slaps her face. Lung Qingwan's aloof expression stiffens on her face, and her fingers twitch nervously. Fortunately, there is a veil covering her face, so that her embarrassed expression is not exposed in front of others. Pfft! Who said that just now? As long as a 7th grade elixir can be refined, it can prove that there is no demonic energy in the barrier-breaking pill? Now that our great god Yi not only refined the elixir, but also directly became the top of the Xinglin list with the barrier-breaking pill, this can prove that our barrier-breaking pill won't kill people, right? Qingwan immortal fairy, I say, don't pretend to be dead for this Laonyong. Sister Hua giggles, it seems that you were the one who solemnly swore that our great god Yi refined elixirs to harm people, and is not worthy to be the king of medicine's disciple? Are you mute now? Hee hee, not mute, it's just that my face is swollen. Lung Qingwan's cold gaze sweeps over Mu Yan, she grits her teeth, and suddenly her figure slowly fades and disappears. She actually retreated. Seeing this, Fan Jiping and the others also wanted to leave Tianguang ruins. Who knew that right at this time a bolt of heavenly lightning descended from the sky, directly smashing onto the few people, including Gu Qinghong. Immediately, shrill screams rang out, causing the scalps of the people in front of the shop to go numb. Fan Jiping, Gu Qinghong. The 6 of them have insulted Tianguang ruins special class user, Yi Liangchen, for no reason. They will be punished with electrocution and banished from Tianguang ruins for 3 months. If you do this again, you will be permanently barred from entering the Tianguang ruins. Fan Jiping had just woken up from the pain of being electrocuted. When he heard this, his eyes immediately rolled back and he passed out. His body slowly exited the Tianguang ruins. After these people disappeared, the entrance of Laozi's #1 shop instantly became a sea of joy. Of course, most of them were people who wanted to buy the bottleneck-breaking pill. The points of the 4-pill competition rankings were personally analyzed and appraised by Tianguang Su in the appraiser hall. Points would be awarded for each pill after it was appraised. Points were determined by the effects, rarity, spiritual energy content, purity, and so on. The higher the overall evaluation of the elixir, the more points it would obtain. Points could be accumulated for different types of elixirs. But this doesn't mean that as long as you take out a lot of elixirs to appraise, you can occupy a place on the 4 lists. Because the value of a truly precious elixir is by no means comparable to that of hundreds of ordinary elixirs. Sometimes, the appraisal points of an elixir can reach tens of thousands. Sometimes, it may only be a few points. For example, Gung Haifan, who was originally at the top of the Xinglin list, only took out 2 elixirs to climb the Xinglin list. They were the top healing elixir, Qinghua pill, and the good fortune pill, which can alleviate the qi deviation of a Yuanying cultivator. The points of these 2 elixirs alone reached 157,000 points. Yang Yuatong, who was originally in 2nd place and is now in 3rd place, appraised 4 elixirs, but her final result was not as good as Gung Haifan. Therefore, Yi Liangchen obtained 210,000 points with only 1 barrier-breaking pill, and climbed to the top of the 7th grade elixir list in one fell swoop. This is not strange at all. Because a 6th grade barrier-breaking pill can let a Jindan stage cultivator break through the bottleneck, which means that a 7th grade barrier-breaking pill is more effective. It is very likely that it can let a Yuanying stage cultivator advance. No one will object to such a heaven-defying elixir becoming the top of the Xinglin list. When Mu Yan left Tianguang ruins, the sky is already bright. 6th sister, you finally came out. Luo Yu said with a smile, Dean Zhou and the others have been waiting for you outside for a long time. Mu Yan nodded and walked to the reception room of Tianling Palace. Luo Yu accompanied her and chattered, I said I would call you, but they wouldn't let me, saying not to wake you up. By the way, what did you do last night, 6th sister? You didn't answer when I knocked on your door. Mu Yan smiled and touched Luo Yu's head without saying anything. When they walked to the hall, Zhou Daoi, Vice Dean Chu, and several other people of the Xiaoyao sect were already in the reception room. Standing behind Dean Zhou, there is also a person that Mu Yan did not expect. Chu Tianyu. After not seeing him for 2 months, Chu Tianyu's figure has become thinner than before. His whole body is shrouded in extremely thin spiritual power, and his lips are sickly pale. It was obvious that in the battle with Zhao Xiong, he had been severely injured, and his cultivation had regressed to the stage of fasting. Moreover, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had suffered irreversible damage. But strangely, his expression was extremely calm and serene. There was no longer the ruthlessness and pain hidden under the gentleness and elegance. Mu Yan can't help but look at him a few more times. Unexpectedly, she met Chu Tianyu's eyes that had just been raised. There were too many things hidden in those pitch-black eyes. There was gratitude, guilt, admiration, and also a burning passion and excitement that were hidden in the depths of their depths. Mu Yan retracted her gaze and saluted Zhou Daoi, Dean Zhou, we should pay you a visit. No, that won't do. Zhou Daoi waved his hands. You have such a distinguished status, how can you address me respectfully? It's even more impossible for you to visit. Looking at him like this, Mu Yan is helpless. Only Zhou Daoi, Chu Zongxing, and Kong Yuanjiu knew of Di Mingju's identity. Apart from Elder Kong, the others simply revered Di Mingju to the extreme. That was no longer treating him as a human, but as a god. Even he himself had received similar treatment. She touched her nose and looked at eldest senior brother helplessly. Yun Ruhan smiled helplessly. College Chief Zhou, you came here personally to ask my junior sister to represent Longting in the alchemy competition, right? Little junior sister has already agreed to this matter. Facing Yun Ruhan, Zhou Daoi was much more at ease. He sighed. I didn't expect the Starry School's students to help Longting in this crisis. In his heart, he was thinking, what kind of luck did the Starry School have? How could they recruit such a student, if only the future mistress of the polar domain and these geniuses were all direct descendants of Longting? Actually, I came here today because I have a request to make. Zhou Daoi pursed his lips awkwardly. Or rather, this is related to the alchemy competition. Mu Yan raised her eyebrows. What is it? College Chief Zhou coughed. Every year, the alchemy competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is held directly in Tianguang ruins. In this stage, only 3 victors will be chosen. They will participate in the finals of the second stage. This year's finals will be held in the Lan Empire's palace. But to participate in the alchemy competition, there is a prerequisite. You must be on the 4 lists of the alchemy competition in Tianguang ruins. 7th tier apricot forest list, 8th tier glaze list, 9th tier spiritual pivot list, and 10th tier coiled dragon list. 2 months before the alchemy competition, these 4 lists will appear in the rebirth square of Tianguang ruins. Only the top 50 of each list will be able to enter. And to participate in the first stage of the alchemy competition, there is a prerequisite. You must be on any of the 4 lists of the alchemy competition, in other words, the top 50. Of course, the coiled dragon list would always be less than 50. As soon as Zhou Daoi finished, the people of the Xiaoyao sect could not help but frown. But 6th senior sister hasn't refined a 7th tier pill yet. Ling Yuma said, Tisk, can those 7th tier pills compare to little junior sister's 6th tier pills? She can just use the 6th tier bottleneck breaking pill to participate in the competition and crush everyone. Hearing their words, Zhou Daoi sighed softly. He also felt that the bottleneck breaking pill could crush most 7th tier pills. Even the golden crow pill refined by Chu Tianyu. But the problem was, in the pill competition's 4 rankings, only 7th grade and above medicinal pills could be on it. Moreover, that Jun Qingwan had refined a 10th grade medicinal pill, even if the bottleneck breaking pill could defeat a 7th or 8th grade pill, could it defeat a 10th grade pill? Zhou Daoi wiped his face and said with a wry smile, Miss June, if you can't refine a 7th grade elixir in a short time, why don't we do this? Elder Liang of our Longding Elixir School has just refined a 7th grade elixir that hasn't been appraised yet. Why don't you take it? Mu Yan unhurriedly took the tea that Qingjiu handed over, took a sip, and interrupted Zhou Daoi with a chuckle, no need, I'm already on the Xinglin list. Zhou Daoi was dumbfounded. Vice President Chu was also at a loss. Already on the apricot forest list. What does that mean? Chu Tianyu, who was standing behind Zhou Daoi, reacted first. He held the jade key, closed his eyes, leaned against the pillar, and pretended to doze off. Not long after, he suddenly opened his eyes. His burning gaze was filled with indescribable excitement, and he slowly spat out a few words, the top of the apricot forest list, Yi Liangchen. F***ck. Luo Yu's consciousness had just jumped out of the jade key. 6th sister, you weren't in your room last night. You actually went to slaughter the list behind our backs. Little sister, when did you learn to refine 7th grade elixirs? Mayan chuckles and tosses them. Several bottles of elixirs are thrown to the brothers. The 7th grade elixir I tried to refine last night is not perfect. The purity is only 90%, can't sell it. Wait until I learn how to refine 8th grade, 9th grade, and 10th grade elixirs, then I'll slowly perfect it. You guys can eat it like candy first. The 6 people of the Xiaoyao sect take the elixirs with smiles and casually throw them into the storage space. Qingjiu directly pours out a pill and puts it in his mouth, chewing on it. After eating, he smiles foolishly at Mayan, little sister, it's delicious, sweet, fragrant. Mayan waves her hand and says, eat as you like, it's okay if you eat it like candy, second brother. If it accumulates poison, I'll remove it for you. Not with water element elixir. But with Xin musician skills, guaranteed to have no side effects. Zhou Daoi, Chu Zongxing, and Chu Tianyu, who are watching this scene, are dumbfounded. They don't know what to be shocked about, what to complain about, eating 7th grade elixirs casually like candy. Purity of 90% is not perfect enough? Wait a minute, is there a deviation in our understanding of purity? Also, what does wait until I learn how to refine 8th grade, 9th grade, and 10th grade elixirs mean? Why is refining 10th grade elixirs as easy as chopping melons and vegetables? The room falls into a strange cold and hot world. On one side, the people of the Xiaoyao sect are laughing and chatting. On the other side, the 3 people of Longding have stiff expressions, like wooden sculptures. Finally, Zhou Daoi wakes up, he finally knows what he should be shocked about. Miss June, you've reached the top of the apricot forest list? Mayan smiles and nods. Zhou Daoi's lips trembled for a long time. The expression on his face once again turned into excitement and admiration. Miss June, you're really too amazing. You're truly worthy of being the emperor's. That June Qingwan also spent 10 days and used 10 kinds of medicinal pills to become the number 1 of the Coiling Dragon list. But Miss June, you only used 1 night and 1 kind of medicinal pill to achieve it. Although Mayan later said that she would learn to refine a 10th grade elixir in a short period of time, he didn't believe it. However, even an 8th grade or 7th grade bottleneck-breaking pill was incomparable to an ordinary 9th grade elixir. Zhou Daoi finally saw a glimmer of hope in this uncertain bet. Miss June, now that you've topped the apricot forest list, I'll arrange for you to register for the alchemy competition. Mayan nods, sorry to trouble you. After Zhou Daoi and Vice Principal Chu left, Chu Tian went to devour but Blessed stayed behind. Before the 2 of them left, they looked at Chu Tianyu, and Chu Tianyu looked back at them. Zhou Daoi smiled at Chu Tianyu and nodded. Chu Tianyu's expression became extremely resolute. After the 2 of them left, he slowly walked in front of Mayan. Suddenly, without any warning, he knelt down on 1 knee and bowed his once proud head. June Mayan, I, Chu Tianyu, swear to the heavens today that I'm willing to serve you as my master and serve you for the rest of my life. I'll never betray you, and I'll never break my promise. If I'm disloyal, may the heavens and the earth destroy me. A faint ray of light fell on Chu Tianyu's body and slowly disappeared. Mayan slightly narrowed her eyes. Chu Tianyu, what do you mean by this? Chu Tianyu's pledge of allegiance. 1. The people of the Xiaoyao school also frown, looking at the skinny young man who is kneeling on the ground with his back straight. They can see that Chu Tianyu's oath was made to the way of heaven. In other words, the power of the oath has been formed. Once he violates it, he will be punished by the way of heaven. Chu Tianyu slowly raises his head, looking at Mu Yan with his pitch-black eyes. He says in a hoarse voice, I know my cultivation is half crippled, and I'm no different from a cripple. But I can't think of a second way to repay the favor and make it up to you other than pledging allegiance to you. To repay the Xiaoyao school for saving my life, and to repay the debt I owed you. He takes a deep breath. His ashen face is clearly full of illness, but there is no trace of dispiritedness or fear, only steel-like tenacity and determination. Please believe me, I, Chu Tianyu, will not be defeated, and will not be a good-for-nothing forever. One day, I will be strong enough to stand behind you, and become your right-hand man. Mu Yan frowned slightly. She is not very willing to accept Chu Tianyu's pledge of allegiance. First, this person is the son of the north-conquering Marquis, Chu Xinyan, which means trouble. Second, Mu Yan is too lazy to care about the matter of him pretending to be Yi Liangchen, but it does not mean that she can trust him. The people around Mu Yan, whether it is the Nether Flame Army, Xing Xiaopeng, North Sunflower, Xiang Yuan, and the others, are her subordinates in name, but in Mu Yan's heart, they are her relatives that she can trust. And Chu Tianyu is obviously not qualified. Mu Yan is about to refuse. She hears Chu Moli put down the teacup in his hand and says slowly, if you want to repay the favor to little junior sister, then first prove that you have the ability to do so. Mu Yan is startled and looks at Chu Moli. She sees that the young man sitting in the wheelchair has a gentle expression and a calm smile. However, the 6 Xiaoyao masters, who are familiar with Chu Moli, all shiver. The abnormal third senior brother is scheming again. Chu Tianyu is stunned at first, then he slightly lowers his eyes and shows a bitter smile. I'm just a cripple now, how can I prove? By the end of his sentence, his voice had already become a little hoarse with difficulty. When he made the vow just now, the remaining arrogance in his body slowly disappeared, leaving only bitterness and coldness. I'm sorry, I was just talking to myself. A person like me, what qualifications do I have to stand behind Miss June? Dirty, ugly, despicable. Now, he didn't even have the slightest bit of strength and talent left. With that, Chu Tianyu turned around to leave. The entire palace hall was completely silent. Only Chu Moli's unhurried voice could be heard. His voice was warm and soothing, without the slightest hint of regret or mockery. It was as if they were just chatting over breakfast. Who said that the only way to prove yourself is through force? Chu Tianyu stopped in his tracks and turned around. However, his gaze wasn't directed towards Chu Moli. Instead, it was fixed on Mu Yan. His eyes were red like a drowning man trying to grab at a life-saving straw. How do I prove it? Mu Yan's heart trembled slightly, and she turned her gaze towards Chu Moli. She had somewhat guessed what her third senior brother meant. The others couldn't help but be filled with curiosity. They urged, third senior brother, don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us, how do you want to prove it? Chu Moli picked up his teacup again, took a sip, and said with a smile, in this pill competition, you should be very clear about who's backing that Jun Qingwan. End of this chapter. Chu Tianyu pledges his life to surrender. 2. Chu Tianyu clenches his fists tightly. His breathing becomes rapid, and his eyes emit intense hatred. He knows, of course he knows, isn't it his good father, Chu Xinyan? But after a moment, Chu Tianyu regains his calmness and slowly nods. Chu Moli, this time's pill competition is related to the bet between North Placating Marquis and Long Ting. If he knows that Medicine King's successor Yi Liangchen is participating, North Placating Marquis will definitely not let it go. They don't know little junior sister's true identity, so they can only think of dirty tricks in Tianguang ruins. Who do you think they will target and what methods will they use? Chu Tianyu's gaze sharpens, and he spits out 4 words without hesitation, Liangchen's army. Yes, in a situation where they don't know Yi Liangchen's true identity, the best way to defeat Yi Liangchen is to attack his army. Chu Tianyu's thoughts turn like lightning. He doesn't dare to openly suppress him, but using threats and promises, sending spies to infiltrate, provoking internal discord, and investigating Yi Liangchen's identity, Chu Xinyan will definitely do such a thing. Chu Moli's lips curl up slightly. Now, do you still think there's no way to prove yourself? Chu Tianyu looks at Chu Moli seriously. This weak youth sitting in a wheelchair is the most inconspicuous existence in the Xiaoyao sect. On the battlefield, many people would even overlook the existence of this silver bow godly arrow. However, it was only at this moment that Chu Tianyu realized how terrifying this sickly young man was. He didn't give Chu Tianyu a chance to prove his ability, but to use him thoroughly, and even make him feel grateful and loyal. The scale of Liangchen's army is getting bigger and bigger, but the people who join it are all good and bad, and their intentions are hard to predict. If they are not restrained and managed, not only will they not be able to help Mu Yan in the future, they will also bring disaster to her. And in this time's pill competition, North Placating Marquis will definitely make a move, and place his trusted aides in Liangchen's army. Even if Mu Yan wins the pill competition in the end, these spies will be like nails nailed into Liangchen's army, and they will deal a fatal blow to Mu Yan at any time. And the one who can most effectively guard against Chu Xinyan's methods is Chu Tianyu. Because in this world, no one understood Chu Xinyan better than his son, Chu Tianyu. In just a short moment, he figured out the crux of the matter and threw a bait that he couldn't refuse in front of him. How deep was this man's scheming mind? How terrifying was his scheming and shrewdness? However, Chu Tianyu is only shocked for a moment, and once again, he slowly kneels down towards Mayan. This subordinate is willing to prove his own value. Master, please give me this opportunity. So what if it was used, bait, or a clear dragon's pool and tiger's den? His life, as well as his mother's life, was originally given by Jun Mayan. If he could stay by this person's side for the rest of his life, even if he had to work like an ox or a horse, or be a slave for life, he would be willing. In the reception hall, only Mu Yan and Chu Tianyu are left. Chu Tianyu slightly hangs his head, nervously waiting for Mayan's decision. You should know that I don't need your loyalty and gratitude. His breathing suddenly stopped, and his hands, which were hanging by his side, were clenched tightly. But since third brother said that you can make Liangchen's army develop even better, Mayan pauses, and meets Chu Tianyu's slightly reddened eyes. She slowly says, since third brother believes in you, then I also choose to believe in you. Chu Tianyu's dark and despairing eyes suddenly burst with a bright light. Thank you, master. End of this chapter. Chu Tianyu pledges his life to surrender. 3. Don't call me master. Mayan has a headache. Also, don't kneel before me. Since you want to join Liang Chen's army, then just call me boss or miss like them. Chu Tianyu bows. Miss, this subordinate will immediately enter Tianguang ruins, and first clearly investigate the current situation of Liang Chen's army. Come on. Mayan sneers, with your current good-for-nothing body, your soul will be injured in less than an hour after entering Tianguang ruins, and you'll be forcibly expelled. Chu Tianyu's dejected expression doesn't even have time to appear on his face. He sees the girl's bare hand turn over, and the Tian Emochin appears in front of her. Her slender, lustrous fingers are like a work of art carved from fine jade. Gently stroking the strings, it plays the most beautiful music in the world. Chu Tianyu is a little dazed for a while. Until Mayan's voice comes, although I can't completely heal your injuries right now, I can still recondense your shattered golden core. However, you have to be prepared for the next 6 hours. Forging the body, reshaping the core, and recondensing it. This kind of pain isn't something that an ordinary person can endure. 6 hours later. Mayan has a complicated expression as she looks at the man sitting cross-legged on the ground, her eyes revealing a rare bit of admiration. She had already guessed that Chu Tianyu could endure the pain of breaking and recondensing his core. But she didn't expect that during this process, let alone screaming, Chu Tianyu didn't even make a sound. What kind of perseverance is needed to achieve this? Isn't this man in pain? Of course he's in pain. You only need to look at his sweat-soaked clothes, and the bloodstains overflowing from the corners of his mouth to clearly know this. That blood was bitten out by his teeth. Chu Tianyu slowly opens his eyes, struggling to stand up. Many thanks to Miss for the grace of rebirth. I'll go now. All right. Mayan throws him a bottle of elixirs. Recuperate well these next few days, and consolidate your cultivation. There's still some time before the pill competition, so there's no need to go to Tianguang ruins for the time being. Chu Tianyu trembles as he receives the elixirs. He answers with a hoarse voice, then turns and leaves. Mu Yan looks at his departing figure and sighs softly. In his mind, it was as if the dazzling prodigy of Long Teng, who had first met the Qilin team, was still in front of him. Who would have thought that behind his dazzling identity, there was a hell paved with blood and pain? Mu Yan gently shakes her head, pulling her thoughts back to alchemy. In fact, she didn't plan to go to Tianguang ruins for the next few days. Instead, he went to the inheritance space to properly ask his ninth master about the Tao of alchemy. It seemed that she had slapped Jun Qingwan in the face when she reached the top of the Xinglin list last night. But in fact, Mu Yan had checked Jun Qingwan's results on the Coiled Dragon list. His total score was 569,000, and he had used 3 10th grade elixirs, namely the Drifting Cloud elixir, the Snow Soul elixir, and the Soaring Dragon elixir. Mu Yan had heard of the Drifting Cloud pill and the Snow Soul pill in the Shozhen continent. The former was the unobstructed cloud pill, which was used to calm one's soul and remove one's inner demons. It was effective even for tribulation transcendence cultivators. The latter was the Snow Soul elixir, which was a panacea that could heal all external injuries. As long as the limbs weren't directly cut off, even if the bones were broken, they could still grow back in a short time. Although these 2 10th grade elixirs were rare, it wasn't as if no one in the Shozhen continent could refine them. What moved Mu Yan the most was the Soaring Dragon elixir. End of this chapter. Arrogant and despotic Liang Chen's army. Half of Jun Qingwan's score of 560,000 points was obtained by the Rising Dragon pill. On the 10th day, she refined the Rising Dragon pill and handed it over to Tianguang Su for appraisal. Only then did she surpass Su Qingling, who was originally ranked first on the Coiling Dragon list. Mayan had never heard of the Rising Dragon pill before. But for Tianguangsu to give such a high score, it must not be simple. Mayan is self-aware. She still can't refine a 10th grade elixir. Even if she could, she might not be able to get such a high score. It seems that if she wants to win the pill competition, she needs to work harder. However, Mayan doesn't know. While she was wholeheartedly devoting herself to alchemy, Tianguangsu, or the Xiaotian continent's conspiracy against her and Liang Chen's army, has quietly unfolded. Xiang Street, Xianyang City. A middle-aged nascent soul stage man is suddenly stopped by a group of people in an alley. Who are you people? Why are you blocking my way? The leader's gaze sweeps over the Chankuan bag on his waist, and he smiles mischievously. Luyang swordsman, right? We've been waiting for you here for a long time. The middle-aged man is surprised. How do you know my name in Tianguangsu? I don't know you. Hehe, it doesn't matter if you know us or not. But we know that a few days ago, you bought a 7th grade barrier-breaking pill from Laozi's #1 shop, right? Yes, so what? The leader shows a mocking and disgusted smile. You haven't joined Liang Chen's army. What qualifications do you have to buy things from Laozi's #1 shop? If you're sensible, hand over that 7th grade barrier-breaking pill, and you'll be spared physical pain. Who the hell are you people? Us? Several people laugh. We're naturally Liang Chen's army. The elixirs refined by Great God Yi are exclusive to our Liang Chen's army. Who do you think you are, daring to fight with us? Yes, only our Liang Chen's army can use the things refined by Great God Yi. If you obediently hand it over, we'll let you live. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. The middle-aged man swore that he would rather die than hand it over. In the end, he was beaten black and blue by them, and all of his cosmos pouches were snatched away. In the end, these people threw out a sentence: you dare to go against our Liangchen army, this is your fate. Purple Cloud World, White Moon City. What are you doing? What right do you have to barge into my house? Haha, it's you, White Moon Spiritual Light, who slandered Great God Yi in the Tianguang ruins. Today, our Liangchen Great Army is here to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Inside the room, the pale-faced girl looked at the corpses on the floor, feeling both anger and fear. She stared at the criminal in front of her with tears in her eyes and said loudly, when? Did I? I've always admired Goddess She. How could I possibly speak ill of her? Hehe, don't quibble. Someone had heard it. As a member of Liang Chen's army, you weren't faithful enough to Great God Yi. Today, we represent Liang Chen's army to punish you. Boss, this girl's skin is soft and tender. It would be a pity to just beat her up. Why don't we? The girl retreated in fear, wanting to escape. However, she was pressed against the ground, unable to break free. Shrill screams came from the room, accompanied by the merry laughter of the men. Such a scene played out in Purple Cloud World and Tianguang ruins as well. Those cultivators who went to other shops to purchase elixirs and Dharma treasures would suddenly be stopped by the people who called themselves Liang Chen's army. Little cuties who still have tickets, hurry up and vote. It's the last day of April, end of this chapter. After a series of threats and promises, he told them that if they bought from other shops, they were not allowed to buy from God Yi. Gradually, Liang Chen's army's reputation in Tianguang ruins became extremely bad. Everyone was angry but did not dare to speak. Tianguang ruins, floating life pavilion. At this moment, many people had gathered. There were men and women, old and young. But regardless of gender or age, they all exuded an intimidating aura. It was obvious that these people were highly respected in their daily lives. Pa, a slap was slammed on the table. An old man in his 50s stood up angrily and shouted, "What bullsh**** T. Liangchen, he is really too much. He dares to bully our longevity valley. Master Bai, don't be angry. This Liang Chen's army has been arrogant for a long time. Today, all the famous people on the pill competition 4 lists have gathered together to discuss how to deal with Liang Chen's army and resist Ji Liangchen." Looking around, the men and women in the room were all in the top 10 of the Apricot Forest, Colored Glaze, Spiritual Pivot, and Coiling Dragon lists. The one who slammed the table and shouted was Bai Ziliang, the top of the 8th grade Colored Glaze list. He was the Valley Master of Longevity Valley. Longevity Valley was not strong, but it was famous for alchemy. Master Bai, the Valley Master of Longevity Valley, was a famous alchemy master in the Purple Cloud domain, the top of the colored glaze list. Bai Ziliang had a fiery temper and was extremely protective. This time, one of his favorite grand disciples was seriously injured by Liang Chen's army, and he was furious. Most of the people in the room revealed angry expressions. A female cultivator even gritted her teeth and said, "What, Liang Chen's army? I think they are clearly scum. It would have been fine if they had only beaten and threatened others, but they had even humiliated an innocent girl. I heard that a young lady in White Moon City was humiliated to death just because she said one bad thing about Yi Liangchen. Bastards. We must not let this group of bastards continue to be so arrogant." That's right, as long as Liang Chen's army is not eliminated, Tianguang ruins will never have a peaceful day. Chase Yi Liangchen out, and Liang Chen's army will naturally collapse. Everyone in the room was enraged. Sitting at the head of the table, Leng Qingwan watched this scene without saying a word. Under her veil, the corner of her mouth slowly curved into a cold smile. She glanced at a man dressed like a scholar not far away. The man smiled and nodded. He coughed lightly and stood up. "Everyone, please listen to me, Dong Yulong." As soon as these words came out, the room fell silent for a moment. Because this Dong Yulong was number 1 on the 9th grade spiritual pivot list. He was an alchemy grandmaster that had been invited by the Lan Imperial clan with a large sum of money to participate in the alchemy competition. With this kind of identity and strength, there were only 2 top rankers of the Coiled Dragon list, Leng Qingwan and Su Qingling. He was qualified to suppress him. Therefore, as soon as he opened his mouth, everyone's gazes immediately turned to him, no longer making any noise. Dong Yulong held a folding fan in his hand and waved it gently with a proud smile on his face. "Today's banquet was organized by me. Its purpose is to get rid of the tumor in Tianguang ruins, so that we can have a clean Tianguang ruins and the elixir competition. Master Dong, if you have any brilliant ideas, please speak." Dong Yulong folded his folding fan and said in a deep voice, "I wonder if everyone still remembers that the elixir competition has a rule of expulsion and recommendation?" His words stunned everyone present. Immediately, someone reacted. "Master Dong, are you referring to the rule that, as long as the top 4 alchemy rankings agree, they can recommend any cultivator, or even a mortal, to participate in the alchemy competition? Otherwise, they can expel any alchemist?" That's right. During the period of the elixir competition, Tianguang ruins would hang the apricot forest, colored glass, spiritual pivot, and coiling dragon rolls on the rebirth square. It wasn't without reason that every champion would make an announcement in the Tianguang ruins. The reason for that was because those 4 lists possessed a certain influence on the upcoming Grand Alchemy competition. For example, this recommend and expel at will rule was one of them. But this rule doesn't apply. Soon, someone objected, "Yap Liangchen is the number 1 of the Xinglin list. As long as she doesn't agree to expel herself, what's the use of the other 3? Everyone nodded in agreement. Yap Liangchen would only expel himself if he was an idiot. Dong Yulong smiled. "Have you forgotten that there is a second condition for the recommendation and expulsion? That is, apart from myself, if the top 10 alchemists on the pill competitions for ranking lists reach the same conclusion, the recommendation and expulsion rules will also be fulfilled. The reason why I have gathered all of you here today is because I hope that all of you can agree to stop Yi Liangchen from participating in the Great Alchemy competition." Everyone was shocked. They looked at each other and realized that the top 10 cultivators of the pill competition were all here except for the top of the apricot forest list, Yi Liangchen. Dong Yulong's expression turned serious, and he said in a clear voice, "Everyone, think about it, why does Liang Chen's army dare to be so arrogant? So brutal? Do as he pleases? Isn't it because they have Yi Liangchen to support them? If we want to defeat Liang Chen's army and let those bastards get their punishment, we must first take drastic measures and defeat the people who are supporting them in one fell swoop." Everyone in the room nodded in agreement. They did not have any enmity with Yap Liangchen. However, during this period of time, the actions of Liang Chen's army had truly touched their bottom line. Dong Yulong turned around and slightly bowed towards Leng Qingwan and Su Qingling, Immortal Fairy Qingwan, Master Su, I wonder what the two of you think. Lung Qingwan's expression was cold and indifferent. Her face was still covered with a veil, but it was still faintly discernible that she was devouring. She had a beautiful face. A pair of cold and arrogant beautiful eyes swept across everyone in the room. The young men immediately blushed, their eyes filled with infatuation. A trace of ridicule flashed past Lung Qingwan's eyes, but the expression on her face was clear and cold. She said, Yi Liangchen is merely a person who fishes for fame. Those who follow him are naturally not good people. Not only should she be banished, but she should also be forced to swear an oath to never enter the Tianguang ruins again. She lowered her eyes slightly, concealing the cold murderous intent in her eyes. That bastard Yi Liangchen dared to humiliate her in public. She would destroy her reputation and make her die a graveless death. Of course, before she died, the Medicine King's inheritance would belong to her, Lung Qingwan. Hee, even that bitch Jun Mayan can't beat me, what is Yi Liangchen? Good, Fairy Qingwan is right. Dong Yulong clapped his hands and exclaimed in admiration, it's just that if we expel her from the pill competition, she'll always make a comeback and allow Liang Chen's army to do all sorts of evil things. Only by forcing her to never enter the Tianguang ruins would they be able to get rid of any future troubles. Master Su, what do you think? Everyone turned to look at a woman sitting in the corner. The lady's eyes were exquisite and beautiful, but she was dressed casually and simply. Her long black hair was unadorned, and only a few loose bundles of hair were tied up. She looked lazy and carefree. While the others were talking, she was holding a jade pot in her hand and drinking it leisurely. The room was bustling, but it seemed to have nothing to do with her. When she heard Dong Yulong's question, she looked up and said with a faint smile, you said that Liang Chen's army is causing trouble recently? Where's the evidence? Dong Yulong was stunned. Everyone in the room was stunned as well. Dong Yulong said, Master Su, what do you mean? Those evil people said that they are Liang Chen's army and they are working for him. How can this be wrong? Su Qingling sneered. She held her head with one hand and leaned on the table. They said that they are Liang Chen's army, so they are? So if I call myself Dong Yulong's grandmother, then you are really my grandson? Someone in the room couldn't help but laugh. Dong Yulong was furious. He couldn't pretend to be a scholar anymore. Su Qingling, don't cross the line. Su Qingling waved her hand, TSK, why are you so agitated? I was just making an example. She slowly brought the jade pot to her plump and bright red lips and casually took a sip. Her charming and enchanting look made many male cultivators in the room swallow their saliva. Dong Yulong was so angry that his chest kept moving up and down. He only calmed down after a while and gritted his teeth. Su Qingling, everyone here agreed to punish the scum and expel Yi Liangchen. Only you don't agree? Don't tell me you already know who Yi Liangchen is? Suddenly, he squinted his eyes and sneered, oh right, I remember now. When Yi Liangchen first appeared in Azure Blue World, your nephew Suzy was there too. I remember someone saw Suzy standing next to Yi Liangchen during the finals of Golden Heavenly Light. As expected, you are protecting Yi Liangchen. Could it be that your nephew, Suzy, is a member of Liangchen's army? Su Qingling's face darkened, and a cold glint appeared in her eyes. Dong Yulong, do you dare to slander my nephew again? Seeing that the two of them were at loggerheads, the others in the room hurriedly tried to mediate. Su Qingling placed the jade pot on the table and said coldly, you want me to agree to activate the arbitrary banishment rule? Sure. Then prove to me that those heartless bastards were really ordered by Yi Liangchen. Inside Laozi's number 1 shop, Easy Bro, North Sunflower, and Xiang Nuan were running around in circles. How did it become like this? How could Devour Liangchen's army do such a thing? Beikue Xiang Nuan covered her face with her hands and could not stop her tears. White Moon Spirit Light is a very, very good girl. I remember her. The last time she saw Godyi, she was so happy. How could he die? Did Liang Chen's army really do such a heartless thing? Impossible. This is impossible. Sister Hua punched the wall fiercely. We have tried our best to control Liang Chen's army. We announced all kinds of rules and even forbade them from slandering other alchemists. If it was the real Liang Chen's army, the people who truly support Gaji, how could they do such a thing? Elegant Bro gritted his teeth. Then someone is impersonating Liang Chen Dajuan. Who is it? Who is so sinister and vicious to think of such a despicable method? The few of them were talking. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside the door and shouted anxiously. Oh no, oh no. Elegant Bro, little Kuei, go to Reincarnation Square and take a look. Elegant Bro rushed out. What happened? Liangchen Dajuan, it's someone from Liangchen Dajuan. He did evil in Baihui City again and was caught. The person who spoke had panic, anger, and pain written all over his face. He could not stop crying. It's Liangchen Dajuan. It's really one of Liangchen Dajuan's members. They did unforgivable evil. Now, all the elixir masters in Tianguang ruins have joined forces to expel Almighty Yi from the elixir competition and even banish her from Tianguang ruins forever. Elegant Bro and the other three widened their eyes. What did you say? Reincarnation Square was currently filled with 4 times more people than usual. Everyone could not help but focus their attention on the tower in the middle of the square. From time to time, someone exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, isn't that Master Su Qingling?" She actually came to Tianguang ruins and appeared in Reincarnation Square in person. For a special user like Su Qingling, with enough popularity points, she could choose to hide her tracks. Once they hid their traces and usernames, even if they stood in the crowd, no one would take a second look. Master Dong Yulong is here too. The master of Longevity Valley. He hasn't been to Tianguang ruins for many years. Fairy Qingwan, we love you. We'll support you forever. Someone counted around the tower and could not help but be speechless. This, other than Yi Liangchen who topped the Xinglin list, all the other elixir masters are here. Even in the elixir competition, there was no way to see so many grandmasters gathered at once. What's going on? Why are all these masters here? Dong Yulong's face was full of pride. He took a step forward and raised his leg to kick casually. Someone let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground. Only then did everyone realize that there were 7 or 8 men in the same attire who were tied up and kneeling on the ground. The rope that bound them was the extremely expensive punishment rope from the Tianguang ruins. Only special class users had the right to purchase it. Furthermore, it could only be used on low-popularity users that Tianguang ruins deemed to have done a lot of evil. Soon, someone recognized these men. Liang Chen's army. Back then, the ones who threatened me not to buy medicinal pills from other shops were them. Yes, they were the ones who molested my daughter. If I hadn't arrived in time, my daughter would have. Dong Yulong looked at Su Qingling and chuckled. Master Su, didn't you want evidence? Now, I've caught these bastards from Liang Chen's army with my own hands. This can be used as evidence, right? Su Qingling frowned slightly and did not speak. Dong Yulong chuckled. I understand now. Master Su, are you suspecting that these people aren't part of Liang Chen's army? He pulled, and the man on the ground immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Speak, are you pretending to be Liang Chen's army? Don't pull anymore. I'll talk. The man in the lead let out a blood-curdling scream. My name is He Jinwen. I'm really part of Liang Chen's army. If you don't believe me, you can search me. I have Liang Chen's army's token on me. Bei Kuei, Xiang Yuan, and the others who had just arrived at Reincarnation Square felt their vision go black when they heard this. Their faces paled. They knew He Jinwen. He was truly a member of Liang Chen's army. Moreover, He Jinwen's status in the army was not low. He was one of the first customers to buy mutated talismans from Laozi's #1 shop. Even after being suppressed by flourishing heaven light and flowing moon gate, he had never left. But who would have thought that such a grand elder would give Liang Chen's army a fatal blow? Soon, someone found the token on He Jinwen's body. This token was very special. It was custom-made in Tianguang ruins and could only be used there. The front of the token was engraved with Chen and the back with Wang. Liang Chen's army proudly called this token the King Chen token. But now, this glittering Qingshan token was a slap to the face of Liang Chen's army. I will kill you, you animal. An old man suddenly rushed out from the crowd and punched and kicked He Jinwen. His eyes were red and his face was filled with hatred. He did not care about the possible punishment from Tianguang ruins and even used his spiritual energy. Give me back my daughter. Animal. Animal. I will make you pay for my daughter's life, ah. This scene was violent and bloody. The people who saw this only felt grief, indignation, and sympathy, and tears trickled down their cheeks. As for Tianguang Su, perhaps it was because of the punishment lasso, he didn't punish him. Dong Yulong waited until the old man had vented enough before looking at Su Qingling and snickered. Master Su, what else do you have to say? Do you still suspect that he is not from Liang Chen's army and that we slandered him? Su Qingling frowned and did not speak. Dong Yulong suddenly pointed at Bei Kuei, Xiang Yuan, and the others and said loudly, Look, Liang Chen's most loyal dogs are here too. Why don't we ask them if this He Jinwen is a beast raised by Liang Chen's army? On Reincarnation Square, everyone's eyes were focused on Bei Kuei, Xiang Yuan, and the others. The gazes of yearning, envy, and respect turned into anger and disgust at this moment. Even if they cultivated to the level of devouring in the real world, the weak were prey to the strong, and the victor was king. However, the actions of Liang Chen's army had already touched the bottom line of people's conscience. Bei Kuei Xiang Yuan's eyes were red as she said hoarsely, Although he is a member of Liang Chen's army, we didn't know. Very good. Dong Yulong quickly interrupted her, since you admit that he's a member of Liang Chen's army, that means that we didn't capture the wrong person. He suddenly raised his hand, and the punishment chain that was originally binding He Jinwen was suddenly dragged out like a snake. Then, it turned into a whip and lashed at his body. Ah! He Jinwen, who did not even make a sound after being punched and kicked by the old man, screamed like a pig being slaughtered after being whipped by the punishment rope. At the same time, the punishment rope lashed out at the others, causing them to roll on the ground and wail incessantly. However, this miserable scene made the people in the Reincarnation Square cheer loudly. Do it! Ruthlessly beat them to death. This kind of scum should not be allowed to live in this world. How is punishing these people enough? Liang Chen's army now numbers in the tens of millions, and none of them are good people. If it wasn't for Master Dong and the others standing up for us today, Liang Chen's army would grow stronger by the day, and I wonder how we would be bullied and humiliated. The Reincarnation Square was in chaos. Some people were cursing Yi Liang Chen's army, and some people were helping Yi Liang Chen. Not every Liang Chen's army would bully others. Some of them are very kind and have even helped us before. That's right, and even if Liang Chen Dajuan is in the wrong, actually, it has nothing to do with Godyi. She didn't do anything wrong. However, these people who spoke up for Liang Chen's army. Very quickly, the people who had been deliberately arranged to lead the rhythm of the battle rose up to attack. Bastard, you're speaking up for them? Are you also a member of Liang Chen's army? Do you also want to be whipped and banished from the Tianguang ruins? If it wasn't for Yi Liang Chen, would his army be so arrogant? In my opinion, it might be Yap Liang Chen who asked them to commit such atrocities. Slowly, no one dared to speak up for Liang Chen's army anymore. Some of Yi Liang Chen's troops chose to back out. They threw the token of Qingshan on the ground and drew a line between them and Yi Liang Chen. There were also people who lowered their heads in shame and silently left the Tianguang ruins. Only those like Bei Kuei, Xiang Yuan, and the others were still holding on, but they felt so humiliated, angry, and unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. In front of the tower, Dong Yulong finally withdrew the chain of punishment. He looked down at He Jinwen, who was twitching and moaning, and said coldly, Speak, who told you to do this? He Jinwen's face was covered in snot and tears, and his body was trembling non-stop. Hearing the question, his eyes flashed and he stuttered, No one? It's us who want to establish prestige for Liang Chen's army. His evasive action was very obvious, and everyone present saw it. Bai Ziliang had a fiery temper. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He strode forward and snatched Dong Yulong's punishment rope. Then, he whipped Dong Yulong's head and face. You still dare to lie? Fine, I'll whip you until your soul scatters, I don't dare to do it anymore. I'll talk. It's God Yi. It's Yap Liangchen who asked us to do this. As soon as these words came out, the entire reincarnation square went silent for a moment. North Sunflower Xiangyuan was the first to scream. Impossible. Great God Yi would never do such a thing. You're slandering me. He Jinwen cried, Great God Yi is the person I admire the most. If it wasn't for the fact that I really couldn't take it anymore, I wouldn't have sold out Great God Yi. He Jinwen, dare to swear to the heavens that it was really Great God Yi who asked us to do this. As he twitched, he stuttered, some time ago, when Almighty Yi had just topped the apricot forest list, he suddenly came to us and asked us to help him clear the obstacles in the elixir competition. She said that the results of the first stage of the elixir competition are closely related to the results of the elixir masters on the 4 lists of the elixir competition, as well as the popularity of the elixir masters in Tianguang ruins. Goddess Yi, she. Although she has great talent, she has only been in contact with elixirs for a short time. Being able to refine a 7th grade bottleneck-breaking elixir is already her limit. How could she possibly refine an 8th grade and 9th grade elixir in half a month, and even enter the glaze and spiritual pivot lists? Because there's no way to do it on the 4 lists of the elixir competition, Great God Yi thought of a way to increase the popularity of the Tianguang ruins. But selling ordinary elixirs and talismans can't increase Great God Yi's popularity so quickly in a short period of time. Only this kind of extreme method that makes everyone revere and submit to Liangchen's army can raise Goddess Yi's popularity to the highest in a short period of time. When He Jinwen spoke, because of the pain and unwillingness, his words were intermittent and unclear. Between the lines, it was as if he wanted to hide something for the person he worshipped. However, it was because of this attitude that the surrounding cultivators had no doubts about his words. A cultivator ran out of the appraiser hall beside the reincarnation plaza and shouted angrily with a trembling voice, I just checked Tianguang Ruin's recent popularity ranking. Yi Liangchen is indeed number 1. Oh my God. For the pill competition, for the sake of increasing popularity, he actually thought of such an insane method? To think that I worshipped Yi Liangchen so much in the past, comparing her to my most respected young Master Yun Xiao, now that I think about it. I feel disgusted. Damn it, although I am not a good person, I will definitely not do something like humiliating an innocent girl to death for the sake of popularity. I joined Liangchen's army in the past because I was blind. I want to withdraw immediately. I also withdraw from Liangchen's army. Pfft, what Liangchen's army? I think it's an army of bastards. Chase all of them out of Tianguang ruins. The cultivators on the reincarnation plaza were extremely angry. The sea of people in the square was boiling with excitement. Everyone was shouting. Expel Yi Liangchen from the pill competition, expel her from Tianguang ruins. Yi Liangchen, hand over the pill king's inheritance. Scum, don't deserve to be a pill master. Bei Kuei, Xiangyuan and the others cried and shouted Goddess Yi is not this kind of person. However, it was of no use at all. Their voices were too weak and insignificant. The angry crowd couldn't hear their shouts at all, and didn't want to hear their shouts. Leng Qingwan looked at this scene, opened her slender white hand, and casually admired it. The corner of her mouth curled into a mocking and proud smile. See, she was just a mortal from the cultivation continent, defeating her was that easy. He had been too hasty before. To deal with a mere trash, why would she need to do it herself? As long as he borrowed a knife and set it up properly, he would be able to consign her to eternal damnation. Dong Yulong looked at Su Qingling mockingly after hearing everyone's shouts. Master Su, do you still not agree to kick Yi Liangchen out of the competition? Su Qingling was still frowning. She felt that something was wrong. But when she saw the sorrowful appearance of the old man whose daughter had died a tragic death, she sighed softly and did not say anything in the end. Soon, Dong Yulong took out a piece of bright yellow silk and let all the alchemists present imprint their own spiritual sense imprint. What was written on the silk was that all the pill refinement masters objected to Yi Liangchen's participation in the pill refinement competition. They also requested to seal her Tianguang Ruins jade key forever. After all the alchemy grandmasters made a copy of it, they would submit it to Tianguang Ruins. Yi Liangchen was completely ruined in the field of medicinal pellets. Seeing the last spiritual consciousness imprint on Su Qingling, Dong Yulong's mouth slowly curved up. He waved the folding fan in his hand lightly and looked at all the cultivators in the reincarnation plaza with an elegant demeanor. The pill refinement competition is a grand event that belongs to all of us pill refinement masters and is also a carnival for all cultivators. Even if we have to give it our all, we won't let a shameless madman like Yi Liangchen tarnish the competition and tarnish Tianguang ruins. The champion of the elixir competition belongs to those who are capable and talented. I, Dong Yulong, have always been humble and introspective even though I'm the top ranker on the 9th grade spiritual pivot list. I've never dared to be arrogant. As he spoke, he smiled and said generously, for example, I know that I'm not as good as Fairy Qingwan in alchemy. I'll do my best in the elixir competition. Even if I lose, I'll admit defeat willingly. Everyone nodded. Calm about gains and losses, neither arrogant nor discouraged. With such a state of mind, it was no wonder that Dong Yulong could become a master. As for Fairy Jun Qingwan, who made Master Dong admit defeat, she received even more respect from the crowd. Dong Yulong's expression turned solemn as he continued, we welcome healthy competition. But for people like Yi Liangchen who are not capable enough to refine 8th grade or 9th grade elixirs, he tries to use dishonest means to achieve his goals by harming others. All of us alchemists will join forces to boycott him. Hearing these righteous words, the crowd below couldn't help but cheer. However, at this moment, a familiar vibration came. Then, an even more familiar light shot into the sky. Fireworks exploded in the center of the reincarnation square. For some reason, little Tian's mechanical voice, which had always been dull and calm, seemed to carry a hint of mockery this time. Special announcement from Tianguang Ruins. Special announcement from Tianguang Ruins. The top ranker of the 8th grade glaze list has changed. The new top ranker of the glaze list is Yi Liangchen. Appraised elixir, 1 8th grade heaven nourishing elixir. Total points, 327,000. Dong Yulong's hand that was holding the fan was waving passionately in the air. At this moment, he suddenly froze. He didn't know whether to stop or wave. His expression became even more sluggish, as if he was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. The originally lively reincarnation square seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water. Everyone quieted down. Everyone's expression was still the same as before, filled with righteous indignation and seeking justice. In the next moment, his expression turned into one of dumbfounded shock. What did they just hear? The top ranker of the 8th grade glaze list? But didn't he Jinwen and Dong Yulong say that Yi Liangchen did all those crazy things because he couldn't concoct an 8th grade medicinal pill? Because of the silence on the reincarnation square. Bei Kuei, Xiangyuan, and the others' hoarse cries finally reached everyone's ears. Goddess Yi is a good person. Please don't slander her. If you want to curse our Liangchen army. If you want to expel us, expel our Liangchen army. No matter what punishment it is, we are willing to accept the devouring. Please, don't hurt the people we've protected with all our might. Over and over again, the ones who shouted were North Sunflower, Xiangyuan, Sister Hua, Zhu Xiang, Zhu Yu, and those inconspicuous people in Liangchen's army who knew and trusted their idols. These voices were very weak. At first, they were drowned out by the malice and the surging crowd. But it never went out or disappeared. At this moment, it finally reached everyone's heart. Then, they finally realized something. One by one, they covered their mouths and cried tears of joy. Ah, the first place on the glaze list. What kind of king is the person I like? I knew Goddess Yi wouldn't be defeated by a mere false accusation. Damn it, what do you mean Gaji isn't capable enough? That's why you came up with such a scheme. Ha ha ha. Our Gaji shall use his strength to slap your faces. He Jinwen, you bastard, didn't you say Gaji can't refine grade 8 and grade 9 elixirs? Someone who can't refine grade 8 elixirs can climb to the top of the glaze list? Ha 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 ha. Dong Yulong's face kept twitching. The pride in Leng Qingwan's eyes instantly turned into malevolence and anger. The other alchemists also looked at each other awkwardly. Only Su Qingling laughed out loud after a moment of shock. Interesting, this lass is really interesting. You said that because I can't refine grade 8 and grade 9 elixirs, I did something outrageous to increase my popularity. Sorry, I will climb to the top of the glaze list for you to see. Su Qingling shifted her gaze and said leisurely, Master Dong, you haven't finished your passionate speech? Why don't you continue? Dong Yulong's mouth twitched violently. He forcefully suppressed his expression and took a deep breath. So what if she can refine grade 8 elixirs? This doesn't prove that she isn't the instigator of He Jinwen. It also doesn't prove that Liang Chen's army isn't harmful. If the top of the glaze list can't prove it, why don't I prove it on behalf of Godyi? A deep and gentle male voice suddenly echoed. In the strangely quiet reincarnation plaza, it was abnormally loud and abrupt. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the direction of the voice. They saw a handsome young man slowly walking towards the central tower. When the cultivators on the reincarnation plaza saw him, many of them exclaimed, God, Fuchen? Fuchen, who was also Chu Tianyu, quickly walked to the bottom of the tower. His eyes swept past He Jinwen, Leng Qingwan, and finally landed on Dong Yulong. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Master Dong, long time no see. Dong Yulong stared at Chu Tianyu and said coldly, young friend Fuchen, if I didn't remember wrongly, you were also one of the people who competed with Yi Liangchen during the Herb King's inheritance exam. His arrogance and savagery trampled on your dignity and made you lose the chance to become the Herb King's successor. Why are you speaking up for him now? Dong Yulong's question was the same as everyone else's. Many people still remembered the fierce competition between Great God Fuchen and Great God Yi during the Medicine King's inheritance exam. It almost overturned the sky. In the end, Yap Liangchen won the King of Medicine's inheritance. At that time, many people saw Fuchen's ugly expression. In the Tianguang ruins, there were also many people who mocked Fuchen for opening the King of Medicine's inheritance but not being able to become a disciple. It was like going for wool and coming home shorn. Not to mention North Kuwei and Xiangyuan's Good Day Army. They had heard with their own ears how Fuchen coerced and tempted their Godyi, bullying and humiliating him. But now, the dust devouring was speaking up for Yi Liangchen. This development was really incomprehensible to them. Hearing Dong Yulong's words and the discussions of the people below, Dong Yulong's eyes widened. Chu Tianyu's face didn't have the slightest bit of embarrassment. He said calmly, Master Dong must be joking. It's an indisputable fact that I lost to Great Godyi. If one's skill is inferior, one must admit defeat. Isn't this what Master Dong said just now? Dong Yulong's face stiffened. Chu Tianyu smiled, Oh, I forgot about that. Of course, Master Dong's words didn't count. If I remember correctly, just now, Master Dong personally said that Great Godyi instigated Liang Chen's army to commit atrocities because he couldn't refine a Tier 8 medicinal pill. But in the blink of an eye, it became that even if Goddess Shi got to the top of the Grade 8 glazed tile list, it doesn't prove that she has the ability. Chu Tianyu spread out his hands, You've already said the opposite. With such thick skin, I'm ashamed of my own inferiority and willingly admit defeat. Chu Tianyu said it as if he was admitting defeat, but the meaning behind his words was no longer indirect abuse, but blatant mockery. Many people in the square couldn't help but burst out laughing. Dong Yulong's face turned green and white, the hand holding the fan was trembling slightly, he was obviously furious. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Isn't it just a Grade 8 list? Do you think I care about it? Don't forget, I'm the top of the Grade 9 spiritual pivot list. Yi Liangchen, this silly girl. Want to question me, want to step on me, if you have the ability, take my position as the top of the spiritual pivot list first. This roar shook the heavens and the earth, silencing the noisy square that had been mocking him. Some of Dong Yulong's supporters immediately cheered. Master Dong is mighty, isn't it just a Grade 8 glazed tile list? Do you think Master Dong cares? Haha, that's right, showing off a Grade 8 glazed tile list, can't you see who you're doing it in front of? Yi Liangchen is so amazing, if you have the ability, take the top of the Grade 9 spiritual pivot list too. Don't joke around, Yi Liangchen has only learned pill concoction for a month, no matter how talented he is, with the inheritance of the King of Medicine, making Grade 7 or 8 pills is already his limit, he still wants to make a Grade 9 pill. Haha. I think it's better to daydream. In the square, Leng Qingwan and Dong Yulong's supporters were shouting loudly, mocking Yi Liangchen for overestimating himself. However, most of the passers-by and Yi Liangchen's army looked at each other, strangely silent. Cough. Don't you guys feel that this scene is a little familiar? Haha, I'll say that I'm tired of seeing this kind of face-slapping reversal back in Divine Elephant City. Well, did you guys notice that Goddess Yi has already slaughtered the rank 7 Apricot Forest list and the rank 8 Glazed list? What is she trying to do? Are they going to slaughter all 4 lists of the pill competition? Someone shuddered, his face full of fear. Logic tells me that this is impossible. No matter how powerful an alchemist was, once he refined a high-level medicinal pill, his control over a low-level medicinal pill would weaken. For example, the purity of the 9th grade Vast Yuan pill that Dong Yulong was refining now could reach 80%, but if he refined an 8th grade pill, he could easily refine it, but the purity might not even reach 70%. Conversely, if a person had precise control over the refinement of a grade 8 pill, even if he could refine a grade 9 pill in a short period of time, it would be impossible for the pill's properties to reach perfection, and thus be given a high score by Tianguang Ruins. It was already extremely difficult for Yi Liangchen to make it to the top of the rank 7 Apricot Forest list and the rank 8 Glazed list in 7 days, and almost no one could do it. It was impossible for him to make it to the rank 9 Spiritual Pivot list in less than half a month before the pill competition. Gulp. Someone swallowed his saliva and murmured, I know it's impossible, but when it comes to Great God Yi, why do I feel that it's so? So, before the Dragon Ascension 6 lists were slaughtered, everyone thought it was impossible. Before the Medicine King's Inheritances assessment came out, we also thought it was impossible to complete. However, there was one person in this world who did it. From then on, as long as they were competing with this person on the same list, they would tremble. From then on, many people in Azure Blue World, Purple Cloud World, and Tianguang Ruins would never forget the fear of being dominated by a name. From then on, there was no king under Yi Liangchen. Leng Qingwan and Dong Yulong's supporters heard their discussion and couldn't help but laugh mockingly. What, there's no king under Yi Liangchen? I think their brains are broken? Do they really think that the pill competition's 4 lists will be like the Dragon Ascension 6 lists, with a person's name on it? Dong Yulong listened to the voices below and regained his calm. He opened the fan in his hand again, raised it in the air and pressed it down, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Everyone, there's no need to feel sorry for this Dong. She's just a little girl. Dong Yulong, don't even put her in my eyes. To put it bluntly, as early as 3 years ago, I've already lost interest in refining 8th grade pills. A burst of laughter came from below. Dong Yulong retracted his fan and lightly fanned himself. I believe that Yi Liangchen's talent is outstanding, but outstanding talent isn't the capital for her to be arrogant and presumptuous. Look at our fairy Qingwan, she became the coiling dragon roll champion at such a young age. Did she form an army of Liangchen to bully the good and commit crimes? Is she arrogant and despotic, looking down on us seniors? Leng Qingwan's supporters immediately let out a series of earth-shattering shouts. Fairy Qingwan is unique in this world. Where did that wild girl Yi Liangchen come from? How is she qualified to be compared to our Fairy Qingwan? Fairy Qingwan, Fairy Qingwan. We love you. Dong Yulong bowed slightly towards Leng Qingwan before revealing a regretful expression. He shook his head lightly and said, Yi Liangchen, I know you're in the Tianguang Ruins, but I don't know where you're hiding and listening. Haha, for a despicable villain like you, isn't the best at making those who support you rush to the front, build momentum for you, and do evil for you? To devour. Unfortunately, I have to disappoint you. Liangchen Dajuan's actions have already exceeded our bottom line. You will be completely expelled from this alchemy competition, and will not be qualified to participate. These words caused Liangchen's army to be unhappy. Why can't Almighty Yi participate in the alchemy competition? The matter hasn't been investigated at all. The reason that He Jinwen gave just now has already been slapped in the face by Almighty Yi. Chu Tianyu coldly glanced at Dong Yulong and Leng Qingwan. He didn't say anything, but his hands were secretly moving. Liangchen Dajuan's words caused Dong Yulong to sneer, revealing a mocking expression, refining a grade 8 medicinal pill, and you say it's a slap in the face? Could it be that you think that with just a grade 8 medicinal pill, you can obtain a good result in the alchemy competition? Haha, what a joke. Then where do you place the alchemy grandmasters on the 9th grade spiritual pivot list and the 10th grade coiling dragon list? Doesn't Yi Liangchen like to slap faces? I, Dong Yulong, am standing right here. Dong Yulong raised his chin and laughed coldly. If she has the ability, then step on me from the top of the spiritual pivot board. At that time, she will have the qualifications to say that she slapped my face. Heh, since this is Master Dong's wish, I will feel bad if I don't fulfill it. A light and sweet-sounding voice rang out from the crowd. This voice was calm and indifferent, without any fluctuations, but it was like a clap of thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Chu Tianyou's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at the periphery of the crowd. The brilliance in his eyes seemed to carry the weight of the entire world. An ordinary-looking girl slowly walked over. Wherever she went, the crowd would automatically split into two. All the gazes and attention in the entire square were focused on her at this moment. Apart from her, everything else had become a backdrop. God Yi. Ah, after so long, I finally see God Yi again. Guru Yi, slaughtering the Xinglin list and the Glaze list is so cool. We will love you forever. Amidst the screams and cheers, Mu Yan slowly walks up to Dong Yulong. There seemed to be a ripple of water in her peach blossom eyes that rippled like water. Master Dong, I heard that you really want to be slapped in the face. The corner of Dong Yulong's mouth twitched a little. He said sternly, Yi Liangchen, where are your manners? What did your parents and master teach you? Facing a senior, facing an alchemist of a higher level than you, is this your attitude? Mu Yan's face slightly sinks. Slandering her was one thing, but now even her parents and master were being slandered. Haha, good. Very good. However, the more furious she was, the more radiant the smile on her face became. Things like manners, of course, can only be shown in front of people who are equally well-mannered. I'm afraid Master Dong is not worthy. You. Also, you said that this is the attitude I should have when facing my seniors, when facing alchemists of a higher rank than me? She brushed the corner of her clothes and said slowly, haha, what a pity. Soon, you won't be. Dong Yulong was shocked. What do you mean by that? Before he could finish his words, Mayan raises her hand to the air and snaps her fingers lightly. Boom, the Tianguang ruins shook. Pillars of light shot into the sky, and colorful fireworks exploded. It was a familiar formula, a familiar smell, and a familiar mechanical sound. Tianguang Ruins Special Announcement. Tianguang Ruins Special Announcement, the number 1 ranker of the spiritual pivot list had changed. The new number 1 ranker of the spiritual pivot list was Yap Liangchen. Appraising the medicinal pills, 1 9th grade truth pill and 1 9th grade young rejuvenation pill. Total points, 43,000, the entire reincarnation square was dead silent. Lung Qingwan's eyes suddenly widened, her face filled with shock and disbelief. Patter, the folding fan in Dong Yulong's hand broke into two. His stiff body slowly turned around, his eyes fixed on one of the light screens on the reincarnation square. List of the 9th grade spiritual pivot, number 1, Yap Liangchen, total points, 453,000. Second place, Dong Yulong, 364,000 points. Turning his head again, he saw the apricot forest list and the glaze list. The words Yi Liangchen were all shining brightly on the wall. In just a short 7 days, out of the 4 lists of the pill competition, there were already 3 lists, and 150 alchemists were trampled under the feet of this unremarkable girl in front of him. This is Yap Liangchen. Dong Yulong only felt his vision go black, and he almost fainted. Dong Yulong's lips kept trembling. He opened and closed his mouth for a long time, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't make a sound. Mu Yan looks at him with a smile that isn't a smile. Using a voice that is like the sounds of nature, she enunciates each word, Master Dong, I've just offered you your favorite to be slapped in the face in public. I wonder if Master Dong is satisfied? Do you want to try it again? The next moment, before Dong Yulong could say anything, Liang Chen's army and the passers-by below had completely exploded. Fuck. What did I just say? Don't compete with Great Gaji in slaughtering the list. Otherwise, you'll just be waiting to be slapped in the face, right? 7 days. Slaughtering the 7th grade apricot forest list, the 8th grade glazed list, and the 9th grade spiritual pivot list in 7 days. What kind of concept is that? Ha ha ha, have you forgotten? Other than these 3 lists, there was also the trend list. Right now, the first place of the popularity leaderboard, Talisman Refinement Sub-Leaderboard is Great God Ye's Barrier-Breaking Talisman. The first place of the Medicinal Pills Sub-Leaderboard is still Great God Ye's Barrier-Breaking Pill. He, Great God Ye has always been like this. Either he doesn't make a move, or once he does, it's a one-hit kill. Now, who else dares to question the identity of Miracle Medicine King Yi? I ask, who else is there? Step forward. See if your father doesn't smash your face. Ha ha ha, there was a burst of laughter on the square. Liang Chen's army, which had just been suppressed to the point of being unable to breathe and were even crying out of grief and grievance, were all exhilarated at this moment. Their bodies and minds were indescribably carefree. As for those who didn't trust Yap Liang Chen and insulted him, they even threw away Yap Liang Chen's army ID card. Now, they felt embarrassed and regretful. Of course, the ones who felt the most ashamed weren't the army of Liang Chen and the passers-by who were encouraged. Instead, it was the alchemy grandmasters who stood in the center of the reincarnation square under the tower. Filled with righteous indignation, they gathered together and signed a contract agreeing to the expulsion. His heart was filled with righteousness, and he wanted to expel the scum who did evil. In the blink of an eye, everything that they thought was the cause and effect was overturned. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his face was slapped loudly. Some of the thin-skinned ones wished they could leave the Tianguang ruins immediately so that they wouldn't embarrass themselves here. Among them, only Su Qingling had an interested smile on her face. From time to time, he would look at Mayan, then look at Dong Yulong and Ling Qingwan, the corners of his mouth curling up in a smile of interest. Dong Yulong gritted his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. Only then did he manage to suppress the expression on his face and the roar that was about to burst out of his mouth. However, the words that came out of his mouth were no longer able to maintain his cool and calm demeanor. This is impossible. In just 7 short days, it's impossible for you to learn how to refine a grade 9 elixir after learning how to refine a grade 8 elixir. No. This was no longer just learning it, but refining the best and most perfect elixir. Devour perfect, even ruthlessly trampling his vast essence pill underfoot. There's no way you concocted this pill. Dong Yulong thought about it over and over again and said resolutely, you must have taken the pills refined by someone else and passed them off as your own. That's right. That must be the case. Even the 8th and 7th grade medicinal pills were definitely not refined by you. Mu Yan burst out laughing, Master Dong, the way you struggle on your deathbed is really interesting. However, as I said, since you like to be slapped in the face so much, then I will definitely satisfy you. Saying that, she said unhurriedly, requesting Tianguang ruins to release the refining images of the grade 8 heaven mending pill, grade 9 yang returning pill and truth pill. Little Tian's calm voice came from the sky. Got it. Then, above the tower, on the light screen that originally displayed the 8th grade glazed list and the 9th grade spiritual pivot list, a scene of a young girl refining pills appeared. Seeing this scene, Dong Yulong's face turned pale. Those who had just revived from the dead and wanted to cheer for Dong Yulong immediately fell silent and gave up. If there were enough materials in the Jade Key and the alchemist's divine sense was strong enough. In theory, refining pills in Tianguang ruins was possible. But generally speaking, alchemists who wanted to climb the 4 lists would not choose to refine pills in Tianguang ruins. Firstly, no one had such a strong and vigorous divine sense. They had to maintain their soul body in Tianguang ruins and separate a part of it to precisely control the alchemy fire. Secondly, Tianguang ruins' simulation of the various elixirs was indeed almost identical, but it was only almost. If one was not familiar with the properties of the elixirs, the slightest deviation could result in a difference of tens of thousands of points. No alchemist would be stupid enough to take such a risk. But the scene played on the light screen. The young girl was in the alchemy room of the appraiser hall. And after she finished refining the pills, she walked straight to the glazed goblet used to appraise pills. She casually put the pills in her hand on it. Not long after, the glazed goblet emitted a glaring red light, and the number of points displayed on it kept rising. After putting in a young rejuvenation pill, It had reached 363,000 points, only 1,000 points away from Dong Yulong, who was in first place. But Dong Yulong had used 5 kinds of pills to obtain the first place on the spiritual pivot list. And Yi Liangchen had only used 1, and his points were almost equal. When the young girl put the second true elemental pill into the glazed goblet, the entire Tianguang ruins was shaken, and the spiritual pivot list changed hands. Dong Yulong's face was deathly pale, and his body swayed. At this moment, his pride and self-esteem were all trampled underfoot, crushed to a pulp. Ha 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 ha. I'm starting to sympathize with Dong Yulong. Didn't he know that in addition to the nickname List Slaughtering Demon, Great Master Yi had another nickname, Little Face Slapping Expert? Being slapped in the face once or twice isn't enough, you just have to come up and slap me a third time. A dignified alchemy grandmaster, now you've lost all your face. TSK, he asked for it. If it wasn't for him saying that our great god Yi isn't strong enough and ordering people to do those crazy devouring things, would I, great god Yi, have the time to care about him? Why can't those who have their faces slapped learn to be obedient? Do you think that just because ordinary people can't do it and you can't do it, Almighty Yi can't do it? I'm very curious right now. Will the last remaining ranking, the rank 10 Coiled Dragon ranking, be trampled by Almighty Yi in the end? Dong Yulong was speechless. Bai Ziliang suddenly steps forward, calmly looking at Mayan. I don't care how strong you are, whether you can trample me under your feet or not. All I need is for you to tell me, this man. He pointed at He Jinwen. Is he one of Liang Chen's men? Mayan's gaze coldly sweeps over He Jinwen, making He Jinwen shiver all of a sudden, and he tries to curl his body into a ball, reducing his presence. She looks up at Bai Ziliang and nods, yes. Bai Ziliang's face was suddenly filled with anger. So, you're admitting that you allowed your men to commit murder, injure the people of Longevity Valley, and humiliate an innocent girl to death? The noisy reincarnation square quieted down again. Someone suddenly realized. Even if Yi Liangchen wasn't the one who ordered them to do this, the actions of Yi Liangchen's army were indeed devoid of conscience. The old man who had just beaten He Jinwen also came to his senses at this moment. She suddenly cries and pounces towards Mayan, screaming loudly, "Give me back my daughter, give me back my daughter. My daughter worships you so much, looks up to you, and talks about Gaji in front of me all day, but, what did you bring her? It was a catastrophic disaster. Give me back my daughter." The old man's face was filled with anger and despair. He shouted hysterically, wanting to drag Mu Yan into hell with him. The girl who had been arrogant and carefree in front of Dong Yulong just now had a calm expression on her face and didn't dodge. However, just as the old man is about to pounce on Mu Yan, Chu Tianyu suddenly rushes over, blocking in front of Mayan. The old man's sharp nails directly cut a wound on his face. Physical damage in the skylight ruins would not be reflected in the physical body. However, his divine soul would truly feel pain. However, Chu Tianyu's face was scratched until his bones were exposed, and half of his eyes were poked blind, but he didn't even frown. Mu Yan's brows jump fiercely, and she quickly steps forward, "You." Chu Tianyu smiled at her. "It's all right. This bit of pain is nothing to me." Mu Yan opened her mouth to speak. But she was interrupted by Chu Tianyu. "Miss, let me handle this matter. You promised to give me a chance to prove my worth, didn't you?" Thunder clouds rolled above the reincarnation square. This was because the elder's actions had already violated the iron law of Tianguang ruins. The lightning tribulation was about to descend. Mayan's eyes narrow, and her divine sense envelopes the old man. Once the lightning tribulation descended, the one to bear it would no longer be the old man, but her. However, to Mayan's surprise, when her divine sense is linked with the old man, and she's ready to bear the thunder tribulation, the tribulation clouds in the sky instantly disappeared. Mu Yan couldn't help but be surprised in her heart. Little Tian? What was going on? She devours. He remembered that little Tian had mentioned that even he couldn't go against the rules of Tianguang ruins. At most, he could find a small loophole within the scope of the rules and give her some convenience. Soon, Lil Tian's voice sounded in his ears, "It's Master's order." Master said that he would give Yi Liangchen the same defense authority as Master, which was the highest level of defense authority. All of Heaven Light Ruins attacks cannot be used on the first host. Hee it's master's orders. Little genius didn't break the rules. Mu Yan stares blankly. Xiao, who is your master? Why did he give her such a high defense clearance? First host, little Tian, you can't tell. At this time, Chu Tianyou's injuries had already healed, and he walked to the old man's side. Mayan can only suppress the doubts in her heart. Uncle, I'm very sorry that Liang Chen's army was poorly managed and brought disaster to you and your daughter. However, the most important thing now is to find the real culprit so that your daughter can rest in peace in heaven. Chu Tianyou's voice was calm and deep, yet sonorous and powerful. Word by word, it smashed into the hearts of the old man and everyone present. The old man's murky eyes, brimming with hatred, slowly focus after hearing these words. Behind the scenes, the culprit? You, what do you mean by that? Chu Tianyu smiles faintly, looking at He Jinwen who's curled up on the ground, in the end, who instructed you to deliberately ruin the reputation of Liang Chen's army. He Jinwen's body trembles, his voice trembling. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a veteran of Liang Chen's army. I only did these things to help Great God Yi quickly accumulate fame. Great God Yi! Great God Yi! He Jinwen cries and shouts as he crawls towards Mayan, I'm really your most loyal supporter. I bought all the talismans and elixirs in Laozi's #1 store under the heavens. I worship you so much, how could I harm you? Everything I did was for you, for Liang Chen's army, you know that, don't you? Mayan looks down at him, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. Oh? Is that so? I'm the one who instructed you to do those beastly things, and it's also for me? For Liang Chen's army? He Jinwen shudders from head to toe. Soon after, tears stream down, a tragic appearance of someone who's been wronged, but is willing to bear it. No, I was wrong about devouring just now. I did all of this voluntarily, it wasn't Great God Ye's instruction. I thought that by doing this, it would make more people fear Liang Chen's army, make them yearn to join Liang Chen's army, and also let Great God Yi win first place in the pill competition. But Great God Yi doesn't know that I, He Jinwen, did it voluntarily. It has nothing to do with Great God Yi and Liang Chen's army. If you want to punish me, then punish me. If you want blood to be paid with blood, then kill me. If He Jinwen blindly denies it, there's basically no one present who would believe him. But his tragic and mournful appearance of I'm shouldering all the blame by myself makes many people a little uncertain. Dong Yulong comes to his senses at this time, and immediately sneers, Yi Liang Chen, you really have a loyal and devoted subordinate. In order to protect you, he deliberately misled us so that you couldn't refine level 8 and level 9 elixirs. Now that he's abandoned by you, he's still willing to bear all the charges. Mayan slightly narrows her eyes, and smiles lightly. She doesn't know who found this He Jinwen. He really did have some skills. Doing so would not only make others suspect whether they were the ones who ordered it. More importantly, Liang Chen's army would be blamed for this crime. Didn't he see the suspicious looks in the eyes of many people in the Rebirth Square? Mu Yan, however, was neither angry nor annoyed. She said unhurriedly, don't worry Master Dong liked to be slapped in the face. How could only 3 rounds be enough? Aren't we carefully preparing the finale of the 4th match for you? Dong Yulong's face turned pale. His face was filled with ferocity, but he was really scared. Yi Liang Chen, stop bluffing. This He Jinwen is a member of your Liang Chen army, there's no way you can deny it. Mu Yan indifferently glances at him, not saying anything. On the contrary, it was Chu Tianyu who took a step forward, saying slowly, everyone present, have you heard of the truth pill? Truth pill. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the square was stunned. Never heard of the truth pill, but this term, why did it sound somewhat familiar? Suddenly, someone came to his senses and cried out in surprise, it's one of the medicinal pills in Great God Ye's ranking on the level 9 spirit pivot list. Chu Tianyu let out a slight smile. In fact, if Great God Yi spent a little more time to refine the Yang Return elixir even more perfectly, she would be able to rank first on the spirit pivot board with just 1 elixir. But she used the 2nd elixir, the truth elixir. That is because today, this elixir will display its interesting effects in front of all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tianyou's right palm pressed down towards He Jinwen. In the next moment, a radiance lit up below He Jinwen's body. Lines of runes appeared on the ground around him, gradually forming a formation. Everyone scratched their heads in confusion. Just now, he was talking about Liangchen Dajuan's innocence and then he mentioned the truth elixir. Everyone was eagerly anticipating this elixir that they had never heard of before, but Chu Tianyu was setting up an array again. Wasn't this jump a little too fast? Dong Yulong spoke sternly. Yi Liangchen, Fuchen, what are you two doing? Do you think you can escape punishment by pretending to be mysterious? Let me tell you, Liangchen Dajuan has done so many atrocious things and should be punished. Chu Tianyu looked at him with ridicule and squatted down. He grabbed Dong Yulong's lower jaw and fed him an elixir. Cough, cough, cough. You, what did you feed me? He Jinwen panicked at first, but he immediately recalled that this was the Tianguang ruins. Even if Chu Tianyu fed him the perforating poison, his divine spirit would at most experience the pain of the poison. It wouldn't truly harm his body. Thinking up to this point, He Jinwen instantly calmed down. He looked at Chu Tianyu with a distressed expression, then looked at Mu Yan and spoke in a hoarse voice, Great God Yi, didn't I say it already? Everything has nothing to do with you, why do you? Halfway through his words, the originally extinguished array below him suddenly lit up. Subsequently, everyone on the reincarnation plaza heard He Jinwen's voice paused for a moment. Immediately after, everyone on the reincarnation plaza heard He Jinwen's voice paused for a moment. Kiki, I wonder which part of Yi Liangchen's brain went haywire. Back then, I didn't know which part of Yi Liangchen's brain went haywire. To be able to draw such powerful talismans and refine such heaven-defying elixirs, he refused to sell them at a high price and sold them to Liangchen Dajuan at a discount. She's an idiot, but I'm not. I'm just mixing in with that army of idiots, pretending to shout Mighty God Yi a few times, and I can casually buy mutated talismans, resell them, and earn more than 10 times the price. Ha ha ha. Such a good identity, how can I be willing to quit? The bustling square slowly quieted down. Everyone stared at He Jinwen, dumbfounded. He Jinwen's face revealed a panicked expression. He opened his mouth and wanted to say, I'm not. I didn't. However, the formation below quickly lit up. Then, he blurted out, when Yi Liangchen was being suppressed by the flowing moon sect, I happened to be busy and didn't go to the Tianguang ruins. I didn't expect that I would become a senior member of Yi Liangchen's army and get the highest level identity token. This was truly a blessing in disguise. Not only did I manage to buy a bottleneck-breaking pill to break through my bottleneck, but I also have a huge deal waiting for me. Chu Tianyu looked at him condescendingly and said coldly, Who is it? What business is it that has come to you? He Jinwen's complexion was deathly pale. He covered his mouth tightly, but a gurgling sound came from his throat. He wanted to retreat from Tianguang ruins. But the punishment chains were still tied to his body and he couldn't escape. He Jinwen's devouring he looked at Dong Yulong with fear and panic. There was a flash of fear in Dong Yulong's eyes. Yi Liangchen, Fuchen, what are you doing? Do you think you can extricate yourself by instigating He Jinwen to say a few lies? As Dong Yulong spoke, he raised his hand and swiftly withdrew the punishment chains. He Jinwen had a delighted expression and was about to retreat from Tianguang ruins. But just as he was about to shout retreat, the array below lit up again. Soon after, everyone heard his words. The number 1 ranker of the 9th grade Spirit Pivot Board, Master Dong Yulong, actually looked for me personally and gave me a huge pile of peak-grade elixirs and artifacts. He even gave me millions of crystals and asked me to think of ways to ruin the reputation of Yi Liangchen and his army. Ha 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 ha. I would be a fool to not accept such a huge deal. Thus, I immediately gathered a group of men and used my Doyan's identity to obtain a few low-class identity tokens of Yi Liangchen's army. They then did all sorts of arrogant things in Tianguang ruins and the real world to suppress other shops and ruin the reputation of Yi Liangchen's army. Dong Yulong, that old man, is generous but isn't very patient. Furthermore, he is even more ruthless than me. After I and my brothers beat up a few of them, he complained that we were too slow and that Yi Liangchen's army didn't have enough reputation. He asked us to do something ruthless. That is why there is that young lady from White Moon City, hee. We all know that the young lady is a member of Yi Liangchen's army and she worships Yi Liangchen very much. But we want to frame her and ruin the reputation of Yi Liangchen's army. That young lady's taste is truly wonderful. Ha ha ha, when she was pressed down by me, she was still shouting for Gaji to save me. I was too excited and didn't control my hands properly and killed her. He Jinwen's face was pale and ashen. His expression was distorted and fearful. But his voice was like a machine gun and there wasn't even a stutter. The entire reincarnation plaza was in dead silence. But this time it wasn't because of shock but because of deep anger. Ah, bastard. Bastard. You are not human, how can you treat my daughter like this? My poor daughter, boo-hoo. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you to shreds. As the old man cried, he wanted to pounce over and tear He Jinwen to pieces. However, he was stopped by Chu Tianyu. Uncle, don't be anxious. Miss Chen is a member of Liangchen's army. We will definitely make those who hurt Liangchen's army pay back 1,000-fold. What's more, even if He Jinwen is worse than a beast, he's just a knife in someone else's hand. The real culprit behind the scenes should be punished. Nonsense. Dong Yulong's face was twisted as he screamed, Yi Liangchen, what do you mean by this? Do you think you can escape by letting He Jinwen bite this old man? Chu Tianyu sneered, Grandmaster Dong, what's the rush? He Jinwen has a belly full of words to say and hasn't finished yet? The so-called truth pill must be used together with the lie detection array to be effective. As long as He Jinwen is still in the lie detection array, he won't be able to say a single lie. As long as he opens his mouth, no matter what he originally wanted to say, he will spit out the words that he intentionally hid. Of course, appropriate questioning can make the truth hidden in his consciousness a little clearer. For example, Chu Tianyu looked at He Jinwen and said in a low voice, Dong Yulong said you deliberately bit him, he did not instruct you to do so. He Jinwen, do you have anything to say? Haha. Dong Yulong, this old man is very cautious. When he gave us the task, he was always very careful and did not leave any evidence. But I have been in Purple Cloud domain for so many years, I am not a vegetarian. I guess that he might want to kill me after the matter is done, so I have already prepared a card. If this old thing dares to shed all pretense of cordiality, my brothers will immediately expose the matter. If we part without hard feelings, hee. I can still use it as a threat in the future. Dong Yulong's face suddenly turned pale. The hand holding the broken fan could not help but tremble. He almost used all the strength in his body to shout out, what truth pill? Lie detection array? I, Dong Yulong, have refined pills for so many years, and I have never even heard of it? Bai Ziliang, Su Qingling, and you guys, have you heard of truth pill? No, right? You won't believe it, right? Bai Ziliang frowned tightly and did not speak. The other pill masters also avoided Dong Yulong's line of sight without saying a word. Only Su Qingling smiled with interest and said, I have been studying that lie detection array since just now. The heart is connected to the sea of consciousness, and the sea of consciousness is connected to the brain, heart and soul. Maybe, this lie detection array together with the pill can really make people speak the truth. Dong Yulong's face was ashen. Su Qingling, what do you mean? Are you suspecting that all this is instigated by me? Su Qingling casually brushed her long hair and smiled casually, Master Dong, why are you so flustered and exasperated? People who don't know will think that you are guilty? Didn't this elder of Liangchen's army say that he has evidence to prove that you instigated it? Won't we know once he takes out the evidence? He Jinwen's whole body trembled, desperately shaking his head and biting his lips. The old man could not bear it any longer. He rushed over and ruthlessly kicked his head. As soon as he opened his mouth, he confessed, in my jade key, I secretly recorded the transaction between me and Dong Yulong with a photographic talisman. The talisman is in my jade key. No one can take it out except me. However, just as He Jinwen finished speaking, a talisman floated out from his jade key. It shakily falls into Mu Yan's hand. At the same time, little Tian's voice rang in her ears as if he was asking for credit, idiot, is there anything in the Tianguang ruins that I, little Tian, can't get? Mu Yan smiled. She didn't say any more nonsense and directly activated the talisman. Soon, a rundown temple appeared in front of everyone. Only He Jinwen and Dong Yulong were secretly meeting inside. Their conversation was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the light screen activated by the talisman. The content was almost the same as what He Jinwen had said. At the end, Dong Yulong said, "This is half of the reward. As long as you complete the task, there will be more benefits waiting for you." He Jinwen's eyes brightened. "What benefits?" Dong Yulong smiled faintly. "Do you know that immortal fairy Qingwan refined an elixir on the ranking list? The Soaring Dragon Pill will give you a chance to directly ascend to the Shoshan continent without having to advance to the Crossing Tribulation stage or cross the Thunder Tribulation. As long as you can completely ruin Yi Liangchen's reputation and make him hand over the Medicine King's inheritance, then the Rising Dragon Pill will be yours." In the image, He Jinwen's face was full of excitement, his eyes shining with greed and scheming. And the cultivators on the Reincarnation Square, whether they were part of Liangchen's army or not, all felt chills all over their bodies. It was actually such a sinister scheme, one after another. It was vicious and cruel. Liangchen's army had almost been dragged into hell, unable to rise again. If it wasn't for Godyi being strong enough to slaughter the 8th and 9th grade glazed and spirit pivot lists. If it wasn't for Godyi refining such a miraculous truth pill. Then who would be able to clear the injustice of Liangchen's army, who would care about the truth of the matter? At that time, Liangchen's army would be condemned by everyone, and Yi Liangchen would have no choice but to take the blame, withdraw from the pill competition, and hand over the Medicine King's inheritance. Thinking of such an ending, all of Liangchen's army first felt their hearts palpitate. Then, it was an outburst of anger. "Dong Yulong, I am AF** King Dog. How did our Liangchen's army offend you for you to think of such a vicious method to deal with us? You are F** King jealous of our Godyi, right? And you even called yourself a master? Pfft, more like dog sh*t. Hee, that Jun Qingwan is also not a good thing. Suppressing our Godyi time and time again, isn't it because she covets our Medicine King's inheritance?" Lung Qingwan listened to the voices below, and the veins on her face bulged. Trash. Dong Yulong is an incompetent idiot. Such a great situation was actually forcefully turned around by that B***tche Liangchen. Just at this time, Dong Yulong looked towards her with a panicked and pleading gaze. Lung Qingwan sneered, and without thinking, she directly left Tianguang ruins. Before leaving, her gaze swept across a few people in the square. Those people immediately understood and shouted loudly, "Dong Yulong is not a good thing. What does that have to do with our immortal fairy Qingwan?" "That's right, immortal fairy Qingwan was also deceived. What right do you have to scold her?" Yi Liangchen might have slaughtered the Xinglin, colored glass, and spirit pivot lists, but don't forget that the person at the top of the coiling dragon lists, which is the hardest to refine, is still our immortal fairy Qingwan. Nowadays, any Tom, Dick, or Harry has the nerve to compare with our immortal fairy Qingwan. We won't do that. Lung Qingwan's supporters both openly and secretly flattered one and stepped on the other, making Liangchen's army very unhappy. But right now, they couldn't care less about Lung Qingwan. They only wanted to kill Dong Yulong and He Jinwen, these two bastards. After today, Dong Yulong's name would disappear from the spiritual pivot list. As for Chu Tianyu, he used the truth pill and the lie detecting array to thoroughly cleanse Liangchen's army. From then on, this group that only existed in the Tianguang ruins became truly indestructible. Those who had ulterior motives and wanted to fish in troubled waters could no longer step in and reap any benefits. Under Chu Tianyu's organization, with Yi Liangchen as the core and Bei Kuwei Xiangyuan, Easy Bro, Sister Hua, and Old Ma as the cornerstone, Liangchen's army gradually expanded and became as firm as a boulder. At some point in the future, they would also set off a monstrous storm in the entire cultivation continent. Of course, this was all in the future. And at this time, Lung Qingwan, who left Tianguang ruins in a fluster and exasperation, received an extremely good news. Marquis Chu's ambition. 1. Are you sure that Jun Mayan is really dead? Lung Qingwan stared at the subordinate of the Bloodsword sect. The man bowed and said, "From Qingyun world to Azure Blue world and Ziyun world, there was no news of Jun Mayan along the way. Including that Xiaoyao sect, it has long been empty and desolate." This subordinate also went to the nearby Guei sect to inquire. They also said that they have not seen Jun Mayan. More than half a month ago, they also heard crying from the Xiaoyao sect. Lung Qingwan's eyes suddenly lit up. Good. This is really good. As long as a person is still alive, it is impossible to disappear without leaving a trace. Now that no one has seen Jun Mayan, coupled with the crying from the Xiaoyao sect, it proves that that bitch was really killed by Master. Previously, Lung Qingwan didn't confirm Jun Mayan's death, plus she thought highly of herself, thinking that she could crush everyone with her strength and become famous. But now, she was slapped in the face by Yi Liangchen again and again, and now her limelight was stolen. A mere bitch actually dared to step on her, and that group of idiots from Tianguang ruins dared to mock her. Wait until she seduces the monarch's heart, she will definitely let everyone in Tianguang ruins die without a burial ground. That's right, why should she compete with a lowly cultivator from the Shoshan continent? Wasn't the most important thing to seize the monarch's heart? Lung Qingwan took a deep breath and slowly took off the veil that had been covering her face. It's time to let everyone know that she is Jun Mayan, the future mistress of the polar domain, Ziyun world, Dingbeiho mansion. Marquis, spare me. Spare me, ah. Bang, a bloody mist burst, countless pieces of flesh and broken bones splattered in all directions. Chu Xinyan, wearing a black robe and wrapped tightly, stepped on the flesh and broken bones on the ground. Hearing the creaking sound coming from under his feet, his irritable mood became a little better. Trash, can't even do such a small thing. Marquis, Elder Luyu said that there is someone who wants to see you. Chu Xinyan said coldly, let him in. Luyu was a short and wretched-looking middle-aged man. His back was naturally stooped, and his hair was sparse. His skin did not have any wrinkles, but it was greasy all year round. When such a person walked outside, he could make people avoid him and be disgusted. But how many people could have imagined that this person was actually a leading Aperture Realm pinnacle expert? He had a perverted hobby of abusing beautiful women. Regardless of whether they were men or women, as long as they were in his hands, he would torture them until they were black and blue. However, he also had a shrewd mind. He did things in a sinister and ruthless manner, and his strength was extremely great. Therefore, he was also Chu Xinyan's most capable confidant. As soon as Liu entered, he smelled a pungent stench. What's more, there was a disgusting sticky feeling under his feet. But his expression didn't change in the slightest. With a fawning expression, he knelt before Chu Xinyan, kneeling on the pile of broken flesh and bones. Marquis, I found traces of the heir. When Chu Xinyan heard this, his eyes lit up and his breathing quickened. Really? Where is that unfilial son? If you found him, why didn't you bring him back? Liu shook his head and said, the heir didn't appear in reality. He appeared in Tianguang ruins with the identity of Fuchen and followed Yi Liangchen. Bastard. Chu Xinyan's face suddenly distorted. He really knew Yi Liangchen's identity. End of this chapter. Marquis Chu's ambition. 2. He fiercely slammed his palm on the redwood table. With a bang, the table shattered into powder and fell into the pool of blood. That bunch of trash still haven't found out Yi Liangchen's identity? Liu shook his head. Yi Liangchen is a special user of Tianguang ruins. Tianguang ruins protects her very tightly. Tianguang ruins doesn't even allow anyone to speak about her secrets. We have also investigated Longtang and didn't find anyone that matches Yi Liangchen. We really can't figure out anything. But we can be sure that Yi Liangchen and Longtang have a close relationship. His eyes swiveled as he chuckled, Marquis, you've made the right move in forcing Dragon Soar Academy to make a bet with us this time. Longtang doesn't have a powerful pill refiner. I guess that Yi Liangchen participated in the pill competition because of Longtang's request. If we win this competition, 6 Stars Pagoda and Chaotic Pagoda will be ours. I heard that cultivating in the Chaotic Pagoda will have unexpected effects. It might even be beneficial to you. Even if we lose, Yi Liangchen will still have to go to the Lan family Imperial Palace to participate in the second round of the finals, right? At that time, can she still hide her identity? Even the Crown Prince will be under your control again. Hearing Lu Yu's analysis, the anger in Chu Xinyan's eyes slowly faded and turned into excitement and desire. As long as he knew Yi Liangchen's identity, it meant that he had obtained both the mystical Sky Pearl and the Medicine King's inheritance. At that time, would he still have to worry about not being able to solve his current predicament? Chu Xinyan said faintly, I want to know Yi Liangchen's identity. I also want Chaotic Pagoda and 6 Stars Pagoda. Of course. Lu Yu smiled. 6 Stars Pagoda and Chaotic Pagoda are treasures that all cultivators yearn for. Longtang is just an academy that nurtures golden core cultivators. What right does it have to possess them? Marquis, don't worry. With that fairy, we will definitely win. When Chu Xinyan heard this, he coldly snorted, Immortal fairy? Are you sure she can beat Yi Liangchen? In Tianguang ruins, Yi Liangchen's fame is much greater than hers. The subordinate who had just been crushed by him was the one who had reported Dong Yulong and Ling Qingwan's defeat in the Tianguang ruins. Chu Xinyan had never imagined that a little girl, who had popped out of nowhere, would have such great ability to ruin his plans time and time again. As for that so-called immortal fairy of the immortal continent, she appeared to be so lofty and arrogant, but in reality, she was so vulnerable. Lu Yu smiled mysteriously and said in a low voice, Marquis, the reason why Yi Liangchen is famous is because the people in Tianguang ruins have never seen Xianxi's true appearance and don't know her true identity. Chu Xinyan revealed a surprised expression. Lu Yu immediately took 2 steps forward and whispered a few words in his ear. Chu Xinyan's eyes suddenly widened. He said excitedly, Is what you said true? Absolutely. Lu Yu licked his lips, suppressed the desire in his heart, and said faintly, I have seen the face under the veil with my own eyes. She really deserves the title of exceedingly beautiful. If he could play with such a stunningly beautiful woman and listen to her cries, it would be more than enough for him. However, Lu Yu had always been aware of the severity of things, so he immediately restrained his thoughts. Now, Xianxia finally can't hold back and is preparing to reveal her true identity in Tianguang ruins. End of this chapter. Marquis Chu's ambition. 3. Haha, Marquis, don't worry, Immortal Fairy's reputation and strength are not any worse than Yi Liangchen's. In addition, she is very skilled in alchemy. The alchemy competition will definitely be ours. Chu Xinyan's eyes shone brightly. His blood was boiling. It was as if he could already see the future where he controlled everything. He opened his mouth and was about to speak, but his expression suddenly changed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was not only blood, it was also mixed with many pieces of internal organs. Chu Xinyan's face was full of panic. He quickly took off his gloves and saw that his originally smooth and firm skin was rapidly withering, becoming like cracked tree bark. No, not only his hands, but his whole body, legs, feet, other than his face, all the skin on his body had turned into dried old tree bark. No. No, no, no. Chu Xinyan screamed hysterically. How can this be? Why is it starting so soon? Call Wang He over, quick. Quick. Soon, an old man with white hair and a beard stumbled in with a medicine box on his back. Marquis, your body is starting to collapse. If you want to maintain it, you can only use the lifespan of someone with a similar bloodline to you. Chu Xinyan stared at him with bloodshot eyes. Other than this, what other methods are there? Wang He revealed a difficult expression. Chu Xinyan smiled sinisterly. I don't raise trash. If you can't cure it, you know what will happen to you. This subordinate can cure it. I can cure it. Wang He screamed. There is another method. Marquis, you need to find 36 nascent soul experts and make them willingly allow you to devour their souls. But this method has a certain risk. If one of these 36 people resist, you will suffer a backlash. Moreover, the 36 level 9 nascent soul cultivators would die without a doubt. Chu Xinyan did not care. Go pick 36 nascent soul cultivators from my death squad. Seeing Wang He's horrified expression, Chu Xinyan sneered. These people were born to be loyal to me. It is their honor to die for me. Most importantly, these death warriors had been brainwashed since they were young. They would never resist being devoured. If the death warriors were gone, they could just train them again. His everlasting life and grand ambitions were the most important. Wang He said in a trembling voice, there's one more thing. Devouring 36 living souls will take at least 2 months to complete, but the time it can last is less than half a year. Chu Xinyan frowned. Half a year was enough. In any case, he would soon find Chu Tianyu, that vile spawn, as well as the mysterious Heaven Pearl and the Medicine King's inheritance. However, in 2 months of seclusion, he would not be able to personally control the alchemy competition. Lu Yu smiled and said, Marquis, don't worry. This subordinate will personally supervise the competition. I guarantee that when you come out of seclusion, the chaotic pagoda, 6 stars pagoda, Yi Liangchen, and the prince will all be sent to you. If I fail to do my job, I'm willing to bring my head to you. A smile appeared on Chu Xinyan's face. Good. As long as you do this for this marquis, you can play with all the beauties in the world. Even immortal fairy. Lu Yu excitedly swallowed his saliva. He bowed and said, Lu Yu obeys. End of this chapter. A 90% similar face, asking for votes, Tianguang ruins. Junior sister has been hiding in the Medicine King's inheritance space for the past few days. It's not enough for her to slaughter the Xinglin, Liuli, and spiritual pivot lists, she still wants to slaughter the last 10th rank coiled dragon list. TSK, 6th sister is too cruel. I mourn for those who want to compete with her on the same list every time. Yun Ruhan couldn't help but shake her head as she listened to the discussion of her juniors, revealing a helpless smile. When she first stepped into Ziyun realm, she still wanted to keep a low profile. Little did she know that as long as junior sister was here, keeping a low profile was like floating clouds. Moreover, how many skills can junior sister be proficient in? Sword skills, support, control, talismans, alchemy. Is there anything in this world that she can't learn? Hearing Yun Ruhan's words, the others couldn't help but shiver. With such a genius junior sister, it's also very hard for them to catch up, Chu Moli said with an unfathomable smile. Have you all forgotten? These are not junior sister's main occupation. Not main occupation, everyone was stunned at first, then their expressions became very interesting. Because they all remembered the words that junior sister had said. Sorry, I forgot to tell senior brothers, my main occupation is a doctor. I'm a music doctor. Haha. What fucking main occupation is a doctor? Luo Yu coughed lightly, at least, 6th sister absolutely doesn't know how to cook needlework. Thinking of Mu Yan burning down the kitchen and blowing up the cave, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Yun Ruhan, alright, stop fooling around. We came here to see if Chu Tianyu managed Liangchen's army well for junior sister. Let's go to Laozi. Before he could finish speaking, someone in the reincarnation square suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Floating Life Pavilion is going to sell the 10th grade elixir refined by immortal fairy Qingwan. Moreover, the owner of Floating Life Pavilion also revealed that a shocking news will be released, saying that it's about immortal fairy Qingwan. I heard from Qingwan's supporters that once this news is released, immortal fairy Qingwan's fame will certainly surpass Liangchen's. Yun Ruhan and the others looked at each other, seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. They quickly followed the crowd to Floating Life Pavilion. At this moment, the surroundings of the Floating Dreams Pavilion were already packed with people. Everyone looked up at the top floor of the Floating Dreams Pavilion. Standing there was a woman with a veil over her face. She was none other than Lin Qingwan. The woman was surrounded by more than 10 beautiful maidservants. Like stars surrounding the moon, they surrounded Lin Qingwan. Meanwhile, the owner of the Floating Life Pavilion stood behind her with respect and humility. The people below couldn't help but make a ruckus. Immortal Fairy Qingwan, I heard that you want to sell tier 10 pills. May I ask if you will sell the legendary Soaring Dragon pill that can allow people to ascend? Jun Qingwan, you boasted and slandered great God Yi time and time again. What are you trying to do now? Do you really think that our Liangchen army will be afraid of you? Leng Qingwan's gaze looked down from above, coldly sweeping across everyone below. Then, with a light hook of her finger on the veil that was originally covering her face disappeared instantly, revealing a beautiful face that could cause the downfall of nations. The clamor below came to an abrupt end. Some people opened their mouths wide, mesmerized and amazed. Someone sucked in a cold breath. Some people's saliva slid down from the corner of their mouths, unaware of it. Seeing the face under this veil, the hearts of the Xiaoyao 6 abruptly sank. Each and every one of their faces turned completely unsightly. Because Leng Qingwan's face was actually 90% similar to their junior sister, Jun Mayan. Tomorrow, beginning of summer, tea eggs, glutinous rice, bamboo shoots. My dears, what's your beginning of summer's delicacies the second last day of the double monthly tickets? Do you still have tickets? Hee hee. End of this chapter. Yun Ruhan and the rest could recognize that Leng Qingwan's face was similar to Mayan's. Naturally, the others could recognize her as well. After all, alluring killing god Mayan's reputation in the entire devouring cultivation continent was like the sun in the sky. She was not inferior to ranking slaughtering demon Xianxia at all. Soon, someone exclaimed, Jun Mayan? My god, immortal fairy Qingwan is actually the devastatingly murderous monarch Mayan? How is this possible? God Jun doesn't know how to make pills at all. How is it impossible? Look up at that face. In this world, other than alluring killing god Mayan, who else has such an unparalleled beauty? Hehe, so what if god Jun knows how to make pills? Yi Liangchen is omnipotent? The great god Jun's talent is unparalleled in this world. The crowd was in a hubbub. As Lin Qingwan listened to the discussions of the people below, a mocking smile appeared on her face. Then, she became angry and jealous. She didn't expect that Jun Mayan, this slut, who came to the Xiozhen continent with her insignificant mortal body from the Yanwu continent, actually didn't fade into the crowd. Instead, she has such a flourishing reputation, and people who support her. And she, Lin Qingwan, was supposed to be the high and mighty young master of the Tiani clan, the future mistress of the polar domain. But because of this bitch, she had to hide and live under someone else's roof like a stray dog. What right did this bitch have? However, thinking that Jun Mayan had already died in Ling Yuexia's hands, her identity and appearance were all taken by her. Lin Qingwan's burning and resentful heart calmed down, and even carried a bit of complacency and pride. She used Jun Mayan's identity to suppress another bitch, Yi Liangchen. She ruined her reputation and made her kneel under her feet. Wasn't this a great feeling? Suddenly, a weak voice came from the crowd. Why do I remember hearing that Jun Mayan is Yi Liangchen? The timeline of their appearance is almost exactly the same. I heard that too. The first place Yi Liangchen appeared in was the Starry School. Many students in the school said that God Jun and God Yi are the same person. This made Lin Qingwan's supporters angry. Are you kidding me? Just look at Yi Liangchen's ordinary face. It's already good enough that I didn't call him an ugly freak. How dare she compare him to the Jun family's peerless beauty? Bah, an ugly freak dares to call herself the devastatingly beautiful god of death? Maybe those rumors were spread by Yap Liangchen himself. Very likely. After all, even if Yi Liangchen's appearance was improved by 100%, he would still look like a loser. In reality, he would probably feel so inferior that he didn't even have the face to see anyone. He would always fantasize that he was as beautiful as Jun Mo-xia. Ha ha ha. Even Jun Mayan's supporters are sneering incessantly. We don't care if your Yi Liangchen is F** king around outside. But, he's F** king shameless to try and blackmail our great god Jun. I admit that Yap Liangchen is quite capable to be able to slaughter all 6 of the Dragon Ascension roles. However, to put it bluntly, slaughtering a role is just slaughtering a role. How can it be compared to a real battle? Hehe, I'm afraid some people don't know. Our great god Jun was able to kill a nascent soul and astral projection cultivator in the Woodfern secret realm with his golden core cultivation. Can someone who slaughtered a role do that? Hearing the noisy crowd, the 6 unfettered men looked at each other. They were speechless. Little junior sister is really worthy of being a female devil who can set off a reign of terror. One person can create 3 different groups of supporters. One group is Yi Liangchen's supporters. One group is supporters of Mayan's strength. And another group is those who are bewitched by the stunning appearance of fatally beautiful killing god. In Bai Xie's words, it's face powder. But these 3 groups of people clearly support the same person, yet they can mix together and quarrel with each other. This strange scene simply makes them gasp in amazement. But the 6 people slightly narrow their eyes, looking at Lin Qingwan standing above, with a smile that isn't a smile. Someone actually dares to pretend to be their little junior sister, she's simply tired of living. Just then, someone among the cultivators suddenly says loudly, Immortal Fairy Qingwan, may I ask if you are fatally beautiful killing god, Mayan? Lin Qingwan smiles contemptuously, saying with a cold face, I don't want to answer this nonsense. Today, I let you come here because I'm preparing to sell the 10th grade Snow Soul pill and the Drifting Cloud pill. A 7th grade elixir, in my eyes, isn't even as good as trash. Today, I'm selling the 10th grade elixir to let you know what a truly perfect elixir is. The owner of the floating life pavilion, who is standing on the side, immediately straightens his back and says with a proud face, "This shop is fortunate to have the favor of great God June, and is authorized to sell the 10th grade Snow Soul Pill and the Drifting Cloud Pill. Each elixir will be sold for 80 million high-grade crystals." Hearing this price, the cultivators below all suck in a mouthful of cold air. 80 million high-grade crystals? Even if it's a 10th grade elixir, isn't it too expensive? The 9th grade Yang Restoration Pill refined by Great God Yi is also less than 1 million, and this doesn't even include the discount given to Yi Liangshan's army. Yang Restoration Pill is a top-notch healing medicine. A 9th grade elixir can bring the dead back to life, and even extend a cultivator's lifespan. And to refine the Yang Restoration Pill, to devour, the elixirs needed are extremely precious and hard to find in the world. But the Yang Restoration Pill is extremely difficult to refine. A little carelessness, and all the rare elixirs will be wasted. Therefore, when the 9th grade Yang Restoration Pill comes out, it directly occupies the top spot on the spiritual pivot list. No one is surprised. And now, the #1 shop in the world had started to sell the 9th grade Yang Rejuvenation Pill, although there was only one. However, the person who bought it was his master, who was on the verge of death. He knelt in front of the #1 shop in the world and kowtowed 9 times. This was something that the entire Tianguang ruins knew. As for the Snow Soul Pill and the Drifting Cloud Pill, even if they were 10th grade pills, they were only ordinary high-grade pills. Although the Snow Soul Pill was also a healing medicine, it was mainly used for non-fatal external injuries. It was impossible for the Snow Soul Pill to extend one's lifespan, not to mention bring the dead back to life. In terms of value, the Snow Soul Pill was far inferior to the Yang Rejuvenation Pill. As for the Drifting Cloud Pill, a pill used to remove inner demons, it was completely incomparable to the barrier-breaking pill and Yang Return Pill. If the legendary Rising Dragon Pill was sold for 80 million crystals, he could still accept it. But if it was just the Snow Soul Pill and the Drifting Cloud Pill, even 10 million crystals would be too expensive for many people. Lung Qingwan was furious when she heard her subordinates belittling her Snow Soul Pill and Drifting Cloud Pill and praising the Yang Restoration Pill made by Yi Liangshan. But then she sneered again. These ignorant and foolish people, very soon, they will kneel and beg her to sell the Snow Soul Pill and the Drifting Cloud Pill to them. The owner of the Floating Life Pavilion raised his hand and lightly pressed down. He used his spiritual power to stimulate his voice and said loudly, "Everyone, please calm down. I, Lu Xianxia, swear on the 100 years of the Floating Dreams Pavilion's reputation that the 2 pills refined by God June are definitely worth the price." With a flip of his hand, a translucent glass goblet appeared in his hand. The people below quickly recognized it, and they couldn't help but be speechless. The Floating Dreams Pavilion really had a deep foundation. The treasure appraisal glass goblet was unique to Tianguang ruins and couldn't be brought to the real world. But the price was sky-high. Ordinary people wouldn't spend money to buy something that only existed in the virtual world. It wasn't expensive to go to the appraisal pavilion to appraise it. But the owner of the Floating Dreams Pavilion took it out so casually. Lu Xianxia respectfully asked Lung Qingwan for permission. Only after receiving her approval did he place a Snow Soul Pill into the goblet. Soon, the goblet lit up with a dazzling light. A screen of light appeared in front of everyone. The data on the light screen was the composition of the Snow Soul Pill, its medicinal effect, its saturation of spiritual energy, and its purity. When everyone's eyes fell on the data behind the purity, someone let out an earth-shattering cry. 90% purity? How is that possible? I remember that Dong Yulong's Boundless Essence Pill was only 80% purity. Master Su Qingling's Clear Void Pill was only 82% purity, right? Decades ago, there was a top-notch alchemist in the Cultivation continent. Everyone fought over her pills, and each one was sold at a sky-high price. But I remember that the highest purity of the medicinal pills refined by that master was only 89%. Is that true? The 10th grade pills refined by God June can really reach 90% purity? Hearing the exclamations of disbelief from the crowd, Lu Xianxia felt honored as he watched Lung Qingwan devour him with even more reverence. This time, when the Woodfern secret realm opened, Lu Xianxia had a woman he had admired for a long time. Only after she came out did she tell Lu Xianxia how dangerous the trip had been. If not for Mayan's help, most of them would have died in the secret realm. As early as at the Deer Cry banquet, Xianxia was fascinated by God Jun and the Xiaoyao 7 sons. This time, the woman he admires has returned safely, making him even more grateful towards Mayan. He had already made up his mind that he would make the great God Jun the champion of the pill competition. The first stage of the elixir competition was related to the abilities of the elixir masters and their popularity in Tianguang ruins. As the owner of the floating life pavilion, Xianxia's popularity and status in the Tianguang ruins were self-evident. With his support, Leng Qingwan could be said to be like a tiger that had grown wings. As soon as Yun Ruhan and the others left Tianguang ruins, they immediately went to find Mayan. Sixth senior sister, someone is impersonating you. Mu Yan had just come out of the inheritance space to catch her breath. She was stunned when she heard that. Someone is pretending to be Yap Liangchen again. As soon as the words left her mouth, she awkwardly touched her nose. This was because Chu Tianyu, who was standing to the side and preparing to report the situation of Liang Chen's army, heard this and his expression darkened. However, he quickly recovered his calm and indifferent expression. Mu Yan coughed lightly and was about to speak when she heard Yun Ruhan say, "It's not Yap Liang Chen, it's Jun Mayan." The 6 of them talked at once and very quickly recounted the events that happened in the Tianguang ruins. When they heard that the immortal fairy Jun Qingwan in Tianguang ruins actually had the same face as her, Mu Yan's pupils immediately shrank. A name suddenly flashed through her mind. Tianyi Men, Leng Qingwan. Back then, in the Yanwu continent, he led the Flowing Moon sect to attack him and Xiaobao. The woman who claims to be Di Mingju's fiancé. No wonder she found the name Immortal Fairy Qingwan familiar. However, back then, she had seen Leng Qingwan's face, and it was obviously different from her own. Why did her appearance change? How dare you impersonate me? She, Jun Mayan, wasn't dead. How could she be casually impersonated? Wasn't Leng Qingwan afraid that he would expose her, dead? Suddenly, Mayan's heart sinks. Who was that crazy woman who came to kill him in the Azure Cloud world? Now that he thought about it, the way that woman attacked seemed to be exactly the same as the 2 assassins sent by the Heaven's Physician sect. The crazy woman was also a member of Tianyi Men. She personally saw him fall into the God-refining abyss and thought that he was dead. And for some reason, Leng Qingwan's appearance was similar to his. That was why she dared to impersonate him so openly. So here was the problem. Leng Qingwan impersonates her own eyes and devours what is it? A dignified immortal from the Xiaoxian continent wouldn't come here just for a small pill competition, right? Moreover, didn't Di Mingju say that Tianyi Men no longer exists? Mu Yan frowns and doesn't say anything. Luo Yu saw her pale expression and couldn't help but worry. 6th senior sister, are you alright? Do you know this Jun Qingwan? Mu Yan shook her head, I'm fine. She paused for a moment, then smiled coldly and said, I've roughly guessed her identity. Leng Yuma wanted to ask who that slut was, but she was stopped by Chu Moli. He looks up at Mayan, do you need our help? As soon as he said that, the other 5 immediately came to their senses. That's right, who is Jun Mayan? Is there anyone more convincing than the people of our Xiaoyao school? They rubbed their palms together and said excitedly, let's go to Tianguang ruins to verify our identities, and then we'll smash that shameless immortal fairy's face. However, Mu Yan shook his head, and said with a calm expression, no need, I have my own ways to deal with her. He sees Mayan slightly lowering her eyebrows and turning around to enter the room. The others anxiously wanted to follow them, but they were stopped by Chu Moli. 3rd senior brother, why do I feel that junior sister is very angry? Was she angry that someone had impersonated her? Should we help her prove it? Chu Moli shook his head and smiled. Since little junior sister said there's no need, then there's definitely no need. What's more, have you ever seen anyone take advantage of junior sister? Who is the so-called immortal fairy Qingwan? But it seemed that he had already stepped on her reverse scale. He was really curious about what would happen to this woman. Within the Medicine King's inheritance space. Mu Yan is trying to refine a 10th grade elixir. In a short period of time, she had grasped the refinement of a 7th grade Dan, but there was still some distance before she could perfectly concoct a 10th grade Dan. The last spirit herb was put in. The alchemy cauldron suddenly emitted a sizzling sound and exploded with a bang. Mu Yan was caught off guard and was directly hit by the aftermath of the explosion. Her entire body flew out. However, before she could hit the wall, she felt her body being dragged up by a strong wind. At the same time, a cool aura poured into her body, calming her restless mind. After standing still, Mayan sees a cute boy opposite her looking at her with a twisted eyebrow. Although this boy tries his best to pretend to be a mature young man with a dignified appearance. But Mayan can still see the worry in his eyes. Cough, good disciple, what's wrong with you? Such a simple refining elixir, you can make a mistake, if it gets out. You are the disciple of the king of medicine, isn't that shameful to me? Han Chujiu was about to say something, but when he saw Mayan's pale face and gloomy expression, the words that were about to come out of his mouth immediately shrink back. Good disciple, don't be sad, master didn't mean to scold you. You have done very well. In such a short time, she learned how to refine 7th and 8th grade elixirs, and every elixir met his requirements. This can no longer be described as very well. Han Chujiu always knew how high his requirements were, and how abnormal he was. He had originally been a good disciple, but he couldn't do it. He wanted to teach him a lesson and comfort him. A stick and a carrot, so that his good disciple would worship and admire him even more. He didn't expect that Mayan did far better than he expected. This made Han Chujiu proud, but also somewhat uncomfortable. His disciple was too powerful and smart, and the master couldn't be of use. What should he do, now that his precious disciple has encountered setbacks and troubles? Han Chujiu naturally wants to comfort her carefully. He wants to enjoy being a master. Mayan smiled and didn't hide it. She wanted to participate in the competition, but a competitor pretended to be her, and briefly told him about it. Han Chujiu exploded when he heard it. Who dared to pretend to be Han Chujiu's disciple? She also wants to steal his disciple's inheritance. Bah! Is that kind of trash qualified to be Han Chujiu's disciple? Han Chujiu, good disciple, you can tolerate this kind of trash? You must expose her conspiracy in public, so that she can't turn over for the rest of her life. Mayan looked at Xiaojiu's master's red cheeks, and couldn't help but laugh. If she didn't say it, who would think that this cute Shota boy is the only king of medicine in the world? The annoyance in her heart was also replaced by warmth and emotion. She gently shook her head. I can't expose her in real life. How could Mu Yan not want to expose Lin Qingwan's impersonation in public? But she couldn't. Once she appears, the people of Tiani Men will know that she is not dead. At that time, the crazy woman might not only target him, but also the other disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. This is something that Mayan absolutely cannot tolerate. Her lips curled into a proud and arrogant smile as she said, I don't need to prove my identity. I can still beat her to a pulp. Besides, what we're fighting for now is the pill competition. Naturally, we'll have to use pills to determine the winner. Mu Yan's eyes turned to Han Chujiu and smiled, Jiao Shifu, you are Xingzhu Medicine King, and I am your only disciple. Do you think I will lose to others in terms of Dan? Han Chujiu immediately jumped up, how is this possible? This Medicine King's disciple is invincible under the heavens. Who can compare? Mu Yan resisted the urge to pinch her master's face. She smiled and said, so, Shifu, don't worry. I will soon let her know that she doesn't have enough strength to pretend to be me, Mu Yan. That's just asking to slap her own face. Han Chujiu snorted, but he still felt a little refreshed. But, in the end, he still fulfilled his little disciple's wish. Baidu search UC Book League website, so that you can experience the latest and fastest chapters. However, he still can't help but wonder, my good disciple, since you've thought it through so thoroughly? Why did you make such a simple mistake in alchemy? Mu Yan's face sinks. Her fingers subconsciously stroke her fingers. There is the void spirit ring that Di Mingju gave her. It's just hidden by her, ordinary people can't see it. She is silent for a long time, then she whispers, as long as I think that he might be lenient towards that face, from hearing Lin Qingwan pretending to be her, to figuring out the identity of Lin Qingwan and the crazy woman. Mu Yan's mind is not filled with anger at being impersonated, nor is it the fear of being chased. Instead, it's a kind of sour and unhappy emotion, filling her heart and occupying all her thoughts. So much so that she made such a low-level mistake in alchemy. Di Mingju said that he would destroy Tiani Men, but left Lin Qingwan. Why? Is it because of Lin Qingwan's face, or because of their friendship, that moved his heart? No matter which answer it is, it makes Mu Yan restless. If Di Mingju is in front of her, she will definitely grab the man's lapel and ruthlessly interrogate him. But why is that man so far away from her? She can't touch him, see him, or feel him. Mu Yan smiles bitterly. In fact, I know that things shouldn't be like what I think, but I'm still not happy. Probably, she's just jealous, that's all. Moreover, she hasn't seen Di Mingju for such a long time, and her longing has overflowed into grievances and bitterness. She only needs a little primer, and it will ferment. Mu Yan's words are vague, but she quickly adjusts her mood and re-immerses herself in alchemy. On the side, Han Chujiu touches his chin, revealing a thoughtful look. His good disciple has a sweetheart, he already knew this. But, his good disciple's sweetheart actually went behind his back and fell in love with that impostor. Are you kidding me? Is he, Han Chujiu's precious disciple, worthy of a mere mortal? This shameless idiot got his disciple's favor, but he still dares to be fickle and flirt everywhere? Damn. This is really unbearable. What are the immortals of Xiaoxian continent? Does he think that he, the disciple of the sacred ancestor Medicine King, is easy to bully? Han Chujiu angrily leaves the Medicine King's inheritance. His consciousness leaves the Medicine King hall without stopping, and goes to the polar domain. What about Di Mingju? Tell him to come out. Han Yi and Elder Chong hurriedly run out to greet him. Xiaojiu, why are you here? Han Chujiu, get out of the way, I am looking for Di Mingju. Tell him to come out and see me. Elder Chong coughed lightly. Don't be rude. How can you call the Lord by his name? Han Chujiu impatiently said, last time, my disciple's medicine saved that stupid dog Xing Lang's life and also cured Di Mingju's poison. Di Mingju personally promised to owe me a favor. I want him to return the favor now. Where is he? Could it be that the exalted extreme domain sovereign lord wants to act shamelessly? Elder Chong rubbed his nose and wanted to sigh. Han Yi doesn't dare to offend this great god who once saved Di Jun. He says with a smile, Master Medicine King, Jun has gone to the border and hasn't returned yet. He did not finish his sentence. A deep and resonant voice came from the distant horizon. What do you want me to do? Say it. Elder Chong and Han Yi are overjoyed. They kneel on the ground. Greetings, Jun. A handsome, godlike man appears in front of the three people in a twinkling of an eye. Baidu search, UC Book League, website, so that you can experience the latest and fastest chapters, all are updated in seconds. The powerful pressure and the aura of a monarch made all the living beings in the Extreme Emperor Palace bow their heads and submit to him willingly. Only Han Chujiu, after being shocked for a moment, immediately rushes in front of Di Mingju. Di Mingju, the Kunlun wood and phoenix grass that you said, this old man can ask for it later. But first, help me do one thing. Di Mingju raises an eyebrow, what is it? Han Chujiu grits his teeth, someone is bullying my baby disciple, I want you to personally support my baby disciple. Pfft. Han Yi couldn't help but laugh, Medicine Wang Darren, are you possessed? Your baby disciple is just a mortal in this Xiaoxian continent. You want us, the Emperor of the Polar Domain, to support a mortal? Han Chujiu directly gives Han Yi a cold stare, what mortal? That is Han Chujiu's disciple. Han Yi, you bastard dog, if you dare to say one more word about my disciple, believe it or not, I will poison you? Han Yi is so scared that he immediately stops talking. Di Mingju is a bit absent-minded. The netherworld and the devil's domain move, the border is constantly disturbed. As the emperor of the polar domain, he cannot leave the Xiaoxian continent. He hasn't been able to return to Mu Yan's side for a long time to see her and hug her. When Han Chujiu mentions his baby disciple in the Xiaoxian continent, Di Mingju's longing for Mu Yan overflows. His hand gently touches the void spirit ring on his finger, concealing his true emotions, and faintly says, Medicine Wang, how do you want Ben Jun to support your disciple? Han Chujiu sneers, that man with eyes but no eyes, after getting my baby disciple's favor, he still dares to hook up with other women. He deserves to die 10,000 times. Di Mingju, I want you to go to the Xiaoxian continent and pretend to be my disciple's fiancé. Let that man see that my disciple is a rare treasure, there are many men who would rush to have her. Then, chop that womanizer and his lover into 180 pieces, and throw them all to the dogs. Pfft. Han Yi couldn't help but laugh. Medicine Wang Darren, didn't you say last time that your baby disciple absolutely doesn't like Jun Shang, and that Jun Shang shouldn't covet her? Why did she change her mind so quickly and let you pretend to be her fiancé? Han Shujiu gritted her teeth in anger. He gloomily looks at Han Yi. Little lackey Han, take a guess, if I make you impotent, that kidding Mei won't even look at you. Oh, that's right, you can stay under the shadow demon forever. Han Yi immediately clamps his thighs together, only feeling a cold breeze between his crotch and his chrysanthemum. He's so scared that he doesn't dare to speak again. Di Mingju coldly says, impossible. Impossible. Why is it impossible? Han Shujiu jumped in anger. Di Mingju, you bastard, do you want to be ungrateful? Don't forget that the antidote to the sui poison was refined by my precious disciple. Without my precious disciple, how many people would die in the polar domain? You would have died a long time ago. Elder Cheng berated, Little Jiu, don't be rude to the emperor. Han Shujiu coldly snorted and said, Di Mingju, don't forget, without my apprentice, you would have been cold. Humph, this should be elegant enough, right? Elder Cheng, Di Mingju's complexion doesn't change, he faintly says, Ben Jun can support your apprentice and punish the people who bullied her. But pretending to be her fiancé is absolutely impossible. Ben Jun already has someone in his heart. Baidu search, UC Book League, website, letting you experience the latest and fastest chapters, all of which are updated in seconds. End of chapter 2447. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.